Super Devouring System Chapter 5088 to Chapter 5110. After a brief silence, a deep voice sounded from the abandoned planet. It's fine to be the bait, but after the deed is done, I want an additional 10% of the heavenly Tao treasures. In an instant, the powerful divine awareness hovering in the void of the demonic wolf Forbidden Land star domain gathered toward an abandoned star on the left side of the center of the Forbidden Land star domain. This was where the cave mansion of the black-marked demonic wolf was located. Short after a brief silence, a deep voice sounded from the abandoned planet. It's fine to be the bait, but after the deed is done, I want an additional 10% of the heavenly Tao treasures. The moment these words were said, there was an uproar in the void. The divine senses that circled the fiend wolf Forbidden Lands immediately voiced out, revealing their displeasure. An additional 10%? Black-patterned fiend wolf, to think you dare to open your mouth. Do you know how many heavenly Tao realm experts are here? Apart from that, there are desolate supremacies from various forbidden lands. All of them will contribute in the subsequent battle. That mysterious remnant expert is at the 6th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. That's right. There are already too many monks and too little gruel. Yet, you want an additional 10%. That's impossible, even if we consider the fact that your fiend wolf Forbidden Lands will be the battlefield and that there will definitely be losses. Considering this and the fact that you took the risk of being the bait, we can at most give you an additional 5%. Fine, I'll get 5% of the treasures first. Then, I'll split the remaining 95% with everyone based on their contributions in the battle. This request is fine. Although it will still give you an advantage, the difference isn't huge. It's acceptable. In that case, it's settled. Daoist black-patterned fiend wolf will represent the fiend wolf Forbidden Lands to receive 5% of the spoils of war. As for the remaining 95%, we will share it based on our contributions. Seconded. Seconded, rumble, rip. On the other side, the desolate supremacies and heavenly Tao realm experts circling the fiend wolf Forbidden Lands had just reached an agreement when a shocking boom suddenly sounded from the periphery of the fiend wolf Forbidden Lands. Tight following that, there was a crisp sound of ripping silk as a gigantic void rift suddenly appeared. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out as a green figure rushed out. It was oval-shaped and as large as a star. It was none other than the primeval Heaven's Eye. This time, the Eye of the Heavenly Way had come for Xianxia and the mysterious survivor. Its desolate forbidden zone was located in the middle of the left bank, but it had received some news. In order to increase the number of heavenly Tao realm experts among its desolate supremacy generals, it immediately rushed over. However, considering that it had just obtained the primordial desolate forbidden land and the possibility of an invasion, it came alone. Not only did it leave all its heavenly Tao realm experts in the primordial desolate forbidden land, it didn't even bring the netherworld cauldron. From the point of view of heavenly Tao green eyes, it was enough to have a 6th stage heavenly Tao realm remnant. At this moment, as he descended, the powerful aura of a heavenly Tao realm level 8 spread out from his body. The entire demonic wolf Forbidden Grounds fell silent. Even more as for the desolate supremacy old freaks and heavenly Tao realm experts that were hovering in the void of the Forbidden Grounds, they immediately froze. Although the Eye of the Heavenly Way was a heavenly Tao realm level 8, it was not far from the perfected heavenly Tao realm level 9. It could be said to be extremely powerful. And at this moment, although there were quite a number of heavenly Tao realm experts gathered in the demonic wolf Forbidden Grounds, the strongest existence was only at heavenly Tao realm level 6. Furthermore, there was only one of them. Also, it was precisely because of this that they needed to join forces to set up an ambush in order to ensure that the mysterious survivor, who was also at heavenly Tao realm level 6, remained here. No, in that case, if there were 3 or 4 late-stage heavenly Tao realm experts at heavenly Tao realm level 7 or level 8, no one else would be able to do anything. I am from the primordial desolate world. My name is, the Eye of the Heavenly Way. At that moment, with his arrival, the primeval Heaven's Eye immediately introduced himself. I am from the middle of the left bank, the primordial desolate forbidden grounds. Fellow Taoists, I understand what you have said, but I have other suggestions. Upon saying this, the Eye of the Heavenly Ways Eye flashed with a blazing green light as it surveyed its surroundings before continuing. With me taking action, I can ensure that the prey remains. As such, I need to first take half of the spoils, and as for the remaining 90%, I will share the spoils according to the ratio of battle merits. In fact, he was already giving him a lot of face. After all, he was the strongest person here. There was no need for him to be so polite when it came to sharing the spoils. At most, he could just chase away the other desolate supremacies and weaker heavenly Dao realm experts. But today was different from the past. This was no longer his primordial great world. The primordial desolate forbidden grounds had just been established, so it was inconvenient for him to make too many enemies. If he wanted to eat a huge chunk of meat, he had to leave some soup for others, and it was precisely because of this that the heavenly Dao's eye was so polite. It was completely different from Xian's impression of its style. This, as soon as he said that, the divine senses circling in the void of the demonic wolf forbidden grounds immediately began to communicate and quickly came to a conclusion. Fellow Daoist Azure Eye is a Tier 8 heavenly Dao. It's not far from the Tier 9 realm. With it presiding over this place, it can indeed ensure that the target remains and prevent any accidents. Just based on this point, it's not too much for fellow Daoist to take half of the spoils alone. At the very least, our interests will have a certain guarantee because of this. In that case, it's settled. Fellow Daoist Black-Striped Demonic Wolf will represent the Demonic Wolf Forbidden Grounds to receive half of the spoils first. Fellow Daoist Azure Eye from the Primordial Forbidden Grounds will receive half of the spoils first. As for the remaining 90%, we will share it according to the battle merits. Seconded. Seconded, rumble, rip. After the decision was made, the powerful divine senses circling in the void of the forbidden grounds immediately expressed their opinions. As for the primeval heaven's eye, it did not say anything else. Its vertical eye that was as huge as a giant star suddenly shot out a blazing green light, tearing open a huge void rift in front of it. Then, with a flash of its body, it rushed into it. This huge black rift was quickly repaired under the influence of the powerful nomological power of the primordial chaos void. After all, it was a powerful existence of the Tier 8 heavenly Dao realm. There was no trace left behind at all. Perhaps even if Xian was there and deliberately investigated, he would never expect that not long ago, the primeval heaven's eye had entered an unknown parallel void from here and was quietly lying in wait there. Very quickly soon, with the temporary departure of the primeval heaven's eye, the powerful divine senses circling in the void of the forbidden grounds continued to act. All of them hid in unknown parallel voids. In a short while, the huge demonic wolf forbidden grounds fell silent. Roar, don't hide in your cave abodes anymore. Do what you usually do. By being so quiet, isn't it obvious that there is an ambush here? It was also at this moment that the voice of the black-striped fiendwolf's divine sense rumbled out from the abandoned star from before. All of you be careful for this lord. If anyone gives themselves away and causes the prey to notice and turn around to flee, then this lord will definitely skin them alive. Roar. Although the void tortoise had disappeared ever since a large number of desolate supremacy old monsters and heavenly Dao realm experts appeared in the most powerful forbidden grounds and star regions on both sides of the Milky Way, it had never appeared again. But, he had clearly only turned to the dark and did not leave. Therefore, he was quite familiar with the situation of some of the ferocious beast forbidden grounds and remnant star regions on both sides of the Milky Way. No dared to say that every ferocious beast forbidden ground and remnant star regions were the same, but at least he knew the general situation of a portion of them. For example, the two ferocious beasts with the metal guide origin and fire guide origin that he provided to Xian were overseeing the most powerful forbidden grounds. The information provided by the void tortoise not only included the detailed situation of the two heavenly Dao realm ferocious beasts, but it also included the general situation of the forbidden grounds they were overseeing. Of the two forbidden grounds, Xian had previously entered seclusion in the dark void at the end of both sides of the Milky Way to the left bank. The first place he would encounter was the demonic wolf forbidden ground. Therefore, he chose this place as his first target. At this moment, he'd concealed himself and concealed his aura, and he flashed silently through space towards the devil wolf forbidden area. The strongest being overseeing the demonic wolf forbidden ground was a black-striped demonic wolf. It was also a type of connate ferocious beast. Like the demon-striped sky wolf, after reaching the desolate supremacy realm, its body would slowly grow a type of connate treasure medicine. In its glabella, it was also known as the heavenly eye. The black-striped demonic wolf was a connate metal attribute connate ferocious beast. Therefore, the heavenly eye in its head could be used as the metal guide origin of the five-elemental medicinal guide. This, the black-striped demonic wolf's cultivation level was not weak. It was at the third stage of the heavenly Tao realm. It was just one step away from the mid-stage. This. To Yi Xian, it was not a match for him. If it were a head-on battle, Yi Xian would need some time to kill it. There was definitely no weakling among heavenly Tao realm experts. Every supremacy had their own special life preservation means. However, if he were to sneak in secretly and take action by surprise, the third-stage black-striped demonic wolf would definitely perish on the spot. There was no chance of survival. After all, Yi Xian's cultivation level had reached the sixth stage of the desolate supremacy realm. After activating the 9 devil ape transformations bloodline divine power, he would instantly possess the combat strength of a late-stage 7th-stage desolate supremacy. Once this bloodline divine power was cast to the 9th transformation, Yi Xian's true combat strength would increase by another large realm. It would be equivalent to the 7th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. This, however, he had the cultivation level of a late-stage heavenly Tao realm expert, while the black-striped demonic wolf was only at the early-stage heavenly Tao realm. If he were to launch a sneak attack, he would definitely die. This was also Yi Xian's plan. He wasn't prepared to openly look for them. Instead, he was prepared to use a perfect mental energy secret technique to conceal his body, conceal his aura, and quietly sneak in like how he did in the Black Crow Forbidden Area. Although Lu Xianxia had ill intentions, his suggestion was right on this point. The left bank of the Milky Way was different from the right bank of the Milky Way. Furthermore, the scarlet-striped Black Crow in the Black Crow Forbidden Land had already been killed. Furthermore, as for the 4 powerful heavenly Tao realm beasts that had rushed over from the Fiend Condor Forbidden Land, they had perished at the hands of Yi Xian. This matter could not be hidden and had definitely been leaked. As such, Yi Xian naturally had to be vigilant. Apart from the third-stage heavenly Tao realm black-striped demonic wolf, there was another powerful heavenly Tao realm beast in the Fiend Wolf Forbidden Land. It was a blood crocodile, but it was only at the 2nd stage of the heavenly Tao realm. If Yi Xian were to take action, he would similarly not be able to escape death. However, Yi Xian did not plan on attacking the blood crocodile on this trip to the Fiend Wolf Forbidden Land. Although the scarlet-striped Fiend Wolf and the blood crocodile were both heavenly Tao realm experts in the Fiend Wolf Forbidden Land, it was impossible for their cave abodes to be together. Once Yi Xian took action to kill the black-striped demonic wolf, the blood crocodile would definitely be alarmed. If as such, it was naturally impossible for him to suddenly take action like when he killed the black-striped demonic wolf, instantly killing it with a sneak attack. Although he was only at the 2nd stage of the heavenly Tao realm, if he gritted his teeth and risked his life, he would be able to hold out for some time. Considering that the news of the deaths of the scarlet-striped Black Crow and the arrow-plume Fiend Condor had already spread, Yi Xian decided not to stir up trouble to prevent unnecessary variables. After he killed the black-striped demonic wolf and obtained the demonic wolf heavenly eye that could be used as the origins of gold guidance, he still had to head to another forbidden land to obtain the origins of fire guidance. There were quite a number of desolate supremes in the Fiend Wolf Forbidden Land, more than 20 of them. However, Yi Xian had already refined a level 30 heavenly Tao treasure pill. Even if he could refine a second cauldron in the future, it would not be in the near future. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to obtain Desolate Supreme's blood essence. Naturally, there was no need for him to forcefully take action because of this matter. All of this was clearly calculated in Yi Xian's mind while he was on his way to the Fiend Wolf Forbidden Land. After a few days, the aura of some ferocious star beasts finally appeared in the endless dark void ahead of him. There were quite a few of them, which meant that there was an extremely powerful forbidden area ahead of him. According to the information provided by the Void Tortoise, if there were no accidents, this forbidden area of ferocious star beasts should be his destination, the Demon Wolf Star area. Whoosh, an undetectable sound tore through the air. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian crossed the void at the edge of the Forbidden Land and charged into the star zone. While none of this was discovered. Although Yi Xian was in human form, he had already cast the 9 transformations Devil Ape Bloodline Divine Power to the 9th transformation. His cultivation realm had reached the 7th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. While with the support of his powerful cultivation level, he could now cast a perfect psyche power mystic technique. Even if the primeval Heaven's Eye, who had reached the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, had a cultivation level higher than his, it was impossible for him to detect Xianxia's arrival. Therefore, the black-patterned demonic wolf, who had gritted his teeth and used himself as bait in the fiend wolf forbidden land, was destined to go for wool but come home shorn. And the consequences of this loss were absolutely unbearable. This was because it meant that he would be sending his life away in vain. Fiend wolf forbidden land, fiend wolf forbidden land. It had been 10 days since primeval Heaven's Eye arrived and reached an agreement with the various Forbidden Land's desolate supremes and heavenly Tao realm experts gathered in the fiend wolf forbidden land. For the past few days, the entire demon wolf forbidden land had been peaceful. Occasionally, there would be some ferocious beasts flashing past. These ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Land were a little unnatural in the first few days, but now, there were no clues. Since he was bait, he naturally couldn't restrain his aura, preventing the mysterious survivor expert from finding his location. Therefore, for the past 10 days, the black-patterned demonic wolf didn't deliberately restrain his aura. As long as it was a heavenly Tao realm expert, they would be able to sense it the moment they entered the star zone. Although it was somewhat risky, the black-patterned demonic wolf was willing to go all out for the sake of the 5% reward. Of course, more importantly, he didn't believe that the survivor expert could instantly kill him once he arrived. While at that time, he was in his own cave abode star, but he didn't know that although everything he had been waiting for was about to arrive, it was also followed by his eventual demise. In fact, Xian didn't notice anything abnormal. At that moment, the fiend wolf forbidden land appeared extremely normal, but it was this overly normal scene and feeling that made Xian realize that something was amiss. News of the deaths of the 4 powerful heavenly Tao realm existences, including the scarlet-patterned black crow and the arrow-plumed fiend condor, had already spread. It was impossible for the 2 heavenly Tao realm experts in the fiendish-patterned forbidden ground to be unaware of this matter. In that case, they should have been somewhat vigilant, but in fact, it was the opposite. The fiend wolf forbidden land in front of them didn't show any signs of vigilance. This was clearly abnormal. It had to be said that the black-patterned demonic wolf and the other old fogies had slipped up. They only wanted to hide the traces of the ambush as much as possible, but it was precisely because of this that they gave themselves away. Although Xian realized that the situation was a little odd, he didn't care. So what if there was an ambush? He wasn't afraid at all. Furthermore, the gold essence in the black-patterned demonic wolf's body, which was the fiend wolf heavenly eye, was something he had to obtain. Since he was already here, how could he retreat? With this resolve, Xian directly infiltrated the black-patterned demonic wolf's cave abode star. He did not deliberately search or probe because the black-patterned demonic wolf had not converged his aura. Not long after he entered the forbidden star domain, Xian sensed it. Very quickly soon, he entered the interior of the star and saw the black-patterned demonic wolf deep in a huge canyon. At that moment, his body had shrunk to about 100,000 feet. He was curled up in the canyon as though he was taking a nap. He did not sense Xian's arrival, so he was destined to perish today. He didn't even have the slightest chance of escaping. Bang! Everything that happened after that was without suspense. After hiding in the dark and approaching the sky above the Great Canyon, Xian immediately made his move. He punched through the air, causing an earth-shattering explosion to instantly sound out. Against such a terrifying force, and with it already in front of him, the black-patterned demonic wolf was unable to resist or react in time. Oh whoa, his eyes suddenly opened, and he only opened his mouth slightly. But immediately after, before the long howl that came out of his mouth had finished, a majestic power that caused one to tremble rushed into his body. Crazy, the violent force raged in an instant. The black-patterned demonic wolf's entire body exploded, turning into a scarlet blood mist that rapidly spread out and enveloped the sky above the canyon. In this scarlet blood mist, there was clearly a black crystal the size of a human head. It fell out when the black-patterned demonic wolf's head exploded. Huff, xiao. Without hesitation, Xian immediately waved his hand. Following the whistling sound of a violent wind, an incomparably majestic force whizzed out. In less than half a breath, it had already swept away the majestic blood mist formed by the black-patterned demonic wolf's huge body and absorbed it into his body. At the same time, it also swept over the black-patterned demonic wolf's demon-patterned Heaven's Eye. At this moment, Xian had gathered 3 5-elemental medicinal catalysts. They were 4 heavenly velvet needles, 4 heavenly pills, and 1 heaven's eye. As for the heavenly Tao blood essence in his hand, with the black-patterned demonic wolf's death, he now had a total of 6. Screech, almost at the same time that Yi Xian waved his hand and caused the black-striped demon wolf's body to explode to form a boundless mist of blood, a heaven-shaking howl suddenly sounded from another direction in the depths of the demonic wolf forbidden area. It was filled with endless anger, but there was also a thick sense of horror that could not be dissipated. Zhuan, the existence that let out the screech, was the other heavenly Tao realm expert in the demonic wolf forbidden grounds, Sanguine Crocodile. He did not hide in a parallel void like the desolate supremacy and heavenly Tao realm experts from other forbidden grounds. Instead, he stayed in his own cave abode star in another direction of the star domain. Where therefore, the instant Yi Xian made his move and released his aura, Sanguine Crocodile sensed it. Dang! When he sensed the powerful heavenly Tao realm aura suddenly appear in the black-patterned demonic wolf's cave abode star without any warning, Sanguine Crocodile realized that something was amiss. Without any hesitation, he immediately sent out a shocking screech. This was because he did not have any means to resist the powerful late-stage heavenly Tao realm expert. Now, he no longer had the heart to grieve over the black-patterned demonic wolf's death. He was worried about his own safety. Roar. Screech, hum, following his transmission, the silent void of the demonic wolf forbidden grounds immediately responded with astounding roars and howls. The desolate supremacies and heavenly Tao realm experts that were hibernating in the parallel void rushed out. Without exception, all of them pushed the powers in their bodies to the limits, transforming into an invisible suppressive might that enveloped the stellar domain. There were too many of them. In a blink of an eye, more than 100 desolate supremacies appeared in the distance. At least 8 of them emitted cultivation auras that had reached the heavenly Tao realm. Furthermore, this was far from the end. This was because when Yi Xian turned around, new figures continued to appear, with so many desolate supremacies and heavenly Tao realm experts powering their invisible suppressions, they wreaked havoc in the void. As they stacked together, they instantly sealed off the entire stellar domain of the demonic wolf forbidden land. They did it on purpose. By doing so, they could cut off any possibility of Yi Xian using teleportation or other mystic techniques to escape. In fact, they had succeeded. There was already a humming sound in the void. It was extremely unstable. Even with Yi Xian's late-stage heavenly Tao realm cultivation at the 7th stage, he could no longer teleport. Even more so. As for his extreme suspicion that even the interstellar coordinate jump ability that came with the Devouring system title had failed as a result, this time, they were really trapped here. However, Yi Xian was unafraid. He did not plan on leaving because he saw a crimson sub-blood unicorn among the nearly 10 heavenly Tao realm beasts that appeared around him. This sub-blood unicorn was the other of the 2 Khanate realm beasts provided by the void gigantic turtle. The Khanate treasure in his body was named Heavenly Pearl. It was fire elemental and was the fire source that Yi Xian needed. He originally planned on finding him after finishing off the black-patterned demonic wolf, but he never expected him to be here. However, it was clearly not the best time to hunt him down. All he could do was wait for an opportunity. With this thought flashing through his mind, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. With a wave of his hand, a 9-colored sea of flames whizzed out, transforming into a gigantic 9-colored fireball that was 5 billion kilometers in diameter. Then, with a flash of his body, he charged straight into the fireball. At the same time, there were exclamations all around. This is the Shenong 9-colored flames? Why do I feel like I've heard of it before? Raging ape. Years ago, this lord went to the right bank and heard that a cosmic raging ape had wreaked havoc on the left bank. The Shenong cauldron was in his hands. This remnant must have been transformed by him. He has returned. Gasp. How is this possible? That raging ape was only at the desolate supremacy realm back then. How long has it been? He has actually entered the heavenly Tao realm and is even at the 7th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. As Yi Xian waved his hand, the 9-colored sea of flames turned into a majestic 9-colored sea of flames in the blink of an eye. As it swept over, it turned into a fireball like a star. Then he rushed into it and lay dormant. Instantly, there were exclamations all around. What? It's Shenong 9-colored flame? Why do I feel like I've heard of it before? It's that violent ape. He's back, Back then, I went to the right bank and heard that there was a violent ape that wreaked havoc in the left section of the right bank. The Xianxia cauldron is in his hands. So this remnant is actually him. Hiss. How is this possible? That violent ape was only at the desolate master level back then. How long has it been? He's already at the heavenly Tao level, and he's already at the 7th level of the heavenly Tao level? Without a doubt, when that violent ape was on the right bank of the Milky Way, he wandered around the forbidden areas of the right bank and hunted ferocious beasts. Although this violent ape only wreaked havoc in the left section of the right bank of the Milky Way, he was always at a disadvantage. He fought stronger and stronger as he fought. His cultivation speed was so fast that it was jaw-dropping. It's said that when he was first noticed, he was only at the Undying Emperor level. At that time, he was already hunting Undying Emperors everywhere. He even killed some Undying Emperors. However, not long after, his targets changed from Undying Emperors to Undying Emperors, then Universe Knights, Universe Masters, Universe Supremes. Then he started to hunt powerful primordial beings. At that time, his cultivation level had also reached the primordial being level. Not only was his cultivation speed unheard of, but from then on, he could even kill 1 or 2 powerful primordial supreme beings. Moreover, during the period that it raged on the left side of the Milky Way's right bank, the violent Starsky ape had encountered situations where it had to face a few or even over 10 existences of the same realm or even stronger on more than one occasion. But it was able to avoid danger every single time. Even those powerful existences who were full of confidence to surround and hunt him down, even if their cultivation base was higher than his by an entire realm, were all killed without exception in the end. This berserk ape is too monstrous. The great wasteland world's era treasure, the Xianxia cauldron, is in his hands. In addition, he also has a great wasteland treasure, the big-headed black stick, which is also a great wasteland treasure. It's ferocious and has the Xianxia 9-colored flame. Even old monster Huangzun has to be wary of it. Not only does he possess the Blood Sea secret art, which allows him to create 3 Blood Sea clones with the same cultivation level as his original body, but he also possesses the primordial Xianxia's most powerful bloodline ability, the Heavens Fall Bow. There is even a rumor that his true level is not as powerful as it is in the past. He's a whole realm. Because he has mastered a powerful bloodline, once it's used, it can instantly raise one's cultivation base by an entire realm. Furthermore, there's no time limit to this kind of instantaneous increase in cultivation base. As these cries of surprise sounded out in the surrounding space, more than half of Yi Xian's background was shaken off. Other than some of the most secretive methods, as long as it was something that he had once exposed in the primordial chaos void, it would all be revealed in a short period of time. This was how it should be. After all, when he wreaked havoc on the right bank of the Milky Way, he had caused quite a stir. Whether it was his battle record, the advancement of his level of cultivation, or the Xianxia cauldron, the big-headed black stick, or the Xianxia 9-colored flame in his hands, as well as the Blood Sea technique and the Sky Fallen Bow that he had used, all of which shocked the void, all of this was gathered on a single cosmic violent ape. In addition, he had carried out a massacre in the Forbidden Lands on the left bank of the Milky Way. It naturally attracted unprecedented attention and commotion. At that time, Yi Xian was walking on the right bank of the Milky Way with the identity of the Starry Sky Berserk Ape. Before he left, everything that the various forbidden areas knew about him might only be fragmentary information. After he left, the Forbidden Lands and Stellar Domains on the right bank began a detailed and in-depth investigation of him. Not long after, everything was revealed. Positive it was because of this that the cosmic violent ape was like a legend on the right bank of the Milky Way. He was talked about for quite some time. Even the void tortoise that later reigned supreme on both banks of the Milky Way was publicly acknowledged to be inferior to the cosmic violent ape despite being far stronger than him in terms of monstrous strength. Although this was the left bank of the Milky Way, the 100+ desolate supremacies and more than 10 heavenly Tao realm experts that were swarming over had not appeared when the cosmic violent ape was wreaking havoc on the right bank. However, after they appeared, they had heard of the matter. They were especially brooding over the fact that the Xianxia cauldron and the Xianxia 9-colored flames were in the hands of the cosmic violent ape. They coveted the treasures and even secretly investigated for a period of time. Unfortunately, they failed to obtain any results and left the matter unsettled. It was also because of this reason that when they saw Yi Xian conjure the Xianxia 9-colored flames with a wave of his hand, transforming into a boundless sea of nine-colored flames. The bunch of old fogies slowly recalled the past. They instantly understood Yixian's identity and origins. At that moment, there were more than 100 desolate supremacies that appeared in the surrounding void. As for the heavenly Dao realm experts, there were more than 10 of them. However, without exception, all of them stopped in the distant void 50 billion kilometers away from the nine-colored fireball as though they had agreed to it beforehand. With so many desolate supremacies and heavenly Dao realm experts powering the invisible pressure stacked together, the stellar domain's void was completely sealed. Since the other party was unable to use teleportation or other mystic techniques to escape, they were naturally in no hurry to immediately launch an attack. Dang, however, a part of the reason was that the cosmic violent ape that had transformed into a remnant was too powerful. Previously, they thought that it was at the 6th stage of the heavenly Dao realm, but now, they realized that it was at the 7th stage of the late-stage heavenly Dao realm. This was definitely the result of him breaking through another stage in a short period of time. It matched the rumors of his heaven-defying cultivation speed. Brain with these thoughts flashing through their minds, the desolate supremacies and heavenly Dao realm experts that were standing in the void 50 billion kilometers away instantly had their eyes turn red. They had only come for the heavenly Dao herb, but they never expected their prey to have so many treasures on him. After killing him, the spoils of war they would reap would clearly be more delightful. With this thought in mind, everyone subconsciously looked beyond the stellar domain of the demonic wolf forbidden grounds. The heavenly Dao's azure eye had previously hidden itself in the parallel void outside the stellar domain. It was a little further away, but it should have arrived by now, just what I wanted. Boom. Rumble. At that moment, there were shocking booms coming from every direction. There were more than 100 desolate supremacies that appeared in the void. As for the heavenly Dao realm experts, there were more than 10 of them. However, without exception, all of them stopped in the void 50 billion kilometers away from the nine-colored fireball as though they had agreed to it beforehand. With so many desolate supremacies and heavenly Dao realm experts powering the invisible pressure stacked together, the entire stellar domain's void was completely sealed. Counter as the other party was unable to use teleportation or other mystic techniques to escape, they were naturally in no hurry to attack. However, they were far from being a match for a powerful existence at the 7th stage of the heavenly Dao realm in a one-on-one battle. Furthermore, with the infamous cosmic violent ape and the deterrence of the nine-colored fireball sea, all the gathered desolate supremacies and heavenly Dao realm experts subconsciously chose to handle the situation cautiously. No, to gain merit, one must first not make any mistakes. Brain, as these thoughts flashed through their minds, they subconsciously looked beyond the stellar domain of the demonic wolf forbidden grounds. The heavenly Dao's azure eye had previously hidden itself in the parallel void outside the stellar domain. It was a little further away, but it should have arrived by now. It was a heavenly Dao realm expert at the 8th stage. It was also the only existence present that could suppress the cosmic violent ape in a head-on battle. They had to wait for it to descend before they could ensure that nothing unexpected happened. Rip. Rumble. At the same time, in the distant void outside the demon wolf forbidden land, a crisp sound of ripping silk suddenly came. A huge crack appeared in the void, and the figure of the Way of Heaven of Untainted Land rushed out from it. The instant it saw the nine-colored fireball, the heavenly Dao's azure eye understood everything. In its fury, the azure eye emitted a soul-stirring roar as it shot forward. The void along the way collapsed as it was astonishingly powerful. In the blink of an eye, the heart of the heavenly Dao's azure eyes was filled with an incomparably boundless fury. It was him. Heavens, Milky Way Astral Lord Yixian. He had once wreaked havoc in the primordial chaos void as the cosmic violent ape. He had even plotted with the headless infant corpse, using its strength to tear apart the invisible barrier that enveloped the Milky Way. Following that, he sent the headless infant corpse to Yixian in the Milky Way. Back then, in the primordial chaos void, the heavenly Dao's azure eye had even briefly exchanged blows with him. Back then, his cultivation level had yet to reach the late-stage heavenly Dao realm of the 7th stage. He was only at the early-stage heavenly Dao realm. If not for the appearance of the void giant tortoise and the primordial Xianxia, the heavenly Dao's azure eye would definitely not have stopped due to the terrifying power of the heaven-fallen Bao. He would have been able to kill the other party in one shot. After that, Yixian secretly returned to the primordial chaos world. Only then did the heavenly Tao's Azure Eye discover that he was the so-called master of the magic hall. But, everything was too late. The archbeast formed by the fusion of De of the Tianji clan and De of the Machinery clan was possessed by him and fell into his hands. Following that, he fled the primordial chaos world, and the magic hall army under him did the same. All of them disappeared. Not long after today, it actually saw its old rival here. Furthermore, it was very likely that he was in control of some kind of heavenly Tao treasure. How could it not be angry? It had to be. It knew that in the primordial chaos world army under the heavenly Tao's Azure Eye, there were many existences at the level of primordial supremes and primordial supremes. However, there were not many existences that had stepped into the true heavenly Tao realm. There were only about a dozen of them. As for the magic hall's master, Xianxia, he was able to condense 3 Blood Sea avatars of equal combat strength just because he grasped the Blood Sea mystic art. These were 3 powerful existences at the late-stage heavenly Tao realm. Together with the archbeast. Just the known heavenly Tao realm experts alone made the enemy camp have 4 of them. Back in the primordial chaos world, the heavenly Tao's Azure Eye did not think much of Xianxia. Now that they met again, it realized that the other party had unknowingly possessed strength that could match it head-on. Even the factions under him were not much different, considering the other party's monstrous rate of improvement. It deeply felt an intense threat at that moment. This child cannot be spared. This time, it had to eliminate him. If not, the next time they met, the other party might be at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm just like itself. This was extremely likely. At the very least, the heavenly Tao's Azure Eye knew that its cultivation speed was absolutely incomparable to the other party. Right. Fang's present late-stage heavenly Tao realm cultivation level at the 7th stage was raised through a bloodline mystic art. His true cultivation level was at the desolate supremacy realm. Breaking through at the desolate supremacy realm was much easier than breaking through at the heavenly Tao realm. Now, the other party was at the 7th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Even if the other party had condensed 3 Blood Sea avatars, as an 8th stage heavenly Tao, he could still suppress the other party in a head-on battle. However, if the next time they met, the other party's cultivation level had truly reached the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, once the 3 Blood Sea avatars were condensed, he would definitely be at a disadvantage in a 3-on-1 battle with the same strength. With these thoughts flashing through its mind, the heavenly Tao's Azure Eye's killing intent immediately reached an extreme. As the figure shot over from afar and approached with a rumble, its voice suddenly sounded, "Raging Ape, it's indeed you. You won't be able to escape this time. Farmer God Cauldron, Sky Meteorite Bow, 9-colored Flame Sea, Blood Sea Mystic Art, and that heaven-defying bloodline divine power you possess that can raise an entire realm. This time, you have to hand them all over." Roar. Everyone, there's no need to worry. His true cultivation level is only at the 7th stage of the desolate supremacy realm. As he grasps a heaven-defying bloodline divine power that can raise an entire realm, he possesses the strength of a 7th stage heavenly Tao. Midway through its sentence, the heavenly Tao's Azure Eye turned to look at the void to the right. After a slight pause, a green beam flashed in its eyes as the voice sounded again. "It's you, sub-blood unicorn. You are a fire elemental connate ferocious beast. Charge into the sea of flames and self-destruct to blast a hole in the fireball. All it takes is an instant for us to charge in. When that happens, we will definitely use the 9-colored flame to reconstruct your true body." The sub-blood unicorn was the other of the 2 connate ferocious beasts provided by the void tortoise. The innate treasure in its body was called the heavenly jewel, and its attribute was fire. It was the source of fire that Xianxia needed. Part of the reason why Xian didn't plan to leave for the time being was because of it. He originally planned to find the sub-blood unicorn after dealing with the black-marked demon wolf, but he didn't expect it to be here too. He could take advantage of this opportunity to obtain the heavenly jewel in its body, which was also the source of fire. This, naturally, he had to wait for the best opportunity to succeed. Xian was currently thinking about this matter. But what he didn't expect was that the primeval heavens I actually took the initiative to force the sub-blood unicorn to charge into the 9-colored flame sea, and promised to use the farmer god's 9-colored flame to reconstruct its true body. If that was really the case, it couldn't be any better for Xian. It could be said that it was exactly what he wanted. Yi Xian was originally planning to wait for the best opportunity to succeed in obtaining the heavenly jewel from the sub-blood unicorn, but what he didn't expect was that the primeval heavens I actually took the initiative to force the sub-blood unicorn to charge into the nine-colored flame sea, and promised to use the farmer god's nine-colored flame to reconstruct its true body. If that was really the case, it was exactly what Yi Xian wanted. The reason for this could only be said to be too much of a coincidence. The nine-colored flame sea was condensed from the farmer god's nine-colored flame. Even heavenly Tao realm experts didn't dare touch it casually. If they stayed in it for too long, they wouldn't even be able to protect their souls. The final outcome would be the destruction of their bodies and the death of their souls. But, however, the sub-blood unicorn was different. It was a fire elemental connate ferocious beast. Furthermore, its cultivation level had reached the third stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Although it couldn't withstand the farmer god's nine-colored flames rampage, its immunity was definitely a lot stronger than other stellar beasts. If other ferocious beasts charged into the nine-colored flame sea and self-destructed, Soul God wouldn't be able to survive. However, it could. As long as it charged into the nine-colored flame sea and self-destructed, it would create a hole in the nine-colored flame sea. When that happened, the primeval heaven's eye and more than 10 heavenly Tao realm experts would charge in through the hole. The outcome of the battle would be decided instantly. While, as a fire elemental connate ferocious beast, the sub-blood unicorn's soul would remain intact after its body self-destructed. Although, however, he had lost his physical body, but the heavenly Tao green eye had promised to reconstruct his true body with the Shenong nine-colored flames. This was the Shenong nine-colored flames, and if he could use this flame to reconstruct his physical body, his cultivation and strength would definitely soar by a large margin. Now, at the third stage of the heavenly Tao realm, it was extremely possible for a mid-stage heavenly Tao realm expert to instantly reach the fourth or fifth stage. Furthermore, with the present situation, it was likely impossible for it to do so even if it was unwilling. The heavenly Tao's eye and the other heavenly Tao realm experts would definitely not allow it to escape so easily. This was clearly a case of a duck being forced onto a perch. It had to be done regardless of whether it was done or not. The only difference was that if it was done by itself, it could still use the farmer god's nine-colored flame to reconstruct its true body. However, if it attempted to escape and was eventually captured before being forced to do so, there was probably no hope of reconstructing its true body. As such, even a fool would know what choice to make. Roar. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the giant inferior blood Kirin raised its head and let out a shocking roar. In an instant, boundless red flame surged out of its body and enveloped its entire body in the blink of an eye. Shortly after, the red flames burst out of its body. In just a few seconds, the sub-blood unicorn's figure was no longer visible. It was enveloped by the scarlet flames as though it was a gigantic scarlet sun. Rumble. At this moment, an earth-shattering rumble resounded. This enormous crimson sun suddenly shot forward, burning the void of the universe to the point of collapse. Its speed was simply too fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of the nine-colored fireball that was billions of kilometers in diameter. At that moment, the massive demonic wolf forbidden zone fell silent. More than 100 supremes of primordial and more than 10 heavenly Tao realm beasts gathered in the void, including the primeval heaven's eye, held their breaths. Among them, the beasts with the strongest cultivation levels that had reached the heavenly Tao realm were prepared. As long as the fireball that resembled a gigantic sun struck the nine-colored fireball, even if it was just a tiny crack, they would immediately shoot forward. Once they entered the nine-colored fireball, they would join forces to kill the ferocious ape hidden inside the fireball. Shoo, however, the expected heaven-shaking collision did not occur. Along with a muffled rumble and an incomparably sharp sound of air being torn apart, this gigantic crimson fireball directly charged into the nine-colored fireball without causing the slightest ripple, let alone the so-called huge collision. This, it was naturally the result of Yi Xian's meticulous control. With his present cultivation level and strength, his control over the nine-colored fireball had already reached the microscopic level. 10,000. The instant the scarlet fireball came into contact with the nine-colored fireball's wall, Yi Xian conjured the Shenong nine-colored flames to open up a gap that allowed the fireball to pass through. Tight following that, as the scarlet fireball charged into the nine-colored fireball, the gap closed up as it entered, in a blink of an eye. In less than a tenth of a second, the gigantic fireball formed by the sub-blood unicorn had vanished. It had entered the nine-colored fireball, and during this process, the nine-colored fireball did not stir at all. It was completely calm. Upon seeing this scene, the 100-plus desolate supremacies and heavenly Tao realm experts gathered in the void, including primeval Heaven's Eye, were dumbfounded. However, they did not think too much about it. From their point of view, as long as the sub-blood unicorn charged into the nine-colored fireball, the outcome would be the same. Once it self-destructed, the nine-colored fireball was bound to produce a shockwave. When that happened, as long as there was a tiny crack, they could charge in. At that moment, more than 10 heavenly Tao realm experts, including primeval Heaven's Eye, were secretly prepared to charge out. Inside the nine-colored fireball, Xianxia was aware of everything happening in the outside world. The instant primeval Heaven's Eye turned to look at the sub-blood unicorn, he was pleasantly surprised. Without any hesitation, he immediately activated the Blood Sea Mystic technique. Splash! In an instant, his figure disappeared, but there was a strange sound of water splashing in the void where he originally stood. Xianxia's entire body collapsed, transforming into a sea of blood that spread out and enveloped a corner of the void. Roar! Roar! Screech! Almost in the next moment, from 3 different directions of this vast sea of blood, there were low roars and fierce howls. In the shocking sea of blood, in the blink of an eye, 3 huge figures rose from the ground in an instant. They were the 3 great demon bodies of the ancient ape demons. Split it was not a body of flesh and blood, but it was a cosmic berserk ape. As for the skeletal body, it did not have any flesh or blood. It was just a purplish-gold skeleton that exuded a boundless aura of ferocity. It was extremely ferocious. Finally, there was the black fog body. Although it was in the form of a berserk ape, its body was a black fog. Even its eyes were only 2 purple beams of light. It appeared extremely strange. Everything happened in a few seconds. At that moment, the 3 Blood Sea avatars condensed. The cultivation auras that emanated from their bodies were all at the 7th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. These were 3 powerful late-stage heavenly Tao realm existences. However, and this was not the end, as the 3 Blood Sea avatars condensed, the skeleton avatar flipped its right hand, and the Xianxia cauldron instantly appeared. The skeleton avatar held one of the cauldron's legs and twisted it. At the same time, the big-headed black club silently appeared in the black fog avatar's hand. As for the berserk ape, it clenched its right fist as its knuckles cracked like thunder. Blinking, in a blink of an eye, the 3 Blood Sea avatars condensed into skeletons. The skeleton avatar flipped its right hand, and the Xianxia cauldron instantly appeared. The skeleton avatar held one of the cauldron's legs and twisted it. At the same time, the big-headed black club silently appeared in the black fog avatar's hand. As for the berserk ape, it clenched its right fist as its knuckles cracked like thunder. After all of this was done, the 3 Blood Sea avatars simultaneously turned to look outside. At that moment, the sub-unicorn's body surged with towering crimson flames. It transformed into a gigantic crimson fireball that was 100,000 feet wide as it charged at the 9-colored fireball. Xianxia instantly calculated the sub-unicorn's charging point. The 3 Blood Sea avatars moved in unison as they waited silently inside the 9-colored fireball in a 3-legged formation. They were waiting for the opportunity to strike. As for the skeleton avatar and the black fog avatar, they had already raised the Xianxia cauldron and the big-headed black club high above their heads. The berserk ape was also prepared. The moment the sub-unicorn charged in, they would instantly unleash a barrage of attacks. Their only goal was to kill in one strike. Whoosh! An incomparably sharp sound broke through the air as a gigantic crimson fireball perfectly penetrated the 9-colored fireball's flame wall without leaving any gaps. In the blink of an eye, it entered the 9-colored fireball's interior. This situation not only surprised primeval Heaven's Eye and the others outside, but even the sub-unicorn, who had transformed into a gigantic crimson fireball, did not expect this. Originally, he had already prepared to self-destruct at the moment of impact, leaving only his heavenly jewels to protect his divine soul. However, the expected impact did not occur. He had clearly rushed to the 9-colored fireball's flame wall, but as if there was nothing there, he directly entered the 9-colored fireball's interior, and in front of him, to his left, and in front of him, 3 figures were waiting for him. Their eyes were glowing as they stared at him. It was obvious that they had been waiting for a long time. Hiss! In the next moment, the sub-unicorn's heart trembled. He let out a terrifying roar and turned around to escape. Originally, he had already prepared to self-destruct, but this action was completely a conditioned reflex. Anyone who suddenly encountered such an accident would probably have such a subconscious reaction. The cultivation auras emanating from the three figures were just too terrifying. All of them were at the late-stage Heavenly Tao realm at the 7th stage. Weren't you going to self-destruct? Why are you escaping again? Do you still think you can escape at this point in time? Since you are here, This Highness shall send you on your way. Upon seeing this scene, the three Blood Sea avatars immediately sneered. A voice transmission was transmitted as they suddenly attacked at the same time. Bam! What happened next was without any suspense. Everything happened too quickly. Bao Yuan threw a punch, and the skeleton doppelganger smashed the Shinnon cauldron to the ground. The Black Mist doppelganger also swung the big-headed black cudgel high above its head. In an instant, an earth-shattering boom rang out. Although the sub-unicorn was at the 3rd stage of the Heavenly Tao realm, he was unable to withstand the terrifying strength of a late-stage Heavenly Tao realm expert at the 7th stage. Of course, if it were a head-on battle, he could at least last a few seconds. After all, none of the Heavenly Tao realm experts were simple. But, now, he had no intention of resisting at all. All he wanted to do was instinctively turn around and flee. Again, in addition, everything happened too suddenly, so he was completely caught off guard. He didn't even have the time to react. He only opened his mouth slightly, and before the earth-shattering roar from his mouth finished, a majestic and shocking power had already rushed into his body. 1. In the blink of an eye, this terrifying force had already wreaked havoc in his body. Under the crimson flames, the sub-unicorn's entire body exploded, turning into a rapidly spreading crimson blood mist that enveloped a corner of the void. In the crimson blood mist, there was a dark red bead the size of a human head. It was the blood-patterned heavenly bead in the sub-unicorn's body, the connate fire essence. Phew, whoosh. Without any hesitation, Bao Yuan waved his hand, and a gust of wind howled. An incomparably majestic power whizzed out, sweeping up the blood mist formed by the explosion of the quasi-blood Kirin's huge body and absorbing it into Bao Yuan's body. At the same time, the heavenly bead the size of a human head shot over. After Bao Yuan played with it a few times, he flipped his hand and put it away. Finally. With that, everything was settled. The number of Heavenly Tao blood essences that Yi Xian had obtained from lightly killing a Heavenly Tao realm expert had already reached 6. Now that the blood Qilin had been killed, the number of Heavenly Tao blood essences in his hands had reached 7. In addition, he had already grasped 4 of the 5 elements medicinal catalysts. 4 heavenly velvet fragments. Heaven's 4 pills. Heaven's 1 eye. Heaven's 1 bead. Most all that was left was the water essence. This could only be slowly searched for because Yi Xian did not know where to find a water-attributed connate ferocious beast above the desolate supremacy realm. However, although he had unexpectedly obtained the heavenly eye and heavenly bead after descending into the demonic wolf-forbidden land, everything was far from over. 9 outside the fireball, in the void hundreds of billions of kilometers away, more than 100 desolate supremacy old monsters and more than 10 powerful Heavenly Tao realm ferocious beasts were standing guard. The powers in their bodies were pushed to their limits, transforming into an invisible suppressive force that enveloped the void. Under the stacking of the suppressive force, the void seemed to be completely sealed. Not only was teleportation impossible, there was no way to use bloodline mystic arts or divine powers to escape. Even the interstellar coordinate jump ability that came with the system title of Yi Xian's Devouring system could not be activated. It was successfully activated. Faced with such a predicament, the only way for Yi Xian to escape was to use his own strength to forcefully carve out a bloody path. In the past, he might not have had this ability, but it was different now. With the 9th transformation of the 9 Devil 8 transformations bloodline divine power, his strongest combat strength had reached the 7th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. This, however, with his late-stage Heavenly Tao realm cultivation level and his 3 Blood Sea avatars, he was confident that he could carve out a bloody path and escape. All of this flashed through Bao Yuan's mind as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He turned and looked into the distance beyond the fireball, outside the nine-colored fireball, in the demonic wolf forbidden land's void. The instant the blood-chillant's 100,000-foot fireball entered the nine-colored fireball, the 100-plus desolate supremacies and more than 10 heavenly Tao realm experts waiting in the void around the nine-colored fireball felt their hearts in their throats. They were waiting for an astounding boom. This earth-shattering explosion represented the self-destruction of the quasi-blood Kirin. He was a powerful existence at the third stage of the heavenly Tao realm. By self-destructing after entering the fireball, the effects were clearly better. It would definitely cause the nine-colored fireball that sealed off the void for hundreds of billions of kilometers to instantly produce astounding waves. When that happened, as long as a tiny gap appeared, more than 10 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beasts, led by primeval Heaven's Eye, would charge in at the same time. Following that, they would join forces to finish off their opponent. Even if they did not die, they would be heavily injured or on the brink of death. Outside the nine-colored fireball, in the demonic wolf forbidden land star domain's void, the 100-plus desolate supremacies and more than 10 heavenly Tao realm experts waiting in the void around the nine-colored fireball had their hearts in their throats at the instant the sub-blood unicorn charged into the nine-colored fireball. They were waiting for an astounding boom. When that happened, a crack would appear in the nine-colored fireball. With the primeval Heaven's Eye as the core, the heavenly Tao realm beasts would charge forward at that instant and instantly charge in to join forces for a strike. However, the expected explosion did not appear. After the sub-blood unicorn charged into the nine-colored fireball, the next thing that came out was an astounding howl. Screech. The howl sounded alarming as it exuded boundless horror and panic. It was clearly the sub-blood unicorn's voice. Everyone's bodies trembled as they realized that something was amiss. However, there was no sound coming from the nine-colored fireball after the violent howl. This outcome left the 100-plus desolate supremacies and more than 10 heavenly Tao realm beasts that were gathered in the distant void flabbergasted. Faced as they looked at each other, they were momentarily at a loss. That was it. Even the primeval Heaven's Eye was the same. Its gigantic vertical eye shimmered with an azure light, but it did not move at all. Nor did it send out a voice transmission. At that moment, everyone was secretly guessing what the sub-blood unicorn had experienced after charging into the nine-colored fireball. Was it still alive? Nine inside the nine-colored fireball, roar. At that moment, the raging ape suddenly raised its head and roared angrily. Yi Xian directly activated the ultimate form of the nine devil ape transformation's bloodline divine power, which was the devil ape true body. As the angry roar sounded, the powers in the three blood sea avatars instantly surged. Their auras were like a raging river roaring as their limbs and bones surged with boundless ferocity. There was also a terrifying lifeblood force that surged out from the three bodies. Suddenly in an instant, the three massive bodies rapidly closed in. In just half a second, their backs fused together. Here at that moment, the three blood sea clones disappeared and turned into the true form of the demonic ape with 3 heads and 6 arms. The body of flesh, bones, and black fog merged into one body. All of a sudden, scorching purple golden light burst out of the eyes of the skeleton, and a mysterious aura spread out like a raging river. In the next instant, the skeleton raised its left arm. The empty palm of its left hand suddenly shone with golden light, and a golden bow in the form of energy appeared in its left hand. The shape of the bow was simple and ferocious. In the middle of the palm was a 2-headed strange beast. In the mouth of the ferocious beast facing up and down, there were 2 human-shaped spirit creatures biting the legs of 2 humanoid creatures. All of them opened their mouths wide in anger, as if they were roaring. A bowstring made of countless fine golden threads was connected to the mouths of these 2 humanoid creatures. It was the most powerful magical ability of the desolate ancient Xianxia, the heaven-falling bow. The left hand of the body of flesh and blood was holding one of the legs of the Shinnon cauldron, like a seal that flipped the sky. The right hand was holding the big-headed black stick that was transformed from the Shinnon medicinal pestle. The black fog body hadn't moved yet, but there was also a cold light flashing in its eyes. Obviously, it had its own means, but it hadn't shown them yet. Next in an instant, Yi Xian's extremely cold voice came from the mouth of the violent ape. Didn't you want to kill me? In that case, today I will, do as you wish. Boom. Rumble, Walala, as soon as the voice of the ape's divine sense faded, the huge fireball formed by the nine-colored sea of flames, which covered an area of billions of miles, suddenly began to shake violently. Holding after the incessant rumbling of thunder, there was a strange sound that resembled a monstrous wave. The huge flame ball collapsed, transforming into a majestic nine-colored flame sea. It was extremely soul-like as it shot towards the fiend celestial-like devil ape with 3 heads and 6 arms. During this process, the nine-colored flame sea that blotted out the sky rapidly changed form. Half a second later, when it arrived in front of the devil ape, it had transformed into a nine-colored ribbon that was 5 billion kilometers long. Swoosh! At that moment, Xianxia, who was protected by the nine-colored flame ball, seemed to be completely exposed to the outside world in the blink of an eye. In the distance, the 100 over desolate venerable old monsters and the dozen or so heavenly Dao realm ferocious beasts that were surrounded by the desolate heavenly Dao's green eyes suddenly saw the nine-colored fireball collapse. Xian's figure appeared, and they were caught off guard. For a moment, they were all stunned. Now they knew that the mysterious young expert was actually the transformation of the cosmic violent ape that had wreaked havoc on the right bank of the Milky Way. Before the nine-colored flame ball collapsed, they had also guessed the form of the existence hidden inside the flame ball. Would it still maintain the appearance of the mysterious expert, or would it simply tear off the disguise and restore the original appearance of the cosmic violent ape? However, they would never have imagined that when the nine-colored fireball collapsed and the existence hidden within it revealed itself, such a scene would unfold in front of them. How was this a cosmic violent ape? It was clearly a 3-headed, 6-armed demonic ape. Back then, Xian had only obtained the bloodline of the ancient ape demons. The primordial era was still after the primordial era, so the bloodline of the ancient ape demons was not too powerful. At least, it was incomparable to the connate beasts in the primordial void. But now, it was different from the past. With Xian's growth, the ancient ape demon's bloodline in his body was also gradually reverting to its ancestral form. Now, it had completed the reverting to its ancient form. The 3-headed, 6-armed ferocious form he now displayed was no longer that of the ancient ape demons, but one of the 3,000 chaos demon gods born in this chaos epoch, the chaos demon ape, although there was still a slight gap, as Xian's cultivation had not truly entered the heavenly Dao realm. He was still only a 6th-ranked desolate venerable, but the gap was not far. Xian, when he activated the strongest form of the ancient ape demon's bloodline and manifested the true form of the 3-headed, 6-armed ancient ape demons, the aura emanating from his body definitely exceeded that of the typical connate ferocious beast. These so-called connate ferocious beasts were only descendants of the chaos demon gods. Now, Xian had almost reverted the ancient ape demon's bloodline to the level of a chaos demon ape. Clearly, it was even more ancient and exuded an extremely dense chaos intent. What was even more terrifying was that the true form of the ancient ape demons was not just unarmed. The skeleton avatar had conjured the primordial Xianxia's most powerful divine ability, the heaven-falling bow. Black the mist avatar had the 9-colored ribbons of the 9-colored sea of flames around it. It could transform into an agile colorful python and charge out at any time. As for the flesh avatar, it had the farmer god cauldron in its left hand and the big-headed black cudgel in its right hand. These were the most primordial treasures of the primordial era in the primordial world. When all of this was put together, it was simply despairing. In the distant void, even the primeval heavens, I was momentarily dumbfounded. It stared blankly at Xian, speechless for a long time. Whoosh! As the 9-colored fireball collapsed, Xian, who was originally protected by the fireball, was completely exposed to the outside world in the blink of an eye. However, he was currently in his strongest form, the true form of the ancient ape demons. With 3 heads and 6 arms, it was extremely ferocious. Black Cudgel the skeleton avatar had conjured the primordial Xianxia's most powerful divine ability, the heaven-falling bow. Black the mist avatar had the 9-colored ribbons of the 9-colored sea of flames around it. It could transform into an agile colorful python and charge out at any time. As for the flesh avatar, it had the farmer god cauldron in its left hand and the big-headed black cudgel in its right hand. When all of this was put together, it was simply despairing. In the distant void, even the primeval heavens, I was momentarily dumbfounded. It stared blankly at Xian, speechless for a long time. At that moment, although Xian's cultivation level was only at the 7th stage of the heavenly Dao realm in his 3-headed, 6-armed form, he was definitely one of the strongest existences at the 7th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. He was not much weaker than a true 8th stage expert. After all, the ancient ape demon's three-headed, six-armed form was clearly a combination of three powerful 7th stage heavenly Tao existences. Furthermore, as the three of them were one, their backs fused together. This combination was even more compact and seamless. It was definitely not as simple as facing three ordinary 7th stage heavenly Tao existences at the same time. Therefore, even though there were so many experts present, there wasn't a single person who had the strength to fight the current Yixian. Other than the primordial heavenly Tao Green Eyes, who was in existence at the 8th level of the heavenly Tao, there was no one else. In fact, even the heavenly Tao's I might not dare to casually charge forward and fight Yixian head-on. For example, the present Yixian was a powerful existence at the 7th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. He was not much weaker than the primeval Heaven's Eye. If the primeval Heaven's Eye were to charge forward, be it its physical body or its black fog avatar, it would be able to resist him head-on. First, once the battle began, as long as the primeval Heaven's Eye was careless, the skeleton avatar wielding the heaven-falling bow would attack and kill it with one arrow. At such a close distance, with the skeleton avatar waiting for an opportunity to strike, it was nearly impossible for him to avoid it. He would definitely end up heavily injured even if he didn't die. In other words, even if the primeval Heaven's Eye were to charge forward, it would be impossible for him to fully immerse himself in the battle. Be it a head-on battle with the black fog avatar or the physical body, he would have to divert his attention to pay attention to the skeleton avatar. For example, as such, although he had a cultivation level at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, he was unable to fully immerse himself in the battle. The combat strength he displayed was about the same as a 7th stage heavenly Tao. This, under such circumstances, a head-on battle between the heavenly Tao's eye and the black fog avatar or the physical body would be meaningless. They would only be evenly matched and would not be able to achieve anything. All they could do was restrain Yixian. Furthermore, it was only to restrain the black fog avatar or the physical body. All of this happened like a flash of lightning as it flashed through the heavenly Tao's eye's mind. Instantly, an azure beam flashed in its gigantic vertical eye. Although it wished to immediately charge forward and suppress Yixian, it knew that it was meaningless. Therefore, the primeval Heaven's Eye could only temporarily suppress its urge to attack. It remained standing 500 million kilometers away and did not immediately launch an attack. Roar. Didn't all of you want to fight? Then let's fight. At that moment, the three Blood Sea avatars raised their heads and roared angrily. An astounding roar resounded as the void trembled. The 100+ desolate supremacies and more than 10 heavenly Tao realm beasts that were standing around a distance of 50 billion kilometers were dumbfounded. It was too powerful and valiant. Even the strongest one present, the primeval Heaven's Eye who had reached the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, did not dare step forward. What could they do, however, if they were to disperse and allow the demonic ape to leave so easily? They would feel extremely indignant. Furthermore, they would feel their cheeks burn. It was too embarrassing. More than 100 desolate supremacies and more than 10 heavenly Tao realm beasts were besieging a single person. Yet, no one dared to take action, allowing the other party to leave in an extremely arrogant manner. If news of this matter were to spread, all the masters present today would lose face, and this demonic ape's ferocious reputation would be even more shocking. In the future, it would simply be an existence that would run amok on both sides of the Milky Way. Boom! Rumble. Just as the roar faded, the three-headed, six-armed Yixian, who was 5 million kilometers in size and had a ferocious appearance like a supreme fiend celestial, instantly moved. This void was now sealed by the invisible pressure of more than 100 desolate supremacies and more than 10 heavenly Tao realm beasts. It was impossible to teleport. However, he was a powerful existence at the 7th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. His speed was too fast as his massive body instantly shot forward like a meteor. In a blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of a 7th stage desolate supremacy. Screech. Feng was completely caught off guard. On the one hand, he never expected the demonic ape to be so ferocious and valiant. He actually took the initiative to attack despite fighting more than 100 people. On the other hand, he never expected to be so unlucky. More than 100 figures had besieged the demonic ape, but the first target he chose was him. With a drastic change in expression, the 7th stage desolate supremacy immediately let out a ruthless roar. Without any hesitation, he turned tail and ran. But, unfortunately, it was still too late. Pung, there was no suspense in the next scene, everything happened too quickly. As the figure approached, the body of flesh and blood attacked, swinging the big-headed black cudgel high above his head. In the blink of an eye, an earth-shattering rumble resounded. The beast was only a 7th-stage desolate supremacy. Against the terrifying power of a 7th-stage late-stage heavenly Dao realm, he was an entire realm away. There was no way he could withstand it. If he said that he no longer had any fighting spirit, he would turn tail and flee. Even in a head-on battle, he would not be able to last more than one round. Caught off guard, the 7th-stage desolate supremacy did not even have the time to react. All it did was open its mouth slightly. Before the heaven-shattering roar was over, a majestic power rushed into its body. In a blink of an eye, the terrifying power had already wreaked havoc in its body. With a bang, the 7th-stage desolate supremacy's body exploded, turning into a scarlet blood mist that rapidly spread out, enveloping a corner of the void. Phew, phew. Without any hesitation, the body of black fog waved its hand. A gust of wind whistled, and an incomparably majestic power whizzed out, sweeping up the blood mist that was formed from the explosion of the huge body and sucking it into the body. Everything seemed to take a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in a few seconds. In less than 2 breaths, a 7th-stage desolate supremacy astral beast was gone. Such a powerful existence was killed in an instant. This was clearly the rhythm of one cudgel strike after another. It left the surrounding experts dumbfounded. For a moment, all of them fell into a daze. Come on, why are you all dumbfounded? Didn't you want to kill this lord? Now that you are being killed, you don't even dare to resist? Roar. At this moment, the demonic ape's arrogant provocation sounded again. After a roar, it immediately charged to the right. Come on, why are all of you in a daze? Didn't you want to kill me? Now that you are being killed, you don't even dare to resist? Roar. As it attacked, it easily killed a Class 7 ferocious beast with a single strike. The demonic ape's arrogant provocation sounded once again. With a furious roar, it instantly charged to the right. Upon seeing this scene, the surrounding 100+ desolate supremacies and more than 10 heavenly Dao realm ferocious beasts trembled. Their expressions turned gloomy as voice transmissions sounded instantly. What do we do? This devil ape is using its divine might to kill without restraint. How can we endure this? More than 100 desolate supremacies and more than 10 heavenly Dao realm ferocious beasts besieged one person, but no one dared to take action. If he were to be allowed to leave so arrogantly, once this matter spreads, all the experts present today will lose face. And this demonic ape's ferocious reputation will be even more astounding. In the future, he will be able to roam the 2 sides of the Milky Way without fear. He will be an existence feared by all. This is absolutely unacceptable. Regardless, fellow Taoists, do not retreat. Fight in a roundabout manner and wait for an opportunity to strike. Roar. I can't accept it. It's just too aggrieving. As these angry roars and exclamations sounded, the 100+ experts gathered in the distant void subconsciously looked at the primeval heaven's eye. They had no way of resisting the ferocious demonic ape head-on. The only way was to let the primeval heaven's eye charge forward. However, the latter clearly did not have such intentions. That would be disadvantageous to him and would not be of much use. Furthermore, even if the devil ape rushed out, its skeleton body, which was holding the heaven-falling bow, was still facing him. Its pair of purplish gold eyes stared intently at him and locked onto his aura, causing the primordial heavenly Tao's green eyes to not dare to act rashly. When this scene landed in the eyes of the various experts, they were immediately displeased. This heavenly Tao green eye from the primeval desolate forbidden land was too unkind. He had previously promised to use the 9-colored divine flames to reconstruct the sub-blood unicorn's true body. But now that the sub-blood unicorn had completely fallen, this guy had managed to kill a powerful level 3 heavenly Tao being with just a few words, yet he acted as if nothing had happened. He clearly had the strength to face the demonic ape head-on, yet he had been biding his time all this while. He was simply shameless to the point that it made one want to vomit blood. However, the battle was still ongoing, and they were still hoping that the primeval heavens I would be able to suppress the devilish ape. Furthermore, their cultivation bases were inferior to the devilish apes, so they didn't dare to voice their displeasure. Boom. Rumble. At that moment, the demonic ape that was charging to the right had already locked onto its second target. This time, it was a member of the heavenly Tao realm beasts. In fact, although there were more than 100 desolate supremacies gathered around them, they posed no threat to Yixian. Yixian's goal was to kill the dozen or so heavenly Tao realm experts. Even if he only killed half of them, it was enough to remove the seal on the void. This was necessary. If the seal on the void was not removed, Yixian would not be able to teleport or use the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the devouring system in his body to escape. If that were to happen, he could only traverse the void, but the dozen or so heavenly Tao realm experts would be tailing him like a tail. This was definitely not a solution to the problem. Therefore, his only choice was to kill more than half of the dozen or so heavenly Tao realm beasts. That would be enough to remove the seal on the void caused by the layers of invisible pressure. However, his goal couldn't be too obvious, or he would force the dozen or so heavenly Tao realm beasts to grit their teeth and attack at the same time. Although Yixian wasn't afraid, he would be caught off guard and end up in a fluster. Therefore, he would only charge at one desolate supremacy each time. Then, after killing it, he would charge at a nearby heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast. In this manner, he would unknowingly devour more than 10 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beasts. Suitable although the first target he chose was a 7th-order desolate supremacy, it was in fact just a transition. Yixian's true target was the 2nd-order heavenly Tao realm beast that was not far from the 7th-order desolate supremacy. At this moment, as his figure approached, the powerful ferocious beast at the 2nd level of the heavenly Tao realm instantly frowned. It didn't hesitate or turn around. Almost at the instant Yixian was about to approach, it had already started to retreat. It was clearly trying to maintain a safe distance from Yixian, but this goal was impossible for Yixian to achieve. Since it had targeted him, how was it to carry out the rest if it couldn't even kill the first heavenly Tao realm beast? With these thoughts flashing through its mind, the eyes of the physical body flashed as it immediately attacked. Phew! An extremely sharp sound tore through the air as the 9 colored ribbons that coiled around the black fog avatar charged out. It was like a 9-colored python chasing after a soul. In a blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Yixian. This, the powerful 2nd stage heavenly Tao realm beast was caught off guard as its expression changed drastically. Just as it was about to flee, it suddenly realized that the 9 colored ribbons were already behind it. They spread out and instantly sealed off both sides of its path of retreat. And at that moment, the 3-headed, 6-armed demonic ape charged straight at it. It was already in front of it, so it had no choice but to face it head-on. Roar! In an instant, a moment of carelessness landed him in danger. And in the distant void, the primordial heavenly Tao Azure-eyed, who had reached the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, had no intention of saving him. This scene infuriated the Class 2 beast as it raised its head and let out a shocking roar. Almost at the same time, the demonic ape had already arrived in front of it. Its physical body spread out its arms, and Xianxia Cauldron's big-headed black pole was raised high. The black fog avatar also conjured the 9 colored ribbons to sweep out from the left and right. Bang! When faced with such a level of attack, there was clearly no suspense about what would happen next. Soon, as the fleshly body and the black fog avatar attacked, an astounding boom sounded. Although the beast was at the 2nd stage of the heavenly Tao realm, it was facing 2 late-stage heavenly Tao realm experts at the 7th stage. Again, coupled with the terrifying might of Xianxia Cauldron, the big-headed black pole, and the 9-colored sea of flames, it was impossible for it to resist. Caught off guard, before the 2nd-order beast could finish its shocking roar, a majestic force had already surged into its body. In an instant, several terrifying forces wreaked havoc in its body. With a loud bang, the 2nd-order beast's entire body exploded, transforming into a rapidly spreading crimson blood mist that enveloped a corner of the void. Phew! Phew! In the blink of an eye, the body of black fog waved its hand again, and a gust of wind whistled through the air. An incomparably majestic force whizzed through the air, and the blood mist that was formed from the explosion of the body was swept over. It was too fast. In just 3 seconds, another powerful existence had perished. This time, it wasn't even Elder Freak Huangzun, but a heavenly Tao realm expert. The demonic ape was so ferocious and ruthless that it instantly caused the surrounding void to fall into a dead silence. In just 3 seconds, another powerful existence had perished. This time, it wasn't even Elder Freak Huangzun, but a heavenly Tao realm expert. The demonic ape was so ferocious and ruthless that it instantly caused the surrounding void to fall into a dead silence. It was too fast. Less than 10 seconds had passed since the demonic ape attacked. In that time, 2 powerful existences had perished. Ignoring the galactic beasts gathered in the surrounding void, even Xian felt a sense of satisfaction at that moment. This was because to him, this wasn't a simple slaughter. Just a few moments ago, he had gained quite a bit. Desolation. As for the supremacy blood essence, he originally only had 1 left, but now, he had 2 more. While, heavenly Tao blood essence, he previously had 7, but now, he had 8. If he were to continue killing, the heavenly Tao blood essence he had would soon exceed 10. As for the desolation supremacy blood essence, he had already expended all of it. If nothing unexpected happened, he could quickly accumulate dozens of them. Although the 5 elements medicinal catalyst was too precious, and he still had 35 level 30 heavenly Tao treasure pills that he had just refined, there was no need for him to refine a second cauldron of them. However, the effects of consuming these desolation supremacy blood essence as cultivation resources were rather astonishing. It was definitely worth it. From the looks of it, the final outcome of being surrounded might be a blessing in disguise. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the killing intent in Xian's heart was aroused. Previously, he was still thinking of ways to break through the invisible sealing force of the void and then use teleportation or the interstellar coordinate jump ability to escape. But now, Xian was more inclined to stay behind and fight the battle. He wanted to harvest as many desolation supremacy blood essence and heavenly Tao blood essence as possible. Roar. Roar. This time, he couldn't even be bothered to transmit his voice with his spiritual perception. The 3 Blood Sea avatars raised their heads and roared angrily. Following that, their bodies flashed as they transformed into beams of light that charged forward. Screech. Screech. In this direction, a powerful heavenly Tao realm beast and 8 desolation supremacies instantly turned vigilant. They had already learned their lesson from the 2 previous mistakes. If they were not vigilant now, they would be courting death. Almost at the instant the fiend ape shot in this direction, the expressions of the dozen or so astral beasts changed drastically. As they raised their heads and roared, the strength in their bodies was instantly pushed to the limits. They did not flee in one direction, but instead scattered in all directions. There would eventually be one unlucky one. As they had just killed a powerful heavenly Tao realm existence, if they were to continue attacking heavenly Tao realm existences, they would probably be alerted. Test with this in mind, Xian locked onto a desolation supremacy. Its cultivation level was not too high, only at the 4th stage of the desolation supremacy realm. Today, he was already at the 7th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Compared to a 4th stage desolation supremacy, he was more than an entire realm weaker. They were existences on completely different levels. Whoosh, rumble, a sharp sound tore through the air as the fiend ape's figure flashed through the void. Its speed was so fast that it caused the void to rumble with thunder. In less than 2 seconds, it had already caught up. It was hundreds of millions of kilometers behind the 4th stage desolation supremacy. Now with some hesitation, the body of flesh and blood instantly attacked. The big-headed black club was raised high above its head and smashed out. Bang! In the blink of an eye, a majestic force surged into the other party's body. In an instant, it wreaked havoc. With a bang, the ferocious beast's entire body exploded, turning into a scarlet blood mist that rapidly spread, enveloping a corner of the void. Following that, the black fog body waved its hand, and an invisibly majestic force surged out. It swept up the majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of the gigantic body and absorbed it into its body. This was not the end, because more than 2 billion kilometers to the right, there was another desolation supremacy. This distance was also within the fiend ape's attack range. Screech, bang. Almost at the same instant the body of flesh and blood raised the big-headed black club in its right hand and smashed it down. The black fog avatar had already made its move. Separated by about 2 billion kilometers, a cold light flashed in its eyes as it punched out with all its might. Feeling an unprecedented shadow of death shrouding its divine soul, the fleeing desolate sovereign old monster was so scared that its body trembled violently, and it subconsciously let out an earth-shattering roar. However, it was already too late. An earth-shattering explosion instantly resounded. His huge body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Similarly, he didn't manage to escape the Black Fog's attack. He was swept over and absorbed into the Black Fog's body. In the blink of an eye, another 2 Desolation Supremacies were killed. As a result, the number of Desolation Supremacy blood essences in Xianxia's hands increased to 4. When all of this landed in the eyes of the surrounding Desolation Supremacies and the dozen or so Heavenly Dao Realm experts, it had already sent chills down their spines. How were they to fight? If they continued to stay here, could it be that they would be killed one by this incomparably powerful and incomparably ferocious devil ape? Such a scene was just too embarrassing. It was 1 against more than 100, yet it was still slaughtering its way through. It was as though no one was there. It left them ashamed. How could they endure this? As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the Heavenly Dao Realm existences that were surrounded by the beasts instantly spoke out. Deep and resentful spiritual voice resounded. As for the 100+ Desolation Supremacies, they did not have the right to speak under such circumstances. Fellow Taoists, we can't continue like this. If not, the final outcome will clearly be us being defeated by him one by one. That's right. In a short period of time, 4 fellow Taoists have perished. One of them is even a powerful Heavenly Dao Realm existence. We can't drag this on any longer, fellow Taoist Azure Eye, among the dozen or so Heavenly Dao Realm experts present, only you can hold him back. If today's matter is to continue, this mission can only be left to you. It was clearly the rhythm of forcing Primeval Heaven's Eye to abdicate. Instantly, all eyes were directed at Primeval Heaven's Eye. Upon seeing this scene, a cold glint flashed in Xian's eyes as his expression instantly turned gloomy. And if nothing unexpected happened, ignoring the 100+ Desolation Supremacies, at the very least, the dozen or so powerful Heavenly Dao Realm beasts would definitely join forces. In that case, there was nothing to worry about. Before they reached an agreement, he would kill as many as he could. Phew, boom. Rumble. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, the fiend ape no longer hesitated. He pushed the strength in his body to its limits and instantly attacked. In the blink of an eye, he arrived beside a 3rd-stage Heavenly Dao. Without any hesitation, the big-headed black club and Xianxia cauldron smashed out. Apart from that, the Black Fog avatar also threw out a punch, and the 9-colored ribbon that was originally wrapped around its huge body also shot out like a spirit snake. In a flash, it sealed off the escape routes behind and to the left and right of this 3rd-stage Heavenly Wielder. Rumble. Faced with more than 10 Heavenly Dao Realm experts about to join forces, Xian no longer hesitated. He decided to attack without any scruples. He would kill as many as he could. Blinking, in the blink of an eye, he had already reached the side of a rank 3 Heavenly Dao and attacked with all his might. In the next moment, a sharp sound of breaking through the air rang out, causing the space to rumble with thunder. In less than 2 breaths of time, he had already caught up, and was about 100 million kilometers away from Zhibiao. The next moment, the body of flesh and blood attacked. The Xianxia cauldron and the big-headed black club were raised high above their heads and blasted out, bang. A majestic force surged into the other party's body, wreaking havoc in an instant. With a bang, the beast's entire body exploded, transforming into a rapidly spreading scarlet blood mist that enveloped a corner of the void. Following that, the Black Fog avatar waved its hand as a majestic force whizzed out. It swept up the blood mist from the massive body and absorbed it into its body. It was too fast. The 3rd-stage Heavenly Dao had never expected Xian to attack at that moment. By the time it realized that something was amiss, it was already too late. Its escape routes had already been sealed off. And with its strength alone, there was no way it could withstand the full-powered strike of 2 late-stage 7th-stage Heavenly Dao Realm experts. Furthermore, there was the augmentation of the Xianxia cauldron and the big-headed black club. Instantly, Xian obtained another Heavenly Dao blood essence. He now had 9 in his possession and was about to break through 10. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, a cold glint flashed in the eyes of the 3 Blood Sea avatars. They turned to look at the other Heavenly Dao Realm expert on the left, Screech. Qing Yan, aren't you going to say anything? If that's the case, we will disperse. We don't wish to stay here and ask a tiger for its skin. Sensing Yi Xian's aura lock onto him, coupled with the fact that he'd personally witnessed the other Tier 3 Heavenly Dao being instantly killed, the Tier 4 Heavenly Dao was so scared that he raised his head and let out a violent howl. With a flash of his body, he directly dodged in another direction. At that moment, more than 10 Heavenly Dao realm experts in the surroundings turned vigilant. As they retreated, they tried their best to open up a distance from Xianxia. At the same time, they glared at the primeval heaven's eye with a penetrating gaze. In a short period of time, they had already lost 3 desolate supremacies and 2 powerful Heavenly Dao realm existences. If the primeval heaven's eye did not say anything or take action, the dozen-plus Heavenly Dao realm experts and nearly 100 desolate supremacies would likely disperse. Counter it was precisely because there was nothing they could do even if they stayed. If they did not leave, were they really going to stay here and be killed by the demonic ape one by one? So what if we restrain it from the front? Don't tell me you can still take the opportunity to heavily injure it? Right at this moment, the extremely low voice of the primeval heavens Dao Qing Yan resounded with his divine sense, and it revealed a wisp of disdain. There are still 12 of you. Even if you attack at the same time, at least 2 of you will need to detonate yourselves in order to instantly heavily injure him. If 2 of you agree to this matter, I'll take action with all of you. From the front, we will restrain it. Upon saying that, the primeval heavens I changed the topic. After a slight pause, it continued, of course, the 2 fellow Taoists who self-destruct will each get 10% of the spoils. In addition, I'll help him reconstruct his true body with the 9-colored divine flames. Silence. There was a deathly silence. Such a suggestion was indeed the most effective. 10% of the spoils and the reconstruction of his true body with the 9-colored divine flames was extremely tempting. However, the 12 Heavenly Dao realm experts were still somewhat hesitant. After all, there was a precedent. That was how the sub-blood unicorn was tricked. Roar. I'm going for broke. This time, I won't be charging into the fireball alone. All the Heavenly Dao realm experts will attack at the same time. I'm willing to self-destruct. Count me in. This time, we have to heavily injure this demonic ape. After a brief moment of hesitation, 2 of the 12 Heavenly Dao realm experts finally made up their minds. They gritted their teeth and sent out a voice transmission. If that's the case, everyone, prepare yourselves. Screech. With the promise made, the primeval heavens I no longer hesitated. As the voice transmission sounded, a green beam flashed in its gigantic vertical eye. Its body that resembled a star instantly transformed into a beam of light that shot towards Xianxia. Same as at this moment, there were 12 figures among the hundreds of figures that were waiting around in the void. They were none other than the 12 Heavenly Dao realm experts present. At that moment, they had gathered from every direction. Leading them were the 2 who had spoken at the last moment. The moment they approached Xianxia, they would immediately self-destruct. Using the terrifying force of a Heavenly Dao realm expert's self-destruction, they would heavily injure Xianxia, who was being held back by the primeval heaven's eye. It had to be said that their wishful thinking was indeed not bad. If everything that had been discussed could really be carried out smoothly, Xianxia would definitely be heavily injured. And once he was heavily injured, Xianxia might very well perish here while facing the primeval heaven's eye, who was at the 8th stage of the Heavenly Dao realm. Unfortunately, although their plan was beautiful, it was clearly impossible for Xianxia to turn it into reality. At that moment, the purplish gold beam in the skeleton avatar's eyes suddenly flared up. The skyfall bow in his hand also emitted a blazing golden beam. It was clearly a sign that the supreme bloodline divine power, Skyfall Bow, had been activated and was about to shoot out. Screech. At that moment, the primeval heaven's eyelids twitched violently. Almost subconsciously, it let out an indignant screech. The Heavenly Dao azure eye that was shooting over like a meteor instantly came to a halt midway. But in fact, the skeleton avatar's arrow wasn't aimed at him. This time, the skeleton avatar was aiming at a Heavenly Dao realm expert that was approaching from another direction. The 12 Heavenly Dao realm existences stood in the void. Some were near and some were far, but with the Heavenly Dao's azurite eyes charging out from the front and about to restrain the demonic ape, they moved together. Although the 12 figures that came from different directions had yet to gather, there were already 6 people who had arrived in the same direction. Among them were the 2 old fogies who were charging right in front, responsible for self-destructing their bodies. The skeleton avatar's arrow was aimed in this direction. Phew, bang. Bang. Bang, at that moment, an extremely deep buzzing sound sounded. Following that was a sharp, ear-piercing sound that tore through the air. The skeleton avatar released the bowstring in its right hand, and the skyfall bow in its left hand instantly emitted a golden beam. A golden arrow shot out like an exploding star. The light was so intense that even the primeval heaven's eye subconsciously narrowed its eyes. In the time it took to narrow its eyes, a series of explosions sounded. The golden arrow shot out at an extremely fast speed, and in a blink of an eye, the 6 heavenly Dao realm beasts exploded. Blood splattered everywhere as it filled the void. It was just a single strike, but its might was so terrifying that it defied the heavens. It was clearly killing 6 birds with one stone. It left the 100+ desolate supremacies that were gathered in the distance dumbfounded. Their bodies trembled violently. Phew. Bang. 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 With a deep humming sound, a golden arrow shot out like an exploding star. The light was so intense that even primeval heaven's eye subconsciously squinted its eyes. Bang, explosions sounded one after another as the golden arrow moved at extreme speeds. In a blink of an eye, the 6 heavenly Dao realm beasts exploded as a bloody mist blasted out and filled the void. At that moment, the entire void fell into a dead silence. The 100+ desolate supremacies that were gathered in the distance were dumbfounded as their bodies trembled violently. It was just one strike, but its might was so terrifying that it was heaven-defying. It was clearly killing 6 birds with one stone. Furthermore, the beasts it killed were all heavenly Dao realm experts. Whoosh! 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 Their bodies trembled violently as they were enveloped by immense fear. Instantly, dozens of desolate supremacies that were gathered in the void turned around and shot into the distance. They gave up. The demonic ape was too terrifying. Previously, more than 10 desolate supremacies were gathered, but they were still helpless against it. Now, 6 of them had perished in a blink of an eye. What hope was there? At the same time, the black fog body waved its hand as a boundless power surged out. It swept up the blood mist that resulted from the 6 heavenly Dao realm beasts' massive bodies and absorbed it into its body. First, before this, the number of heavenly Dao blood essences in his hands had already reached a total of 9. Now, the heavenly Bao had once again killed 6 of them. As the 6 boundless blood mists entered his body, the number of heavenly Dao blood essences in Xianxia's hands had also reached 15. That was enough. Such a harvest was astounding. Even Xian was satisfied. At that moment, he finally had the thought of escaping. Dang, however, even if he wanted to escape, it was impossible. There were more than 100 desolate supremacies and more than 10 heavenly Dao realm experts gathered in the void. The power within was pushed to the limit. The powerful invisible pressure stacked on top of each other, causing the void to be completely sealed. It was impossible to teleport at all. But now, it's different. Xian has already killed 8 heavenly Dao realm beasts. Furthermore, there are more than 100 desolate supremacies gathered in the distance. At that moment, nearly a third of them have turned around and left. The sealing force in the void has instantly dissipated. Screech. Xian, you've already fired your fallen sky bow, so you won't be able to use it again anytime soon. Now, what are you going to use to threaten me? Rumble. Ignoring the desolate Zunald monsters who were fleeing in the distance, at this moment, the green light in the primeval heaven's eye shone brightly, and at the same time the voice of the divine sense was transmitted. The huge figure was like a meteor, rumbling towards Xian. The only thing he was afraid of was the skyfall bow in the hands of the skeleton avatar. But now that the arrow had been shot, the skeleton avatar's strength had been drained. It was already in a weakened state. Although the physical body and the black fog body's combat strength remained, they were only at the 7th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. The primeval heaven's eye was at the 8th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. Just him alone was enough to suppress Xian. Furthermore, with the other 6 heavenly Dao realm experts charging forward, he suddenly had the confidence to win this battle. Screech. Roar. Roar. In fact, the other 6 heavenly Dao realm experts were the same. All of them raised their heads and roared in excitement. The demonic ape was too powerful. To keep it behind, they had to pay a terrible price. But now, the terrible price had been paid. the death of 8 heavenly Dao realm experts was enough. What awaited them next was the final harvest. Furthermore, there were fewer people to share in the spoils of war. How can they not be excited? Retards. Seeing the bunch of fellows so excited, the physical body's eyes flashed as though he was muttering to himself. Following that, he activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the Devouring system in his body. Phew, a faint whistling sound rang out as a ray of light flashed past. The gigantic body of the demonic ape instantly disappeared from where it was. There was not a single trace of it left behind. Positive the 6 heavenly Dao realm beasts that shot over were dumbfounded. The primordial heavenly Dao azurite immediately extended its powerful perception into the surrounding void as it did a thorough search. Unfortunately, there was naturally no result. The next instant, the heavenly Dao's eye let out a thunderous roar filled with indignation. Screech. It's the same again. How did he do it? Screech, screech, phew. With a weak sonic boom, Xianxia's figure appeared near the abandoned planet not far from the source nest planet. Here, he had imprinted an interstellar coordinate jump point. Here at this time, he had already dispelled his 3-headed, 6-armed demonic ape form and returned to his human form. Due to him using the heaven-falling bow at full strength, he was somewhat dispirited. However, due to the continuous battles, he had already digested the gains from his previous breakthrough, fusing them into his soul and body. The opportunity for another breakthrough had arrived. With a flash, Xianxia's figure transformed into a beam of light that charged into the interior of the planet. Following that, he waved his hand and conjured the farmer god cauldron. He took a step into the cauldron's mouth that was enshrouded in 9-colored fog. Whoosh. Whoosh. After sitting down cross-legged, he waved his hand. Instantly, a large number of weak sonic booms sounded. Beams of light shot out from his body and floated in front of him. They were the cultivation resources he took out from the undying world in his body for his breakthrough. There was the all-evil origin liquid, 9-colored divine herbs, and so on. It was a dazzling array. Soon, after calming his emotions, he took a deep breath and powered the farmer god cauldron's domain, compressing all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist. Like a cow chewing on a peony, he swallowed everything into his stomach and rapidly dissolved them. Whoosh. Rumble. There was no suspense at all. The resources he swallowed instantly dissolved in his body. Following that, the sound of chains rattling could be heard from Xianxia's body. A majestic energy river formed, accompanied by the sound of thunder, covering the sky and covering the earth. This was the most critical moment. He didn't dare to be distracted. With great concentration, he immediately began to circulate the energy continuously until it was completely refined. After touching it for a month, when the great river of energy disappeared from Xianxia's meridians and completely merged with his soul and body, an incomparably thick shackle chain appeared within his body. As long as he tore it apart, this closed-door cultivation would immediately end, and his cultivation would smoothly break through again. Now. Read. As he moved, Xian instantly made his move. He'd only accumulated enough strength to launch a single attack, but the shackles had already been broken. In the next instant, the anticipated system notification rang out in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm, 7th level supreme of the ancients. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body. Current realm, 7th level supreme of the ancients. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, and a touch of joy flashed in his eyes. 7th level Desolate Master. He finally stepped into the late Desolate Master, on the left bank of the river, in the dark void in the right area of the middle section. At this time, there were 3 figures moving quickly in the darkness, 1 in front and 2 behind. These 3 figures all looked like survivors, but the aura of 2 of them could vaguely capture a trace of the powerful aura unique to the ferocious star beasts. The 3 figures split into 2 groups, 2 in front and 1 behind. They were separated by a distance of about 100 billion miles. The 2 figures in front were both first-level Desolate Masters, and they didn't seem to sense that there was a tail following them from 100 billion miles away. While the lone figure behind also had the cultivation strength of a first-level Desolate Master, but he restrained his aura as if it was nothing. He didn't even extend his divine sense. The reason why he was able to accurately follow behind the two rank 1 desolate supremacies from a distance of 100 billion miles was clearly unrelated to his divine sense and cultivation level. It should be due to the power of some kind of bloodline secret technique. The three figures, 2 in front and 1 behind, were moving in the direction of the front, which had just appeared in the middle section of the left bank of the Milky Way not long ago. The chaos forbidden land, if Xian was here at this moment, he would be shocked to see these three figures. Because, he was familiar with these three figures, and had even been looking for them all these years, but he still couldn't find their whereabouts. The two figures in front were the original bodies of Shui Ben and Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher. At the beginning, the guest from the mother planet, Xingbo, had a total of 5 followers and clan juniors. Among them, 3 were human juniors, and 2 were ferocious beasts. The 2 ferocious beasts were Weeping Soul Blood Ape and Desolate Ancient Fierce Mosquito. Among the 5 followers, 3 of them left their bloodlines in the 3 main dimensions of the universe, and then left with Xingbo to the primordial void. The Desolate Ancient Fierce Mosquito was the father of the Mad Mosquito Emperor's original body. The Mosquito Emperor's original body had already entered a source nest star, and when the next primordial era began, it would become a powerful chaos demon god like Yi Xian's strongest doppelganger. The father of his original body, the Desolate Ancient Fierce Mosquito, had taken over his own grandson, Prince Shui Ben. At that time, Yi Xian could do nothing and could only watch as he was taken over and left. As for the other 2 followers, one of them left behind Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher's original body. Of course, Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher's original body was a loner, and so was Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, who had no descendants. However, when Xingbo entered the Milky Way star field, Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher's original body was taken over by his father in the end. He left with Shui Ben, and his whereabouts were unknown. As for Xingbo's follower who left behind the Demon Man bloodline, he and the other person had died in the ferocious mosquito forbidden land in the primordial void. All these years, Yi Xian had been searching for the possessed Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher. Although they had been possessed, the headless corpse had protected the souls of the Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher, so this kind of possession was not complete. Therefore, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's souls had not been devoured. Instead, they were sleeping in the deepest part of their consciousness under the protection of the headless infant corpse's blood-red light. As long as Yi Xian found them, with his current strength at the late stage of the heavenly Dao realm, once he made a move, he would definitely be able to force out the invading souls of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher, allowing their own souls to awaken and recover. Unfortunately, he had not found the whereabouts of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original bodies. After leaving the ferocious mosquito forbidden land, these 2 guys had found a place to cultivate in seclusion. Although they had not devoured the souls that were sleeping in the depths of their consciousness, they had already merged with the possessed bodies, so their cultivation had reached first-level Desolate Master. And the direction they were heading now was the Chaos Forbidden Land. They must have rushed there because they had heard the news of the Chaos Forbidden Land's appearance. Xingbo and Primeval Heaven's Eye were on the same side, and they were Xingbo's followers, so they naturally belonged to the same family as the Heavenly Dao's Eye, and the person behind them was Shi. This guy was really lucky. Not only did he not die after experiencing all kinds of hardships, but he also underwent a bloodline transformation at the bottom of the central volcano in the Farmer God Cauldron space. He achieved the Lightning Poison Tribulation body, which could devour all kinds of energy, and had the Lightning and Poison Tribulation bloodlines. Because of this, his cultivation speed was much faster than the 8 great guardian deities who were also in the cauldron space at that time. And when he broke through to the immortal realm, it seemed that the level 20 pill was useless. This was clearly because of the Lightning Poison Tribulation body, which was comparable to Yi Xian's treasured Devouring body. Without the bottleneck of a big realm, the accumulation of energy was enough, and the breakthrough was natural, just like water flowing through a channel. Dang, at this time, Shi had consumed a large amount of Yi Xian's top-grade cultivation resources, and he obviously disliked the restrictions in the Farmer God Cauldron space. This was because although there were spirit beasts and various spirit herbs growing in the cauldron space, those were resources that belonged to Yi Xian, so he did not dare to take them without asking. As a result, once the cultivation resources on hand were used up, his cultivation strength would naturally stagnate, but it was different in the outside world. Although his lightning poison tribulation body was inferior to Xianxia's treasured devouring body, they were basically the same, which was pure plunder and devouring. In this situation, because there were all kinds of resources in the void outside, even the heat of the stars could be freely absorbed by his body. Once he entered the wider space outside, the speed at which Shi Wanjin's cultivation increased would definitely increase even faster because of this. Because he had been refined by Xianxia's mutated slave imprint at the level of his spirit, this process could not be reversed. Therefore, even if Shi Wanjin was allowed to freely grow outside, even if there came a day when his cultivation strength far surpassed Xian's own, something like betrayal would definitely not happen. Even if it happened, even if Xian's cultivation was not as strong as Shi Wanjin's, he could still decide Shi Wanjin's life and death with a single thought. Because of all this, when Shi Wanjin proposed to Xian to leave and train alone in the outside world, although Xian hesitated for a moment, he finally agreed in the end. Since then, he had been paying attention to the news of Shi Wanjin's treasured devouring body, but he had not obtained any information, counting the time, whether it was Xian's treasured devouring body or Shi Wanjin leaving him alone to train. It had been many years. The treasured devouring body still had not appeared, and its location was unknown. But Shi Wanjin's cultivation had clearly improved over the years, and he had even stepped into first-rank desolate supremacy. If Xian saw this, he would definitely be extremely gratified. Only it was unknown when he had encountered the possessed Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher. He had concealed his aura, and with the power of some kind of bloodline secret technique, he had been secretly following the two from hundreds of billions of miles away. Phew. Phew, a faint sonic boom could be heard. In the dark void, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's true body moved side by side. Their speed was very fast as their figures streaked across the void like two beams of light. Behind them, Shi Wanjin, who had concealed his figure and converged his aura, was like a tail that was closely tailing Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's true body. As the three of them had the same cultivation level, first-order desolate supremacy, and Shi Wanjin had deliberately concealed himself, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher did not notice anything behind them. Again, in addition, they were very far away from each other, maintaining a distance of more than 100 billion kilometers. Therefore, as the three of them traveled in pairs, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's true body did not reveal their tails, but at that moment, the edge of the desolate forbidden grounds could be seen in the void ahead. When one extended their spiritual perception, they could sense a large number of ferocious beast auras. This was a sign that they had encountered a ferocious beast forbidden grounds. Although the desolate forbidden grounds had recently appeared in the middle section of the left bank of the Milky Way, its strength was not to be underestimated. Sit, the strongest expert in the desolate forbidden grounds, primeval heaven's eye, was a powerful existence at the 8th order of the heavenly Tao realm. He was not far from the peak of the 9th order realm. In addition, there were nearly 10 powerful generals at the early and middle stages of the heavenly Tao realm in the desolate army under him. Among them was the mysterious weeping soul blood ape. After the desolate forbidden grounds occupied the desolate forbidden grounds, the situation had long spread to the outside world. Now, the edge of the desolate forbidden grounds could be seen in the distance. Shi Wanjin, who had been following behind Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher, did not dare to act rashly. He finally stopped. His lightning poison tribulation body was extraordinary. Ever since he entered the desolate supremacy realm, he had even awakened various mystic techniques in his bloodline, making him extremely powerful. However, he had limited time to grow. His cultivation level was only at the first-order desolate supremacy realm. Facing the desolate forbidden grounds with more than 10 heavenly Tao realm experts presiding over it, no matter how unwilling Shi Wanjin was, he could only stop helplessly in the dark void that was more than 100 billion kilometers away from the desolate forbidden grounds. If not, it was highly likely that he would be discovered the moment he entered the desolate wilderness forbidden ground. To a true heavenly Tao realm expert, a first-order desolate supremacy was nothing more than an ant. No matter how special this ant was, and how powerful and miraculous his bloodline was, he was still just an ant after all. He couldn't do anything, and he couldn't escape detection. After a while, Shi Wanjin stopped helplessly, but he didn't leave. Instead, he concealed himself and stayed in the dark void hundreds of billions of miles away from the forbidden area. He seemed to be unwilling to give up. He had to wait until Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher walked out of the great desolate forbidden land. Wrong. Now, when Shirwanjin stopped in the dark void 100 billion miles away from the edge of the untainted star area, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher had already rushed into the star area of the untainted star area. They came out of seclusion this time and headed to the left bank of the Milky Way. Their destination was the untainted Forbidden Land. Obviously, they heard the news of the untainted Forbidden Land after they came out of seclusion, so they hurried over. Bai Xinghua and the primeval heavens I were in cahoots, and they were Xinghua's followers. They were inseparable from the heavenly Tao's green eye, as though they were family, Screech, and at the instant Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher rushed into the untainted Forbidden Land, a shocking screech sounded from the deepest depths of the untainted Forbidden Land. The screech was clearly the Weeping Soul Sanguine Ape's voice. The Weeping Soul Sanguine Ape was only at the second stage of the heavenly Tao realm. He wasn't the strongest general under the primeval heaven's eye, but his status was extremely special. It was because his bloodline divine power was just too astounding. Back when they were fighting over the untainted Forbidden Land, the Weeping Soul Sanguine Ape had also let out such a screech. Back then, as the screech sounded, the blood-colored horn on the Weeping Soul Sanguine Ape's head emitted invisible blood-colored ripples. Even the sky-eyed Sanguine Ape, who was stronger than him and had reached the sixth stage of the heavenly Tao realm, was unable to resist it. Caught off guard, his consciousness was instantly pulled into an illusion, falling into a daze. If not for that, the sky-eyed Sanguine Ape would not have been so easily killed by the primeval heaven's eye. At that moment, the reason why the Weeping Soul Sanguine Ape suddenly let out such a screech was clearly because it had sensed the auras of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher. To be precise, it had sensed the soul auras of the two followers of Xinghua who had possessed the bodies of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher. Although the screech was astounding, it exuded a mysterious and profound intent. It left one shuddering in fear, but it clearly exuded a thick sense of pleasant surprise that couldn't be dispersed. Back then, the guest from the mother planet, Xinghua, had a total of 5 followers and descendants of his race by his side. Among them, 3 were human descendants and 2 were ferocious beasts. Among the 2 ferocious beasts, one was the Weeping Soul Sanguine Ape and the other was the desolate ancient mosquito. Today, the other 2 of the 3 human followers had long perished. Of the 5 followers by Xinghua's side, only the Weeping Soul Sanguine Ape, the desolate ancient mosquito that had possessed Shui Ben's body, and the human expert that had possessed Mosquito Butcher's body. Under such circumstances, how could the trio not be pleasantly surprised when they met? Furthermore, the Weeping Soul Sanguine Ape had left Xinghua many years ago and followed by the primeval heaven's eye's side. This was likely an arrangement between the primeval heaven's eye and Xinghua. All these years, the Weeping Soul Sanguine Ape had never appeared. It didn't appear by Xinghua's side or the primeval heaven's eye's side. He had likely been arranged by the primeval heaven's eye to enter seclusion in an unknown void. This could be seen from the fact that his cultivation level had already reached the second stage of the heavenly Tao realm upon his reappearance. After all, the 5 followers by Xinghua's side back then had similar cultivation levels. Although, the desolate ancient mosquito that had possessed Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's bodies and the human expert had self-destructed when helping Xinghua enter the Milky Way stellar domain, resulting in a drop in their cultivation levels after the possession. They were only at the first stage of the desolate supremacy realm. But in fact, before they self-destructed their bodies, they were far from reaching the heavenly Tao realm. 3 After not seeing each other for a long time, they naturally couldn't avoid reminiscing when they suddenly reunited. All of this did not alarm anyone else. In the vast primeval Forbidden Ground stellar domain, no other experts or ferocious beasts rushed out from the abandoned planets. The vast Forbidden Ground stellar domain was extremely quiet. In the dark void, only the Weeping Soul Sanguine Ape that had shrunk its body, Shui Ben that had transformed into a remnant, and Mosquito Butcher's body were communicating with each other. Boom! Rumble, rip. At this moment, in the Forbidden Ground's void 100 billion miles to the right, there was a sudden rumble of thunder, followed by the crisp sound of ripping silk. A void rift appeared out of nowhere, and from it came the voice of the primeval heaven's eye. So you are back? In that case, we can set a trap and lure the magic hall master, Yi Xian. Forbidden Ground stellar domain. Boom! In the vast Forbidden Ground stellar domain, it was extremely quiet. In the dark void, only the Weeping Soul Sanguine Ape that had shrunk its body, Shui Ben that had transformed into a remnant, and Mosquito Butcher's body were communicating with each other. Boom! Rumble, rip, at this moment, in the Forbidden Grounds void 100 billion miles to the right, there was a sudden rumble of thunder. A void rift appeared out of thin air, and from it came the voice of the primeval heaven's eye, "So you are back? In that case, we can set a trap and lure the magic hall master, Xian." Whoosh, as the voice of this divine sense sounded, it was followed by an extremely sharp sound of breaking through the air. A figure rushed out from the crack in the void. It was the green eye of the way of the heavens, which was the size of a star and looked like a vertical eye. It looked ferocious and terrifying. It had just finished the battle in the demonic wolf Forbidden Grounds and rushed back from there. This time, the reason why the primeval heavens I went to the demonic wolf Forbidden Grounds in the right section of the left bank of the Milky Way was not because of Xian. At that time, he had only heard about the mysterious remnant expert and was interested in the heavenly Tao treasure medicine in his hands. What he never expected was that after arriving at the demonic wolf Forbidden Grounds, he discovered that the mysterious remnant expert was actually his old rival, the magic hall master, Xian. Even more, what he didn't expect was that the current Xian's cultivation had actually reached the late stage of the 7th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Although this cultivation was achieved through some kind of heaven-defying bloodline ability, his combat strength was solid, without the slightest bit of water. Back then, the primeval heavens I did not even think much of Xian. The only thing that made him take seriously was the headless infant corpse that had been parasitizing his body for some unknown reason. Later, he was used by the headless infant corpse. With the help of various forces, he attacked the invisible light curtain formed by the powerful primordial chaos void nomological power that enveloped the Milky Way star domain. This caused the headless infant corpse to successfully rush into the interior of the Milky Way star domain like Xingbo. At that time, with the support of the heaven-defying bloodline ability that he grasped, although Xian already had the combat strength of the 3rd level of the heavenly Tao realm, the green eyes of the primordial heavenly Tao still didn't truly look him in the eye. Even when he forced Xian away in the final battle in the primordial world, he did not think much of him. However, everything changed too quickly. In the blink of an eye, when he and Xian encountered each other in the primordial chaos void, the other party's combat strength had actually reached the 7th level of the heavenly Tao realm. Such an astounding cultivation speed instantly made the primeval heavens I feel threatened. Furthermore, it was an extremely strong threat. Now, with the support of his heaven-defying mystic technique, the magic hall's Lord Xian's strongest combat strength was only at the 7th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Yet, he was able to use the 3 Blood Sea avatars condensed from the Blood Sea mystic technique, as well as the Heaven's Fall Bow, the Farmer God Cauldron, the 9-colored Flame Sea, and other powerful divine powers, bloodline mystic techniques, and primordial treasures to force him to the point where he did not dare to make a move easily. In the end, he was able to calmly escape. Now, if he was given a little more time to grow, how could he suppress him when his combat strength reached the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm? This was definitely not an exaggeration. It was extremely likely. Heavens, it was extremely difficult for a Tao realm cultivator to advance even a single level. However, the magic hall's Lord Xian's cultivation speed was already heaven-defying. Furthermore, he was not at the true heavenly Tao realm, but a paragon of primordial. As such, the difficulty of improving his cultivation level by 1 stage was much, much lower than his own, and it was because of this that the primeval heavens I finally began to take Xian seriously. This was the first time he thought so highly of a paragon of primordial that had yet to step into the true heavenly Tao realm. Originally, the primeval heavens I was still in a dilemma as to how to eliminate the threat as quickly as possible. It could even be said to be worried. But, now, as he returned from the Demon Wolf Forbidden area, he suddenly saw Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher, who had rushed over to meet him as soon as they heard the news. This problem was immediately solved. It was simply a pleasant surprise to him, which was why he said those words just now. Roar. Screech. Screech. Whoosh. 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 At that moment, with the return of the primeval heaven's eye, a voice transmission was transmitted. Instantly, frenzied roars and screeches sounded from the abandoned planets in the primeval desolate forbidden ground. Subordinates of the paragon of primordial realm did not have the right to make a sound. At that moment, there were only 9 frenzied roars and screeches. They were the other 9 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals under the primeval heaven's eye. Very quickly soon, before the earth-shattering roars and sinister howls could be heard, 9 massive beasts rushed out from their respective cave-abode stars. They were all existences at the heavenly Tao realm, and the auras they emitted were extremely ancient. In a blink of an eye, 11 heavenly Tao realm experts gathered in the void. Bao, the 10 ferocious beast generals of the primordial forbidden land, including the weeping soul blood ape, surrounded the primordial heavenly Tao Azuride, who had reached the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. He was not far from the peak heavenly Tao realm of the 9th stage of perfection. Of course, apart from the 11 powerful heavenly Tao realm existences, there were 2 other figures in the void. They were Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher. Snatch after abandoning Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's bodies, the desolate Mosquito and another human expert, as well as the other 9 heavenly Tao realm experts under the primeval heaven's eye, were clearly no strangers to them. This point could be seen from the fact that they remained standing in the void while facing the 9 massive heavenly Tao realm beasts with extremely powerful auras. Yet, their expressions remained the same. It was obvious that something was amiss. In fact, as the 9 powerful heavenly Tao realm ferocious beasts approached, the expressions on Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's faces did not remain unchanged. Hidden, their cheeks seemed to twitch a few times, and the expression on their faces also revealed an awkward expression. This was to be expected. Everyone present was a supreme existence at the heavenly Tao realm. And after the 2 of them self-destructed their bodies, although they immediately found the most suitable targets to possess, they had yet to devour the soul that originally resided in the body they possessed. Their cultivation levels remained stagnant and were only at the 1st level of the desolate supremacy realm. With such a cultivation level, they were facing 11 supreme existences at the heavenly Tao realm. Furthermore, they were old acquaintances. Furthermore, one of them was their good brother, the weeping soul blood ape. It would be strange if the 2 of them did not have any thoughts or feelings of embarrassment. There's no need to worry. As long as we capture the Magic Hall's Lord, Yi Xian, and obtain the heaven-defying mystic techniques and top-grade resources he possesses, I have my means to allow you to quickly advance to the heavenly Tao realm. At that moment, a green beam flashed in the primeval heaven's eyes as a deep voice sounded through the void. However, the 2 of you are of utmost importance in this matter. You have to personally enter the green urn as bait. Faced with more than 10 old acquaintances, including the weeping soul blood ape, who were all heavenly Tao realm experts, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher immediately felt embarrassed. Their cheeks twitched a few times. There's no need to worry. As long as we capture the Magic Hall's Lord, Yi Xian, and obtain the heaven-defying mystic techniques and top-grade resources he possesses, I have my means to allow you to quickly advance to the heavenly Tao realm. This scene did not escape the primeval heaven's eye's perception. A green beam flashed in the vertical eye that was as large as a star. A deep voice that exuded boundless might resounded through the void. However, the 2 of you are of utmost importance in this matter. You have to personally enter the green urn as bait. As soon as these words were heard, in the left side of the forbidden area of the primitive universe, inside the numerous starships, fortresses, and star fortresses, the high-level leaders from the 3 main planes of the universe were all shocked. Their hearts suddenly sank, and they even subconsciously held their breaths. Even their bodies were slightly trembling. Among them, there was the silhouette of the immortal emperor, as well as the various lords of the 10 ultimate celestial palaces and the grand elders of the Temple of Glory. In any case, countless champions from various races from the 3 main planes were gathered here, standing amidst all sorts of warships, fortresses, star fortresses, and galactic battleships. Ever since the fragments of the primeval world were reunited as if a mirror had been broken and the primeval world reappeared, every living being in that world had become the slaves of the heavenly Tao's eye. Heavens, perhaps the slumbering patriarchs of various eras, be it primordial paragons or primordial paragons, had all been awakened. Even so, against the immeasurably powerful primeval heaven's eye, they could only grit their teeth and be enslaved by the primeval heaven's eye. Even if they had entered the legendary primeval void, they had lost their freedom. Moreover, everyone knew that the heavenly Tao was heartless. They knew that their existence was nothing more than cannon fodder sacrificed in a special moment in the eyes of the primeval heaven's eye. One point was that since the appearance of the forbidden land of the primitive universe and seizing this vast star field as a place to live, those abandoned stars were all occupied by the ancient army of ferocious beasts under the command of the green eyes of the heavenly Tao. However, they could only live in a sea of battleships, fortresses, and star fortresses. 1 or 2 points could be seen. Humans, their families didn't care about them at all. They were treated as the lowest class of slaves and kept in captivity. Even so, no one dared to show their hatred despite knowing that, unless they were not afraid of being destroyed in body and soul. But, therefore, as the primordial heavenly Tao's green eye migrated from the primordial world's doomsday void where the power of the heavenly Tao nomological laws was gradually depleted, almost all the living beings in front of the 3 great starry sky masters were filled with endless regret. Compared to their experience, the subordinates of the magic hall had also been brought to this mysterious and ancient primeval void. However, Xian had not brought them here to enslave them, but to protect them. The difference between them was needless to say. But, therefore, their hearts had long been filled with regret. It was also because of this that when they suddenly heard that the primeval heavens I was going to set up a bait to lure Xian here to capture and kill, the higher-ups of the various races and forces from the 3 great starry sky masters were so worried. Inside this huge star fortress, the blood-fled dragon clan, Cyan Rock clan, Battle Lion clan, Imji clan, Barbarian Bull clan, Golden Eagle clan, Colorful Python clan, Greedy Wolf clan, and Tree Spirit clan from the second universe, along with the elders at the desolate venerable realm, sighed and shook their heads with bitter smiles. The same scene was playing out in the command center of the colossal star fortress where the higher-ups of the former slave races were gathered in the first universe, just as if it was replicated. And, compared to them, the leaders of the 2 great human factions were even more worried. In the everlasting star of the human faction, the leaders of the human faction such as the Immortal Emperor, the leaders of the human faction in the Sky End Palace that resembled an energy vortex, as well as the elders of the former 10,000 Net Federation in the Temple of Glory that resembled a colossal celestial continent. And, without exception, all of them were shaking their heads and sighing silently. Inwardly, however, they were praying for Xian, hoping that he would not fall for the bait and come here personally. After all, even if they were not on good terms with Xian, master of the magic hall, and could even be said to be enemies, they were now completely enlightened. And, in their opinion, if there was any hope of escaping the primeval heaven's eye, that hope was clearly tied to Xian, and definitely not to anyone else. Therefore, no matter what, they did not wish for anything to happen to Xian, because that would be tantamount to their last strand of hope being completely extinguished. The primeval heaven's eye was unaware of all this. In fact, it would not care even if it knew. And, in its eyes, they were just a bunch of ants. The reason it brought them out of the primeval world was to use them as cannon fodder in the future. The strongest of them was merely the prime of the ancients, and there was not even a single heavenly Tao tier being among them. What could they do in front of it? Screech, roar, boom. Boom. Rumble. Just as the countless experts from the various races and powers of the 3 great starry skies were all deeply worried and secretly worried about Xian, a series of earth-shattering howls and roars suddenly sounded out from the void of the great desolate forbidden area in front of them. And, thunderous booms resounded incessantly. Because, after Sanguine Ben and Mosquito Butcher, who were acting as bait, nodded after some thought, the primeval heaven's eye and its 10 heavenly Tao realm generals, including the weeping soul Sanguine Ape, immediately took action. The gigantic vertical eye that resembled a star shot out an azure-colored beam of light that spanned 5,000 kilometers. The azure-colored beam of light was extraordinarily powerful. The primeval heavens eye had clearly attacked with all its might. With a sweep of the azure-colored beam of light, even the extremely firm primordial chaos void was torn apart, forming a gigantic rift that spanned 500 billion kilometers. And, furthermore, the rift did not immediately close. The edges of the rift shimmered with azure-colored light. It was this energy that prevented the rift from closing. At the same time, the 10 heavenly Tao realm experts, including the weeping soul Sanguine Ape, took action simultaneously. A beam of light shot out from each of their bodies and entered the void rift. With a loud boom, a gigantic energy urn that spanned 500 billion kilometers gradually took form. This was a joint effort of 11 heavenly Tao realm experts, including the primeval heaven's eye. It was a black hole that resembled a stellar vortex. The only difference was that its interior was sealed. There was only one entrance. None regardless of who it was. If they were to enter without permission, the outcome would be no different from inviting the enemy into a trap. Phew. Phew. In an instant, there was a faint whistling sound in the void. With the formation of this giant green urn, Xue Ben and Mosquito Butcher did not hesitate at all. With a shake of their shoulders, they turned into a ray of light and rushed into the giant green urn. At the bottom of the azure urn, they sat cross-legged and closed their eyes. As the 11 heavenly Tao realm experts, including the primeval Heaven's Eye, attacked with all their might, they opened up a gigantic green urn that resembled a black hole or a stellar vortex in the void of the primeval desolate star domain. Without any hesitation, Ben and Mosquito Butcher's bodies transformed into beams of light as they charged into the green urn that was sealed at the bottom and had only an entrance. They arrived at the deepest region of the green urn and sat cross-legged, closing their eyes. Whoosh! Rumble! Instantly, the primeval Heaven's Eye's gigantic green vertical eye shot out an azure beam of light, concealing everything inside the green urn's entrance. All that could be seen in the void was a void rift about 5 million kilometers in diameter. The edges of the rift shimmered with azure light, preventing it from repairing itself under the influence of the powerful primordial chaos void laws. Until everything inside the void rift was no longer visible. It was extremely hazy, but one could vaguely sense Xue Ben and Mosquito Butcher's auras. The void urn, which had an interior that spanned hundreds of billions of kilometers, was jointly constructed by 11 powerful heavenly Tao realm existences. However, the edges of the void rift that shimmered with a faint azure glow was constantly draining the primordial heavenly Tao's green eye's strength. Just from this point, one could tell the price it had paid, as well as how firm its resolve was. If Xue Ben and Mosquito Butcher, who were at the bottom of the green urn, were only bait. Their goal was to lure the magic hall's lord, Xianxia, into the green urn, allowing the primeval Heaven's Eye to catch a turtle in a urn. If this was the case, it was an overt scheme. After all, the sudden appearance of a void rift that spanned 5 million kilometers in the void, with its edges shimmering with a mysterious azure light, and the location of the rift was in the primeval desolate star domain. With everything put together, even a fool could see the problem and the scheme, much less the magic hall's lord, Xianxia. In fact, the primeval Heaven's Eye had no intention of hiding anything. Since it was an overt scheme, it meant that it had absolute confidence. Edison based on his understanding of Xianxia, as long as he could confirm that the people inside the green void urn were Xue Ben and Mosquito Butcher, then this monstrous and heaven-defying master of the magic hall would definitely come over and obediently enter. Everyone had a weakness. In the eyes of primeval Heaven's Eye, Xianxia's greatest weakness was that he placed too much emphasis on relationships and promises. Of course, with Xianxia's current level of cultivation, since he dared to enter the green void urn, he must have had some sort of confidence. However, the primeval Heaven's Eye didn't care. After all, he was a heavenly Tao realm expert at the 8th stage. As for Xianxia, he was only at the 7th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Just this point alone was enough to suppress him head-on. Furthermore, with the other 10 heavenly Tao realm experts in the primeval desolate forbidden ground, as well as other arrangements, he refused to believe that he wouldn't be able to restrain him. Spread the news. Say that the sworn brother of the magic hall's master, Xianxia, and his steward, Mosquito Butcher, are in the primeval desolate forbidden ground. They have been captured and imprisoned by me. Screech, as the voice of divine recognition was heard, an extremely cold and gloomy light flashed in the huge green eyes of the primeval age of heaven. There was even an earth-shattering roar that was filled with endless evil intent. Boom, as the screech sounded, the gigantic azure eye that resembled a star slowly faded into the void and was no longer visible. The other 10 heavenly Tao realm beasts that were gathered around it also returned to their respective cave abodes. The entire primeval desolate forbidden ground stellar domain fell silent. Everything that the green eye of the primordial heavenly Tao had instructed would be carried out by the trusted subordinates of the desolate venerable old monster. The news would spread very quickly until all the supreme forbidden lands and supreme star regions on both sides of the Milky Way knew about it. On the right bank of the Milky Way, in the core of a gigantic abandoned planet near the Source Hive star, after leaving the demonic wolf forbidden ground, Xianxia used his system's interstellar coordinate jump ability to return from the left bank of the Milky Way to the right bank of the Milky Way. He then entered seclusion. Now that his seclusion was over, he had successfully broken through to the 7th stage of the desolate supremacy realm, Before this, Xianxia's cultivation level was at the 6th stage of the Desolate Supremacy realm. In this primordial chaos void that was not suppressed by the heavenly Tao, if he were to activate the 9 Devil Ape transformations bloodline divine power, he would instantly enter the 7th stage of the Desolate Supremacy realm. If he were to use the 9 Devil Ape transformations bloodline divine power to the 9th transformation, he would be able to raise another major realm above the foundation of the 7th stage of the Desolate Supremacy realm, which was the 7th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. This was Xianxia's peak combat strength before his seclusion. No, that was a matter of the past. This time, although he had only broken through a minor realm, it had an extremely important and shocking effect on the increase in his combat strength. It was especially significant when he was facing the primeval Heaven's Eye. For example now, after his breakthrough, he was already a 7th stage Desolate Supremacy. Once he activated the 9 Devil Ape transformations bloodline divine power, he would instantly leap to the 8th stage of the Desolate Supremacy realm. Under the 9th transformation, the peak combat strength he could reach would reach the 8th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. It was the same as the primeval Heaven's Eye, although the difference between the 7th stage and 8th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm was only a minor realm. They were both late-stage Heavenly Tao realm existences. However, the impact in a head-on battle was definitely not small. First previously, even if Xian activated the strongest form of the Devil Ape bloodline, transforming into a 3-headed, 6-armed form, with the heaven-falling bow, farmer god cauldron, big-headed black cudgel, and 9-colored sea of flames in hand, all he could do against the primeval Heaven's Eye was serve as a deterrent. Once the heaven-falling bow was shot out, the other party would charge forward to engage Xian in a head-on battle. Xian would not be at a great disadvantage, but he would not be able to gain any advantage either. But now, it was different. Xian's peak combat strength had reached the 8th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. Although the primeval Heaven's Eye's cultivation at the 8th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm had already stabilized and was extremely solid, it was not far from the 9th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm's perfection realm. However, Xian still had the strongest form of the Devil Ape bloodline. He still had the farmer god cauldron, and 9-colored sea of flames in hand, even if he had already shot out the heaven-falling bow as a deterrent like back in the Fiend Wolf star system. If he were to face the primeval Heaven's Eye again, he already had the ability to slightly suppress the other party in a head-on battle, making him suffer a little. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, he immediately felt a sense of pride. After getting up, he waved his hand and stored the farmer god cauldron into his body. Instantly, he walked out of the massive abandoned planet where he was in seclusion. He originally planned on heading to the Source Nest planet's base camp to take a look, but at that moment, in the dark void tens of billions of kilometers away, a ferocious beast convoy passed by. The ferocious beasts in the convoy were communicating with their perception and discussing something. Today, Xian was already at the 8th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. Without deliberately eavesdropping, he already knew everything. This, at that moment, his heart sank as the expression on his face turned extremely gloomy. The forbidden desolate land? Since Shui Ben and Old Devil Mosquito Butcher's true bodies had appeared, then he had no choice but to make a trip there. Blood Ben was his sworn brother. There was no choice in this matter. Even if he knew that there was a tiger in the mountain, he could only walk towards the tiger's mountain. Demon the forbidden desolate land. For example, the Magic Hall's forbidden desolate land had already stabilized. The massive black hall stood at the peak of a towering mountain on a massive planet. As for the 2 Magic Hall heritage monuments that contained the 9 transformations and the heaven-falling bow's profundities, they stood on 2 planets on the left and right sides. Even the subordinates of the Demon Hall could use their spiritual sense to probe and study the situation. Dang, however, if one wasn't a subordinate of the Magic Hall, it was useless even if they saw it. Once they used their perception to make contact, they would instantly be exposed and be alerted. Furthermore, the Magic Hall had Old Pig Spirit presiding over it. Outsiders couldn't enter at all. Old Pig Spirit's cultivation level was infinitely close to the true Heavenly Tao realm in his 9 transformation state. Now, Corpse Ancestor, Hitorigami, and the other 7 gorgeous cultivators, the Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru were still in seclusion in the Black Hall. But, Old Pig Spirit and a group of Magic Hall upper echelons had all gathered outside the Black Hall's planet. Inside was Xian's cave abode star. Without his summons, even Old Pig Spirit couldn't enter without permission. Therefore, they could only wait outside. Apart from Old Pig Spirit and Primordial Porcupine, who also had the combat strength of a Desolate Supremacy, the black-robed Desolate Supremacy from the Native Alliance was also here. The three of them had the combat strength of a Desolate Supremacy and were standing in the void closest to the Black Magic Hall. While, behind the three of them were the upper echelons of the Magic Hall who were below the Desolate Supremacy realm. Among them, the strongest were powerful beings of the Primordial Era. Although there weren't many of them, there were still quite a number of them. At a glance, all the upper echelons of the Magic Hall were here without exception. Elder behind Pig Spirit and the other two were 9 powerful beings of the Primordial Era from the 3 races of the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion, as well as 3 powerful beings from the Native Alliance. Behind them were the 6-headed Blood Dragon, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, and Elder Sang Ji. There were also Green Ox, Yu Ling Long, Long Mao, Gong Jun, Howling Moon Mastiff, 3-clawed Dragon, Long Shan Tang, Blood Dragon Ancestor, Green Rock Ancestor, and the Undying Emperors of the 3 races. Finally, there were more than 200 Undying Emperors in the captive army formed by the captives of the 3 races. The upper echelons of the 10,000 Evil Army, which was now led by Immemorial Turtle, as well as the commander of the Sky River Army, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Demon Emperor Mo Wen Tian, Uncle Demon Emperor. Ming, the leader of the turtle race, Mingjiu, Mad Mosquito Emperor, Old Man Xian Yuan, Old Man Duan Mu, Master Bodhi, and the rest of the upper echelons of the smaller powers and clans were all here without exception. Demon. Although it hadn't been long since the palace entered the Hongmeng Void, the members of the Magic Hall hadn't wandered outside since they occupied the Forbidden Star Field. They had clenched their teeth and focused on improving their cultivation. Therefore, after not seeing each other for a short period of time, all the upper echelons of the 6 Magic Hall armies gathered outside Yi Xian's cave-dwelling star had improved their cultivation. The reason why they had suddenly gathered here was because they had heard the news from outside. This news was related to Yi Xian and the Magic Hall. It could even be said that it was related to all the upper echelons of the Magic Hall present. This was because the news was spread by their arch-nemesis, the Primeval Heaven's Eye. That's right, the news that Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher had been captured by the Primeval Heaven's Eye and were now imprisoned in the Forbidden Star Field had spread to the right bank of the Milky Way. Hung the desolate Heaven Path's Green Eye had clearly guessed that Yi Xian's base camp was most likely not on the left bank, but on the right bank, which was why he had spread the news so widely. Of course, he could have personally come to the right bank of the Milky Way to search for Yi Xian, but since he had confirmed that Yi Xian was definitely involved, there was naturally no need for him to do so. When this news spread, there was no need to mention how furious the Mad Mosquito Emperor and Old Devil Mosquito Butcher were. Even the upper echelons of the Magic Hall, including the Pig Spirit, were shocked and infuriated. They did not even know that the Primeval Heavens I had already led all the living beings in the Primeval Chaos World into the Primordial Chaos Void, and had even established the Forbidden Star Field on the left bank of the Milky Way. Now that they had learned of this matter, they had also received such news, which made everyone extremely shocked. All the upper echelons of the Magic Hall knew of the relationship between Shui Ben and Old Devil Mosquito Butcher. Among them, there were probably only a few who knew that Shui Ben and Old Devil Mosquito Butcher had been possessed. But even if they knew, they would definitely not doubt Yi Xian's choice. He would definitely look for him. This was also the reason why the Primeval Heavens I had spread this news. Therefore, all the upper echelons of the Magic Hall were very worried. After all, they did not know what level of cultivation Yi Xian had reached, but they knew how powerful the Primeval Heavens I was. In a sense, they were all living beings in the Primeval Chaos World, and the Primeval Heavens I was the embodiment of the will of the Heavenly Tao of the Primeval Chaos World. Only just from this point, one could imagine how powerful the Primeval Heavens I was in their hearts. That was the will of the Heavenly Tao. Although Yi Xian was monstrous to the point of defying the heavens, now that he was fully prepared and had a premeditated plan, even if Yi Xian went, he would only be at a disadvantage. Although Yi Xian had not returned yet, they had no other choice. After receiving the news, they all gathered here, hoping to see Yi Xian return. That way, they would at least have a chance to persuade him. Swish, hiss, at this moment, accompanied by a weak sound of breaking through the air, an incomparably clear sound of silk cracking could be heard in the air. A spatial rift silently appeared, and Yi Xian, who had his hands behind his back, walked out. It seems that you all already know. Everyone turned to look, their eyes shining, but the expression on Yi Xian's face was still incomparably calm. Even more so without waiting for them to say anything, he waved his hand. All right, all of you can disperse and cultivate in seclusion. No one needs to persuade me on this matter, I have already made up my mind. After saying that, his gaze shifted and swept across the old devil mosquito butcher and the mad mosquito emperor, who had complicated expressions on their faces. Faced with a serious expression, he continued, the old devil mosquito butcher's original body is fine. Even if he dies, he will be unharmed as a clone. The two of you have long been completely separated, but Xue Ben is different. The reason why I still insist on heading to Tiger Mountain despite knowing that it is dangerous is not just because of the promise I made to you back then. As he said that, his gaze landed on the mad mosquito emperor's face. Don't forget, Xue Ben is my sworn brother. If you don't help when my sworn brother is in trouble, how can you talk about the great Tao of cultivation? Alright, all of you stay in the magic hall's forbidden area. I can handle this matter alone. Soon, I will return with the two of them. After explaining everything clearly, Yi Xian waved his hand once more. In an instant, another spatial rift appeared. He didn't hesitate any longer and stepped into it. Before I return, no one under the command of the Demon Palace is allowed to take a single step out of the Forbidden Star region, the left bank of the river, the primordial universe's forbidden area. It had been an entire month since Xue Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body found this place. Then, Primeval Heavens I joined forces with his 10 Heavenly Tao Realm generals to set up a void urn in the forbidden area. With Xue Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body as bait, they spread the news. Over the past month, the primordial Heavenly Tao Green-Eyed and the 10 Heavenly Tao Realm generals under him never appeared again. The entire Primeval Desolation's forbidden area was silent. It was so silent that it was terrifying. It gave off an extremely strong sense of oppression. Furthermore, with the passage of time, this invisible oppression was clearly increasing by the day. Li Xian didn't come, but the void urn in the center of the forbidden area of the primitive universe, which was billions of miles long, had always existed. Of course, what could be seen from the outside world was only the entrance to the green void urn. It was a void crack that was tens of thousands of miles long, and everything inside the crack was hazy. Even if one used their divine senses to explore, they could not see clearly. But, however, the auras of Xue Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body could be clearly emitted from the crack from time to time. This void crack that was tens of millions of kilometers long still shimmered with a faint green light. This was the primordial chaos void, where the laws of the void were extremely powerful. This void crack that was tens of millions of kilometers long had never been mended by the primordial chaos void's powerful void laws. It was obvious how much energy Primeval Heavens I had drained from its continuous existence. It had already persisted for a month and paid a considerable price. It was clearly impossible for it to give up now. If Yi Xian did not appear, perhaps Primeval Heavens I would send out another message, announcing that it wanted to kill Xue Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body. However, this was only the guess of Immortal Emperor and company. That's right. Over the past month, countless experts from the 3 major cosmos planes had gathered on the left side of the Primeval Desolation's forbidden area. They were in battleships, fortresses, and battleships of various sizes that were spread out in the endless void. They had been paying close attention to the development of this matter. To be honest, they were worried about Yi Xian's arrival, but they were also eager to see him descend. Although, it could be said that their relationship with the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, was not harmonious. It could even be said that they were in a hostile state. But now, they had completely understood. In their opinion, if they could escape the control and enslavement of Primeval Heaven's Eye, there was still hope. Then, this glimmer of hope was obviously tied to Yi Xian. It could not be anyone else. Therefore, no matter what, they did not want Yi Xian to be in trouble. Because if that was the case, to them, it was tantamount to completely extinguishing their last ray of hope. However, at the same time, they also hoped to see Yi Xian's arrival. They wanted to see Yi Xian grow to a terrifying height that could suppress Primeval Heaven's Eye. Because, if that was the case, they would soon be free. This kind of dilemma was painful, but at least there was still a glimmer of hope. In the densely packed battleships in the void, a group of powerful figures and desolate supremacy realm elders of the 9 great clans of the Second Universe, including the Blood Dragon Clan, the Green Rock Clan, the Battle Lion Clan, the Inji Clan, the Barbarian Bull Clan, the Golden Eagle Clan, the Colorful Python Clan, the Greedy Wolf Clan, and the Tree Spirit Clan, were gathered in a star fortress with a diameter of 1 million meters. In the past month, their god line had almost never left the main control screen of the Star Fortress. The image in the holographic screen was the void crack in the center of the star field of the Great Desolate Forbidden Land. There were those who were qualified to appear in the main control cabin of this Star Fortress were all powerful figures and desolate supremacies of the various clans of the Second Universe. Most of them had been sleeping before and had never had direct contact with Xian. It was only when Xian left with the 6 great legions of the Magic Hall that the primeval heavens I took full control of the entire merged Great Desolate world. However, they only heard of Xian's name and all kinds of shocking past events and methods after the terrifying pressure of the heavenly axiom woke them up. At this moment, there were hundreds of powerful figures and desolate supremacies of the various clans of the Second Universe gathered here. After all, it was the foundation of all the clans of the entire universe. It was natural for there to be hundreds of powerful figures and desolate supremacies gathered together. Unfortunately, although there were many desolate supremacies and desolate supremacies, they all had a helpless expression on their faces. From time to time, some of them sighed faintly and shook their heads with bitter smiles. A similar scene was playing out in another star fortress with a diameter of 1 million meters, which was billions of miles away from this area. The only difference was that the hundreds of desolate supremacies and desolate supremacies gathered in the main control cabin of this star fortress all came from the First Universe. They were the foundation of the various clans of the First Universe's slaves. Aside from that, on the everlasting star of the Third Universe's human faction, the Immortal Emperor and the other leaders of the human race's technology faction, as well as the leaders of the Cultivators faction in the Skyend Palace, which resembled an energy star vortex, were also gathered. Counting in the Temple of Glory that was the size of a colossal celestial continent, there were hundreds of primordial paragons and primordial paragons from the Third Universe gathered here as well. There's no telling if Xian, the Sky River Star Master, would fall for it. Yu sighed softly. The Immortal Emperor, who was now at the late stage of the Almighty Realm, had a bitter expression on his face. He muttered softly as if he was sleep-talking. He seemed to be worried, but there was clearly a hint of expectation. He had called Xian the Sky River Star Master, and not the Master of the Magic Hall. It seems that the Immortal Emperor is truly regretting it now. It's a pity that there's no turning back now, and there's no telling if our only chance of survival really exists. Don't be discouraged. As long as Xian doesn't fall, our last hope will always exist. Beside him, a late-stage Baron Supremacy from the Temple of Glory had a firm look in his eyes as he nodded confidently. Although I've never had any contact with him, and he had already left with the 6 legions of the Magic Hall when I woke up, at least I've heard about his past. This child's demonic talent is unprecedented, and the speed of his growth is too shocking. This could be seen from the fact that the Heavenly Eye of the Heavens, the incarnation of the heavenly will of the primordial world, did not hesitate to lower himself to set up such a scheme against him. At the end of his words, the late-stage Baron Supremacy clenched his fists subconsciously. I have a feeling that this time, Xian would definitely come, and the primeval heavens I would definitely not be able to hold him back. Still, it's hard to say if he would save us while he's at it. When the last sentence was said, the atmosphere in the spacious main control cabin instantly became more oppressive. Everyone looked at each other awkwardly. Boom. Right at this moment, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly echoed in the space of the forbidden area of the primeval age outside of the main control cabin of the Star Fortress. Immediately after, the voice of Xian's divine sense suddenly sounded out. His voice wasn't loud, but it was clearly audible to all the experts in the Great Desolation Forbidden Area. Moreover, it clearly revealed a trace of laziness that was so dense that it couldn't be dispersed. Imitation Buddha did not care about the Heavenly Eye's arrangement at all. Qing Yan, is this the rhythm of inviting you into a trap? If that's the case, as you wish, I am coming. Boom. In the Great Desolate Forbidden Area, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly sounded out in the air without any warning. Immediately after, Xian's divine sense suddenly sounded out, Qing Xian. Are you inviting me into your trap? If that's the case, as you wish, I am coming. His voice was not loud, but it was heard clearly by all the elites in the primordial forbidden grounds. Furthermore, there was a strong sense of laziness in his voice that could not be dispersed. It was as if he did not care about the Heavenly Eyes arrangement at all. Rip, just as the last sentence was said, a crisp sound of ripping cloth suddenly rang out in the primordial forbidden grounds. A void crack appeared. It was not very shocking, only about 1,000 feet wide. Human Xian, in his human form, walked out of it. He was dressed in a light blue robe and had a calm expression. His hands were behind his back, and he looked relaxed. It was as if he was here to visit an old friend, as if he was taking a stroll in the park. No, although he came here openly this time, and did not even show the true form of the three-headed, six-armed devil ape, the cultivation aura that emanated from his body was clearly the same as when he last met the green eye of the heavenly way of the untainted land in the demonic wolf forbidden land. He was at the 7th level of the heavenly Tao realm. Just from this point, it was obvious that Yi Xian had come prepared this time. He deliberately concealed his cultivation level at the 8th level of the heavenly Tao realm. At the very least, it had a numbing effect on primeval heaven's eye, but the effects at critical moments were truly unpredictable. Forget it counting the time, it had not been that long since their last encounter in the demonic wolf forbidden grounds. Primeval heavens, I would never have imagined that in just a short month, Yi Xian's strongest combat strength at the 7th level of the heavenly Tao realm had increased once again, reaching the 8th level of the heavenly Tao realm like him. In fact, even the 7th level heavenly Tao realm cultivation level he displayed was enough to shock the immortal emperor and company in the endless sea of battleships, fortresses, and class-level star domains to the left of the primordial forbidden grounds. Back in the primordial great world, Yi Xian had only relied on the Empyrean beast at the 2nd level of the heavenly Tao realm in the battle before he left. Together with the deterrence of his supreme divine power, the heaven-falling bow, he left primeval heaven's eye fearful. Only then did he successfully leave, tearing through the void and entering the endless void turbulence. Until due to the suppression of the primordial heavenly Tao's will in the primordial great world, he had never stepped into the true heavenly Tao realm. He had always been at the peak of the 9th level of the perfected desolate supremacy realm, which was only at the half-step heavenly Tao realm. Therefore, in the impressions and knowledge of immortal emperor and company, Yi Xian's cultivation level was at most at the 1st level of the heavenly Tao realm even if he had made a breakthrough after entering the primordial chaos void. He had only reached the 2nd level of the heavenly Tao realm. But, they never expected that Yi Xian's cultivation level had already reached the terrifying 7th level of the heavenly Tao realm after such a short period of time. This was a cultivation level at the late stages of the heavenly Tao realm. Primeval heavens, I was only at the 8th level of the heavenly Tao realm. Compared to Yi Xian, who was at the 7th level, the difference in cultivation level was only a minor level. How could such a terrifying cultivation speed be considered unheard of? It was simply infuriating and utterly devoid of conscience. However, although they were alarmed and even felt a little envious, jealous, and resentful, Immortal Emperor and the countless experts from the 3 main dimensions of the cosmos, as well as the upper echelons of the various races and factions, all felt an unprecedented sense of hope and expectation ignite in their hearts after they snapped to their senses. Magic Hall Master Yi Xian was already at the 7th level of the heavenly Tao realm. Even if he was still not the primeval Heaven's Eyes match, it was impossible for him to perish so easily this time. Therefore, with such a terrifying cultivation speed, it would not be long before he stepped into the perfected 9th level of the heavenly Tao realm, becoming an existence at the pinnacle of the realm. When that happened, even the primeval heavens, I would not be his match. Once Yi Xian took action and killed him, all the captured experts of that era in the primordial great desolate forbidden zone would undoubtedly be freed from the abyss of misery. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, everyone's eyes shone with an incomparably blazing light of expectation. Phew, at the same time, Yi Xian, who had stepped out of the void rift, did not hesitate at all. He completely ignored the fact that not a single heavenly Tao realm expert had appeared in the primordial great desolate forbidden zone. The primeval heavens I was also nowhere to be found. It was strange that there was no response at all. With a shake of his shoulders, his entire body instantly transformed into a pale blue beam of light. With a speed that left no time for covering one's ears, he charged into the void rift that spanned tens of millions of kilometers in the middle of the forbidden zone in the blink of an eye and vanished in the blink of an eye. It was too straightforward. It exceeded everyone's expectations. Yi Xian had just arrived, and in less than 3 seconds, he had taken the initiative to enter the trap. He appeared to be so impatient. Screech, roar. Roar, screech. The instant Yi Xian's body transformed into a beam of light and charged into the void green urn from the rift that spanned tens of millions of kilometers in the middle of the forbidden zone, shocking roars and howls could be heard from all directions in the vast primordial great desolate forbidden zone. Among them, the roars and howls of the primeval heavens were also included. And all the roars and howls clearly exuded a thick sense of joy that could not be dissipated. Dang, however, most of them were sinister and ferocious. Rumble, whoosh. Whoosh, terrifying thunders and ear-piercing noises came from all directions. 11 thin beams of light appeared at the same time, shooting toward the center of the forbidden area where the crack was located. They were all heading toward the center of the forbidden area. They were none other than the primeval heaven's eye, which resembled a vertical eye but was the size of a gigantic star, as well as the 10 generals under its command. They were all of different shapes and bloodlines, but all of them were extremely large in size. All of them had reached the heavenly Tao realm in cultivation. Yi Xian, you are too conceited. You actually took the initiative to enter the trap. As the figure appeared, the gigantic vertical eye emitted the voice of the primeval heaven's eye, which clearly revealed its joy. Even he didn't think that Yi Xian would take the initiative to do so. Before he could even react, he actually took the initiative to enter the void green urn. From the looks of it, he was clearly prepared. However, it did not matter at all. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the primeval heaven's eye's voice sounded again. I believe you came prepared. However, since I have a counterplan, I naturally have the confidence to keep you here. I basically know all the means you have. With your present peak heavenly Tao realm combat strength at the 7th stage, it's indeed very difficult for me to keep you here. However, if you include the nomological powers of the Hongshu Void, it's a different story. Whoosh, whoosh. 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 Just as the voice faded, the gigantic vertical eye instantly shot out a green beam of light. The 10 heavenly Tao realm generals around it simultaneously attacked with all their might. Each of them shot out a beam of light. Phew, a weak sonic boom sounded as Yi Xian transformed into a beam of light and charged into the void green urn. At the bottom of the urn, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher had been sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed the entire time. They had not done anything over the past month as they waited for Yi Xian's arrival. Now, everything was done. The two opened their eyes, the instant they saw Yi Xian, especially when they sensed the heavenly Tao realm's 7th stage aura emanating from Yi Xian's body. Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's pupils constricted. Their faces revealed a mixture of shock and envy. Back then, Xinghua had joined forces with Heavenly Tao's Green Eye, or to be more exact, with the help of the primeval Heaven's Eye's powers, to successfully enter the Milky Way stellar domain. They had also fought Yi Xian. This time, the other 2 human followers that followed Xinghua had completely perished. And the 2 of them had nearly suffered the same fate. Back then, they were only mighty figures of the primordial era and had yet to enter the primordial supreme realm. As for Yi Xian's cultivation level, it was even inferior to theirs. It could be said that if not for the heavenly Tao nascent soul corpse that had yet to leave Yi Xian's side, Yi Xian would probably have been in grave danger. But now, not much time had passed. When they met again, the 2 of them had allowed their souls to completely fuse with the body they possessed. Their cultivation levels had also entered the desolate supremacy realm due to their recovery from their injuries. But, compared to Yi Xian's growth rate and amplitude, all of this was nothing. It was simply unbearable to look at. It was shameful to be able to stand on this stage. In a short period of time, this human junior, who was weaker than them back then, already possessed terrifying combat strength at the 7th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. One had to know that even the primordial heavenly Tao green-eyed was only at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. But how long had heavenly Tao's green eye lived? And what about this human junior who was born in the present world? Brain as these thoughts flashed through their minds, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher revealed looks of shock and envy. Their hearts instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. Several almost subconsciously, their gazes shifted at the same time, looking towards the direction of the entrance of this huge green void urn from afar. It was also at this moment that the voice of primeval heavens I came from the entrance of the green urn that was tens of millions of miles long, filled with pride and joy. I basically know all of your means. With your present peak combat strength at the 7th level of the heavenly Tao realm, it's indeed very difficult for me to hold you back. However, if you include the nomological powers of the Great Void, it's a different story. Whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just as he said that, a green beam of light shot out from the gigantic green vertical eye. The 10 heavenly Tao realm generals around him simultaneously attacked with all their might, shooting out a beam of light each. Boom. Rumble. An astounding boom sounded as the 11 beams of light landed on the void rift that was tens of millions of miles long at the entrance of the green urn. The rift instantly closed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xian also turned his head to take a look. In less than 2 seconds, the void rift that was tens of millions of miles long had completely closed. The gigantic void rift no longer had an exit, turning into a dead end. There was no way to escape. Furthermore, with the only entrance and exit of the green urn that was tens of millions of miles long closed, the green urn that was tens of millions of miles wide began to shrink inwards. Although the shrinking wasn't very fast, it couldn't be stopped. After all, this was the power of the primordial chaos void's nomological powers guiding all of this. It was repairing the primordial chaos void that had been forcefully torn open. Previously, with the existence of the void rift that was tens of millions of miles wide, the primeval heavens, I was able to use the void rift as a fulcrum to constantly transmit energy into the green urn, sustaining its existence. As such, the void rift had already been patched up by the combined efforts of the primeval heavens I and the 10 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals. Now that the green urn had lost its support, it naturally began to shrink and close up. This process was something that even Xian was unable to stop. Even if he had the powerful strength of a heavenly Tao realm rank 8 like the primeval heavens I, he was still unable to stop it. On the one hand, it was because he was inside the green urn. Furthermore, the green urn no longer had the void rift that served as a fulcrum for the transmission of energy. There was no source of energy everywhere, making it an arduous and fruitless task. On the other hand, back when the primeval heavens I created the gigantic green urn, it was the result of the combined efforts of 11 heavenly Tao realm experts. And now, Xian, who was inside the green urn, was only at the heavenly Tao realm despite condensing his 3 blood sea avatars and summoning the Empyrean beasts. Their strength was far from enough. Hence, the 4 of them joined forces to support the green urn shrinking. As they were consolidating their strength from the inside, the effects were reduced by half. The final result was, at best, a slight delay in the green urn shrinking process. Ultimately, the green urn would still vanish. The space within that spanned hundreds of billions of miles would be completely restored. And now, Xian, who was inside the green urn, would be reduced to nothingness by the powerful primordial chaos void's nomological powers that he could not resist. Of course, it wasn't just Xian. It was the same for Shueben and Mosquito Butcher, who were also inside the green urn as bait. Xingbo had already entered the Milky Way stellar domain, so the primeval heavens Eye's subordinates did not care about the 2 loyal generals whose cultivation levels were only at the desolate supremacy realm. Perhaps the weeping soul blood ape, who had possessed the bodies of Shueben and Mosquito Butcher, might not be able to bear it. However, he was only a general under the heavenly Tao's eye. He did not have the ability to prevent all of this from happening. You seem to have been fooled. Looking back, Xian sensed the gigantic green urn slowly shrinking. A look of mockery appeared on his face. His gaze swept across Shueben and Mosquito Butcher, who were at the bottom of the green urn tens of billions of miles away. He sent out a voice with his divine perception, but it remained light and airy. There was no hint of nervousness or panic. He had roughly guessed what the primeval heavens I was up to. Back in the demonic wolf forbidden ground, the primeval heavens I had joined forces with more than 10 heavenly Tao realm beasts, but they had failed to truly suppress him. This ambush had lured him in, but the number of heavenly Tao realm experts that the heavenly Taos I could gather was probably about the same as the last time. After all, there were only about 10 heavenly Tao realm experts in the primordial desolate forbidden ground. As such, it was naturally impossible for him to use the same strategy as before to besiege Xian in a head-on battle. He had already failed once, so how could he make such a choice again? Although Yi Xian did not guess the exact details, he had guessed that it was very likely that he would use the primordial chaos void nomological forces that even heavenly Dao realm experts could not resist to deal with him. Matter in fact, everything that was happening in front of him was indeed as such. However, this was precisely what Yi Xian was unafraid of. This was because he had the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the devouring system in his body. As long as the void did not fall into a complete chaotic seal due to the interference of the complex energies, the interstellar coordinate jump ability could be successfully activated. This time, although Yi Xian did not guess the exact details, he had expected the primeval heaven's eyes means. It was very likely that it would use the primordial chaos void nomological forces that even heavenly Dao realm experts could not resist to deal with him. And in fact, everything that was happening in front of him was indeed as such. Unfortunately, it was thinking too much in the end. Even though the void urn was slowly recovering under the influence of the primordial laws, it would vanish completely in the time for an incense stick to burn at most, and everything within the urn would be crushed into nothingness. However, 5 minutes was plenty of time for Yi Xian. It was enough for him to do many things. This method was precisely what Yi Xian was unafraid of. This was because he had the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the devouring system in his body. However, as long as the void did not fall into a complete chaotic seal due to the interference of the complex energies, the interstellar coordinate jump ability could be successfully activated. However, in other words, if he wanted to leave, he could activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the devouring system in his body at any time. He would instantly transform into a beam of light and use a method that would blind the primeval heaven's eye, instantly vanishing. Brain as this flashed through his mind, Yi Xian became even more certain. He could not help but think of Xingbo again. He had always believed that the devouring system in his body was created by Di and had spread it outwards. He even believed that the devouring system in his body was the same as the devouring systems in Gong Wuxin, Wuchenzi, Chou Doufu, Yu Linglong, and other system carriers. But in fact, he was wrong. The devouring system in his body was a devouring source seed created by Xingbo. After Xingbo disappeared, this devouring source seed was discovered by Di. He had studied it for thousands of years, but he had only scratched the surface and was unable to understand its essence. At that time, Di was in a hurry to increase the number of official members of the machine race, so he did not continue studying the devouring source seed. Using what he had already studied, he began to imitate ordinary devouring seeds. After creating a batch, he immediately spread them out. Not only did they spread to the 3 main dimensions of the universe, Di even entered the void turbulence and some black holes to imitate ordinary devouring seeds. Compared to the ordinary devouring seeds created by Di, the one in Yi Xian's body that was created by Xingbo was clearly more mysterious. Even more so, as for his guess, this so-called devouring source seed was most likely purposely left in Di's hands by Xingbo. Of course, there was no way to determine Xingbo's true motive now. Perhaps he only wanted to use this devouring source seed to scheme against Di or something else. However, all of this was no longer important. What was important was that the one who was ultimately plotted against was Yi Xian. Of course, right now, Yi Xian had already found this devouring source seed in his sea of consciousness. Furthermore, he had wrapped it tightly with his consciousness and spiritual power and observed it closely. As soon as there was any movement, he would be able to sense it immediately. However, Di had also told him that even he did not understand this devouring source seed completely. After studying it carefully for more than 1,000 years, he had only deciphered a small part of it. An ordinary devouring source seed that was carefully imitated had at most 70% of the functions of this devouring source seed, or even less. Just this point alone was enough to show how powerful this devouring source seed was. After comprehending all of this, Yi Xian's heart suddenly felt an incomparably intense fear towards the devouring source seed within his body. He almost impulsively took this devouring source seed out of his sea of consciousness and threw it as far away as possible. However, in the end, Yi Xian suppressed this impulse. Because, this was not the wisest choice. Because, on the surface, it appeared as though he had been tricked by Xingbo's devouring source seed, but now, Yi Xian had found it after all. Furthermore, he had set up a trap. From this point of view, this devouring source seed might be able to reverse the situation and become one of the conditions and methods Yi Xian used to deal with Xingbo. Only, this was possible in theory. After all, Xian had an electronic avatar in the form of a mechanical life form. Furthermore, there was more than one. And it was because of this reason that Xian did not completely remove the devouring system in his body. Now that he was a heavenly Dao realm expert, he had the ability to do so. From the looks of it, this choice was clearly correct. But at the same time, it made him even more wary of Xingbo's methods and mysteries. He and the primeval heavens I appeared to be in cahoots, but from the green void urn's trap, the primeval heavens I clearly did not know that Xian had a devouring system in his body. It was even more unaware that the devouring source seed's growth had the fascinating ability to jump through interstellar coordinates. Just from this point, it was obvious how terrifying Xingbo was. He was probably far stronger than the primeval heaven's eye. From the looks of it, the true enemy in the future is someone else. Xian was enlightened. The so-called primeval heavens I was only the heavenly Dao's will of the primeval great world. In the primeval great world, it was invincible. But now that the primeval great world had been destroyed, the so-called primeval heavens I was no different from a powerful heavenly Dao realm beast. At that moment, even he had unknowingly shifted his future enemy from the primeval heavens eye to Xingbo. If the heavenly Dao's eye were to know of this, it was unknown what he would think. Boom! Rumble! At that moment, as the void rift that spanned tens of millions of kilometers was smoothed out, the gigantic green void urn began to shrink and repair itself. In less than a minute, a deep thunderous rumble sounded. The green void urn's internal space that spanned hundreds of billions of kilometers had shrunk to a size of about 90 billion kilometers. At the bottom of the green urn tens of billions of kilometers ahead, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's expressions were extremely gloomy. At that moment, they naturally realized that they had been tricked. Hong the desolate Heaven Dao's eyes methods were too insidious. He did not even spare his own people. They originally believed that Xian's cultivation level was at most at the first or second stage of the heavenly Dao realm. As such, with the primeval heaven's eye's powerful strength at the 8th stage of the heavenly Dao realm, as long as Xian entered the urn, there would be no way for him to escape. All he needed to do was charge into the green urn and capture Xian. If they were to know that Xian was at the late stages of the 7th stage of the heavenly Dao realm, and that even the primeval heavens I needed to use the powerful nomological forces of the primordial chaos void to ensure his suppression, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher would never foolishly agree to enter the green urn as bait. That would be no different from putting themselves in danger. Once the primeval heavens I had other thoughts, they would be in danger. Heaven the Dao was heartless. This was something they knew very well. But unfortunately, it was too late to say anything now. Everything was already a fact, and there was no way to reverse it. At the bottom of the green urn tens of billions of kilometers away, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's expressions were extremely gloomy. They realized that they had been tricked. Hong the desolate Heaven Dao's eyes methods were too insidious. He did not even spare his own people, casually sacrificing them. The heavenly Dao was heartless. This point was perfectly illustrated in this matter. But, unfortunately, it was too late to say anything now. Everything was already a fact, and there was no way to reverse it. Standing in the void tens of billions of kilometers away was a powerful 7th stage heavenly Dao realm expert. With their present cultivation levels and strength, even if they charged over and self-destructed at close range, they would not be able to deal any damage to him. Besides, if he wanted to, would they even have the chance to close in? This was a complete joke. Brain with these thoughts flashing through their minds, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher exchanged looks. Following that, they turned to look at Xian. Their spiritual perception voices sounded out cautiously as though they were probing him. Xian, what happened before was just a misunderstanding. Now, we have realized that the heavenly Dao's eye is not a thing, that's right. Just this matter alone has caused us to fall out with him. The enemy of an enemy is a friend. In the past, there might have been a possibility of working together. At the very least, this is definitely more beneficial than you wiping us out. The two old fogies were clearly begging for mercy, but they refused to lower their heads. They insisted on working together because of their pride. Of course, they were also confident. This confidence came from the fact that Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's bodies were in their hands. This made them certain that they had something on Xian. The reason why they were at the bottom of the green urn was to use themselves as bait to lure Xian over. Now that Yi Xian was here, it was enough to show how much he valued Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's bodies. Under such circumstances, they were in possession of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's bodies. It was naturally equivalent to holding a bargaining chip. Even if they were begging for mercy, they could speak in such an unyielding manner. Unfortunately, although this was the truth, they had underestimated Yi Xian's means. After all, without entering the Heavenly Dao realm, they would never know how terrifying a true Heavenly Dao realm expert was. This apart from that, they were also completely ignorant of Yi Xian's way of doing things. This also meant that their scheme was destined to become a complete joke. Are you trying to threaten this lord in a roundabout manner? A ghastly glint flashed in his eyes as the corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled into a look of contempt. Be it his gaze towards the duo or his tone, it was filled with mockery. A mere desolate supremacy dares to use such a matter to threaten a late-stage Heavenly Dao. To think that the both of you have lived for so long. You have truly lived for nothing, phew. Phew, just as his voice faded, Yi Xian immediately attacked. He did not give Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's bodies a chance to speak again. In fact, he was not the slightest bit interested in what these two old fellows wanted to say. As he waved his hand, a sharp sound broke through the air. Two beams of light the size of a fingertip shot out. They were so fast that even the old monster Desolate Supremacy would not have the chance to react. In less than a split second, the two beams of light that shot out entered the glabella of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's bodies. With a flash, they disappeared. As the beams of light entered, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's eyes, which were originally filled with sinister scheming intent, instantly became sluggish. Their bodies trembled slightly as they stood rooted to the ground. The nimble aura in their bodies instantly became stiff and stagnant. If one could enter their soul sea, they would see the two beams of light appear out of thin air. The moment they entered the glabella, they appeared in the soul sea of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's soul sea. Soul above the soul sea, the desolate ancient mosquito that possessed the two bodies, as well as the soul of the other human expert that followed Xing Bo, were floating like tiny humans. As the two streaks of light shot over and appeared in the sea of souls, the expressions of the two tiny souls changed drastically. They turned around and tried to flee. Unfortunately, it was too late. At this point in time, it was impossible for them to leave the soul sea even if they wanted to. The two beams of light shot out at extreme speeds and instantly penetrated the glabella of the two souls. Following that, the beams of light dissipated as the souls of the two collapsed, turning into a rain of light that scattered into the soul sea below. Whoosh, whoosh, these were the complete souls of the two old monsters, Desolate Supremacies. In addition, the beam that instantly destroyed the souls came from Yi Xian. It was the pure energy of a late-stage Heavenly Dao realm expert. Now, they collapsed together, turning into a rain of light that scattered into the soul sea. Instantly, it was like boiling oil dripping into ice water, stirring up shocking waves in the soul sea below. Counting the time, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's bodies had been possessed for quite some time. Thankfully, the headless infant corpse had taken action, shooting out two beams of light that entered the glabella of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher. It was just like how Yi Xian had killed the duo. The only difference was that the strength and effects were different. Precisely, it was the two beams of light that enveloped Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's souls, protecting them. Ever since then, they had sunk into the deepest depths of the soul sea and remained dormant. That the two beams of light came from the headless infant corpse. They similarly had the strength of the Heavenly Dao realm. Although they appeared inconspicuous, they were definitely not something the duo could shake. Thus therefore, although they had refined Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's bodies, making them perfectly compatible with their souls, they had never been able to harm Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's souls in the slightest. Now that their souls had been completely destroyed, and even the power of their souls had been transformed into a rain of light that nourished Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's souls, the two bodies had returned to their original bodies. Very quickly, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher. Soon, a figure rushed out from the depths of the two bodies' soul sea. They were like tiny humans, and they were none other than Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's souls. That seemed like as if it had sensed the destruction of the Soul Caesar's soul sea. The layer of light that originally enveloped their soul bodies turned into a rain of light and scattered into the soul sea below. This was obviously predetermined by the headless infant corpse. Turn. Looking at the soul sea that was filled with shocking waves, Xue Ben and Mosquito Butcher's souls appeared to be in a trance. However, it quickly turned into a deep sense of pleasant surprise. The auras in their souls were rapidly rising, and the speed was so fast that it was simply shocking. This time, it was definitely a blessing in disguise. The two desolate ancient fierce Mosquito Butcher and Mosquito Butcher were ancient desolate sovereigns. Now that their complete souls had collapsed, they turned into pure soul power and rained down on Xue Ben and Mosquito Butcher's souls. Furthermore, the two pure heavenly Tao powers that the headless infant corpse and Yi Xian had shot into their soul sea had fused into their soul sea while their souls were absorbing the soul sea's powers. This three-pronged effect was clearly worth looking forward to. Xue Ben and Mosquito Butcher's souls would experience a tremendous transformation. Their physical strength would also change as a result. Although it was impossible for them to directly enter the true heavenly Tao realm, it was clearly not too difficult for them to reach the late-stage desolate supremacy realm. It was definitely possible. Boom. Rumble. Deep rumbles continued to resound from within the green void urn. Another few dozen breaths passed. Now, the green void urn that was originally 100 billion miles wide had shrunk to less than 70 billion miles wide. Short in less than 100 breaths of time, the space had shrunk by a third, and the subsequent speed would obviously be even faster. Therefore, according to Yi Xian's calculations, in at most 100 breaths of time, this incomparably large green urn would disappear. If Yi Xian, Xue Ben, and Mosquito Butcher were still inside the green urn, they would undoubtedly be completely crushed into nothingness. Even if Yi Xian's peak combat strength had reached the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, there was no way he would be spared. The so-called heavenly Tao realm experts were the strongest in a plane like the primordial great world. They represented the will of the heavenly Tao, but in the mysterious and ancient primordial chaos void, they were definitely not considered pinnacle existences. There was no way they could withstand the full suppression of the primordial chaos void's nomological powers. Such a scene was clearly impossible for Yi Xian to allow it to live. Before the void urn that spanned nearly 70 billion kilometers completely vanished, Yi Xian would definitely activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to his system and instantly leave. Just a moment ago, when he entered the green urn's interior, he had already attempted to activate it. He confirmed that the interstellar coordinate jump ability was normal, which was why he was so certain. The reason why he did not plan on leaving now was because he did not want to affect Xue Ben and Mosquito Butcher. Although Yi Xian hadn't entered their soul seas and hadn't even extended a strand of his divine sense to investigate, he could roughly guess what was happening in the soul seas of Xue Ben and the Mosquito Butcher. Their soul seas were going through an earth-shattering transformation, and as the level and strength of their soul bodies skyrocketed, it would definitely lead to the improvement of their physical cultivation. This process could not be affected in the slightest, or else there might be accidents. Fortunately, this kind of explosion from the depths of the soul sea would first affect the soul body, then lead to the physical body. It could be said to be a transformation from the inside to the outside. It would definitely be done quickly, so Yi Xian was not in a hurry. At this moment, he was standing leisurely in the void inside the green urn. His expression was calm, and there was even a trace of excitement and joy. His eyes were locked on Xue Ben, as if he did not sense the continuous contraction of the green urn around him at all, turning a blind eye to it, screech, roar. After another 10 breaths of time, in the void 10 billion miles ahead, Xue Ben and Mosquito Butcher, who had been staring at each other like puppets, suddenly opened their eyes. A blazing light flashed in the depths of their eyes. The two of them seemed to have come to an agreement. They both raised their heads and let out a violent roar, then a wild roar. As these two violent roars rang out, the cultivation aura of the two of them also rose rapidly. The speed was so fast that it was jaw-dropping, and the extent was so shocking that it made people tremble. Before their souls recovered, the two of them, who had possessed their physical bodies, went into seclusion. They had just come out of seclusion not long ago and came to the chaos-forbidden land. During this closed-door training, the desolate ancient fierce mosquito duo refined Xue Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original bodies. At the same time, they also improved their two bodies. When the two of them came out of closed-door training, their cultivation base was already at first-rank desolate supremacy. While, now, after the complete souls of the two desolate ancient mosquitoes collapsed, they turned into a rain of souls that scattered into the soul sea. In addition, the headless infant corpse and Yi Xian shot into the soul sea one after another, and the two pure heavenly energy that also collapsed and turned into a rain of light that scattered down. In the end, not only did the divine souls of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher transform, even the cultivation of their physical bodies had rapidly increased. The speed was too fast. In just 3 breaths of time, the cultivation aura of the two bodies had gone from the first level of the desolate realm to the 7th level of the desolate realm. Just as Xian had guessed, they had entered the late stage of the desolate realm. This was definitely a great fortune. Even Xian was a little jealous. One had to know that even if it was him, his true cultivation level was only at the 7th level of the desolate sovereign. He had the so-called peak combat strength of the 8th level of the heavenly Dao realm was completely achieved by relying on the 9 devil ape transformations bloodline ability. How much had he experienced along the way? He had accumulated numerous opportunities to reach the 7th level of the desolate realm. As for Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher, they had only profited from a single mishap to reach the late stage of the 7th level of the desolate realm. The gap between them was imaginable. God, it was only natural that Xian would be envious. Because all of this could not be replicated, at this time, as Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's rapidly increasing cultivation aura finally stabilized at the 7th level of the desolate realm, the gorgeous transformation of their souls and bodies was finally completed. Xian originally wanted to rush forward and exchange a few pleasantries before putting the two into the Shenong cauldron. Then, he would immediately leave. However, just as he was about to leave, something strange happened. Mosquito Butcher's body was originally a human expert. Therefore, when the transformation of his body was completed, this opportunity naturally came to an end. However, Shui Ben, on the other hand, was different. His current human form was just a transformation. Shui Ben's original form was a huge blood-red mosquito with a human head. Previously, he had already experienced a transformation of his bloodline and was close to atavism. However, it was not complete. It could be said that he could not be considered a true ancient mosquito. One had to know that the ancient mosquito was also a connate fierce beast. It was the bloodline of the mosquito demon god, one of the 3,000 chaos demon gods in this era. Shui Ben was still a certain distance away from the connate fierce beast level of the ancient mosquito bloodline. However, this time, as his soul transformed, his body seemed to have been reborn, and his cultivation soared. Another opportunity that belonged to Shui Ben had finally arrived at the right time. Screech! With an earth-shattering roar, the human body that Shui Ben had transformed into expanded rapidly like a balloon. The speed was too fast. In just a few breaths, Shui Ben, who was just in the form of an ordinary human, had already turned into a blood-colored mosquito that was millions of miles long. His body could be said to be incomparably huge, and his entire body was blood-red. He exuded an ancient aura that was so thick that it could not be dispersed. If it was in the past, Xian might not have been able to detect it, but now, he'd already hunted quite a few Xiantian fierce beasts. As a result, as Shui Ben's bloodline completely returned to its ancestral roots and revealed the true body of the desolate ancient fierce mosquito that was tens of thousands of kilometers long, Xian's eyes lit up. He sucked in a cold breath and instantly cried out involuntarily, "It actually completely returned to its ancestral roots? Looking at this bloodline aura, it's actually a connate fierce beast level. Desolate ancient mosquito?" Whoosh! Whoosh! Following his soft cry, the blood-colored mosquito that was millions of miles long shook and returned to its previous human form. Then, Shui Ben exchanged a look with Mosquito Butcher's body, who was not far away. Both of them had excited and happy expressions on their faces as they rushed towards Xian. Calculating the time, Xian had been separated from Shui Ben for quite some time, not to mention that Shui Ben had experienced such a dangerous thing. His physical body had been taken over, and he had almost died. Therefore, now that everything was over, the two brothers were excited and happy to see each other again. Naturally, they could not avoid exchanging pleasantries. Inverted it was Mosquito Butcher, who had never been in contact with Xian before, so he stood aside and watched the two of them catch up. For a moment, he felt a little awkward. Chatting after a few words, Xian took the initiative to greet Mosquito Butcher, and explained his identity and his relationship with Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher. This made Mosquito Butcher realize what was going on. Soon, he was no longer embarrassed and began to chat with Xian. No, this was obviously not the place to talk in detail. 2/3 of the last 100 breaths of time that Xian estimated had passed. The space inside the green urn, which was nearly 70 billion miles wide, was now less than 20 billion miles wide. According to this rate, the green urn void would disappear completely in 30 breaths of time. If they didn't want to die here and be crushed into nothingness by the terrifying power of the primordial chaos void, they had to leave before that happened. Xian immediately explained this matter. Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher knew the importance of this matter, so they naturally did not have any objections and nodded at the same time. Swoosh, a weak sound broke through the air. As Xian waved his hand, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher in front of him disappeared instantly and were absorbed into the Shinong cauldron in his body. Boom. Rumble. Right at this moment, just as he was about to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the devouring system in his body and directly turn into a faint ray of light, quietly leaving this place, an unexpected accident suddenly occurred. Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, the green urn void, which had been sealed and had shrunk to a radius of more than 10 billion miles, suddenly shook violently. The entire void fell into chaos in an instant, which made Xian's expression change, and his whole heart sank. Hongmeng Void, the left bank of the Milky Way, the forbidden primordial wilderness. More than 100 breaths of time had passed since the arrival of the Magic Hall Master, Xian, and took the initiative to enter the green urn void. In this period of time, the entire forbidden primordial wilderness was dead silent. Countless beasts in the surrounding abandoned planets were all paying close attention to the central region of the star domain. Left in the endless sea of battleships, countless experts from the three main planes of the starry skies held their breaths and gathered their gazes on the sea of battleships. They were guessing the final result of this matter, and their hearts were filled with anxiety. The Magic Hall Master, Xian, had already entered the green void urn. Furthermore, his present cultivation level and strength had far exceeded their expectations. He had reached the terrifying Heavenly Tao Realm's 7th stage. Compared to the primeval Heaven's Eye, who was at the 8th stage, he was only 1 stage away, but even so, after he entered the green void urn, there was no other commotion. As the void rift that spanned tens of millions of miles was mended, the entire green void urn was no longer visible. The vast void in the central region of the forbidden primordial wilderness was restored to its original state. Apart from the primeval Heaven's Eye and the 10 Heavenly Tao Realm generals under him, there was nothing else. This was to be expected. Even the green urn's entrance had been mended, so the green void urn naturally vanished. Its continuous contraction, as well as the deep rumbling sound that resulted, was neither visible nor audible in the cosmos of the forbidden primordial wilderness. And it was precisely because of this that the upper echelons of the various races and factions from the 3 main dimensions of the cosmos were feeling uneasy. Xian was their only hope. Even if they did not help him this time, as long as he did not fall into the primeval Heaven's Eye's trap and left safely, there was still a chance in the future, but if he were to perish, it would truly be the end. Shoo! 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 While everyone was feeling uneasy, in the middle of the forbidden star domain, a gigantic green vertical eye that resembled a star instantly shot out a gigantic green beam of light. Not only did the primeval Heaven's Eye attack again, the Weeping Soul Sanguine Ape and the other 10 Heavenly Tao Realm ferocious beast generals gathered around it also took action. Each of them shot out a gigantic beam of light that converged at the same spot where the green beam of light had struck. Screech! At the same time, the Weeping Soul Sanguine Ape raised its head and let out a shocking screech. He was using that strange bloodline divine power again. Here at that moment, as the screech sounded, the blood-colored horn on the Weeping Soul Sanguine Ape's head emitted invisible blood-colored ripples that surged out. It fused with the 11 beams of light that had just converged in the void before spreading out. Blinking. In a blink of an eye, it transformed into a strange blood-green screen of light. Here this blood-green screen of light that was formed from the fusion of the energy beams of 11 Heavenly Tao Realm experts as well as the power of the Weeping Soul Sanguine Ape's strange bloodline divine power spanned an extremely large area, reaching a size of 50 billion kilometers. At that moment, as the gigantic blood-green screen of light appeared and enveloped the void, the 50 billion kilometer stellar domain's void began to tremble violently. The void's forces instantly turned chaotic as everything within the 50 billion kilometer region turned hazy. Looking at it with the naked eye, everything appeared indistinct and surreal, as though it was an illusion. That was even when one extended their spiritual perception to probe, it was very difficult to obtain accurate information. This was the result of 11 heavenly Tao realm experts joining forces to cause chaos in the void. It was obvious how powerful it was. Very soon, in this hazy and chaotic expanse of space, the shadow of a huge green urn appeared. It was about 10 billion kilometers in diameter, but it was still condensing inwards. Look, at this rate of condensation, it would take at most 20 breaths of time before this extremely hazy shadow-like green urn would completely disappear. At that moment, Primeval Heaven's eyes' deep voice sounded with endless joy. It's a success. He's still inside. His aura is still the same, he. Previously, he had already used that strange method to escape from me twice. He didn't leave behind any clues and was completely untraceable. Since we have ambushed him this time, how can I not be on guard? Now, the void within the 50 billion kilometer region is in complete chaos. Just like back in the demonic wolf forbidden ground, there's no way to teleport. His mysterious escape technique can't be activated either. In this way, in at most 20 breaths of time, this void green urn, which has a circumference of 10 billion kilometers, will completely disappear as it continues to condense. All the existences inside the green urn will be completely crushed into nothingness under the power of the powerful primordial void laws. Even late-stage heavenly Tao realm experts at the 7th stage won't be spared. There's no chance of survival. Primordial chaos forbidden ground. Forbidden ground in the central zone of the Earthstar domain, the 11 heavenly Tao realm experts led by the primordial heavenly Tao green-eyed were gathered. They were encircling a void that spanned 5 million kilometers. Now, it was in complete chaos. Even void teleportation was impossible. In the chaotic void that spanned 5 million kilometers, one could vaguely see a gigantic sealed void green urn. Now, it was less than 50 billion kilometers in diameter. Furthermore, it was still shrinking. At this rate, it would vanish completely in less than 30 seconds. This scene made Primeval Heaven's eye feel relieved. In his delight, he let out a strange laugh and his voice sounded. GGG. Previously, he had already used that strange method to escape from my hands twice, not leaving behind a single clue. How could I not be on guard against this? Now, the void within the 50 billion kilometer region is in complete chaos. In another 20 seconds, the void green urn will vanish from the continuous contraction. All existences inside the green urn will be reduced to nothingness. He was extremely confident about this because he had done his research on Xianxia's means. After all, with his shrewdness, it was impossible for him to take action without absolute confidence since he had gone to great lengths to set up such a trap. No, it was only the primordial heavenly Tao's azure eye. It was the same for the 10 heavenly Tao realm beasts under his command, led by the weeping soul blood ape. At that moment, as the heavenly Tao's azure eye's voice sounded, the 10 heavenly Tao realm beasts' auras turned intense. They were eager to give it a try, although they had never fought the so-called magic hall master, Xian, or even made contact with him. They had heard Primeval Heaven's eye mention it. Now, as the void green urn continued shrinking, the magic hall master, Xian, was doomed. He was bound to perish. But, some of the treasures on him should be left behind, such as the Shenong cauldron or the 9-colored sea of flames. These items would be squeezed out when the green urn shrank to its limits. After all, they were treasures of an era that contained a sliver of connate light from Providence. The primordial chaos void laws would not be destroyed just like that. They even hoped that the rather extraordinary magic hall master, Xian, would be able to escape with a wisp of his remnant soul. That way, as long as this wisp of remnant soul landed in their hands, they could search his soul and obtain the various supreme mystic techniques and bloodline divine powers he possessed. For example, the profundities of the heaven-falling bow, or the heaven-defying mystic technique that allowed one's cultivation level to increase by an entire realm without any time limit. These were all supreme treasures. Even supreme existences at the heavenly Tao realm would not be unmoved. Meanwhile, just as the primordial heavenly Tao azurite and the 10 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals led by the weeping soul blood ape were filled with hope, in the endless sea of battleships to the left of the distant stellar domain. Come. The higher-ups of the various races and forces in the 3 main planes of the starry heavens were all ashen. They similarly saw the scene in the stellar domain's center. They saw the chaotic sealed void that spanned 50 billion kilometers, as well as the green urn that had shrunk to less than 50 billion kilometers in size. The green urn was clearly still sealed. In such a situation where the void was in complete chaos, it was impossible for Magic Hall Master Xian to use teleportation or other mystic techniques to escape despite being a late-stage 7th stage heavenly Dao. This was definitely a sign of his imminent demise. At most, a wisp of his remnant soul would escape. Furthermore, time was already running out. It was imminent, at most a few seconds. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, everyone's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. At this moment, they finally tasted the bitterness of complete despair. Even if the Demon Hall's master, Xian, didn't save them this time, as long as he successfully escaped, there would still be hope. But now... Look, that green urn, looks like there's a hole in it. Even as that formless scent of despair silently spread in the hearts of countless champions in the 3 major celestial planes, a soft cry of a breakthrough suddenly echoed from the main control cabin of the large star fortress where the leaders of the 2 human factions and the Temple of Glory were gathered. It was filled with hesitation and disbelief, but more than that, it was an incomparably strong cry of astonishment. Some of them shuddered violently and subconsciously turned to look at the holographic screen in the main control cabin. Then, their eyes widened as they gasped, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. In the next moment, joyous cries echoed from the cabins of the battleships like a tidal wave that blanketed the world. Heavens, what happened? There's clearly a hole at the bottom of the green urn. It's very small and inconspicuous, but it's very clear. The green urn broke. There was a hole in it due to some accident. Xian is a Class 7 late-stage heavenly Dao realm. He would definitely be able to seize the opportunity to escape. After leaving the green urn, all he has to do is charge out of that chaotic and seemingly sealed 50 billion miles of void and teleport away instantly. The last ray of hope is preserved. We still have a chance at freedom. The heavens have taken pity on us. At the same time, in the middle of the void in the primordial forbidden lands, the primordial heavenly Dao Green-Eyed and his 10 heavenly Dao realm ferocious beasts, led by the weeping soul blood ape, had their smiles come to a halt. Tight, then, as if in agreement, the 11 heavenly Dao realm existences let out a shocking roar at the same time. Roar. Roar, screech. What happened? Why is there a hole in the green urn? Attack immediately. We have to stop the master of the Magic Hall before he escapes the sealed 50 billion miles. Boom. Rumble, with a furious roar, the 11 figures moved in unison. The strength in their bodies was pushed to its limits as they charged in the direction of the hole in the green urn. The situation was completely reversed in a split second. The atmosphere in the forbidden area of the primitive world was completely stagnant and tense, green, inside the urn. Positive just as Xian was about to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the devouring system in his body and instantly leave, the green urn suddenly quaked violently. This was clearly a result of the void being disturbed by a powerful external force, causing it to fall into a chaotic rhythm. Without a doubt, the ones who had taken action were Primeval Heaven's Eye and the Heavenly Dao Realm Feral Beast generals under him. Just 2 or 3 Heavenly Dao Realm experts were unable to do so. Brain as these thoughts flashed through his mind, Xian's heart sank to rock bottom. At that moment, he was truly flustered. In just a few seconds, the green urn that had a diameter of more than 10 billion miles had shrunk to less than 10 billion miles. Pressing on, at this rate, it would take at most a dozen breaths before the entire void green urn completely disappeared. At that time, it would be the time of Xian's death. Positive just as he was burning with anxiety, a hole suddenly appeared at the bottom of the green urn more than 2 billion miles away. It left Xian stunned as he opened his mouth wide in a daze. Primeval Forbidden Zone, 50 billion miles away from the edge of the Forbidden Zone. Ever since Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher entered the Forbidden Star area of Untainted Universe, Shi Wanjin, who had been following them all the way, had been hiding in a remote corner of the void, concealing his aura and silently lurking there. Positive. During the month that Primeval Heavens I set up the green urn and waited for Xian's arrival, Lion Wanjin's lurking figure had not moved at all. However, his attention was highly focused as he captured any abnormal fluctuations in the void. These weak energy fluctuations were like clues to him, which he could use to understand the situation in the primeval forbidden zone. Although it was impossible to know everything in detail, he could still grasp the general situation. This was a special bloodline ability that Shi Huanjin had awakened after the transformation of his divine soul bloodline and the awakening of his thunder poison tribulation body. It was not a divine ability, nor a secret technique, but it was no weaker than any of them. This ability was somewhat similar to some of the abilities of the Spacebug clan. The Spacebug clan could keenly capture extremely weak energy fluctuations in the void through their antennae and obtain information from them. This, in fact, Shi Huanjin, who now had the thunder poison tribulation body, was far superior to the Spacebug clan in this aspect. Although they were separated by hundreds of millions of miles in the void, it had been a month after all. Even if the energy fluctuations in the primeval forbidden zone were extremely weak, they could not escape Shi Huanjin's keen perception. As early as 10 days ago, he had learned everything. He knew that primeval heavens I had used Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher as bait to set up a green urn in the void to lure his master, Yi Xian, into the urn and kill him. Before Shi Huanjin's thunder poison tribulation body had awakened, his entire body and divine soul had been completely refined by Yi Xian's slave seal. Therefore, after the lightning poison tribulation had completely awakened, nothing had changed in the slightest. His loyalty to Yi Xian had always been the same. Since he knew that his master was in danger, Shi Huanjin naturally could not stand idly by. However, he did not act rashly. In the following 10 days, he calmly made inferences. When Yi Xian arrived, he instantly sensed him. After all, he was a late-stage heavenly Dao realm existence. Furthermore, Yi Xian was not launching a sneak attack this time. Instead, he was rushing over openly. His aura did not converge in the slightest. Then, at the next moment, at the instant Yi Xian entered the green urn, Shi Huanjin, who had not moved for more than a month, finally moved. He remained concealed and converged his aura. This was also the ability of the awakened thunder poison tribulation body. Although it could not compare to the heaven-defying effects of Yi Xian's psyche mystic technique, perfect pulse, it was not much different. Until, with his desolate supremacy realm cultivation level, even powerful heavenly Dao realm existences would not easily discover him unless they deliberately probed him carefully. In fact, with Yi Xian's arrival, primeval heaven's eye and the 10 heavenly Dao realm ferocious beast generals under him had all focused their attention on the green urn. They had no intention of paying attention to anything else, nor did they imagine that someone would dare infiltrate the desolate wilderness forbidden ground at such a time. By even in the deeper waters of the Milky Way's left bank, the desolate wilderness forbidden ground, which had 11 powerful heavenly Dao realm existences presiding over it, was definitely an extremely powerful existence. Although it was not ranked in the top 10, it was absolutely impossible for anyone to easily provoke it. Under such circumstances, Shi Huanjin, who had fully powered his mystic technique, carefully proceeded forward. Finally, he successfully entered the desolate wilderness forbidden ground and lay in ambush beside the green urn. He did not immediately take action because the situation back then did not require it. Although Shi Huanjin did not know what the interstellar coordinate jump ability of Yi Xian's devouring system was, he knew that Yi Xian had the means to escape without leaving a trace. The situation back then was unable to keep Yi Xian, but Shi Huanjin strongly suspected that the primeval heaven's eye setup was not that simple. Therefore, he lay in ambush. Indeed, what happened next confirmed his guess. In fact, Yi Xian had also guessed it, but he was also a powerful existence at the 7th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. He knew that such means required time to set up and prepare. As for Yi Xian, he did not expect that Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher would need so much time to complete their metamorphosis. His inference had made a mistake, and although it was just a few seconds, the final outcome was that he nearly fell into a dire situation. There is still Shi Huanjin, when the primordial heavenly Dao Green Eye and the 10 heavenly Dao realm ferocious beast generals led by the weeping soul sanguine ape attacked simultaneously, sealing the vast void that spanned 50 billion kilometers around the green urn. Shi Huanjin took action. He remained concealed and converged his aura. Without anyone noticing, he reached the bottom of the green urn that had shrunk to a circumference of about 50 billion kilometers. However, following that, he began to chew on it. That's right, he used his mouth to chew on it. It was the simplest and crudest method. To others, this was clearly impossible. Even Yi Xian himself was incapable of doing so. His teeth were not that good. However, Shi Wanjin was different. Ever since his lightning poison tribulation body awakened, his teeth had become better. After his cultivation level entered the supreme primordial realm, the situation became even more obvious. As mentioned previously, his lightning poison tribulation body could devour everything. It was about the same as Xianxia's treasure devouring body. However, the treasure devouring body devoured energy. As for Shi Wanjin's lightning poison tribulation body, it could also devour other objects apart from energy. However, it was more troublesome. He could only chew on it bite by bite. If he was willing, even a star could be devoured bite by bite, digesting it and transforming it into a resource that boosted his cultivation level. However, if he were to reveal his berserk lion bloodline true body, with his present desolate supremacy cultivation level, he could travel 5 million kilometers. That would allow him to devour faster. No, if he were to do so, he would instantly be exposed. He was only a first-stage desolate supremacy. If he were to expose himself and be discovered by the primeval Heaven's Eye, the other party would definitely be able to kill him before he could chew on the green urn. Therefore, Shi Wanjin did not do so. He continued maintaining his human appearance as he chomped on the bottom of the green urn. This was the void green urn that was condensed from the primordial chaos void law. Even with his heaven-defying teeth, it was extremely slow for him to chew on it. However, even so, under Shi Wanjin's all-out effort, in less than 10 breaths, a small hole was finally bitten out of the bottom of the green urn. It was not big, only the size of a fist. However, the appearance of this small hole was extremely significant. Because it represented that the originally completely sealed void green urn, which didn't have the slightest gap, had been destroyed. It was precisely because of the appearance of this fist-sized gap that the danger of Xian being trapped within the green urn was instantly resolved. Inside the green urn, the original diameter of the green urn had shrunk to less than 10 billion kilometers. It was only around 8 billion kilometers. According to this rate, the entire void green urn would disappear in at most 10 breaths of time. At that time, it would be the time of Xian's death. Facing all this, Xian's heart sank to the bottom. At this moment, he was truly panicking. In fact, with his methods, it was not impossible to break through this void green urn, but it required time. In less than 10 breaths of time, it was impossible for him to complete it. Just as he was burning with anxiety, a hole suddenly appeared at the bottom of the green urn more than 2 billion kilometers away, causing Xian to be stunned and his mouth to open wide in shock. Swish, in the next moment, with an incomparably weak sound of breaking through the air, a ray of light rushed in from the fist-sized hole. In a flash, it turned into Shi Wanjin's figure, and he opened his mouth and called out, "Master, it's you?" Xian was dumbstruck, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. No matter what, he never thought that someone would save him at such a critical moment. Furthermore, this person was actually Shi Wanjin. Compared to this extreme surprise, he was not so surprised that Shi Wanjin had already reached the first level of the desolate realm. This fellow's divine soul and body had completely transformed, and he had awakened the lightning poison tribulation physique. It was as though he had been reborn, and he possessed a terrifying devouring ability that was not inferior to his devouring treasure physique. Under such circumstances, coupled with the fact that Shi Wanjin had left him to develop and grow in the outside world for quite some time, it was reasonable for him to enter the desolate realm. But, even so, it was absolutely impossible for him to make a hole in the void green urn, even if the hole was only the size of a fist. After all, the void green urn was condensed from the powerful primordial void laws. Even if Xian, whose cultivation had reached the 8th level of the heavenly Tao realm, could break it, it was absolutely impossible for him to do so in a short period of time. He would need at least 30 breaths of time. But, in fact, from the time he entered the void green urn to the time when the primeval Heaven's Eye sealed the 10 million kilometer wide hole until now, a total of less than 30 breaths had passed. Xian could not figure out how Shi Wanjin did it. At this moment, his entire mind was in a daze, buzzing, and his expression was as though he had just seen a ghost. It was extremely brilliant. This is condensed from the power of the primordial void laws. After a breath of time, he finally came back to his senses. His body trembled slightly, and at the same time he gasped, he subconsciously asked with a tone full of emotion, "You? How did you do it?" "Good teeth, gnawing it out," Shi replied. Shi gave a simple reply before pointing at the fist-sized hole behind him. He reminded him, shouldn't we be leaving? The heavenly Taos, I should have discovered it. This sentence reminded Yixian. Although he was deeply suspicious of Shi Wanjin's claim of having good teeth and gnawing it out, now was not the time to delve into this matter. On one hand, the primeval heavens I must have sensed something amiss and should be rushing over. On the other hand, the fist-sized hole that Shi Wanjin suspected to have gnawed out had shrunk by half in just a few breaths of time. This, clearly, it was the result of the primordial void law's influence. In just a few more breaths of time, the hole would have closed again. This, in fact, in just a few words, the void green urn, which had already shrunk to a radius of more than 8 billion miles, seemed to have shrunk even more. Now, it was less than 6 billion miles, and at most, it would disappear completely in 6 breaths of time. The situation was critical, and there was no time to delay. Xiao, with these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yixian did not continue to delay. With a wave of his hand, he directly put Shi Wanjin in front of him into the internal space of the Shenong cauldron. Then, with a shake of his shoulders, his entire body instantly turned into a ray of light and rushed out of the hole at the bottom of the green urn that had shrunk to the size of half a fist. The moment he rushed out of the hole, Yixian's heart, which had been hanging in his throat, finally relaxed by half. However, it was only half because he was not really out of the predicament yet. Although he had rushed out of the void green urn, the void outside the green urn was still in chaos. Moreover, it was a vast area of 50 billion miles. In the 50 billion miles of chaotic void, Yixian could not activate the interstellar coordinate jumping ability of the devouring system in his body and leave calmly in this way. Xiao, an incomparably sharp sound of something breaking through the air rang out. After his body rushed out of the half-fist hole at the bottom of the green urn, Yixian's divine sense spread out and probed the closest distance. Without any hesitation, he activated all the energy in his body. With a shake of his shoulders, his entire body transformed into a ray of light that surpassed the speed of lightning as he charged forward. Roar! Damn it, you actually managed to escape. A few of them cursed. At the same time, 10 billion miles behind him, Primeval Heaven's eyes' shocking roar could be heard, revealing a trace of fluster and exasperation that could not be dispersed. He was really angry. Everything was about to be completed, but at the final moment of harvest, such an accident happened. Until now, he still did not understand how the hole at the bottom of the void green urn, which was only the size of a fist, had appeared, but all of this was not important. The moment he saw Yixian's figure rush out of the hole at the bottom of the green urn, Primeval Heaven's eyes' heart sank to the bottom of the valley. He realized that today was probably going to be a wasted effort again. No. The present Yixian was still in the chaotic void that spanned 50 billion miles after all. There was no way for him to use his teleportation ability, nor was it possible for him to use his freakish mystic technique to escape instantly. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would not give up. Roar! Roar! Screech! Amidst the astounding roars, Primeval Heaven's Eye and the 10 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals, with the weeping soul Sanguine Ape as the lead, pushed their powers to the limits. They transformed into 11 blazing auroras that flanked Yixian from the left and right. Unfortunately, it was all too late. The spot where Yixian had rushed out from the bottom of the void green urn was only about 10 billion miles away from the edge of the chaotic void. And this was the direction he had chosen. 10 billion miles was just a matter of seconds for Yixian, whose peak combat strength had reached the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. At the instant he moved, he had already activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the devouring system in his body. Just as he rushed out from the edge of the chaotic void, the interstellar coordinate jump ability was instantly activated. Phew! A beam of light flashed, enveloping Yixian's figure. With a flash, it instantly vanished with his figure, leaving no traces behind. It was completely untraceable. Screech! At that moment, Primeval Heaven's eyes' roar that was filled with endless indignation resounded throughout the vast desolate forbidden land. In the primordial void, in the endless dark zone that was extremely far away from the two sides of the Milky Way, near the base camp of the Source Nest star, whoosh, a faint sound of breaking through the air sounded, and an imperceptible flash appeared, followed by Yixian's figure. He had just left the forbidden land of the left bank of the Milky Way and activated the interstellar coordinate ability of the Devouring system in his body. The locked jump coordinate was near the base camp of the Source Nest star. A long time ago, after he returned from the endless turbulent void, he took the opportunity to go to the Source Nest star, but he didn't stay for long at that time because the Magic Hall army was in trouble, so he left in a hurry. Here at this moment, as soon as his figure appeared, he directly rushed to the Source Nest star in the void in front of him. He used his divine sense to explore. The surroundings of the Source Nest star were extremely quiet. Even from far away, he could vaguely see the surface of the Source Nest star. Xianxia had some teams of ferocious beasts and demonic cultivators patrolling the area. As his figure turned into a ray of light and directly landed on the Source Nest star, the patrolling teams of demonic cultivators and ferocious beasts immediately swarmed over. Xianxia didn't stay here for too long, then his figure flashed and went underground, directly entering the first layer of the Life Giant Fortress's inner space. Such as now, the entire interior of the Source Nest star had been swallowed by the Life Giant Fortress. Under the shallow layer of rock on the surface was the entire Life Giant Fortress. It was extremely huge, and with the use of space-folding technology inside, it was so vast that one couldn't see the end at all. The news of his return was quickly transmitted by the patrol team on the surface of the star. A large number of space beasts were rushing over, and among them, Gui Hai Dao, Song Qingyu, Nebashan, Ba Chai, Li Mosquito, Suifeng Tai, and other demon powerhouses were clearly seen. Including the 8 great guardian deities, Flying Centipede, and Old Monster Silver Pole were also rushing over. Everyone was extremely excited. This time, he didn't leave for long, so the 8 great guardian deities, Flying Centipede, Old Monster Silver Pole, Gui Hai Dao, and other trusted subordinates still had the same cultivation base. This in the past few years, all his trusted subordinates that had been left behind on Source Nest star had cultivated wholeheartedly, and their strengths were rather extraordinary now. The Flying Centipede and Old Monster Silver Dawn were already Exalted Realm experts, and they weren't far away from the primordial era. As for the 8 Vajra warriors, Gui Hai Dao, Song Qingyu, as well as the leaders of the demon army, including Naibua Mountain, Ba Chai, Li Mosquito, and Suifeng Tai, they were all universe masters, and they were at the late stage of this realm. They were not too far away from becoming universe supreme masters. The 20,000 great beings under Yu Gui Hai Dao and Song Qingyu all had the power of universe knights. Even though they were only at the initial stage, as long as they were provided with a large amount of cultivation resources, it wouldn't be long before the entire demon army of 20,000 cultivators would progress in their cultivation once again. They had been nurturing Gui Hai Dao and Song Qingyu's 20,000 demon soldiers as an elite troop. They had invested a lot of top-tier cultivation resources into them over the years. Such as now, it seemed that the results were amazing, but this wasn't the end. Everything had to continue. Thinking that there would be a demon army of 20,000 universe knights soon, Xianxia felt extremely gratified. However, he couldn't wait to see how far this elite demon army, which had been following him since the beginning, could reach in the end. Besides the demon army, the space beasts and the 10 million ferocious beasts under Old Pig Demon's command had also made amazing progress in their cultivation. Last time, when Xianxia left with Old Pig Demon, there were already 7 great beings at the initial stage in the ferocious beast army. After all, when Xianxia left, he had left behind a few level 28 great beings pills. At that time, there were already 9 universe masters in the ferocious beast army. After dozens of years, there were 7 great beings at the first stage, which was normal. Now, a few years had passed, and the other 2 universe supreme ferocious beasts had also become great beings. Now, there were a total of 9 great beings at the level of great beings in the ferocious beast army, and there were more than 1,000 universe knights and universe masters. All of them were at least emperors or above. With 10 million emperors, this was definitely an elite ferocious beast army. After chatting with the generals who were guarding the Source Nest base camp for a while, Xianxia suddenly thought of something. He waved his hand and summoned Shi Wanjin, Shui Ben, and Mosquito Butcher's original body from Shenong Treasure Cauldron. Among the 3 of them, Shi Wanjin and Shui Ben had stayed in the Source Nest base camp before, so they were familiar with it. However, Mosquito Butcher's original body was very curious. He looked around, and from time to time, he was shocked and surprised. Good, after all, he came from one of the 3 main space planes, so he had been exposed to modern technology before. Although he was shocked by the size and high end of the Life Giant Fortress in Longyihao Life Giant Fortress, it wasn't unacceptable. He quickly got used to it. What happened just now? That fist-sized hole at the bottom of the green void urn. Very quickly, Yi Xian brought up the important matter and turned to look at Shi Wanjin. His expression was serious as he revealed a strange expression. It can't be that you really ate it bite by bite, right? Yes, master. Shi Wanjin replied. Wanjin's expression was calm as he nodded and replied, ever since my soul and bloodline transformed and I awakened the thunder poison tribulation physique, I've been mastering some unique abilities. For example, what you just said is one of them. At this point, Shi Wanjin seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and a gloomy expression appeared on his face. He shook his head and said with a bitter smile, but that green void urn was condensed from the primordial chaos laws after all, so it's extraordinarily tough. It's definitely the most difficult thing to eat that I've ever eaten. Back then, I only bit out a fist-sized hole, but my teeth were already numb. Shi Wanjin was obviously complaining that the green void urn was too tough, and it was extremely uncomfortable to chew on it. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian was dumbstruck on the spot. He stared blankly at Shi Wanjin, as if he was completely shocked by him. That void green urn was condensed from the power of the laws of the primordial chaos. Even though Yi Xian could break it, it would take him a long time to do so. Moreover, he would need to use all of his methods, such as the divine known 9-colored flames and even the heavenly fallen bow, a powerful bloodline ability. However, Shi Wanjin was so simple and violent. He actually used his teeth to bite out a fist-sized hole in the green void urn. This, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Yi Xian wouldn't have dared to imagine it. Even if someone patted their chest and told him about it, he definitely wouldn't have believed it. While his thoughts were running wild, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. An extremely bold idea popped up in his mind. Caught off guard, he actually gave himself a big fright. Lion. Shi Wanjin's words allowed Yi Xian to confirm his terrifying ability. He never thought that Shi Wanjin would be so simple and violent. He actually bit out a fist-sized hole in the green void urn. This, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Yi Xian wouldn't have dared to imagine it. While his thoughts were running wild, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. An extremely bold idea popped up in his mind, and he was caught off guard. It actually gave him a big fright. In theory, the green void urn in the forbidden land of the Hongmeng Void was condensed from the power of the Hongmeng Void Law, and the layer of invisible barrier that enveloped and protected the entire Milky Way was also condensed from the power of the Hongmeng Void Law. The essence of each was the same, but the strength was different. For example, the green void urn in the forbidden land of the Hongmeng Void. The current Yi Xian could still break it with a little time if he used all his means. However, with Yi Xian's current strength and means, it was absolutely impossible for him to break the invisible barrier that enveloped and protected the entire Milky Way with his own strength. But after all, it was not absolutely indestructible and unbreakable. Until, Xiao Bo and the headless baby corpse had successfully broken it one after another. Then, at the critical moment, they rushed into it and entered the interior of the Milky Way. Dang, however, even though Bo and the headless infant corpse had successfully created a small hole in the invisible barrier that enveloped the entire Milky Way galaxy, the speed at which the hole was repaired was extremely fast. It was simply infuriating. In just a flash, the barrier was restored to its original state. But it didn't matter. As long as Shi Wanjin's freakishly good teeth could bite through this invisible barrier, even if it was only a small pinhole-sized hole, even if this hole only existed for 1/10 of an instant, it would be quickly repaired under the influence of the extremely powerful Hongmeng Void Law. For Yi Xian, it was still enough. With that 1/10 of an instant, he could definitely take the opportunity to rush into the interior of the Milky Way star field. Dang, however, whether this matter can succeed is still unknown, but at least it's worth a try. Let's go, I'll take you to a place. After making the decision, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. He turned to look at Shi Wanjin, and then with a wave of his hand, he took him, Shui Ben, and Mosquito Butcher into the Shennon cauldron in his body. Then Yi Xian, Gui Hai Dao, the 8 great guardian deities, and the others left the Source Nest Star Base camp immediately. This time, the destination he was going to was the dark area at the end of the right side of the Milky Way. This Milky Way star field was vast and boundless, and its entire body was enveloped and protected by a layer of invisible barrier. In fact, Xian could start anywhere, but there were many ferocious beast forbidden lands and remnant star fields on both sides of the Milky Way. This kind of thing was too shocking. If it was spied on by someone, it would definitely cause unnecessary trouble. By the reason why the ferocious beast forbidden lands and remnant star fields on both sides of the Milky Way star field existed was actually because of the Milky Way star field. Some of the powerful ferocious beasts and remnant star fields in the ferocious beast forbidden lands and remnant star fields have been waiting for countless years on both sides of the Milky Way. The only thing they want is to be able to enter the Milky Way star field and compete for the Hongmeng destiny of the next era. If they knew that Shi Huanjin had such abnormal teeth that he could bite a small hole in the invisible barrier formed by the powerful Hongmeng void law that enveloped and protected the Milky Way star field, and let people enter in advance, I'm afraid that all the ferocious beasts and remnant star fields who knew this news would go crazy. Therefore, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Xian decided to try this matter in the dark area at the end of both sides of the Milky Way star field where there was no starlight, but there were also no ferocious beast forbidden lands and remnant star fields. After a few days, they arrived at their destination. It was already dark in front of them, and only some faint starlight could be seen on the left side. That was the Milky Way star field. Swoosh! With a wave of his hand, Xian summoned Shi Huanjin from the space inside the Shenong cauldron and took him to the edge of the Milky Way star field. He stretched out his hand and pointed forward. "Try it later and see if you can bite it." Shi Huanjin said. Shi Huanjin understood instantly, and a dull expression appeared on his face. Apparently, he was a little stunned. He had never thought of such a thing, nor did he dare to try it at all. How could the invisible barrier that enveloped the entire Milky Way star field and protected it for countless years be so easy to bite through? Swoosh! While he was dumbfounded, Xian had already begun to act. With a wave of his hand, a light beam shot out, rushing towards the Milky Way star field ahead. Buzz! Soon, a low buzzing sound sounded, and the light beam shot out and stopped abruptly in front of thousands of miles away. A layer of hazy barrier appeared in front of the light beam, but it was only about 1,000 feet long. There was no similar hazy barrier in other areas. The entire Milky Way star field was so vast and boundless, although it was shrouded and protected by an invisible barrier condensed by the power of the primordial chaos void law. However, it was impossible for an impact force to appear in any place. The entire huge invisible barrier that enveloped the Milky Way star field appeared. Now that the light beam hit it, although the hazy barrier was only 1,000 feet long, it would be wrong to think that there was no barrier in other areas that didn't appear. He didn't believe that if he sent another light beam to other places, a hazy barrier would immediately appear there. "Come, try biting it." Seeing this hazy barrier that was only 1,000 feet long appeared, Xian turned to look at Shi Huanjin. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the hazy barrier that suddenly appeared in the void thousands of miles away, hinting Shi Huanjin to try it. In this way, it seemed that it was impossible not to bite it. Shi Huanjin, a depressed look appeared on Shi Huanjin's face, but he didn't say anything. With a shake of his shoulders, his entire figure instantly turned into a light beam and blasted away. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of this hazy barrier. He slightly adjusted the power in his body, took a deep breath, and then directly opened his mouth and gnawed on it. No, needless to say, this scene was really strange to the extreme. If there were some space beasts or survivors on both sides of the Milky Way star field passing by at this time, and suddenly saw such a scene, someone lying on the invisible barrier that enveloped and protected the entire Milky Way star field and directly gnawed on it, I'm afraid that they would faint on the spot. Xian's face showed a very expectant expression. Although he didn't have much confidence, at least he had some expectations in his heart. After all, Shi Huanjin had directly gnawed on the void green jar in the forbidden area of the Great Desolate Land before. Unfortunately, he still underestimated the toughness of this invisible barrier that enveloped and protected the entire Milky Way star field. Shi Huanjin gnawed for a long time, but there was no movement at all. In the end, he seemed to have given up, and turned to look at him with a bitter face. although Shi had directly gnawed on the void green jar in the forbidden area of the Great Desolate Land before, Yi Xian obviously still underestimated the toughness of this invisible barrier that enveloped and protected the entire Milky Way star field. Shi gnawed for a long time, but there was no movement at all. In the end, he seemed to have given up. He turned to look at him with a bitter face, and said pitifully, "Master, the roots of my teeth are sore. I can't bite it." "Can't bite it?" Yi Xian's face showed a look of disappointment, and subconsciously turned to look at the place where he had just gnawed. In an instant, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he sucked in a breath of cold air. "These are teeth marks?" In the line, the place where Shi had just gnawed had clearly left a few teeth marks on the hazy barrier membrane. At this time, perhaps because of the influence of the primordial chaos void law, the hazy barrier membrane that had been gnawed on with teeth marks was being repaired. Thus, therefore, these clear teeth marks are slowly disappearing. That's right, after gnawing for a long time, only a few teeth marks were left. "The roots of my teeth are sore, and I really can't bite it." Wang Jin also looked back at the barrier membrane, and his face was full of bitterness. "Master, there's no need to think about this matter anymore. It's simply impossible. You call this can't bite it? You've already gnawed on it." Yi Xian was stunned. Xian was stunned for a few moments before he regained his senses. An incomparably excited expression immediately appeared on his face. "This is the strongest barrier condensed from the power of the primordial void laws. To think that you were able to leave a bite mark on it. Just this alone is enough to explain the problem." Halfway through his sentence, he turned to look at Shi again, and his eyes revealed an encouraging look. "It should be because your cultivation level is insufficient. It doesn't matter, after all, you are only a first-order desolate supremacy, just a first-order desolate supremacy, and you are already able to gnaw on this strongest barrier membrane, leaving teeth marks. If your cultivation level is increased by another large realm, reaching the first-order heavenly Tao realm, there is a high chance of success." According to his deduction, the result was indeed so. After all, the difference between a first-order desolate supremacy and a first-order heavenly Tao realm was like the difference between the sky and the abyss. Furthermore, Yi Xian did not want to gnaw a large hole in this barrier membrane, he only needed a small hole the size of a needle's eye. Even if it only existed for a tenth of an instant, it was enough. "All right, then. I'll try again in the future." Upon hearing Yi Xian's intention to let him continue gnawing on it in the future, the bitterness on Shi Wanjin's face became even stronger. No, right now, he was only a first-order desolate supremacy, and was still extremely far away from the heavenly Tao realm. Therefore, although he was depressed, he suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. At least for now, he did not need to continue gnawing on it. After gnawing for half a day, his teeth were really sore. However, although there is no need to try again on this barrier membrane that envelopes the entire Milky Way star field, we still have another chance. On the side, just as Shi Wanjin secretly heaved a sigh of relief, Yi Xian suddenly changed the topic. From his words, it was clear that he wanted to continue gnawing on it. Shi Wanjin was so frightened that his heart, which had just calmed down, immediately rose to his throat. He looked at Yi Xian in horror. "Don't worry, according to my calculations, we shouldn't return empty-handed this time." After glancing at him, Yi Xian comforted him with a few words, then continued, "Although you can't gnaw on this invisible barrier membrane that envelopes the entire Milky Way star field for the time being, the barrier membranes that envelop the nesting stars are definitely not as tough. According to my calculations, although the barrier membranes that envelop the nesting stars are definitely stronger than the void green urn in the Great Desolate Forbidden Land, compared to the invisible barrier that envelopes the entire Milky Way star field, it is definitely much weaker. Even if your current cultivation is only a first-order desolate supremacy, it may not be as easy to gnaw on the void green urn in the Great Desolate Forbidden Land, but as long as you spend some time and teeth, you should still be able to gnaw on it. There's a total of 3,000 source hive stars in the boundlessly vast primordial void. Because the primordial void is too vast and completely dark, these 3,000 source hive stars are truly difficult to find. It's even to the extent that some source hive stars that are located in extremely remote locations have probably never been discovered by anyone. But before I found the Milky Way star field, I happened to encounter some nesting stars in the void and recorded their void coordinates. These nesting stars are all enveloped by an invisible barrier membrane, and can no longer be entered. indicating that the chaos seeds nurtured inside have already sprouted. Every chaos seed will eventually give birth to a chaos demon god. There are a total of 3,000 nesting stars, and they can eventually give birth to 3,000 chaos demon gods. These 3,000 chaos demon gods are the protagonists of the next primordial era, and even the bloodline descendants they give birth to in the future will be the innate life forms of the next primordial era. Oh, no, there are no more than 3,000 chaos demon gods, at most 2,999, because one of the nesting stars has been destroyed by me and transformed into the base camp of the nesting star. At this point, Xian took a deep breath, and the light in his eyes burned even brighter. It's impossible for us to grasp all 3,000 origin nest stars in our hands. However, it's completely possible for us to grasp a small portion of them as if we're stealing from the heavens. The chaos seeds in the nesting stars are still in the process of being nurtured, and have not given birth to consciousness at all. As long as we can bite a small hole in the invisible barrier that covers the nesting stars, some of the higher-ups in the magic hall with special bloodlines will be able to enter the nesting stars. Once the dove occupies the nest and successfully replaces the chaos seed that is still in the process of being nurtured, or even devours it, when the new primordial era begins in the future, it will directly transform into a powerful chaos demon god. This is also to seize the destiny of the next primordial era. It was not that Xian had not done this before. The largest nesting star that nurtured the strength demon god among the 3,000 nesting stars was now occupied by one of his doppelgangers. Once it was born in the future, it would become his strongest doppelganger. With this successful precedent, now that there was a way to enter the sealed nesting stars, Xian was naturally tempted. He turned to look at Xianxia. Why don't we try gnawing on one first? Hearing this, Xianxia almost wailed on the spot. At this moment, he was in a bad mood. He really wanted to tell Xian that he was not worried about returning empty-handed, but he was worried that if he gnawed on it a few more times, his teeth would break. Unfortunately, with his loyalty to Xian, there was no way he could say this out loud. The unwillingness in his heart was only instinctive because his teeth were sore from gnawing. However, this kind of unwillingness would not go against Xian's wishes. If Xian really asked him to continue gnawing on the nesting stars, Xianxia would at most be worried about his teeth, and would not resist. At this time, if what Xian mentioned was spread out, it would be earth-shattering, and the entire Hongmeng void would be shaken. It wasn't that he hadn't done this before. Among the 3,000 nesting stars, the largest nesting star that gave birth to the strength demon god, was now occupied by one of his clones. Once it was born in the future, it would become his strongest clones. In fact, even the Mad Mosquito Emperor's original body had entered a nesting star. This matter was confirmed by Shui Ben through the bloodline in his body that was of the same origin as the Mad Mosquito Emperor's original body. According to Xian's estimations, the Mad Mosquito Emperor definitely wasn't the only one who had successfully entered a source hive star to steal the heavens and change the sun. There was with these successful precedents, there was no need to say more about the feasibility of this so-called stealing the heavens plan. In fact, Xian had the idea of carrying out this stealing the heavens plan on a large scale before, but this depended on luck. If the chaos seeds in the nesting stars had not sprouted yet, they could enter. But, once the seed of chaos in the core of a source hive star had sprouted, the supreme laws of the primordial void would sense it and instantly send down an invisible barrier to protect the source hive star, making it impossible for anyone to enter again. In the past, the reason why Xian didn't carry out the stealing the heavens plan on a large scale and let his trusted subordinates with special bloodlines enter the nesting stars was because of this. Almost all the nesting stars they encountered had the chaos seeds in the star core already sprouted, and the invisible barrier that enveloped the nesting star had been activated, so it was impossible to enter. But now it was different. Because of Xianxia, Xian was very likely to have mastered the method to enter the sealed nesting star, so he was naturally tempted. This, after confirming that this plan was indeed feasible, and the probability of success was very high, he immediately turned to look at Xianxia excitedly. Why don't we try gnawing on one first? When he heard this, Xianxia almost howled in grief on the spot. His entire body felt unwell, but he couldn't disobey Xian's orders. Although his face was bitter, he still nodded in agreement. Xian was also an impatient person. Furthermore, this stealing the heavens plan was no small matter. Since he had already decided, there was no way he could sit still. He immediately decided to give it a try. However, whether this plan could be carried out as planned, there was still a crucial question that had yet to be confirmed. That was whether Xianxia could bite a hole in the invisible barrier that enveloped Source Hive Star. Such as if this couldn't be done, then everything else was meaningless. The so-called stealing the heavens plan was just a fantasy. Xian was in a hurry to confirm this matter at such an important juncture. No matter what, he had to first find a nesting star and let Xianxia try to gnaw on it. Then, he would know the final result. Xiao. With a weak sound, Xian waved his hand and directly put Xianxia into the space inside the Shinong cauldron in his body. Then, he directly tore through the void, stepped into a crack in the void, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After a few days, Xian arrived at a remote location in the Hongmeng void. There was a nesting planet in front of him. It was one of the nesting planets he found when he was wandering around the vast Hongmeng star field, looking for the Milky Way star field. Xian had encountered many nesting planets during that time. After all, after entering the Hongmeng void, it took him dozens of years to find the Milky Way star field. During this period of time, he had been wandering aimlessly in the boundless dark void. In the past 10 years, he had found over 100 origin nest stars. Unfortunately, other than the largest origin nest star that his energy clone had entered, the origin nest star that gave birth to the strength demon god, as well as the one that he later transformed into the origin nest base camp, when Xian found the other origin nest stars, the primal chaos seeds within their cores had already sprouted. It was precisely because of this that Xian couldn't enter them. However, although he had no choice but to retreat, the coordinates of these hundreds of nesting planets in the vast Hongmeng void were all recorded by him. Dang, at that time, it was just a whim and something he did casually. He didn't expect that it would come in handy now. Otherwise, if he didn't record the interstellar coordinates of these hundreds of nesting planets, it would take him a long time to search for them one by one. At this moment, in the void of the universe hundreds of millions of miles ahead, a huge nesting planet could be seen. It was dark, without the slightest light. When divine sense spread out, it couldn't detect the slightest energy aura. It was no different from an ordinary abandoned planet. However, Xian already had experience and was able to instantly distinguish between ordinary abandoned stars and source nest stars. The one in front of him was one of the hundreds of source nest stars that he'd encountered back then. Xiao. After arriving in front of him, Xian waved his hand and instantly summoned Xianxia from the space within the Shinong cauldron. He pointed at the star in front of him and said, "Hey, that's a nesting star. Try it later and see if you can bite a hole out of it." Xianxia was speechless. Xianxia's face showed a depressed expression. Obviously, he didn't expect Xian to find a nesting planet so quickly. Depressed in the midst of depression, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. Then he said, "After entering the space inside the cauldron, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher knew about this matter. They asked me to tell Master that they also want to enter the nesting planet." This made Xian stunned, but he quickly understood. Crazy, the original bodies of the Mosquito King and Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher had entered the Hongmeng void to search for Xingbo and his followers. However, this matter was meaningless now. None of those people had any humanity in them. In addition, the other thing was naturally to compete for the Hongmeng luck of the next era. In this regard, the Mad Mosquito Emperor's original body was ahead of Mosquito Butcher's original body. He had already entered a nesting planet and successfully stole the heavens. Therefore, it was understandable that Mosquito Butcher's original body had such thoughts. Although Shui Ben's bloodline had undergone atavism and turned into a desolate ancient fierce mosquito, the ancient fierce mosquito was only a primordial fierce beast. It was the bloodline left behind by one of the 3,000 chaos demon gods in this era. If now that he had the opportunity to enter a nesting planet, seize the fortune, and become one of the 3,000 chaos demon gods in the next Hongmeng era, Shui Ben naturally wouldn't miss it. This was also good. Both of their bloodlines and talents were extraordinary. If they could enter a nesting planet and be born as chaos demon gods in the future, it would be a great help to Xian. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate anymore. With a wave of his hand, he summoned Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body from the cauldron in his body. when Shi Wanjin's figure appeared, he immediately told Yi Xian the idea of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body. Although he was stunned for a moment, he didn't object. This was good. After all, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body had extraordinary bloodlines and talents. If they could enter a nesting planet and be born as chaos demon gods in the future, it would be a great help to Yi Xian. Thinking at this point, he didn't hesitate anymore. With a wave of his hand, he summoned Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body from the cauldron in his body. Whoosh! Whoosh! With a faint whistling sound, two fine rays of light appeared as Yi Xian waved his hand. They stopped abruptly in the void not far ahead and turned into the figures of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body. The two of them appeared, and they naturally understood everything when they saw the source hive star that was 50 million kilometers ahead. They didn't say anything and just turned to look at Shi Wanjin while bright lights flickered in their eyes, and both of them revealed a wisp of dense anticipation that couldn't be dispersed. Whoosh! At this time, Yi Xian had already taken action. With a wave of his hand, a fine ray of light shot out and rushed toward the nesting planet in front of him. Buzz! Soon, a low buzzing sound sounded. The fine ray of light shot out and stopped abruptly 10 million miles above the nesting planet, hundreds of millions of miles away. Tight, then, a layer of hazy membrane appeared under the fine ray of light. It was only about 1,000 feet wide. There was no similar hazy membrane in other areas. It was the same situation as when he tried in the Milky Way star field. Then, as the hazy membrane appeared, Yi Xian turned to look at Shi Wanjin and pointed his finger forward. Although he didn't say anything, the meaning was obvious. He was clearly signaling Shi Wanjin to try. Sigh, Shi Wanjin sighed bitterly. A depressed look appeared on his face, but he didn't dawdle. With a shake of his shoulders, his entire body instantly turned into a fine ray of light and blasted out. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of this hazy membrane. He slightly adjusted the power in his body, took a deep breath, and opened his mouth to gnaw. This scene was really strange to the extreme. An existence that seemed to be a powerhouse was actually lying on an invisible barrier that enveloped the planet and directly gnawing on it. This was simply horrifying. Although Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher on the side had already been mentally prepared, they were still a little dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Their mouths were wide open, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. It was Yi Xian, but he seemed to be used to it. Seeing that Shi Wanjin had already started, his eyes instantly burst out with a blazing light. His eyes were locked on the position of Shi Wanjin's mouth, and his face was full of expectation. This time, Yi Xian was not disappointed. Previously, he had already deduced that although the invisible barrier that enveloped the entire Milky Way star field could not be gnawed by the strength of Shi Wanjin and Yin Zhongjin for the time being, the barrier that enveloped the nests of the source hive stars would definitely not be so tough. Although the barrier that enveloped the nesting planet was definitely stronger than the void urn in the great desolate forbidden land, it was definitely much weaker than the invisible barrier that enveloped the entire Milky Way star field. This was only Yi Xian's guess before, but now it had been confirmed. In the first place, right now, Shi Wanjin was only a first-order desolate venerable. Gnawing through the invisible barrier of the nesting star was indeed not as easy as gnawing through the void urn in the great desolate forbidden land. However, it only took a little bit of time and effort. In the end, he still gnawed on it. In terms of time, it was still okay. It only took 2 hours, which was not too long. In the end, in fact, from the moment Shi Wanjin laid on the barrier and gnawed on it, Yi Xian's eyes had already locked on the position of his lower mouth. At that time, he had only gnawed on about 12 times, and a bite mark appeared on the barrier. This was an invisible barrier that protected the nesting planet. After being hit by an external force, if the external force did not continue to attack, it would only take a while for the barrier to slowly disappear and could no longer be seen. But, now, because Shi Wanjin had been lying on top of it and gnawing on it, there was a continuous external force, so the barrier that appeared had not disappeared and had always been there. Dang, when the first bite mark appeared, Yi Xian's heart was in his throat. This was expected, and he was not surprised. After all, in the Milky Way star field, he had already gnawed on it. The key was what would happen after this bite mark appeared. Soon, similar bite marks appeared more and more, and there were 2 rows, and they were getting deeper and deeper. This was clearly the rhythm of this barrier being nibbled away by Shi Wanjin's teeth. As long as he could hold on and keep gnawing like this, he would definitely be able to gnaw a hole. After all, this barrier was very strong, but it was not very thick. When a small layer of the barrier was gnawed away, Xian turned to look at Shui Ben and Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher. Although he did not say much, the meaning behind it was obvious. Once a small hole was bitten into the barrier, the intruder would have to take advantage of this critical moment to transform into a streak of light and charge into the barrier. Otherwise, once the small hole was repaired under the influence of the primordial chaos void laws, Shi Wanjin would most likely burst into tears on the spot. Moreover, only one heaven stealer could enter a source hive star. Therefore, Xian turned to Shui Ben and Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher at this moment to let them prepare. At the same time, they had to discuss who would enter this source hive star first. Otherwise, if both of them rushed out at the same time and entered the source hive star, it would be troublesome. Only one chaos demon god could be born in a source hive star, and all other life forms would be obliterated and turned into energy nutrients for the chaos demon god. If both of them entered at the same time, Shi Wanjin would have to gnaw out another small hole to let one of them come out. If that really happened, Shi Wanjin would probably have the heart to die. Shui Ben and Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher obviously understood Xian's meaning. The two exchanged a look and quickly came to a decision. Shui Ben took a step back, while Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher pushed the power in his body to the limit. His eyes were fixed on the place where Shi Wanjin was gnawing. At this moment, his whole body was like a string that had been stretched to the limit, and he could rush out at any time like an arrow leaving the bow. In the silence, the atmosphere gradually became tense. Xian and the other two waited for about 30 minutes, and during this time, Shi Wanjin was lying there gnawing his teeth. And, then, between the 2 rows of teeth marks left on the barrier membrane, a hole about the size of a fingernail appeared, and it was suffused with an incomparably pure energy aura that made one tremble in fear. Xiao, after hesitating for a moment, Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher's eyes flashed and he instantly turned into a ray of light and shot out. In the blink of an eye, he drilled into the small hole and entered the source hive star, disappearing. Heaven does not disappoint those who persevere. After chewing for more than 4 hours, between the 2 rows of teeth marks left on the barrier membrane by Shi Wanjin's abnormal teeth, a hole about the size of a fingernail finally appeared. Inside, it was filled with an incomparably pure energy aura. Finally, it was bitten open. Xiao, Tu Zhenzun did not hesitate at all. With a flash of light in his eyes, his entire body instantly turned into a ray of light and blasted away. Blinking, his eyes drilled into the small hole and entered the source nest star, and then, disappeared. Buzz, since he had already entered, Shi Wanjin naturally would not continue to gnaw on it. This was not something that was easy to chew on, so he immediately stopped. Next, in an instant, a low buzzing sound rang out, and the hole, which was only the size of a fingernail, quickly closed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The 2 rows of teeth marks next to the hole also quickly blurred. This was the sign that after the continuous external force disappeared, the power of the primordial law that condensed this invisible barrier membrane was repairing it. His speed was simply too fast. Previously, Shi Wanjin had spent close to 6 hours biting out this fingernail-sized hole. But now, it had only taken him 3 breaths of time to do so. Everything had already disappeared, and what appeared in front of him was a 1,000 feet wide barrier. Not to mention a bite mark, there was not even a single trace left behind. Just from this point alone, one could see how powerful the primordial chaos void law was. It recovered too quickly. Previously, Shi Wanjin had been gnawing non-stop for half a second before he was able to gnaw out this hole. No, in that case, if he gnawed for a while and rested for a while, even if he died here, it was impossible for him to gnaw out that fingernail-sized hole just now. This time, it's really hard for you. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Xian's face suddenly showed a touch of apology. He turned to look at Shi Wanjin, who was holding his cheeks and gritting his teeth, and asked with concern, "How is it? Are your teeth broken? Are you injured?" "Fortunately, I'm not injured, but the roots of my teeth are too sore." With a word of concern, Shi Wanjin instantly became spirited again. He nodded firmly and said, "But, at most 3 days of rest, I can gnaw on another one." This guy seemed to be addicted to gnawing. This time, before Xian said anything, he brought it up himself. Seeing that Xian was dumbfounded and speechless, Shi Wanjin grinned and said with some relief, "Although it was not easy, after all, I just gnawed on everything the size of a fingernail and swallowed it. It is really a good thing. Just a little bit, it actually made my cultivation level obviously. After messing around for so long, Xian came to a realization and immediately rolled his eyes. Look. After all, this invisible barrier was condensed from the power of the primordial void. It was the purest power of the law, and its grade was extremely high. It was even higher than the power of the heavenly Tao. Although it was only the size of a fingernail, and although it was not eye-catching and the amount was too little, it was definitely a top-grade cultivation resource. Dang. Of course, this kind of cultivation resource was really not available to others. Only a freakishly good mouth like Xianxia had the chance to taste it. Moreover, even he could not eat wantonly. At most, he would gnaw on a little bit. After that, he would have to rest for a few days. If he really let go of his stomach and devoured it, perhaps the speed of his cultivation level increase would be terrifying. If he was not careful, it was not impossible that he would directly explode. Mosquito Butcher's original body had already entered, and everything was going smoothly. He was doing this for the sake of the Heaven Stealer. When the next primordial era began and the 3,000 Chaos Demon Gods were born, Mosquito Butcher's original body would be like the Mad Mosquito Emperor's original body and Xian's avatar. The next primordial era's darling, the Chaos Demon God, would be born. Xian did not continue to stay here. After waving his hand and putting Xianxia and Shui Ben into the Shenong cauldron space, he immediately tore open a crack in the void and stepped into it, rushing to the next source-head star. After the heavens, Xianxia did the same as before. This time, it took him less than 6 hours to gnaw a fingernail-sized hole in the barrier above a source-head star. This time, it was Shui Ben who entered. Then, Xian sent Xianxia into the Shenong cauldron space, and set off again, rushing to the third target. After the heavens, in an extremely remote primordial dark void, it was Xian's third target. Here at this moment, he stepped out of a crack in the void, looked up at the source-head star hundreds of millions of miles away, and immediately waved his hand. Whoosh. Whoosh, accompanied by a faint sound of breaking through the air, 2 rays of light appeared as Xian waved his hand, and abruptly stopped in the void not far ahead, turning into 2 figures. One was Xianxia, and the other figure was a purple-gold thunder sparrow that had shrunk to a size of 1,000 feet. It was the thunder spirit of the Emperor's seal. This time, Xian wanted to send the thunder spirit of the Emperor's seal into the third source-head star to help it steal the heavens. Here at this moment, as his figure appeared, Xianxia turned to look at the thunder spirit of the Emperor's seal, and then swept his gaze towards the source-head star in the void hundreds of millions of miles away. This was already the 3rd time, and he was familiar with the process. He knew what to do next and did not ask much. Here it was the thunder spirit of the Emperor's seal. Xian said a few words to it, which made it very happy, and it flew around Xian several times. Swish, very quickly, Xian began to take action. With a wave of his hand, a ray of light shot out, charging towards the source-head star in front of him. Wang. In the next moment, an incomparably deep buzzing sound rang out, and the ray of light shot out, abruptly stopping in the sky above the source-head star hundreds of millions of miles away, and without any suspense, a layer of hazy membrane appeared below the ray of light. It was only about 1,000 feet long, and there was no similar hazy membrane in other areas. It was the same as before, there was no need to say more. As the hazy membrane appeared, Xian turned to look at Xianxia and pointed at the stars in front of him. Swish. A look of anticipation flashed across Xianxia's eyes. He, who had tasted the sweetness twice in a row, naturally wouldn't dawdle. With a shake of his shoulders, his entire body instantly turned into a ray of light and shot forward. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of this hazy membrane that was 1,000 feet in radius. Next, after slightly adjusting the power in his body, he took a deep breath. As if he was eating, he immediately bent down and bit down. Screech. Screech. Seeing this, the thunder spirit of the Emperor's seal flapped its wings again and circled in the air. An incomparably joyful cry came out of its mouth, revealing a hint of impatience to enter the nest. Swish. Seeing Xian point his finger, a look of anticipation flashed across Xianxia's eyes. With a shake of his shoulders, his entire body instantly turned into a ray of light and shot forward. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of this hazy membrane that was 1,000 feet in radius. Then, he took a deep breath, bent down. He started to chew. Screech, seeing this scene, the thunder spirit of the Emperor's seal flapped its wings again and circled in the air. An incomparably joyful cry came out of its mouth, revealing a hint of impatience to enter the nest. It was unknown if it was because he had already gnawed on it twice before, but this time, Xianxia's speed was even faster. The previous 2 times, after gnawing for more than 4 hours, a hole about the size of a fingernail finally appeared between the 2 rows of teeth marks left on the membrane of the barrier by Xianxia's abnormal teeth. But this time, as soon as 4 hours were up, he had already gnawed a small hole in the barrier in front of him. Inside, it was filled with an incomparably pure energy aura. Roar, swish. Without the slightest hesitation, the thunder spirit raised its head and let out a long cry of incomparable joy. Then, with a flash of light in its eyes, its entire body instantly transformed into a ray of light and shot forward. Half in less than a breath, he had already drilled through this small hole and entered the origin nest star, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After completing his mission, Xianxia did not continue to gnaw on it. He immediately stopped, and a low buzzing sound rang out in the next instant. The hole, which was only the size of a fingernail, quickly closed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a short breath of time, it had completely disappeared, not even leaving behind a single bite mark. Seeing this scene, Xianxia let out a long sigh of relief, and his heart calmed down. Short in just 10 days, if news of what he had done were to spread, the entire primordial void would probably be shaken. Countless old monsters from all over would definitely beat their chests and stamp their feet. This even when he thought about it, he felt a sense of trepidation. In the entire primordial void, there were only 3,000 chaos demon gods that were born in each era, and in the past 10 days or so, Xian had consecutively sent mosquito butcher's true body, Shui Ben, and the thunder spirit of the Emperor's seal into 3 origin nest stars, quietly and smoothly stealing the heavens. 3 out of 1,000 chaos demon gods, 3 of them had become his subordinates in the blink of an eye, occupying a ratio of 1 in 1,000. This was simply too shocking. In fact, if one were to include the original body of the Mad Mosquito Emperor, Xian's power clone that was nurtured in the largest Source Hive star, and the Source Hive star that had long since been replaced by the Source Hive star, now, the number of chaos demon gods that could be confirmed to belong to Xian's camp had reached 6. This was not a ratio of 1 in 1,000, but 2 in 1,000, 1 in 500. Dang, of course, the Wild Dragon battleship was not an ordinary starry sky expert, but the energy of the Chaos Origin crystal in the Origin Nest star, including the entire Origin Nest star, had indeed been swallowed by the Wild Dragon battleship. The Wild Dragon battleship was the Wild Dragon battleship. The Worldworm battleship that formed the Wild Dragon battleship belonged to an existence that was between life and non-life. This Worldworm battleship had swallowed an entire Origin Nest star that gave birth to Chaos Demon gods, and now all the energy was stored in every tiny molecule of this Worldworm battleship. It was still uncertain what changes would happen in the future. But one thing was certain, and that was that the Worldworm battleship that formed the Wild Dragon battleship would definitely undergo some kind of huge transformation, and this transformation would definitely be reflected in the Wild Dragon battleship's giant life battleship. Then, with the passage of time, this giant life battleship that had accompanied Xian since a very long time ago would definitely grow to an astonishing height that even he could not predict in advance. All this flashed through Xian's mind, and he immediately became somewhat excited. After a long time, he slowly calmed down. What about you? What do you plan to do next? Taking a deep breath, Xian turned to look at Xianxia. After a short pause, he continued, have you ever thought of finding a Origin Nest star, entering it, and quietly seizing the luck and fortune of a Chaos Demon god? Thinking about it, Xianxia had been working hard for the past 10 days, but he had been working hard all this time, making wedding clothes for others in vain. Now, Mosquito Butcher, Shui Ben, and the Lightning Emperor's seal had all entered a Origin Nest star, quietly and smoothly stealing the heavens. Although Xian still wanted him to work hard for a while, and send more suitable subordinates into the Origin Nest star to carry out the heavens stealing, Xian felt that it was too embarrassing. However, Xian was a bit embarrassed to keep tormenting him like this, which was why he asked this question. Entering a origin nest star to steal the heavens sounds like a good idea. Chaos Demon God, just hearing it sounds very impressive. When Yixian asked about his plan, Shi Wanjin was obviously a little tempted. As he spoke, he licked the corner of his lips. But after a short pause, he finally changed the topic. However, compared to waiting for a long time in a origin nest star, I prefer to stay outside. After all, my lightning poison tribulation body is too special, and it requires too many resources. If I can't gnaw a hole out of the origin nest star after swallowing all the energy in it, wouldn't I suffocate to death later? Instead of that, it's better to stay outside. Master, didn't you say that there are a total of 3,000 origin nest stars in this chaos void? I have already gnawed on 3 of them, although each one only gnawed off a little bit of the invisible barrier covering the origin nest star. But these tiny bits of energy are incomparably pure, and they taste different. This should be because the attributes and bloodlines of the chaos demon gods bred in the origin nest stars are different. If I stay outside, not to mention gnawing on all 3,000 origin nest stars, as long as I can gnaw on a small part of them. Oh, let's make it 1,000. I have a hunch that if I can gnaw on 1,000 of them, I will taste 1,000 different kinds of chaos law. This will definitely be of great significance to me in the future. Maybe the lightning poison tribulation body will once again welcome a higher level of transformation. It is also possible. At this point, Shi Wanjin didn't say anything more. He turned to look at Yixian and asked hesitantly, Master, do you think this idea is feasible? Yixian was already dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Shi Wanjin, speechless for a long time. This fellow really wouldn't stop until he shocked everyone to death. He was really too daring. He actually wanted to get his hands on all 3,000 chaotic demon gods that were born in the primordial chaos void for the next era. Although it was only gnawing off a little bit of the invisible barrier covering the origin nest star, it was the purest chaos law power, and it was true that different origin nest stars were bred with different attributes. If he really gnawed on 1,000 origin nest stars, it would be tantamount to touching 1,000 mysterious chaos law powers. Even if he only touched the surface of each one, when stacked together, it would be incredible. After hearing Shi Wanjin's plan, Yixian was greatly shocked. This guy really dared to think that the 3,000 chaos demon gods bred in the chaos void for the next era, he actually wants to get his hands on all of them. If he really gnawed on a little bit of each one, it would be tantamount to touching 1,000 mysterious chaos law powers. Even if he only touched the surface of each one, when stacked together, it would be incredible. This was definitely an extremely daring idea. If he succeeded, what kind of heaven-shaking good fortune would it bring to Shi Wanjin? Even Yixian couldn't estimate it. Yixian thought. At this point, even he was a little moved. He stared at Shi Wanjin with a strange expression on his face for a while before finally shaking his head and smiling bitterly. This dream of yours is very strong. Since you have an idea, you can just do it yourself. But, halfway through, Yixian seemed to have suddenly thought of something and his expression changed slightly. Lightly sucking in a breath of cold air, he hurriedly exhorted, you have already gnawed on the origin nest stars, so you should be able to remember their auras. The chaos demon gods bred there are already on your side, so you must not harm them. There are a total of 3,000 origin nest stars in the chaos void that give birth to chaos demon gods, enough for you to harm. You must not harm your own people. In addition, among the origin nest stars you haven't gnawed on, there are 2 that you must not eat. One of them is the chaos demon god of the Mad Mosquito Emperor's true body, and the other is one of this king's avatars, Xiao. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a faint sound of something breaking through the air. Yixian waved his hand and sent out 2 streaks of light. In the blink of an eye, they entered Shi Wanjin's forehead and disappeared. Remember, these are the auras of the 2 origin nest stars. If you encounter them, immediately avoid them. After reminding him again, the expression on Yixian's face became extremely solemn. If you dare to be disloyal, you know the result. This was not a threat. Before Shi Wanjin's current lightning poison tribulation physique had been completely refined by Yixian with the secret method of the slave seal. No matter how strong he was now, and no matter how amazing his growth in the future, if Yixian wanted to, he could instantly explode his soul and die. Of course, Shi Wanjin himself was also aware of this, but now in the face of Yixian's warning, there was not even a trace of panic on his face. because he had never thought of disobeying Yi Xian's orders. He did not have the consciousness to do so, so there was naturally no need to be afraid. Xiao, since this matter was over, there was no need to continue to delay. Yi Xian waved his hand and took Shi Wanjin into the Shen Nong's treasure cauldron, then directly activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the devouring system in his body. This time, the interstellar coordinate point he locked onto was still near the Source Nest star, because before returning to the forbidden area of the magic hall, he still had to make a trip back to the Source Nest star, since Shi Wanjin's plan was to continue to search for the Source Nest star and take a bite of it, then naturally, Yi Xian would not waste such an opportunity. Therefore, he sent some suitable generals under his command into the Source Nest stars to steal the heavens. It was only natural for him to do so. It could be said that it was killing two birds with one stone. No, not everyone was suitable to enter the Source Nest star to steal the heavens. The Source Nest star gave birth to chaos demon gods, and just by hearing the name, one would know that they were definitely existences with powerful blood qi and astonishing bloodlines. Although the dove had occupied the nest and seized the fortune, the difference could not be too great. At least, according to Yi Xian's estimation, the experts of the human race and the remnant citizens were not very suitable. Of course, Yi Xian's strength doppelganger was a special case. In terms of the abundance of blood qi and the strength of the bloodline, the strength doppelganger condensed by Yi Xian was not weaker than any of the star beasts with special bloodlines. Very quickly. Soon, he returned to the Source Nest's headquarters and summoned all his subordinates who were in charge of the Source Nest's headquarters. He explained the matter in detail and asked them to consider it on their own. Those who decided to steal from the heavens, after careful consideration and making a decision, could immediately register. Gui Haidao, Song Qingyu, and the other great generals of the demon race ultimately gave up this opportunity. They cultivated in the Source Nest star and advanced very quickly. Besides, they also wanted to stay by Yi Xian's side. At most. In the end, there were only 5 people who decided to steal the heavens on the Source Nest star. They were the elephant fox ferret, Ying Tai, Li Mosquito, Flying Centipede, and Old Monster Silver Pole. Even the 8 great guardian deities gave up. The 8 great guardian deities came from the top 10 races of the second universe. They also had the bloodline of star beasts in their bodies, so they were suitable for stealing the heavens. However, these 8 fellows were used to riding roughshod over others. It was better to kill them on the spot than to wait for the full opening of the next primordial era on a Source Nest star. Of course, among the 5 people who registered, there was no problem with the elephant fox ferret, Li Mosquito, Flying Centipede, and Old Monster Silver Pole. They were all star beasts. However, Ying Tai was a little special. She was not a star beast, nor was she a life form of flesh and blood. Instead, she was a mechanical life form. Yi Xian had never thought that a mechanical life form would appear among the 3,000 chaos demon gods that were born in the primordial era in every primordial era. Therefore, after Ying Tai proposed this matter and decided to register to steal the heavens on a Source Nest star, Yi Xian fell into deep thought. He was considering the success rate of this matter. Most in the end, he had to admit that even he could not deduce the result and was unable to determine the feasibility of this matter. After all, his understanding of the primordial era and the Source Nest was still very limited. This he told Ying Tai everything honestly, but she insisted. In the end, Yi Xian had no choice but to nod helplessly and agree. Perhaps Ying Tai might really be able to create a miracle. Anyway, the stakes were already clear to her. Even if she failed, she would have no regrets. This after the candidates were decided, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand and put the elephantine sable and the other 4 into the internal space of the farmer god's treasure cauldron in his body. Then, he left the Source Nest star and rushed to the forbidden area of the magic hall. There were more subordinates there, so there must be many who had registered. 5 days later, in the forbidden area of the magic hall. Hiss, the crisp sound of cloth tearing rang out. A crack appeared in the void, and a figure walked out from it. It was Yi Xian. After returning, Yi Xian immediately sent out his divine sense to gather all the higher-ups of the 6 major armies of the magic hall. Then, his figure flashed and he sat down cross-legged at the top of the atmosphere of the Source Nest star. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Soon, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out from all directions, and rays of light shot toward him. A woo, two pig howls rang out. Old Pig Spirit and Primordial Porcupine rushed over, and the black-robed desolate sovereign from the Alliance of the Remnants also followed behind them. The three of them had the battle strength of a desolate sovereign, so they were the first to arrive. Behind them were the higher-ups of the Magic Hall who were below the desolate sovereign realm. Among them, the strongest were the mighty figures of the primordial era. Although there were not many of them, they were not few either. Looking around, all the higher-ups of the Magic Hall had arrived without exception. After the power of his spiritual sense was transmitted, the upper echelons of the 6 armies of the Demon Palace quickly arrived one after another and gathered outside Yi Xian's cave star. At this moment, Yi Xian was sitting cross-legged at the top of the atmosphere of the cave-dwelling star. The 7 beautiful cultivators, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru were probably still in seclusion and hadn't arrived yet. Not far from him were Old Pig, the black-robed desolate sovereign, and Immemorial Porcupine. 3 behind him were 9 powerful beings from the remote antiquity era, the Blood Dragon Clan, the Green Rock Clan, and the Battle Lion Clan, the 3 powerful beings from the Alliance of the Remnants, the 6-headed Blood Dragon Clan, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, and Elder Sang Ji. Here apart from them, Green Cow, Yuling Long, Long Ao, Gong Jun, Howling Moon Mastiff, 3-clawed Dragon, Long Shan Tang, Blood Dragon Ancestor, Green Rock Ancestor, Blood Dragon, Green Rock Ancestor, and the last 200+ Undyings from the captive army had all arrived. The upper echelons of the 10,000 evil army led by the Immemorial Turtle, as well as the commander of the Heavenly River Army, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Devil King Mo and Tian, the Demon Uncle, the Dark Turtle Clan leader Mingjiu, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, Old Man Xian Yuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and the other upper echelons of the smaller factions and clans arrived last. In just a few hours, thousands of figures had gathered. All the higher-ups of the 6 armies of the Magic Hall had arrived. Shui Ban and Mosquito Butcher's original body are fine. As he spoke, Yi Xian turned to look at the Mad Mosquito Emperor and the Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, smiling as he nodded. The reason he left the Demon Palace's Forbidden Grounds for the Great Desolation Forbidden Grounds was to rescue Shui Ben and the Mosquito Butcher. Now that he had returned, he naturally had to announce the final result. Otherwise, all the higher-ups of the Magic Hall would be worried about him. The Mad Mosquito Emperor and Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher were indeed feeling uneasy. When they heard this result, they immediately let out a long sigh of relief, and a relieved smile appeared on their faces. However, the 2 of them did not return with me because they had already gone elsewhere. With a turn of events, Yi Xian's expression turned serious. He paused for a moment before continuing, "This lord has returned this time and will be leaving soon. However, there is one thing that is extremely important. Now, I am asking for your opinion. No matter what decision you make, you must not reveal it in the future." After that, he used his divine sense to tell them about entering Source Nest Star to steal the heavens. Of course, he did not mention Shirwan Jin, nor did he mention how to achieve this. He only said that he had a way to accomplish this and asked the subordinates in front of him for their choice. Upon hearing this news, the gathered upper echelons of the Devil Halls were instantly shocked. It had been a while since they entered the primordial chaos void. Although the subordinates of the Magic Hall weren't allowed to travel outside the Forbidden Star field, there were still scouts outside to gather information. Hence, the higher-ups of the Magic Hall were quite familiar with the Source Nest Star. This was the place where the Chaos Demon God was born. What Yi Xian said now was to let them enter the Origin Nest Star to steal the heavens, pry into the primordial luck of the next era, and replace the Chaos Demon God that was being nurtured within the Origin Nest Star. These words were too shocking. If it hadn't come from Yi Xian, they wouldn't have believed it at all. In fact, even if they heard Yi Xian say this with their own ears, they were still shocked and found it hard to accept for a moment. After a moment of shock, the higher-ups of the Magic Hall began to discuss this matter in groups of 2s and 3s. This matter was too serious and was not a small matter. When Yi Xian told them about this matter, they only used divine sense to communicate because they were worried that this matter would be leaked and cause unnecessary trouble. Thus, now, they didn't dare to discuss this matter in private. They had to use divine sense to communicate with each other when discussing this matter. Xian wasn't in a hurry. He just sat cross-legged at the peak of the atmosphere of the abode star and silently waited for the final decision of the higher-ups of the Devil Halls. Of course, he'd specially reminded them earlier. Because the nest of chaos was giving birth to chaotic fiend gods, all of them were existences with terrifyingly abundant vital energy and blood. So, entering the nest of chaos to replace them and become heaven stealers and space ferocious beasts was more suitable. Until it was best not to make such a choice for the great beings of the human race, unless they had extremely strong bodies and rich blood like the ferocious beasts, or they had special bloodlines. Otherwise, it wasn't suitable at all. After some discussion, they quickly came to a decision. Primordial porcupine, primordial hairy tortoise, green ox, yu ling long, howling moon mastiff, longli, three-clawed dragon, the black-robed Huang Zun, Mingjiu, and the others all signed up. Division apart from them, there were also dozens of universe supreme beings from the ferocious beast army, the blood dragon race, the green rock race, and the battle lion race. The total number was close to 100. The number was about the same as Xianxia's estimation. In fact, his original intention was to not exceed 100. If the number exceeded 100, he would have to search for other source nest stars at the last minute. After all, there were only slightly more than 100 source nest stars that he had previously encountered and recorded the interstellar coordinates of. Indeed, if he were to search for them at the last minute, it would be too much of a waste of time. The Hongmeng void was too vast. Even with Xian's current cultivation level at the late stage of the heavenly Tao realm, searching for source nest stars here was no different from searching for a needle in a haystack. Of course, apart from the nearly 100 people who signed up, Xian also reserved 6 quotas. These 6 quotas were for Lang Ganglai, Ji Jinghong, Jin Haoyan, Jiao Ritian, Medusa, and Lion Bideo. They were Xian's confidants, and they had long pledged their allegiance to Xian. However, they did not stay by Xian's side. Instead, they followed Xian's instructions and returned to their respective races. Now, the races of the second universe, like all the other living beings of the Hongmeng Great World, had long fallen into the hands of the primeval Heaven's Eye. Therefore, the 6 of them were naturally no exception. They were all in the Hongmeng Great World's Forbidden Land, hence, they would have to make another trip there. However, this time, they were only there to rescue Medusa and the other 5 from the Forbidden Land. Since they had rushed there on a whim, the primeval Heaven's Eye would definitely not be on guard, so there should not be any setbacks. Xiao. Seeing that everything was almost done, Xian no longer hesitated. With a wave of his hand, he put all the nearly 100 subordinates who had signed up into the Shenong treasure cauldron space inside his body. They carried all their cultivation resources with them, so there was no need for them to return to their respective cave residences to pack up their belongings. This was a starry sky environment, and a great battle could break out at any time. It was simply a joke to pack up their belongings for such an important matter. Just as Xian was about to leave with this group of subordinates and rush to the forbidden land of the Hongmeng Great World, he seemed to have suddenly sensed something. His body trembled slightly, and he immediately turned to look outside the forbidden land of the Hongmeng Great World. A gratified smile appeared on his face. The devouring treasured body is finally back. Xiao, a sharp sound broke through the air, and a ray of light shot out from the forbidden land of the magic hall. It stopped abruptly in front of Xian. It was the devouring treasured body that had been gone for a long time. The devouring treasured body was Xian's avatar, and the 2 of them were originally one. Now that they were facing each other, there was no need for words to communicate. They instantly understood everything that had happened to each other over the years. The devouring treasured body's bloodline talent was stronger than Shirwanjin's lightning poison tribulation physique, but it did not have as good a mouth as Shirwanjin. And back when he left, the devouring treasured body's cultivation level was stronger than Shirwanjin's. Therefore, since Shirwanjin was already a first-stage desolate supremacy, the devouring treasured body had naturally stepped into that realm. And so his cultivation level had reached the 9th stage of the primordial supreme realm. Just like old pig spirit in his 9 transformation state, he was a supreme existence at the half-step heavenly Tao realm. With you presiding over the magic hall's forbidden land, I can rest assured. Looking at the devouring treasured body, Xian smiled and nodded. As he spoke, he suddenly waved his hand. Xiao. A ray of light shot out, and in the blink of an eye, it entered the devouring treasured body's glabella and disappeared. The ray of light was none other than Xianxia's mechanical avatar, which was also the Empyrean beast. The Empyrean beast was now a powerful existence at the second stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Even the four heavenly kings who were at the ninth stage of the desolate supremacy realm were in the Empyrean beast's body. And so Xian had sent the Empyrean beast into the devouring treasured body's body so that it could stay behind with the devouring treasured body to preside over the magic hall's forbidden land. The Empyrean beast could fight alone, but it could also summon the four heavenly kings with a wave of its hand, splitting out four electronic wisps of consciousness to enter. Together with the four heavenly kings, the five mechanical war beasts could join forces in battle. And again with the devouring treasured body and old pig spirit, there was naturally no need to worry about the magic hall's forbidden land. The reason for such an arrangement was that he would be leaving for quite some time. And near to have 100 generals enter the Source Hive Star to steal the heavens was clearly not something that could be accomplished in a short period of time. After all, the Source Hive Stars were not gathered in one spot. They were scattered across the massive primordial chaos stellar domain. It would probably take several years for Yi Xian to bring his subordinates to complete the task. The devouring treasured body and Yi Xian were one to begin with. Even though he had been away for a long time, there was no need to elaborate on his return. Waving after handing the Empyrean beast to the devouring treasured body, Yi Xian gave old pig spirit a few more instructions. He instructed him that if the devouring treasured body were to attempt to break through to the heavenly Tao realm, they had to be staggered. At any given moment, one of them would be left behind to preside over the magic hall's forbidden land. Rip, after everything was done, Yi Xian waved his hand. Instantly, the crisp sound of ripping cloth could be heard. A void rift appeared in the void in front of him. He took a step forward and stepped into it, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The magic hall's forbidden land was located on the left side of the Milky Way's right bank, while the primordial chaos forbidden land was located in the middle of the left bank. Even with Yi Xian's strength at the peak of the heavenly Tao realm, it would take quite some time to travel from the magic hall's forbidden land to the primordial chaos forbidden land. Previously, when he left the primordial chaos forbidden land and returned to the right bank of the Milky Way, he had activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to his system, allowing him to instantly arrive there. However, on the left bank of the Milky Way, he did not imprint any interstellar coordinate jump points. Thus therefore, there was no shortcut for Yi Xian to go from the right bank to the left bank of the Milky Way. The journey was long and he could not delay any further. He had to rush there immediately. A month later, Yi Xian traveled at full speed. He did not sleep or rest during the journey and finally arrived in the middle of the left bank of the Milky Way. Again. A day later, he could vaguely sense the auras of astral beasts ahead of him. He had finally arrived at the primordial chaos forbidden land. Back then, Yi Xian was in his ape form. He was about 10 feet tall, and the cultivation aura he emitted was at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. It was the same as primeval heaven's eye. This time, he had no intention of concealing his figure or converging his aura. After all, he had come to take away Lang Ganglai, Ji Jinghong, Jin Haoyan, Jiao Ritian, Medusa, and Lion Bidao. And the 6 of them were definitely in the sea of battleships on the left side of the primordial chaos forbidden land. But the sea of battleships was so vast that all the living beings in the 3 main astral planes were gathered together. They had all kinds of battleships, fortresses, and astral fortresses as their homes. Even with Yi Xian's cultivation level and strength, he would need to release his spiritual perception to search for the 6 of them. As such, there was no point in concealing his figure or converging his aura. Once he entered the star domain, primeval heavens, I would be able to instantly sense it. Furthermore, at such a close distance, before Yi Xian could find the 6 of them and take them away, primeval heavens I would definitely appear in front of him. As such, he might as well enter the primordial chaos forbidden land openly and ask for the 6 of them. To primeval heaven's eye, Lang Ganglai and company were not important resources. It was naturally not willing to take the risk. Shoo, an extremely sharp sound tore through the air as Yi Xian transformed into a beam of light. He was extremely fast and instantly charged into the primordial chaos forbidden land. Roar, darn bastard, you actually dare to return. Almost at the instant he charged in from the edge of the star domain, a shocking roar sounded from the deepest depths of the primordial chaos forbidden land. It was none other than primeval Heaven's Eye's voice. Boom. Rumble, roar. Ruthless, soon, an earth-shattering rumble resounded. A green vertical eye that looked like a giant star shot out from the depths of the star field. Roars and howls resounded from the forbidden star fields on both sides of the star field. The 10 heavenly Tao realm experts of the primordial chaos forbidden land led by the weeping soul blood ape are all here. You actually broke through again. Now, you are already at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm? Soon, primeval Heaven's Eye and the 10 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals came to a halt in the void hundreds of billions of kilometers away. The gigantic vertical eye flashed with a green beam as an extremely shocked spiritual perception voice sounded. He knew that Xianxia's cultivation speed was fast. After all, his true cultivation level was only at the supreme primordial realm. However, he never expected it to be this fast. In less than 2 months, he had already reached the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm like him. Whoosh, Xian completely ignored him. In an instant, the ferocious ape's figure vanished. The void where it originally stood had the strange sound of splashing water. Violent, the ape's 10-foot-tall body collapsed, transforming into a sea of blood that spread out and enveloped a corner of the universe's void. Roar. Roar. Ruthless, right on the heels of that, deep roars and howls sounded from 3 different directions of the vast sea of blood. In the blink of an eye, 3 massive figures rose up from the ground. They were none other than the primordial demon apes, 3 great fiend bodies. Roar. Roar. Screech, as the ferocious ape's 10-foot-tall body collapsed, it transformed into a sea of blood that spread out and enveloped a corner of the universe's void. The 3 primordial demon apes' demonic bodies instantly rose from the sea of blood. In the blink of an eye, they traversed 60 million kilometers. They were the body of flesh and blood, the body of bones, and the body of black fog. The body of bones did not have any flesh and blood. It was just a purplish gold skeleton that exuded an endless ferocious aura. It was extremely ferocious. Although the body of black fog was in the form of a ferocious ape, its body was a black fog. Even its eyes were only 2 purple beams. It appeared extremely strange. All of this happened too quickly. In the blink of an eye, the 3 blood sea avatars had condensed. The cultivation auras that emanated from their bodies were all at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. They were none other than 3 powerful late-stage heavenly Tao realm experts. And the moment Xian came up, he didn't say a word and directly condensed the 3 blood sea avatars. It was obvious that he was about to start a battle, causing the heart of the primordial heavenly Tao's green eyes, who was still shocked by his cultivation at the 8th level of the heavenly Tao realm, to sink. If he did not have absolute confidence in winning. With his understanding of Xian, it was impossible for him to attack so easily. What left him baffled was that Xian had already taken Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher away the last time. He could not figure out the reason why he was attacking again. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, the primeval Heaven's eyes flashed. A low, muffled voice was heard once again. What are you up to? Roar. Xian completely ignored him. Just as the heavenly Tao's eye finished speaking, the ferocious ape suddenly raised its head and roared angrily. He had directly activated the 9 transformations Demon Ape Bloodline Divine Power's final form, which was the Demon Ape True Body. With a furious roar, the 3 Blood Sea Avatars' powers instantly surged. It was as though a raging river was roaring. 3 The 4 limbs and bones of the great Blood Sea Avatar surged with boundless ferocity. There was also a surge of terrifying chi and blood power that was so majestic that it made one tremble in fear, gushing out from the 3 bodies. In an instant, they rapidly converged, and in just half a breath, their backs had already merged. In the blink of an eye, the 3 Blood Sea clones disappeared. What appeared in the void was the true form of the devil ape with 3 heads and 6 arms. Its body of flesh, bones, and black fog had fused into one. By the time the primeval Heaven's Eye regained its senses, the eyes of the skeleton of the devil ape's 3 true forms had already burst forth with an incomparably blazing purple-gold light, and a mysterious aura like a raging river suddenly burst forth, spreading out in all directions. He suddenly raised his left arm, the originally empty palm of his left hand erupting with golden radiance. A golden bow in the form of energy appeared in his left hand, simple and unadorned yet sinister. The middle part of his palm was a 2-headed strange beast, one facing up and one down. Within the mouth of the beast, there were two humanoid spirit creatures biting the legs of two humanoid spirit creatures. The two beasts opened their mouths wide and seemed to be roaring. A bowstring that was obviously made of countless fine golden threads twisted together was connected to the mouths of the two humanoid creatures. It was the heaven-falling bow, which was famous in the prehistoric era. Well, the body of flesh and blood suddenly flipped its hands, and two fine rays of light shot out. The left hand of the body of flesh and blood held one of the legs of the Shinnon cauldron, like a huge seal that flipped the heavens, and the right hand of the body of flesh and blood held the big-headed black stick transformed from the Shinnon medicinal pestle. Whoosh! Only 9-colored fine ray of light suddenly flashed between the eyebrows, and the 9-colored ribbon transformed from the 9-colored flame sea appeared, entangling the huge and strange body of the black fog avatar. It could transform into an agile colorful python and rush out at any time, revealing an endless sense of ferocity. The process sounded long, but in fact, it happened in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the devil ape true body appeared, and each of them took out their battle treasures and supreme divine abilities. When all of this was mixed together, it was simply despairing. In the distant void, even the primeval heavens, I was dumbfounded. It stared blankly at Yi Xian, speechless for a moment. Now, Yi Xian, who had transformed into the three-headed, six-armed devil ape true body, although his cultivation level was only at the 8th level of the heavenly Dao realm, it was definitely the strongest existence among the 8th level of the heavenly Dao realm. It was not much weaker than a true 9th level expert. After all, the devil ape true body's three-headed, six-armed form was clearly the combination of three powerful 8th level heavenly Dao existences. And because the three of them were one, their backs were fused together, and this kind of combination was even tighter, making their cooperation flawless. Such an existence was definitely not as simple as facing three ordinary 8th level heavenly Dao existences at the same time. They were not on the same level at all. It could be said that if the current Yi Xian were to engage in a great battle, as long as the primordial heavenly Dao was slightly careless, the avatar wielding the heavenly fallen bow could attack and kill it with a single arrow. This, at such a close distance, with the skeleton avatar waiting for an opportunity, there was no way he could avoid it. He would definitely be heavily injured even if he didn't die. In fact, even if the skeleton avatar didn't attack and the heaven-falling bow was only used as a deterrent, the primeval heavens I wouldn't be able to gain any benefits from fighting Yi Xian in such a state. Furthermore, it was highly likely that it would be at a disadvantage. By ignoring the skeleton avatar, the remaining two devil ape true bodies were in no way weaker than him, be it in terms of physical body or skeletal body. They were both at the 8th level of the heavenly Dao realm. By now that they had fused as one, the primeval heavens I would charge forward. It was equivalent to fighting 2 against 3. Coupled with the ribbon formed by the 9-colored sea of flames, as well as the might of the farmer god's treasure cauldron and the big-headed black rod, it was impossible for him not to be at a disadvantage. These thoughts flashed through the heavenly Dao green eye's mind like a spark. Instantly, a green beam flashed in its gigantic vertical eye. At this moment, heavenly Dao's green-eyed eye's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Although he wanted nothing more than to rush forward and suppress Yi Xian, he knew that he no longer had the chance. At least, it was impossible for him to do so at the moment. This guy's growth rate was really too shocking. Last time was the best opportunity to kill him, but unfortunately, they missed it. They couldn't keep him here and get rid of all future troubles. To now, Xianxia had actually dared to come looking for him by himself, whereas he could only sullenly and forcefully suppress his impulse to make a move against Xianxia, and he still stood 100 billion kilometers away from Xianxia. He didn't dare rashly launch an attack because he was utterly unable to gain any advantage and would even suffer a loss. Thinking back to how weak Yi Xian had been in his eyes back then, not even comparable to an ant. He had never truly looked him in the eye. The disparity was so great, but the time was almost negligible. It was a huge blow to him. This time, I have personally come to the great desolation forbidden land to ask for 6 people. At this moment, as his strongest form was revealed, the voice of Yi Xian's divine sense sounded out as well. Although his voice wasn't loud, countless creatures in the entire great desolate forbidden area could clearly hear him. These 6 people, not a single one of them can be missing. I must take them away this time, either give them to me, or fight. It's up to you whether you want to give them or not. Want 6 people? But, and he was so strong. If he didn't give them to him, he would immediately attack? Listen. Upon hearing Yi Xian's voice, the endless sea of battleships on the left side of the Great Desolation Forbidden Land star field instantly burst into an uproar. The Blood Wyrm tribe, Blue Rock tribe, Battle Lion tribe, Inji tribe, Raging Ox tribe, Golden Eagle tribe, Colored Python tribe, Voracious Wolf tribe, and Tree Spirit tribe, all the superior beings and elders of the 9 races of the second universe were gathered in a star fortress that was 1,000,000 meters in diameter, each of them looking excited. There was also a powerful ripple emanating from the main control cabin of another star fortress. Hundreds of desolate supremacies and superior beings of the primordial era were gathered here, all from the first universe's plane, and were the foundation of the former first universe's slave races. Moreover, on the everlasting star of the third universe's human faction, the immortal emperor and the other leaders of the human faction, as well as the leaders of the human faction in the Skyend Palace, which resembled an energy vortex, were also gathered. If counting the elders of various ranks of the former 10,000 Net Federation in the Temple of Glory, there were also hundreds of superior beings of the primordial era and supreme ancients gathered here from the third universe. Phase in comparison, the leaders of both human factions gathered here, especially the immortal emperor and the few who had come in contact with Yi Xian before, were clearly more excited. In that very moment, the countless champions from the 3 main planes of the stars, as well as the leaders of various races and factions, all of them had an unprecedented hope and expectation ignited in their hearts without exception after they came to their senses. Everyone's eyes shone with an incomparably blazing light of expectation. Even though Yi Xian, the master of Magic Hall, had said that he would only take 6 people away, they believed that they would most likely be one of those 6. In fact, Lang Ganglai, Ji Jinghong, Jin Haoyan, Jiao Tian, Medusa, and Lion Badeo also had this kind of excitement in their hearts, but this thought only flashed for a moment before quickly disappearing. Then, the 6 of them continued to shake their heads as bitter self-mocking smiles appeared on their faces. Although they had pledged allegiance to Yi Xian and even returned to their own race at Yi Xian's behest, when did that happen? Such as now that the primeval world no longer existed, and with the height that Yi Xian had reached, even the incarnation of the primeval worlds will of heaven had to be wary of him. How could he still remember that little bit of history? Even more so, moreover, there were countless champions from the 3 main planes of the stars gathered in this sea of battleships. Even if the primordial beings and supreme primordial beings were added together, there were more than 1,000 of them. If Yi Xian wanted to take 6 people away, how could he possibly let them, who were merely universe masters, have a chance? Roar! Yi Xian, are you threatening me? Yi Xian's voice had barely faded when Primeval Heaven's Eye, who was 100 billion miles away, suddenly flew into a rage. Since when did the forbidden grounds of the primeval universe become a place where anyone could threaten them? You can think of it this way. Yi Xian's voice sounded out once more, and the purplish gold light in the eyes of the skeleton clone suddenly burned brightly. It's just 6 juniors below the level of the primordial era. I will take them away right now. If you want to stop me, the heavenly fallen bow will definitely shoot you. At most, I'll just retreat immediately, and when I recover, I'll come back and ask for it. Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer. His terrifying 8th-level heavenly Dao realm consciousness extended toward the sea of battleships on the left side of the forbidden grounds of the primeval universe. In just a short time, he found the auras of Lang Ganglai and the others and locked onto them. He was so presumptuous and had already attacked. The primordial heavenly Dao was furious, but he did not dare to act rashly. Because, with his understanding of Yi Xian, since he had said so, he would definitely do it. Since, if he really wanted to stop him, the arrow would be unavoidable. No matter how much the forbidden grounds of the primeval universe were affected by the arrow, he could just escape, recover, and come back again. If he didn't agree to it every time, there was nothing he could do. If it happened a few more times, he would probably explode from anger. Phase relatively speaking, it was just taking away 6 juniors who weren't even at the level of primordial beings. Yi Xian was a person who valued relationships. If he wasn't wrong, these 6 juniors were probably friends with him in the past and didn't have any special value. For these 6 juniors, there was really no need to confront the madman Yi Xian head-on. He could just think of another way to deal with him later. Brain with these thoughts flashing through his mind, Primeval Heaven's Eye forcefully suppressed his impulse to attack. His huge vertical eye that was like a star flashed with a green light, revealing an endless chill, but he didn't say anything in the end. He was clearly admitting defeat. As the embodiment of the heavenly Tao's will of the primeval universe, it wasn't easy for him to make such a concession. Yi Xian didn't dare delay any longer, in case the other party suddenly changed his mind. That would only add to his troubles. With this thought in mind, he immediately attacked. Swoosh, swoosh. 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 The six-armed demonic ape's true form didn't move. It remained vigilant as it stared at primeval heaven's eye and the 10 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals led by the weeping soul blood ape in the void billions of kilometers away. However, Yi Xian's powerful spiritual perception was fully activated as a heavenly Tao realm rank 8. At that moment, an extremely sharp sound tore through the air as 6 beams of light shot out from the sea of battleships to the left of the forbidden grounds of the primeval universe. There was a figure in each of the 6 beams of light. They were Lang Ganglai, Ji Jinghong, Jin Haoyan, Jiao Tian, Medusa, and Lion Ba Dao. The 6 of them were only universe masters, so they couldn't withstand such a terrifying speed. However, all 6 of them were enveloped and protected by Yi Xian's powerful spiritual perception, so they were completely fine. Because he was worried that the green eye of the great desolate heavenly Tao would interfere, Yi Xian pushed his powerful divine sense, which was at the 8th level of the heavenly Tao realm, to the limit. Now, he only brought along the 6 universe masters who didn't resist, so his speed was naturally extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the 6 beams of light arrived in front of the 3-headed, 6-armed demonic ape's true form and stopped abruptly in the void. Lang Ganglai, Ji Jinghong, Jin Haoyan, Jiao Tian, Medusa, and Lion Ba Dao appeared. All of them had their mouths wide open, and they were in a daze, wondering if what they had just experienced was just an illusion. In fact, it wasn't just them. In the vast sea of battleships on the left side of the forbidden desolate land, the powerful figures of the remote antiquity era and the supreme masters of the remote antiquity from the 3 main planes of the universe were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They were beings like Undying Emperor who had been in contact with Yi Xian before, and they all looked like they had been struck by lightning. They had never expected that the 6 people Yi Xian wanted to take away weren't them, but the young talents of several races in the second universe. It seemed that these guys had once had a conflict with Yi Xian, but they didn't know each other at all, as Lang Ganglai and the other 4 appeared in front of the 3-headed, 6-armed demonic ape, in the sea of battleships to the left of the forbidden grounds of the primeval universe. The powerful beings and supreme masters of the primeval era from the 3 main planes of the universe were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They had never expected that the 6 people Yi Xian wanted to take away were the young talents of several races in the second universe. This was really hard for them to accept. At this moment, the higher-ups of all parties were as if they had been struck by lightning. They were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Whoosh! Whoosh, 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 this was not the time to talk, and this was not a place to stay for long. Yi Xian immediately waved his hand, and in an instant, Lang Ganglai and the other 4 were taken into the space inside the Shenong's treasure cauldron. Then, without hesitation, he immediately activated the interstellar coordinate jumping ability attached to the system in his body. The next moment, a light flashed, and the real body of the 3-headed, 6-armed demonic ape shrank in size and was instantly enveloped by it. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared, this kind of secret method again. He disappeared in an instant without even the slightest spatial fluctuation. There is no trace at all. How did he do it? Roar, as Yi Xian's figure disappeared, the primordial heavenly Tao's eyes, which had long since anticipated this scene, instantly flew into a rage. His roar shook the heavens, causing the countless experts in the sea of battleships on the left side of the Forbidden Star region to tremble in fear. Yi Xian left, leaving with Lang Ganglai and the other 5 that they had not expected. At this moment, all the experts, including the immortal emperor, had a thick sense of despair on their faces. In the dark void far away on the right bank of the river, whoosh, an imperceptible sound of breaking through the air rang out, and a light flashed, and Yi Xian's figure quietly appeared. This time, he activated the interstellar coordinate jumping ability attached to the system in his body. The coordinate jumping point that Yi Xian had locked onto was still near the base camp of the Source Nest planet. Although it had only been a moment, he had already left the left bank of the Milky Way. Compared to the 1 month it took to get there, it was simply unimaginable. The higher the level of his growth, the more deeply Xian could feel the power of the devouring system in his body. He really didn't know how Xingbo had fiddled with it back then. However, this time, Xian did not return to the Source Nest planet. Instead, he directly rushed to the next Source Nest planet. Now, including Lang Ganglai, Ji Jinghong, Jin Haoyan, Jiao Ritian, Medusa, and Sherba Dao, who he had just brought out of the forbidden area of the Great Desolate Land, there were nearly 100 subordinates waiting in the space inside the Shenong treasure cauldron in his body. In other words, Xian had to take Shirwanjin to find all the hundreds of Source Nest planets that had the interstellar coordinates recorded back then, and gnaw a small hole in the barrier membrane that enveloped these Source Nest planets, so that the nearly 100 subordinates waiting in the space inside the cauldron could enter one after another, and quietly steal the sky. The task was too heavy. He really didn't have time to delay, so he could only set off immediately. After a few days, a Source Nest planet appeared in the void in front of him. Xian did not hesitate and directly waved his hand. In an instant, 2 rays of light shot out, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into the figures of Shirwanjin and the Green Ox. Swish, without wasting any time, Xian immediately took action. With a wave of his hand, a ray of light shot out, charging towards the Source Nest planet in front of him. Wang, with an incomparably deep buzzing sound, the ray of light shot out and stopped abruptly above the Source Nest planet that was hundreds of millions of kilometers away. A ray of light without any suspense, a layer of hazy membrane appeared below the light. It was still about 1,000 feet long, and there was no similar hazy membrane in the other areas. It was the same as before. Swish, this time, Shirwanjin did not wait for Xian to call out to him. His eyes flashed with anticipation, and with a shake of his shoulders, his entire body instantly turned into a ray of light and shot out. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of this hazy membrane that was 1,000 feet in radius. Next, after slightly adjusting the power in his body, he took a deep breath and bent down to chew on the food as if he was eating. Shirwanjin was getting more and more familiar with this kind of thing. After all, he was accumulating experience every time he did it. Every time he did it, his monstrous teeth were also getting stronger and stronger. This was the case for him. This time, Shirwanjin's speed was as fast as before. 4 hours had just passed, and he had already bitten a small hole in the barrier in front of him. The small hole was filled with an incomparably pure energy aura that caused people to tremble in fear. Moo, swish. The Green Ox was already prepared. When it saw the small hole appear, it did not hesitate at all. It raised its head and let out a low moo. Then, a bright light flashed in its eyes, and its entire body instantly transformed into a ray of light that shot out. In the blink of an eye, it had already drilled into the small hole and entered the interior of the Source Nest planet, disappearing from sight. Wang, Shirwanjin immediately stopped, and a low buzzing sound rang out at the same time. The fingernail-sized hole that had just appeared also healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, instantly recovering to its original state. Boom! Rumble. As soon as Xian finished, a series of extremely dull rumbling thunder suddenly came from the end of the dark void in the distance. It lasted for about 3 breaths of time, then it strangely stopped. Xian frowned, and he suddenly had a bad premonition. Swish, without hesitation, he immediately waved his hand and kept Shirwanjin, who was rubbing his cheeks but had a happy expression. It was obvious that he was happy because he had just gnawed on a bean-sized barrier membrane of a Source Nest planet. Then, with a shake of his shoulders, his entire body instantly turned into a ray of light and blasted toward the end of the dark void where the strange rumbling thunder came from. After a few short breaths, Xian had already arrived at the dark void where the rumbling sound came from earlier. As his figure came to an abrupt halt, he looked around, but there was only an endless expanse of darkness around him. Even with the power of his divine sense, he couldn't find anything beyond 100 billion kilometers. Don't talk about Source Nest planets. There wasn't even a speck of cosmic dust. Such a situation could be seen everywhere in the vast and boundless primordial chaos void. However, the low rumbling thunder that suddenly appeared and lasted for about 3 breaths of time was extremely real. Furthermore, it definitely came from this area. Xian was now a powerful existence at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. At such a close distance, how could he make such a mistake? There's clearly no abnormality, but I can't find the reason or source of the rumbling thunder. Could it be that this is just a phenomenon that appeared in the primordial chaos void? As he muttered, Yi Xian suddenly thought of something, and his heart sank. Yi Xian immediately rushed to the place where the rumbling thunder came from. However, to his surprise, it was a dark void. There was nothing. Not only was there no sign of life, there was not even a speck of cosmic dust. There's clearly no abnormality, but I can't find the reason or source of the rumbling thunder. Could it be that this is just a phenomenon that appeared in the primordial chaos void? In shock, he muttered softly as if he was sleep-talking. With a flash of inspiration in his mind, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and his heart sank. Indeed. There was such a possibility, but he couldn't be sure at the moment. This matter needed to be verified. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian's divine sense power spread out again. It was extremely meticulous, and it thoroughly explored the surrounding hundreds of billions of miles in the void. Indeed. After confirming that he did not miss anything, and that there was no abnormality, he did not hesitate and immediately turned to leave, rushing to the nearest source nest planet that was marked with the next interstellar coordinate. A few days later, he arrived at his destination. A source nest planet appeared in the void in front of him. After approaching it, Yi Xian waved his hand and two beams of light shot out. This time, the figures of Shi and the primordial porcupine appeared. Whoosh! Without wasting any time, he waved his hand again, and a beam of light shot toward the source hive star in front of him. With a low buzzing sound, the beam of light shot forward and stopped abruptly at a distance of 10 million miles above the source hive star, which was hundreds of millions of miles away. Under the star in his sight, a familiar scene appeared again. It was a hazy barrier of about 1,000 meters. A gleam of expectation flashed in Shi eyes. With a shake of his shoulders, his entire figure instantly turned into a beam of light and blasted forward. He took a deep breath, and as if he was eating, he bent down and gnawed at it. 2 hours later, a small hole had been gnawed out of the barrier in front of him. Inside the hole, an incomparably pure energy aura was emitted. Moo, swish. The primordial porcupine was already prepared. It raised its head and let out a low and deep moo. In the blink of an eye, it had already drilled into the small hole and disappeared into the interior of the origin nest star. Wang, a low buzzing sound rang out at the same time. The fingernail-sized hole that had just appeared also healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, it was as good as new. However, Yi Xian's attention was not on this at all. In fact, from the moment Shi bent down and began to gnaw, Yang Kai's divine sense had already extended into the surrounding dark void. His attention was raised to the extreme as he paid close attention to everything around him, not letting go of even the slightest clue. Boom! Rumble, rumble, rumble. However, at the end of the dark void in the distance, the expected muffled sound of thunder immediately came. It lasted for about 3 breaths of time before it strangely stopped again. A dark light flashed in Xian's eyes. This time, he didn't even pay attention to Shi. He immediately teleported and locked onto the direction and location of the rumbling sound. In less than 1/10 of a breath, he had already arrived there. As expected, his heart sank once again. There was still nothing in front of him. His spiritual sense spread out, and within a radius of hundreds of billions of kilometers, it was the same situation. However, just now, the shocking rumbling sound had indeed come from this place. Although it had only lasted for about 3 breaths of time, there was an extremely dense energy fluctuation in this place at that time, revealing an incomparably dense aura of the primordial laws. Previously, in the vicinity of the origin nest star, Yi Xian already had a guess in his heart, but he was not sure. Now that he had encountered the same situation again, although the investigation was still fruitless and he did not find any conclusive evidence, his previous guess was basically confirmed. It wasn't that someone was hiding in the dark and pretending to be a ghost. It was just a natural reaction of the primordial void. The 2 consecutive low rumbling sounds were just a specific manifestation of the power of the primordial void law. This kind of feeling was similar to the reaction of the heavenly Tao in an independent world like the Great Desolate World. For example, the descent of the heavenly tribulation. While the reason for this situation was obviously related to Yixian letting Lion Wanjin gnaw at the invisible barrier protecting the Source Hive Star and sending his subordinates into the Source Hive Star to carry out stealing the heavens. When the primordial era began, 3,000 nesting stars would give birth to a chaos fiend god in the mysterious and boundless primordial void. Day when the primordial era officially began, the 3,000 chaos fiend gods who walked out of the 3,000 nests would become the first generation of chaos beings, the true favorites of the new primordial era. Example: the primordial chaos era, which had lasted for countless years, was about to come to an end. The 3,000 chaos fiend gods that had been born in the primordial chaos era had established many great worlds outside of the primordial chaos void. Of course, now that the primordial era was about to end, all the worlds that were created at the beginning of the era had already perished, devoured by the endless void turbulence, heading towards destruction. The Great Desolation world was the last of them. Just from this, it could be seen how important the chaos fiend gods born in the 3,000 nests were. Yixian didn't know much about the primordial void. Why did the primordial era open one after another? Why did the primordial era open one after another? Why did the primordial era open one after another? Why would there be 3,000 origin nests that gave birth to 3,000 powerful chaos demon gods every time the primordial era opened? But before the chaos fiend gods in these nests were born, there was no doubt that they were protected by the primordial chaos void. Just from the fact that the nests were like the Milky Way star field, there was an invisible barrier formed by the power of the laws that shrouded the nests. Although the primordial chaos void did not have the so-called will of the heavenly way like the Great Desolation world, or rather, the will of the heavenly way had a concrete manifestation, but the level of the primordial chaos void was still far above the Great Desolation world. The various powers of the laws here not only existed in the dark, but also had to be felt. It was one thing for Yixian to steal from the heavens once or twice. For example, when he sent Shui Ben, the mosquito butcher's true body, and the Emperor's seal thunder spirit into a single origin nest star 3 times, there wasn't any abnormal reaction. But, if he did this kind of thing too many times, the power of the laws of the primordial chaos void would naturally sense it. The last 2 rumbling thunder sounds were because of this. Right for Yixian, this rumbling thunder was actually just a kind of warning from the power of the laws of the primordial chaos void. It seems that I have to hurry up. The power of the laws of the primordial chaos void has already sensed. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, a dark light flashed within Yixian's eyes. His expression immediately became even more serious. We have to hurry up. Once this drags on for too long, I'm afraid something big will happen if we continue like this, Xiao. After that, he didn't hesitate anymore. He turned around and returned to his original position. After putting Shi Wanjin into his body, he immediately rushed to the next nest star. Unknowingly, half a year had passed since Yixian took Lang Ganglai and company away from the primordial chaos forbidden ground. In this half a year, everything was normal in the primordial chaos forbidden ground. However, Primeval Heaven's Eye and the 10 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals led by the Weeping Soul Sanguine Ape never appeared. After Xian left, Primeval Heaven's Eye roared angrily before disappearing into the void. Even the Weeping Soul Sanguine Ape and the other heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals under him did the same. From after that, they never appeared again. Forbidden Ground. All the experts in the Forbidden Ground were unsure if they were in seclusion in their respective cave abode stars, or if they had hidden in an unknown parallel void, or if they had left the primordial chaos forbidden ground and headed to other regions of the primordial chaos void. Heaven's Tao realm experts came and went as they pleased, leaving no traces behind. It was too unfathomable. At this moment, in a parallel space that was connected to the primordial void, there was an enormous oval-shaped star that stood towering amidst the boundless darkness. It imperceptibly emanated an extremely obscure yet extremely powerful aura. This parallel void had the same nature as the endless turbulent void. However, it was more stable. There was no endless turbulence in the void, but in fact, there was nothing in it, not even a speck of cosmic dust. Therefore, the gigantic oval-shaped star that stood silently in the void was definitely something foreign. It did not belong here in the first place. Matter. In fact, on both sides of the Milky Way, the upper echelons of the desolate supremacy and above in the various supreme forbidden grounds and stellar domains would usually hide in such parallel spaces. There was no connection between them, and some of them were even created by their own heaven-defying means. It was like a temporary cave abode. Rip! Rip! The crisp sound of ripping silk rang out. In the distance of the dark void, a series of spatial cracks appeared. Following that, one figure after another rushed out of the cracks. There were big and small figures, but even the smallest figure was millions of miles long. In less than a minute, 10 void rifts appeared around the dark void. 10 figures walked out of them. They were of different forms, but all of them were astral beasts. The auras they emitted were extremely ancient and powerful. They were the 10 heavenly Tao realm beasts under the primeval heaven's eye. The weeping soul blood ape with a blood-colored horn on its head was one of them. Buzz. With the arrival of the 10 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals, the oval-shaped planet that stood silently in the middle of the void quaked slightly. With a deep hum, the planet suddenly emitted a faint azure glow, transforming into a gigantic azure vertical eye. This vertical eye was none other than the primeval heaven's eye. This dark void that resembled nothingness was a secret space he had opened up in the void parallel to the primordial chaos with his great divine powers. Usually, the primeval heaven's eye would seclude himself here. While among his subordinates, only the 10 powerful heavenly Tao realm beasts, led by the weeping soul blood ape, had the qualifications to enter this place and knew the coordinates to enter. For half a year, the primordial heavenly Tao green eye had been hibernating in this secret space that it had opened up. However, the 10 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals under it had been sent out to carry out different missions, and back when they left, the primordial heavenly Tao green-eyed had instructed them to return half a year later. Now, the 10 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals had returned as agreed. However, it was unknown how the mission they were tasked with was carried out. Tell me. Very quickly. Soon, as the green light in the gigantic vertical eye flashed, the primeval heaven's eye's deep voice sounded. After exchanging looks, the 10 heavenly Tao realm beasts, led by the weeping soul blood ape, spoke one after another. They reported the situation they had investigated over the past half a year on both sides of the Milky Way. The Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone has been found. It's extremely far from our primordial desolate Forbidden Zone, with the entire Milky Way separating us. We are located in the middle of the left bank of the Milky Way, while the Magic Hall's star domain is located on the left bank of the Milky Way's right bank. To head there, even a heavenly Tao realm existence would need to circle from the dark zone at the end of the Milky Way's left bank to the end of the Milky Way's right bank before rushing there. The journey is long, and even a heavenly Tao realm expert would need more than a month. As for the primordial desolate army, it's basically impossible. That's right. Along the way, one would need to pass through too many powerful forbidden zones and star domains. Such a massive army of living beings would attract too much attention, and any carelessness would lead to misunderstandings. Along the way, one would end up in a huge battle with unrelated existences. As for the situation in the Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone, over the past half a year, almost no experts have left the periphery of the star domain. They have always been holed up in the Forbidden Zone's star domain. However, there are hidden scouts that have been sent out. I captured one of them and obtained some information from a soul search. This scout team's commander is only a titled Undying Emperor. His level is too low, so he doesn't know the true secrets of the Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone. However, one thing is certain. The Magic Hall's master, Xianxia, left half a year ago and has never returned. He seems to be carrying out some important arrangements outside, and now, the strongest expert guarding the Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone is only a desolate supremacy old pig spirit at the 9th stage of perfection. He's only at the half-step heavenly Tao realm, so he can't even withstand a single blow. In addition, everything about Xianxia's collection of innate elemental origins has been investigated. Apart from the left bank of the galaxy, he has also taken action on the right bank. Strangely, he had already collected a set of innate elemental origins, but for some reason, he took action again to hunt innate elemental ferocious beasts. Presently, we can already confirm that he has already gathered the quintessence of the second batch of quintessence treasures of the 5 elements. The quintessence of the Earth Guide, Fire Guide, Metal Guide, and Wood Guide have already been gathered. Presently, he merely lacks the quintessence of the Water Guide. In addition, over the past half a year, there have been some unprecedented phenomena happening in the primordial chaos void. It's extremely strange, The regions where the phenomena occur are not on the two banks of the galaxy, but in the vast, dark void that is extremely far away from the right bank. Practically every 3 to 5 days or so, in the vast dark void in the distance of the right bank, there would be a place that faintly emitted the rumbling of thunder that shook the heavens and the earth, and it imperceptibly revealed the aura of the primordial laws that caused one's heart to palpitate. In the beginning, this strange and untraceable rumble of thunder wasn't very intense. The aura of the primordial chaos laws that it emitted wasn't very rich either. But with the passage of time, the phenomenon is far from what it was half a year ago. This phenomenon is as though the primordial chaos void has given birth to some kind of heavenly Tao will. The so-called rumbling of thunder is the throbbing of a power that is similar to the heavenly Tao will, or even, anger. To think that there's such a thing, upon hearing this, a glint flashed in heavenly Tao Azure's eyes as it immediately began its inference. This phenomenon is as though the primordial chaos void has also given birth to some kind of heavenly Tao will. The so-called rumbling of thunder is the throbbing of a power that is similar to the heavenly Tao will, or even, anger. Having said that, one of the heavenly Tao realm beasts paused for a moment before continuing. What's even stranger is that there is a nesting star within 100 billion kilometers of the place where the rumbling of thunder occurs without any warning. Although this matter hasn't been verified one by one, the dark void far away from the right bank of the galaxy is too vast. The rumbling of thunder only lasts for a short period of 2 to 3 seconds. After that, there's no more sound. It's impossible to lock onto its location. However, there were 2 times when the thunderous rumbles occurred, and some of us happened to be nearby, so we rushed over immediately. During those 2 times, we discovered a nesting star within 100 billion miles of the place where the thunderous rumbles occurred. Just based on this point, we can basically conclude the inference. This strange rumbling of thunder is very likely related to the nesting stars that are born in the primordial chaos void. There's actually such a thing. Upon hearing that, a glint flashed in heavenly Tao Azure's eyes as it immediately began its inference. As primeval heavens I closed his eyes, an invisible and obscure force instantly emanated from his body. It circulated invisibly, causing the dark void to appear even more mysterious. The 10 heavenly Tao realm beasts led by the weeping soul blood ape didn't leave. They lay dormant in the dark void around primeval heaven's eye. They didn't do anything else as they waited for the results of primeval heaven's eye's inference. They also found this matter extremely odd. It had never appeared in the primordial chaos void before, and among the people present, only primeval heaven's eye had the highest cultivation level. He had already reached the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, and he wasn't far from the peak of the 9th stage's perfection heavenly Tao realm. Apart from that, as a former heavenly Tao will of a great world, he was adept at heavenly Tao inference. This was something that the 10 heavenly Tao realm beasts present, including the weeping soul blood ape, were far inferior to. Therefore, all they could do was wait for the results of such inference. There was no way they could participate in it. Time slowly passed, and in a blink of an eye, 9 days passed. Over the past 9 days, the dark void was silent. There wasn't a single sound, but the obscure and profound aura that emanated from primeval heaven's eye's body grew thicker and thicker. It was to the point where it felt like it couldn't be dispersed. Very clearly, his inference had reached the most critical juncture. Heavenly Tao inference was extremely profound and extraordinary. The typical living being had no way of grasping it. Only the embodiment of the heavenly Tao's will of a great world could come into contact with it. Even Xianxia had never come into contact with it. Because of this, the Heaven Tao divination technique only lasted for 9 days. No matter if it was a shocking secret or a trivial matter, no matter if the result of the divination was obtained, the divination would definitely end in 9 days at most. This was something that the weeping soul blood ape and the other 10 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals under the primordial heavenly Tao green-eyed knew very well. Therefore, with the arrival of the 9th day, their tightly shut eyes slowly opened. They landed on primeval heaven's eye's body, which was in the middle of the circle. As the dark light flickered, there was a thick sense of expectation that couldn't be dispersed. Dang, just as the final moment of the 9th day was about to fade away, the huge vertical eye that had been tightly shut all this time suddenly opened. From within the eye, an extremely blazing green beam shot out. Next, in an instant, the voice of the primordial heavenly Tao's green eyes, which were filled with excitement and anxiety, sounded. Tell me quickly. Have you counted the strange rumbling sounds in the past half a year? How many times have there been this? Clearly, the inference had come to a conclusion. At the very least, they had found some clues. Otherwise, primeval heavens, I wouldn't suddenly ask such a question. And seeing how agitated and anxious he was, the matter was clearly no small matter. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast general who happened to have counted the matter did not dare hesitate and immediately replied, "We've counted it. In the past 6 months, in the vast and endless dark void on the Milky Way's right bank, there have been a total of 28 such strange booms, but this is only the data when we left the Milky Way's right bank. Now that we've rushed back to the Milky Way's left bank, we've spent another month on the journey. Based on the fact that these strange booms happen every 3 to 5 days, the total number of booms should be more than 35 times. 35 times? Damn it, that's already more than a third of the time. We have to stop him as soon as possible." Hearing the number of explosions of the strange thunder, it had reached at least 35 times. The green eye of the primordial heavenly Tao immediately became anxious. The vertical eye that was as huge as a star shone with a green light, and the low voice of the divine sense revealed a sense of excitement. This, such a scene had almost never happened to him. After all, he was the embodiment of the heavenly Tao's will of a great world. He was high and mighty, treating all living beings as dogs. There were very few things that could disturb his mind. Positive, while the weeping soul blood ape and the other heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals were alarmed and momentarily failed to react, primeval heaven's eye's deep voice resounded in the dark void once again. He was narrating the results of his inference. The result of this inference is even more astonishing than the heavenly Tao treasure from before. Even if we obtain the heavenly Tao treasure, it will only allow a few more heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals to appear among the peak desolate supremacies of our desolate wilderness forbidden ground. This is not the ultimate goal of our gathering here. We have gathered countless living beings of the desolate wilderness world here and established a desolate wilderness forbidden ground on the left bank of the Milky Way. We have been waiting endlessly, and our ultimate goal is to enter the Milky Way's stellar domain and head to that mysterious homeworld to vie for the providence of the primordial chaos of the next epoch, and my inference results are also related to the providence of the next epoch. Those strange booms are indeed related to the nests in the primordial chaos void. This epoch is about to end. In this vast and boundless primordial chaos void, there are 3,000 nests. Every nest gives birth to a powerful chaos fiend celestial. Once this epoch ends and the next primordial chaos epoch begins, the 3,000 chaos fiend celestials born in these 3,000 nests will appear. They will be the first generation of living beings in the next primordial chaos epoch. They are existences at the chaos level that far surpasses the heavenly Tao realm. Unfortunately, once the chaos seeds in these 3,000 nests germinate, the nests will be enveloped and protected by an invisible barrier. It's the same as the invisible barrier that protects the entire Milky Way. There's no way to enter, but now, someone is stealing from the heavens. This person is very likely Xianxia. It's unknown what means he used, but he was able to send his subordinates into the nests, but now, there's someone secretly stealing from the heavens in the primordial chaos void. This person is very likely the magic hall's master, Xianxia. It's unknown what means he used, but he was able to send his subordinates into the nests. Although the primordial chaos void doesn't have the will of the heavenly Tao condensed in different forms like the various great worlds, the power of the primordial chaos void's operating laws has always been affecting this incomparably mysterious great void. Those 3,000 nests are the first generation living beings of the next primordial chaos epoch. Xianxia used some unknown means to send his subordinates into the nests and replace them. This is no different from stealing from the heavens. At the same time, he's also stealing the primordial chaos destiny of the next epoch. The primordial chaos void naturally sensed something like this. It wouldn't be a big deal if it happened once or twice, but this person is actually so daring. In just half a year, he has already stolen the primordial chaos destiny of 35 nests and successfully sent 35 of his subordinates into the nests to replace the chaos fiend celestials inside and enter deep sleep. It is precisely because of this that the primordial chaos void sensed his attacks again and again. That is why the strange thunderous roar that has never been heard before sounded. This is a warning, but he clearly wasn't scared and didn't stop. The primordial chaos void doesn't have a concrete will of the heavenly Tao. This is beneficial, but it also has a drawback. Now that Xian has taken advantage of this loophole and successfully stole from the heavens more than 30 times in a row, this is the manifestation of its drawback. Unfortunately, we can't interfere in this matter, but if this continues, there will be a limit to the operating power of the primordial chaos void's laws. Once this limit is touched, there will be a world-shaking disaster. No one knows what kind of changes will occur in the primordial chaos void, but the master of the magic hall, Xian, will definitely be wiped out by the invisible power of the primordial chaos void's operating laws. This line can't be crossed. 9 is the limit, and the number 9 is the ultimate limit. Every time the master of the magic hall, Xian, destroys the invisible barrier of the source nest star, he will attract the power of the primordial chaos void's laws and be tainted with a trace of karma. The limit of this karma is 99 times. Once this line is touched, the operating power of the primordial chaos void's laws will instantly explode, and the culprit who destroyed the invisible barrier of the source nest star will be wiped out in an instant. At this point, the voice of the Way of the Heavens paused for a moment before continuing. The excitement in the voice of the divine sense was even more obvious. In other words, if you only attack 98 times, although it is extremely dangerous, there won't be any serious accidents. Now, the master of the magic hall, Xian, has already attacked more than 30 times. He has used up a third of this chance to steal the heavens, but he still has more than 60 chances left. Although I'm not sure what method he used to break the invisible barrier formed by the laws of the primordial void that enveloped the source hive stars and sent his subordinates into the source hive stars to carry out the plundering of the heavens. But one thing is certain, and that is as long as we find the master of the magic hall, Xian, and try to force him to submit, then my subordinates will also have the same opportunity. If you want to, all of you can enter the source nest star and replace a chaos demon god. You can enter hibernation and nurture until the end of this era. When the next era begins, you can appear as a first-generation chaos demon god with a portion of the primordial chaos fate. Not only the 10 of you, but also the dozens of peak desolate supremacies in the chaos forbidden grounds who have yet to step into the heavenly Tao can also enter the source nest star to steal the heavens. This is a form of accumulation of resources. It's violent and direct. Perhaps it doesn't have much meaning at the moment, and it doesn't provide any obvious help to the karmic luck of the next primordial era. But once this era ends completely and the next era begins, its effects will instantly manifest. After all, in the entire primordial chaos void, only 3,000 chaos demon gods were born in an era. The mother planet that exists eternally occupies half of the primordial chaos era's destiny, and these 3,000 chaos demon gods share half. Once the next primordial chaos era begins, every time I have a first-generation chaos demon god under my command, the foundation to compete for the mother planet's destiny will be more abundant. So, no matter what, we must find the master of the magic hall, Xian, as soon as possible. There are only 60 chances left to steal the heavens, and one chance will disappear every 3 to 5 days. This is a huge loss that is almost unbearable. Screech. With that said, the primeval heavens, I didn't say anything else. Instead, the gigantic vertical eye that resembled a star emitted a shocking roar. It was filled with endless excitement and indignation. He couldn't hold it in any longer. This opportunity and creation far exceeded what the heavenly Tao treasure represented. It was violent and direct. It was like harvesting the providence of the primordial chaos of the next epoch ahead of time. Furthermore, there weren't many opportunities left. Time was of the essence. Even someone as composed as him could no longer remain calm. Around the dark void, the 10 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals under the weeping soul blood apes heavenly Tao green-eyed were already dumbfounded. Hong the desolate heaven Tao's eyes words were too shocking. It completely overturned what they previously knew. They naturally knew about source hive stars and had a rather good understanding of them. The 10 of them had even entertained the shocking idea of entering a source hive star and replacing the chaos seed that was nurtured within. However, such matters depended on luck. Once the chaos seed in a source hive star sprouted, it was impossible to enter again. Therefore, they had only thought about it in the past and didn't pay much attention to it because it was nearly impossible. They never expected that such a nearly impossible opportunity would suddenly become a reality. The moment they thought of how they could enter a source hive star and use heaven stealing, and how they would appear as a powerful chaos fiend celestial in the primordial chaos epoch, the 10 Heavenly Dao Realm ferocious beast generals couldn't help but feel excited. That punk, Xian, is as slippery as a loach. It won't be difficult to find him, but it won't be easy to force him to submit. Just as the 10 Heavenly Dao Realm ferocious beast generals led by the Weeping Soul Blood Ape were engrossed in their excitement, a green beam flashed in the gigantic vertical eye that resembled a star. The deep and sinister voice of the primeval heavens I sounded once again. This time, the stakes are too high. There is absolutely no room for error. With my strength and yours, I'm afraid we won't be able to guarantee that we can suppress him. We need to find another Heavenly Dao Realm expert at the 8th step to join forces with us. Coincidentally, isn't he still lacking a water guide origins? Fellow Daoist Whale Dragon of the Whale Dragon Forbidden Land is also a connate life form, and he happens to be of the water attribute. With his help, my chances of success will instantly increase by 30%. This matter concerns the Chaos Fiend Celestial. We can directly snatch the providence of the primordial chaos for the next epoch. There is absolutely no room for failure. With just me and the rest of you, there's probably no guarantee that we can suppress him. We need to find an 8th order Heavenly Dao Realm expert to join forces with us. After figuring out everything, a cold light instantly burst out from the huge vertical eye that was like a star. Hong the desolate heaven path sex green-eyed spiritual perception voice turned deeper. That's perfect. Isn't he still lacking a portion of water guide essence? Fellow Daoist Whale Dragon of the Whale Dragon Forbidden Land is also a connate life form, and he happens to be of the water attribute. With his help, my chances of success will instantly increase by 30%. The fellow Daoist Whale Dragon he was referring to was an extremely powerful late-stage Heavenly Dao Realm expert. His cultivation level was about the same as the primeval Heaven's Eyes. Although he was only at the 8th stage of the Heavenly Dao Realm, he was not far from the 9th stage of the Heavenly Dao Realm's peak. It could be said that they were evenly matched. In recent times, the primeval Heaven's Eye and Xian had already clashed twice. Be it back at the demonic ape Forbidden Land on the left bank of the Milky Way or later on when they set up a green urn in the primordial desolate Forbidden Land to lure Xian in, both times, Xian had relied on his own strength to face the encirclement of more than 10 Heavenly Dao Realm experts. Eventually, he was able to escape with great ease. With these two precedents, the primeval Heaven's Eye was now extremely wary of Xian. He placed unprecedented importance on him, and he had even vaguely forgotten about his mortal enemy, the headless infant corpse. The last time, he had set up a green urn in the primordial desolate Forbidden Land to lure his enemy. It could be said that he had waited patiently for the enemy to exhaust him. He had made ample preparations, but in the end, Xian had still calmly escaped. Not long after they escaped, they brazenly came back and took away a few of the younger generation ants from the 3 main planes of the starry skies. It was also that time that made the primeval Heaven's Eye realize that his cultivation level had broken through once again. In a short period of time, he had risen by a minor realm. Now, with that heaven-defying bloodline divine power, his peak combat strength was nearly on par with him, reaching the 8th stage of the Heavenly Dao Realm. It had been some time since Xian left. According to the primeval Heaven's Eye's inference and estimates, he had not broken through again after his departure. But, he reckoned that he wasn't far from another breakthrough. This was too bad. This was no trivial matter. He absolutely could not wait any longer. Not only did this person have the Heavenly Dao treasure, but he also had the heaven pilfering mystic technique. Furthermore, he had used up a third of the heaven pilfering opportunities. Now, he only had about 60 or so chances left. Furthermore, the remaining 60 or so chances of heaven pilfering would be used up every 3 to 5 days. That fellow had not stopped and continued causing trouble. Therefore, no matter how one looked at it, the present situation was extremely serious. He absolutely could not delay any further. If not only would he miss out on the 60 or so chances of heaven pilfering, even the Heavenly Dao treasure would only be able to look on helplessly. Then, the stronger Xian was, the more impossible it would be to suppress him in the future. But, in reality, even now, such a chance was already very slim. Xian already had the same terrifying strength as him at the 8th stage of the Heavenly Dao Realm. Unfortunately, that fellow had the Blood Sea Mystic technique. Once he used it, he could instantly split into 3. The 3 Blood Sea avatars all had the same combat strength. And in addition, he had the extremely powerful divine power, the heaven-falling Bao. It could be said that even if there were 2 or 3 8th stage heavenly Tao experts at the same cultivation level as the primeval heaven's eye, it would be very difficult for Xian to suffer. But, he was rather confident about the whale dragon that he had previously mentioned. Not only was the whale dragon's cultivation level the same as his, having reached the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, but it was only a sliver away from the 9th stage of the peak heavenly Tao realm. It was also a connate ferocious beast that possessed a very special bloodline divine power. If it was used without warning, with the help of the primeval heaven's eye, there was definitely a 60% chance of suppressing Xian. A 60% chance of winning is already very high, but it's still not enough. We only have one chance. If we miss it, there will be no more chances. Therefore, we have to ensure that nothing goes wrong this time. Having said that, the gigantic green vertical eye flashed as it locked onto the weeping soul sanguine ape. After pondering for a moment, its deep voice sounded again. This time, we will focus on Taoist whale dragon's secret art of the whale swallowing. We will not use force to suppress him. It's useless even if there are too many people. However, the weeping soul sanguine ape's bloodline divine power will have a certain supplementary effect on your secret art of the whale swallowing. If you participate and strike with all your strength at the right time, my chances will increase by at least 10%. This way, it will be more than 70%. Although it's still not perfect, 70% is more than 2/3. It's worth a try. I will leave and may not return in the near future. Apart from the weeping soul sanguine ape, I will send 2 heavenly Tao masters to lead 20 powerful beings to the forbidden area of the magic hall on the right bank of the Milky Way and launch an attack. The remaining 7 heavenly Tao masters are not to act rashly. Stay here and guard the forbidden area of the chaos wasteland on my behalf. As for the 2 heavenly Tao masters who are going to the forbidden area of the magic hall on the right bank of the Milky Way, remember, you are just creating momentum. Your goal is to force Xian back to the forbidden area of the magic hall. The battle doesn't need to be too intense. You can delay it a little. Whoosh, having said that, the primeval heavens I didn't say anything else. Suddenly, a ray of green light shot out from its gigantic green eye. It enveloped the weeping soul sanguine ape in the void on its right side and disappeared in a flash. Hiss, boom. Rumble. In the next instant, accompanied by the crisp sound of ripping silk, the dark void in front of the heavenly Tao master's green eye emitted an earth-shattering rumble of thunder. The spatial rift appeared out of thin air. The green eye of the way of the heavens didn't hesitate any longer. Like a meteor, it rushed into the spatial rift in a flash and disappeared from sight. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. With that, he left with the weeping soul sanguine ape. The 9 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals standing in the dark void immediately took action. Each of them tore open a void rift and immediately returned to the chaos wasteland forbidden area. Among them, 7 ferocious beast generals stayed behind. According to the primeval heaven's eye's orders, they were to guard the forbidden area on his behalf. As for the other 2 ferocious beast generals, they gathered troops from the forbidden area. They only led 20 powerful ferocious beasts at the level of primordial mighty figures and rushed out of the forbidden area. Without stopping, they rushed to the forbidden area of the magic hall on the left bank of the Milky Way. The 2 ferocious beast generals were not weak. One was at the 3rd stage of the heavenly Tao realm, while the other was at the 4th stage. They were both at the mid-stage. Now that Xian was no longer presiding over the magic hall, the 2 of them were enough to suppress him with 20 mighty figures. Whoosh, whoosh, roar. Hiss, inside the forbidden desolate land, the chains rattled, and the furious roars and howls of ferocious beasts rose and fell. At a glance, a massive nether cauldron that resembled a planet could be seen in the central stellar domain of the forbidden area. The 20,000 runic chains on the cauldron's exterior were extremely thick and were 500,000 kilometers long. They were wriggling like spirit snakes. In the surrounding void, there were many astral beasts standing there. Upon careful count, there were 20 existences at the level of primordial mighty figures. In addition, there were 2 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals. The 2 ferocious beast generals' cultivation levels were not weak. One of them was a blood-winged tiger at the 3rd stage of the heavenly Tao realm, while the other was a blue-eyes golden-eyed beast at the 4th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. They were existences at the mid-stage. According to Primeval Heavens, I estimated that with Xianxia no longer presiding over the magic hall, the two of them were enough to suppress him with 20 mighty figures. Soon, the 20 powerful ferocious beasts at the level of primordial mighty figures charged into the nether cauldron and vanished. While, among the two heavenly Dao realm ferocious beast generals, the blue-eyes golden-eyed beast at the 4th stage raised its head and swallowed the nether cauldron that transformed into a beam of light. Following that, it raised its head and roared. Before its roar faded, the blue-eyes golden-eyed beast and the blood-winged tiger charged out of the forbidden area. Without stopping, they rushed to the forbidden area of the magic hall on the left bank of the Milky Way. At the same time, in the dark void on the left bank of the Milky Way, rip, the crisp sound of ripping cloth sounded as Primeval Heavens I rushed out of a void rift. Without stopping, it shot straight for the end of the void ahead. This was the Whale Dragon Forbidden Area, located hundreds of billions of kilometers in that direction. Whale the Dragon Forbidden Area was similarly famous on the left bank of the Milky Way. With its current overall strength, although it was unable to enter the top 10 on the left bank, it could enter the top 100 like the Primeval Forbidden Area. Arrival the Beasts Forbidden Areas and the Remnant Star Domain that were ranked in the top 10 on the left bank definitely had peak 9th stage Heavenly Dao Realm experts presiding over them. The average person would not dare to provoke them as their statuses were just too high. The strongest person presiding over the Whale Dragon Forbidden Area was the Whale Dragon mentioned by Primeval Heavens I. Its cultivation level was the same as Primeval Heavens I, at the 8th stage of the Heavenly Dao Realm. Furthermore, it was not far from the peak of the 9th stage of the Heavenly Dao Realm. Apart from this Whale Dragon, the Whale Dragon Forbidden Area had more than 10 Heavenly Dao Realm astral beasts. They were all subordinates of the Whale Dragon, so their overall strength could be said to be extremely powerful. Arrival the Whale Dragon Forbidden Land had nearly 100 primordial supremes below the Heavenly Dao Realm. For such a terrifying beast Forbidden Land to have such high-end combat strength, it would have been unimaginable in the past. Even when Xianxia was hunting supremes of the primeval supremes, there was no doubt about the outcome if he encountered such a beast Forbidden Area. No matter how monstrous his means were, only death awaited him. However, such a situation was clearly impossible in the past. In the past, even in the Whale Dragon Forbidden Area, there was only one Heavenly Dao Realm astral beast. This, over the course of an epoch, the 3,000 Chaos Fiend Celestials born in the primordial Chaos Void had opened up several great worlds. After each great world was destroyed, the strongest experts in it led the remaining living beings in the great world to the two banks of the Milky Way. Formation they built various astral forbidden zones and remnant stellar regions. As they rested there, they waited for the Milky Way stellar region to open so that they could vie for the providence of the primordial chaos in the next epoch. And the primordial chaos forbidden area was the last great world to be destroyed. With its destruction, the upper echelons of the various astral domains and remnant stellar regions on both banks of the Milky Way realized that the end of the primordial chaos epoch was approaching. Only then did they emerge from their slumber. From the Whale Dragon Forbidden Area was headed in a different direction from the primordial chaos forbidden area's magic halls forbidden area on the left bank. To go from the primordial chaos forbidden area to the magic halls forbidden area, one had to circle around the end of the left bank. From there, one would head to the right bank of the Milky Way before heading to the magic halls forbidden area. Although the primordial chaos forbidden area and the Whale Dragon Forbidden Area were both located on the left bank, the primordial chaos forbidden area was located in the middle of the left bank. As for the Whale Dragon Forbidden Area, it was located in the middle of the left bank. Therefore, the blood-winged tiger and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast of the primordial chaos forbidden area would definitely reach the magic halls forbidden area on the right bank first. As for the primordial heaven's eye, it would need to head to the Whale Dragon Forbidden Area from the opposite direction first. After a short delay, it would turn around and head to the dark area at the end of the left bank before heading to the magic halls forbidden area. It would definitely arrive after them. Whoosh, a faint whistling sound could be heard. 2 days later, the primordial heavens I finally arrived at the Whale Dragon Forbidden Area. A crack appeared in the void, and a figure stepped out from it. It was a middle-aged man in a green robe. He had a square face and a dignified expression. Back in the primordial chaos world, the primordial heavens I had never changed its form. It had always appeared in its original form as a gigantic green eye that resembled a star. The green eye emitted a cold and sinister gaze that exuded an aura of disdain for everything. But now, the primordial chaos world had completely collapsed. Not long after the breakthrough, it had been devoured by the endless void turbulence. The so-called primordial chaos heavenly Tao will had been reduced to an ordinary life form in the primordial chaos void. It was just that its cultivation level and strength stood at the top of the pyramid. Under such circumstances, it would have been fine if it was facing an existence weaker than it, but the whale dragon it was about to visit was like him. It was a whale dragon that was only a hair's breadth away from the peak of the heavenly Tao realm. The primordial heaven's eye's sense of superiority no longer existed. Therefore, it was natural for it to transform into a green-robed remnant, fellow Taoist. Halt. At the edge of the whale dragon forbidden area's star domain, a deep voice sounded in front of it. A blue-robed elder stepped out of the void, and the cultivation aura that emanated from his body was that of a heavenly Tao realm 8th stage. Without a doubt, this existence that had also transformed into a remnant should be the strongest expert in the whale dragon forbidden area, whale dragon. Since he was a heavenly Tao realm 8th stage, coupled with the fact that the primordial heavens I did not deliberately conceal its cultivation aura when it arrived, he naturally sensed it immediately. Such an existence was not far from the peak heavenly Tao realm at the 9th stage. Be it a visit out of goodwill or a visit with ulterior motives, it was definitely not something the other heavenly Tao realm experts in the Forbidden Zone could handle. Therefore, the powerful whale dragon had taken the initiative to appear. This must be fellow Taoist whale dragon. Fellow Taoist, there's no need to worry. I'm the primordial green eye of the primordial forbidden area in the middle section of the left bank of the Milky Way. When he reached the whale dragon, the primordial heavenly Tao Qingyan stopped. A kind smile appeared on his face. He nodded slightly and continued, I have 2 reasons for coming here today. Firstly, I want to warn you about a great enemy. Secondly, I want to give you a good fortune, warn of a powerful enemy? Give me an opportunity? 10 billion kilometers away, whale dragon's eyes flashed as he said with a faint smile, I'd like to hear the details. Let's first talk about the opportunity that I'm giving you. Hong said. The desolate heaven Taoist nodded and continued with a faint smile, I'm sure you know that in this vast primordial chaos void, there are 3,000 nesting stars. Every nesting star nurtures a powerful chaos demon god. Now, this primordial chaos era is almost over, and the next primordial chaos era is about to begin. The 3,000 chaos demon gods nurtured in these 3,000 nesting stars will be born. They will be the first generation of living beings in the next primordial chaos era, existences at the chaos level that far surpasses the heavenly Tao realm. Fellow Taoist, I'm sure you understand this so-called stealing the heavens, but once the chaos seeds in these 3,000 nests sprouted, the nests would be shrouded and protected by a layer of invisible barrier, just like the invisible barrier that protects the entire Milky Way. There's no way to enter at all. Now, someone is doing this. I don't know what method he used, but he can actually send his subordinates into the nesting star. Moreover, the primordial chaos void has naturally sensed this. It's fine if it's just once or twice, but this person is so daring as to do it again and again. In a short period of half a year, he had already stolen the primordial karmic luck of 35 source hive stars and successfully sent 35 of his subordinates into the source hive stars to replace the chaos fiend gods within them and enter deep slumber to be nurtured. It's also because of his repeated actions that the primordial chaos void has sensed it. In the endless dark void in front of the right bank of the Milky Way, there will be unprecedented strange thunder every 3 to 5 days. You and I are both incarnations of the heavenly Tao's will of a great world. You must understand the heavenly Tao's deduction technique. A few days ago, I used this technique to deduce the final result. 9 is the number of extremes, and the number of 9 is the ultimate. Every time this person steals the heavens and destroys the invisible barrier of the nesting star, he will attract the power of the primordial chaos void and be tainted with a trace of karma. And the limit of this karma is 99 times. Once this line is touched, the power of the primordial chaos void will explode instantly. Now, that existence has already made more than 30 moves. 1/3 of such opportunities have been used, but there are still more than 60 chances left, although I'm not sure what method he used to break the invisible barrier formed by the power of the primordial void that enveloped the source hive stars and sent his subordinates into the source hive stars to carry out the sky stealing. There's one thing I'm sure of. That is, as long as we find this person and try to force him to submit, then my subordinates will also have the same opportunity. I'm willing to share the 60 or so chances of stealing the heavens with you 50-50. As for why it was you, fellow Taoist, and not the other peak-level heavenly Tao of the 8th level or even the 9th level on the left bank of the Milky Way, there is naturally a reason for this. What I'm going to say next is that I'm warning you about a great enemy. I wonder if you know of the cosmic berserk ape? At this point, a cold light flashed in Tian Daoqing's eyes, and his face instantly darkened. This berserk ape was quite famous on both sides of the Milky Way many years ago. Back then, he was just a tiny ant. In fact, he's only at the desolate supremacy realm now. Because he possesses some kind of heaven-defying secret technique that has no time limit, he can raise his cultivation by a large realm. That's why he has the combat strength of an 8th stage heavenly Tao. Not long ago, this child appeared again and caused quite a stir on the left bank of the Milky Way. Fellow Taoist, you must have heard of it. During the battle of the demonic wolf Forbidden Land, I joined forces with more than 10 heavenly Tao realm fellow Taoists but failed to hold him back. Not only does he have the Shenong treasure cauldron, he also has the 9-colored flame sea. He even has the blood sea mystic technique and the supreme divine power, the heaven falling bow. Previously, this child collected the 5 elemental herbs and refined a heavenly Tao treasure medicine. Later on, he collected the 5 elemental herbs again. His goal is very likely to be to refine a primordial chaos treasure medicine suitable for peak heavenly Tao realm experts like us, and according to the reliable information I have, he has already obtained the metal, fire, earth, and wood elemental herbs in his second collection of the 5 elemental herbs. What's lacking is the water elemental herb, and fellow Taoist, you happen to be a water elemental connate ferocious beast. The dragon pearl in your body is the water elemental herb he needs. This child is naturally arrogant and unruly. He dared to kill that old freak, desolate supremacy when he was at the mighty figure realm. And now, his cultivation level and strength is the same as fellow Taoists, at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. There's no reason for him to not come knocking. Therefore, my choice is fellow Taoist. That's because there's no reason for you not to take action. This child is our common enemy. We need to cooperate sincerely to succeed. You mean to say, upon hearing that, a cold glint flashed in Whale Dragon's eyes as he continued the conversation. That existence that is searching for nests in the dark void ahead of the Milky Way's right bank, is this galactic berserk ape? To be precise, it should be the Magic Hall's Lord of the Magic Hall's Forbidden Land. Yi Xian. With a slight nod, primeval heavens I continued, the so-called galactic berserk ape is just an avatar he uses to deceive others. This person is a human. Now, in the left region of the Milky Way's right bank, he has established a forbidden land for ferocious beasts. The Magic Hall's forbidden land under him is filled with all sorts of people. Not only are there ferocious beasts, there are also remnant experts. However, other than Yi Xian himself, the strongest person in the Magic Hall's forbidden land is only a perfected desolate supremacy, old pig spirit. Now, Yi Xian has led a group of trusted elites to the endless dark void ahead of the Milky Way's right bank in search of nests. Therefore, the strongest person in the Magic Hall's forbidden land is that old pig spirit. Upon saying that, the primordial heavenly Tao's green-eyed face revealed a smug look. After a pause, he continued, 2 days ago, I sent 2 mid-stage heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals from the primordial forbidden grounds. They led 20 desolate supremacies and mighty figures to the Fiend Hall's forbidden grounds. They will definitely arrive there before me and fellow Taoist. The first thing they will do is to attack the Magic Hall's forbidden land. However, they won't attack immediately. This is to attack reinforcements. The Magic Hall's forbidden land was single-handedly built by the Lord of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian. Although this person has a violent temperament, he is also extremely inflexible. There are many of his trusted subordinates in the Magic Hall's forbidden land. As long as something happens in the Magic Hall, he will definitely rush back as soon as he receives the news. As for you and me, we can first determine his approximate location. Then, we can set up an ambush on the path he must take to reach the Magic Hall's forbidden land. At this point, Whale Dragon waved his hand. Since fellow Taoist already has a foolproof plan, what are you hesitating for? Let's set off immediately. Rip. The desolate heaven passed green. I no longer hesitated. Upon hearing this, he immediately waved his hand. In an instant, a crack appeared in the void on the right. The two looked at each other from a distance of 10 billion miles. Hand over after exchanging glances, they took a step forward and entered the crack in the void. Their figures disappeared in the blink of an eye. Left bank of the Milky Way, Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone. It had been more than a month since Xian left with the group of Magic Hall elites. Over the past month, the Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone had been peaceful. According to Xian's instructions before he left, apart from the necessary elite scouts, there were no other experts walking around the massive Magic Hall. Now, the Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone was the same as what primeval heavens I knew. Xian wasn't presiding over the Forbidden Zone, but it didn't mean that there weren't any Heavenly Dao Realm experts. From primeval heaven's eye's point of view, Xian had always been by his side, but in fact, Xian had left the Archbeast in the Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone. The Archbeast was a powerful existence at the second stage of the Heavenly Dao Realm. And apart from him, the four Heavenly Kings, who were at the 9th stage of the Desolate Supremacy Realm, were also in the Archbeast's body. Count Xian had sent the Archbeast into the Treasured Devourer body's body so that it could stay behind with the Treasured Devourer body and preside over the Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone. The Archbeast could fight alone, but it could also summon the four Heavenly Kings with a wave of its hand, splitting 4 electronic wisps of consciousness into them. Together with the 4 Heavenly Kings, the 5 mechanical beasts could join forces in battle. As such, even a 3rd-stage Heavenly Dao would be helpless. With the Archbeast and the 4 Heavenly Kings joining forces, they could defend themselves in a head-on battle. With the Treasured Devourer body and Pig Spirit, there was naturally no need to worry about the Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone. Although the Treasured Devourer body and Pig Spirit were only at the 9th stage of the Heavenly Dao Realm, in fact, their cultivation levels were only a hair's breadth away from the true Heavenly Dao Realm. With the Archbeast presiding over the Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone, the two of them could take turns to enter seclusion and attempt to break through to the Heavenly Dao Realm. However, it was impossible for it to go into seclusion at the same time because the Autarch Beast simply didn't care about the secular affairs of the Magic Hall's Forbidden Area. It usually shrunk its body and stayed within Xian's abode star, basically not showing itself. In fact, after Xian left, Old Boar went into seclusion. His demonic Pig 9 transformation's bloodline ability had been deduced to the 6th transformation. Under the 6th transformation, he had the cultivation base of a 9th-rank Desolate Venerable, while his own cultivation base was actually a 2nd-rank Desolate Venerable. As a 2nd-rank Desolate Venerable, once he activated the 9 transformation's demonic Pig bloodline ability, he could instantly step into the 3rd-rank Desolate Venerable. In addition to the following 6 transformations, his cultivation base would increase by a total of 6 small ranks, making him a perfect 9th-rank Desolate Venerable. However, after Xian left, Old Boar used 3 days to break through a small cultivation base, reaching the 3rd-rank Desolate Venerable. As such, under the 6th transformation of the 9 transformations demonic Pig 9 transformations, his peak combat strength reached the 1st-rank Heavenly Dao Realm. However, this was impossible in the primordial Great World. Due to the suppression of the Great World's Heavenly Dao, the 9 transformations demonic Pig 9 transformations bloodline abilities effects could only stop below the Heavenly Dao Realm. Following later on, once Old Boar came out of seclusion, Xian's treasured devouring body immediately went into seclusion. His peak Desolate Venerable cultivation base at the 9th-rank Desolate Venerable realm was solid. This point had even surpassed Xian's actual body. Therefore, treasured devouring body's seclusion was to attempt to break through to the true Heavenly Dao realm, walking ahead of Xian's actual body. Now, treasured devouring body had been in seclusion for more than a month, but he had yet to come out. As for Old Boar, who had combat strength at the 1st-rank Heavenly Dao realm in the 6th transformation of the 9 transformations demonic Pig 9 transformations, he had been trying his best to infer the next 3 transformations. Or perhaps it was because his cultivation base had broken through to the Heavenly Dao realm in the 6th transformation, causing his spiritual perception strength to increase several-fold. This time, it only took Old Boar a month to infer the last 3 transformations of the 9 transformations demonic Pig 9 transformations. This was definitely of extraordinary significance. Although he had not gone into seclusion and his cultivation base was still at the 3rd-rank Desolate Venerable realm, with the final 3 transformations of the 9 transformations demonic Pig 9 transformations deduced, It instantly increased his peak combat strength by 3 small ranks. Only few months ago, after he broke through to the 3rd rank Desolate Venerable Realm, his peak combat strength reached the 1st rank Heavenly Tao Realm under the 6th transformation of the 9 transformations Demonic Pig 9 transformations. Now, it had increased once again, reaching the 4th rank Heavenly Tao Realm. As such, there were now 2 powerful Heavenly Tao Realm existences presiding over the Magic Hall's forbidden grounds. Old Boar's cultivation base was the strongest. Under the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations Demonic Pig 9 transformations, he had already stepped into the mid-stages of the Heavenly Tao Realm, reaching the 4th rank. As for the Empyrean Beast, its cultivation base was slightly weaker. It was a 2nd rank Heavenly Tao, but by joining forces with the 4 Heavenly Kings, it could fight any 3rd rank Heavenly Tao. Two Heavenly Tao Realm existences had combat strength at the 3rd rank and the 4th rank. This happened to have the same cultivation level as the Blood-Winged Tiger and the Blue-Eyed Golden-Eyed Beast sent by the primeval Heaven's Eye. It could be said that even if the 2 old fogies were to descend into the Magic Hall's forbidden grounds, they would not be able to gain much of an advantage. Until the 20 peak mighty figures and Supreme Primordial. Don't forget that there were still the 7 gorgeous cultivators in the Magic Hall's forbidden grounds. The 9 black dragons that the demonic dragon rode, as well as the other upper echelons of the 6 legions in the Magic Hall, were basically equal in strength. This was something that the primeval Heavens I would never have expected. In fact, there was still a truly powerful person in the Magic Hall's forbidden grounds that had not been included. That was Xianxia's treasured devouring body. He had been in seclusion for more than a month. Before he entered seclusion, his cultivation level was already at the 9th rank Desolate Venerable Realm, allowing him to fight a 1st rank Heavenly Tao. This was absolutely astounding. This was because he was different from Yixian. As for the treasured devouring body, Yixian had deliberately allowed him to take a different path from his main body. Yixian's main body had all sorts of mystic arts and treasures. His true combat strength had always been far beyond his realm. It was nothing out of the ordinary for him to fight beyond his realm. However, it had to be said that this was basically due to the various mystic arts and treasures. The treasured devouring body was different. He did not have any external treasures, nor did he have any mystic arts. All he had was a connate treasured devouring body. His combat strength was completely a manifestation of his own strength. This under such circumstances, to be able to defeat a 1st rank Heavenly Tao at the 9th rank Desolate Venerable Realm at the 9th rank Desolate Venerable Realm showed how terrifying his talent was. On this point, although he was only an avatar, his cultivation realm had already exceeded Yixian's main body. He had even entered seclusion before Yixian to break through to the true Heavenly Tao realm. This was also circumstantial evidence. After all, he had the connate treasured devouring body. His entire body was condensed from the purest connate devouring core crystal. Compared to a body of flesh and blood, his talent was incomparable. It was understandable. Therefore, once the treasured devouring body came out of seclusion and entered the true Heavenly Tao realm, his combat strength could be anticipated. At the very least, a 1st rank Heavenly Tao was definitely not his match. Even a 2nd rank Heavenly Tao might not be able to fight the treasured devouring body head-on. To fight him head-on without being at a disadvantage, one would need to be at least a 3rd rank Heavenly Tao realm, si la, hua la la. At that moment, in the silent Magic Hall's forbidden zone, there was the crisp sound of ripping silk. Oni Void Rift appeared as the strange sound of the Netherworld Cauldron's chains emitted from it. Instantly, it alarmed countless experts in the Magic Hall's forbidden zone as they turned to look in the direction of the sound, si la, hua la la. After Yixian's departure, the entire Magic Hall's forbidden zone had been silent for more than a month. But at that moment, at the edge of the forbidden zone's star domain, there was the crisp sound of ripping silk. The void rift appeared out of thin air as the strange sound of the Netherworld Cauldron's chains emitted from it. Instantly, it alarmed countless experts in the Magic Hall's forbidden zone as they turned to look in the direction of the sound, whoosh. In the next instant, an extremely sharp sound tore through the void as a massive figure rushed out of the void rift. It was none other than the massive Netherworld Cauldron. The 20,000 runic chains on the cauldron's exterior were extremely thick and were 1,000,000 kilometers long. They were wriggling like spirit snakes, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Following the descent of the Netherworld Cauldron, 22 figures rushed out of it. They were of different sizes and shapes, but all of them were astral beasts. Until in terms of cultivation strength, there were 2 heavenly Tao realm experts, 10 desolate supremacies, and 10 primordial great perfection stage 9 experts. First, as mentioned before, the reason why the primeval heavens I sent out this elite team of trusted aides was not to destroy the Magic Hall's forbidden zone, but to suppress it. Although the Magic Hall's forbidden zone was one of the strongest forbidden zones on the right bank of the Milky Way, in fact, other than the Magic Hall's master Yixian and the Archbeast in his hands, none of the other existences in the Magic Hall's forbidden zone were worthy of the primeval heavens' eye's attention, including the old pig spirit who he thought was only a desolate supremacy stage 9 expert. However, therefore, as long as he finished off the master of the Magic Hall, Yixian, he could destroy the tiny Magic Hall's forbidden zone with a thought. He was not even interested in it. Previously, he sent an elite team to the Magic Hall's forbidden zone with the goal of besieging it and forcing the master of the Magic Hall, Yixian, to come to his aid. As such, he naturally could not use his powerful strength to suppress it. Therefore, other than the 2 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals, there were 10 desolate supremacies in the team. There were even 10 desolate supremacies at the primordial era who had reached perfection of the 9th order. This was so that they could have combat strength at every realm. This way, they could avoid using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. No, however, if any random cat or dog that appeared in the Magic Hall's forbidden zone required the heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals to take action, that would be too boring. In fact, at that moment, after the netherworld cauldron rushed out of the rift, it came to a sudden stop in the void. The spot where it silently hovered was not within the Magic Hall's forbidden zone. This was because if that was the case, a full-scale battle would immediately begin. It was not in line with the mission given to them by the primeval heaven's eye. At that moment, the spot where the netherworld cauldron was hovering just inside the Magic Hall's forbidden zone's boundary. It was equivalent to blocking the entrance, preventing the forbidden army in the Magic Hall's forbidden zone from escaping. Roar. Screech. 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 22 powerful ferocious beasts of different shapes and sizes charged out of the netherworld cauldron. They instantly formed 2 rows in front of the netherworld cauldron. In the back row were 10 desolate supremacies and 10 pinnacle mighty figures. In the front row were 2 ferocious beasts that were 50 million kilometers in size. They were none other than the 3rd stage Heavenly Tao Realm Bloodwing Tiger and the 4th stage Heavenly Tao Realm Blue-Eyed Golden-Eyed Beast. The moment they appeared, the 22 powerful ferocious beasts pushed their cultivation auras to the limits. They transformed into a suppressive might that radiated forward, instantly silencing the entire Magic Hall's forbidden zone. Far ahead, deep in the forbidden zone's forbidden zone, the subordinates of the Magic Hall in the abandoned planets did not appear. The various battleships, fortresses, star fortresses, and astral battleships around the planets also remained motionless. It was useless for them to charge over in a battle of this level. There was naturally no need for them to send themselves to their deaths. In fact, even the Black Palace in Yixian's cave abode star did not move. The 7 gorgeous cultivators in seclusion in the Black Palace did not seem to have any plans of appearing either. Roar. In the next moment, a heaven-shaking roar suddenly sounded out from within Yixian's cave. A ray of light shot over with a terrifying speed that was faster than lightning. In a blink of an eye, it arrived in a spacious land at the edge of the star domain. It came to a halt when it was separated by a distance of 50 billion kilometers from the Magic Hall's forbidden zone's entrance. It was massive, and it was none other than the Archbeast. The Archbeast was a fusion of mechanical beasts and Heaven's Legacy beasts. It was the culmination of the entire Heaven's Legacy race and mechanical race. Its body was 50 million kilometers in size. Even a gigantic planet would appear tiny in front of it. It stood upright and had 2 legs and 4 arms. On its back was a pair of mechanical wings that resembled mantis blades. This pair of wings was a characteristic of mechanical beasts. As for its head, it was an amalgamation of countless facets that resembled a beehive. This was a characteristic of Heaven's Legacy beasts. For example, now, Yixian's electronic avatar had entered the Archbeast's body, allowing its cultivation level to reach the 2nd stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. Now that this cultivation level was emanating, it could be said to be extremely powerful. In addition to the archbeast's terrifying body that spanned 50 million kilometers, even the sanguine winged tiger and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast that were 50 million kilometers in size appeared tiny in front of it. As such, their might was instantly reduced by half. It could be said that just the archbeast charging out from Xianxia's cave abode star and traversing the spacious land at the edge of the Forbidden Zone's star domain made the Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone's aura in no way weaker than the invasion team that was 50 billion kilometers away. In fact, it even surpassed them, when such a massive mechanical combat beast that had reached the second stage of the heavenly Tao realm appeared in the void 50 billion kilometers away. The 22 powerful beasts that had just descended were taken aback. However, they were only momentarily taken aback. They had yet to realize that the information that primeval heavens I grasped was severely inaccurate. After all, it was only the archbeast that had appeared. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. With a wave of the archbeast's hand, 4 beams of light shot out and hovered around it. They were none other than 4 gigantic mantis-winged combat beasts that were 50 million kilometers in size. Their basic form was identical. They stood on 2 legs and their mantis wings were like blades. The only difference was in minute detail. These 4 mechanical combat beasts were none other than the 4 heavenly kings. Xianxia's mechanical avatar was already extremely powerful. It could split into billions at will. Now, it had split into 4 electronic consciousnesses that entered the 4 heavenly kings' bodies. Therefore, the 4 heavenly kings were in fact Xianxia's electronic avatars. They were in sync with the archbeast's consciousnesses. If they were to fight together, their cooperation would definitely be flawless. The 4 heavenly kings in the form of winged combat beasts had different patterns on their chests that resembled emblems. From left to right, the 4 winged combat beasts had emblems on their chests. They were a purplish gold void soldier ladle, a ferocious single-horned weeping soul beast's head, a grey slime, and a blood-red blood mosquito beast. As for the 4 heavenly kings' cultivation levels, they were all at the perfected 9th stage of the supreme primordial realm. In other words, they were at the half-step heavenly Tao realm. This clearly did not attract the attention of the blood-winged tiger and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast. After seeing the 4 heavenly kings, their eyes did not waver at all. With the netherworld cauldron's descent, 22 powerful beasts, led by the blood-winged tiger and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast, appeared out of nowhere. They emitted suppressive auras that enveloped the entire Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone. The archbeast that presided over the area immediately rushed out of Xianxia's cave abode star. With a wave of its hand, the 4 heavenly kings rushed out of its body and lined up horizontally in the void. The 4 heavenly kings' cultivation levels did not change. They were still at the perfected 9th stage of the supreme primordial realm, in other words, at the half-step heavenly Tao realm. This clearly did not attract the attention of the blood-winged tiger and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast. After seeing the 4 heavenly kings, their eyes did not waver. But, right on the heels of that, a shocking howl sounded. It emanated a suppressive aura that instantly caused the blood-winged tiger and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast to tremble. They subconsciously turned to look in the direction of the sound, a woo. The howl sounded as a beam of light rushed out from a distant abandoned star. It was so fast that it appeared not far from the archbeast in the blink of an eye. It was none other than the old pig spirit. His body spanned 60 million kilometers and was extremely shocking. Only few months ago, after he broke through to the 3rd stage of the desolate supremacy realm, his peak combat strength had reached the 1st stage of the heavenly Tao realm under the 6th transformation of the 9 transformations fiend pig. Now, it had skyrocketed again, reaching the 4th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. It was on par with the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast's cultivation level. It was in no way weaker. Then, the old pig spirit rushed out of the star and appeared out of nowhere. The aura of the 4th stage of the heavenly Tao realm emanated from his body, causing the 22 powerful beasts that were hundreds of billions of kilometers away to tremble violently. As their expressions changed abruptly, they all sucked in a breath of cold air in unison, followed by the sound of divine sense. All of them revealed a touch of shock and horror that couldn't be dispersed. What? This is that black-skinned old pig spirit? Wasn't it said that he was only at the 9th stage of the desolate supremacy realm? From the looks of it, he is clearly at the middle stage of the 4th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Pfft, I feel like vomiting blood. This information is too inaccurate. A middle stage of the fourth stage of the heavenly Tao realm is said to be at the half-step heavenly Tao realm. This is preposterous. A mechanical battle beast at the second stage of the heavenly Tao realm and a black-skinned old pig spirit at the fourth stage of the heavenly Tao realm. In addition, there are 4 desolate supremacies at the ninth stage of the heavenly Tao realm who are at the ninth stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Such strength is almost on par with us. As such, how can we crush them in this battle? This is clearly a fierce battle that is evenly matched. Roar, screech. So what if there are 2 heavenly Tao realm existences? This sovereign and the blood-winged tiger can stop the 2 of them. Although the remaining 4 desolate supremacy battle beasts are at the ninth stage of the heavenly Tao realm, we still have 20 desolate supremacies and mighty figures. If we join forces, we should be able to suppress them. We don't have any other choice. This battle is inevitable. Roar. 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 As the fourth stage heavenly Tao realm blue-eyed golden-eyed beast gave the battle order with a roar, the blood-winged tiger beside it, as well as the 20 desolate supremacies and mighty figures lined up behind them, raised their heads and roared. Without any hesitation, the 22 powerful astral beasts charged forward. The powers in their bodies were pushed to their limits, transforming into an invisible suppressive force that enveloped the stellar domain. As a result, the void produced an extremely deep humming sound, screech. Upon seeing this scene, the archbeast was the first to react. It raised its head and let out an earth-shattering roar. Its massive body took a large stride forward. At the same time, its head rapidly turned. The beast's head had inherited the characteristics of the Heaven's legacy beast. It was in the shape of a beehive and had many facets. These facets were clearly cannon muzzles that could shoot out energy beams from all directions. But now, this huge head that was like a beehive with a large number of facets suddenly burst out with a low buzzing sound. It was so dazzling that it was impossible to look at it directly. But furthermore, the blazing golden light on all the facets suddenly flashed and pointed in the same direction. It was none other than the blood-winged tiger that was charging at the archbeast. Boom. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. Before the blood-winged tiger could recover from its shock, an earth-shattering explosion was heard. The emperor beast's beehive-like head, which was covered with a large number of facets, suddenly shot out a large number of light beams. All of them. Some of the light beams were of the same size. They were about 10,000 miles in diameter and 40 to 50,000 miles in length. They were pure golden color and there were so many of them that it was shocking. However, after these beams of light shot out from the beehive-like facets, they didn't spread out in all directions. Instead, they gathered together and shot forward. The power was too shocking. The void was directly torn apart, and the dense hissing sounds continued without end. All the crimson gold light pillars were so fast that it was shocking. In the blink of an eye, they had already crossed the distance of tens of billions of kilometers and arrived in front of the blood-winged tiger. Roar. The blood-winged tiger never expected the archbeast to have such a long-range energy attack. Its body trembled violently as it came to an abrupt halt in the void. It originally wanted to turn around and dodge to the right, but it was too late. Although more than half of its body had charged out, its back and one of its wings had been struck by the terrifying and majestic energy beam. Blinking, in an instant, one of the blood-winged tiger's wings had melted away. Its left hind limb was half gone, turning it into a lame tiger. Although it did not perish, nor was it seriously injured, it was in a sorry state. Hiss. In its humiliation, the blood-winged tiger raised its head and let out a roar. With a flash, it charged at the archbeast again. However, due to its injuries and the loss of one wing and half a leg, its might was clearly not as strong as before. It was almost on par with the archbeast at the second stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Boom, this time, the archbeast did not use its head, which was covered with countless facets, to launch a long-range attack. Its huge eyes flashed coldly as it instantly charged forward. It raised its right arm that was like a pillar that held up the sky and punched out. The void rapidly collapsed. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, the 4 heavenly kings charged out at the same time. Their target was the 20 desolate supremacies and mighty figures. Hiss. Roar. As they charged out, Heavenly King Void and Heavenly King Blood Mosquito, who were in the middle of the four Heavenly Kings, raised their heads and let out a shocking roar. At this moment, the soldier ladle insignia on Heavenly King Void's chest suddenly lit up. It shone brightly. The tens of millions of soldier ladles and the thousands of beehive nodes began to move under Heavenly King Void's command. There were a total of more than 1,000 beehive nodes with a diameter of 3,000 meters. Inside each node, there were tens of thousands of void soldier ladles guarding it. They were using all their strength to activate the unique biological frequency of the soldier ladle race. These unique biological frequency were channeled out under the guidance of the soldier ladle in each beehive node. More than 1,000 beehive nodes had more than 1,000 biological frequency streams that resembled a river. All of them flowed through the pipes and surged towards the core node of the core circle before gathering into one. Finally, with Heavenly King Void's sudden roar, this terrifying and mysterious biological frequency was like a tsunami. It instantly surged out from his mouth. Hum. With Heavenly King Void's movement, an invisible shockwave roared out. This majestic and terrifying biological frequency directly caused a dense and weak tremor in the void. This scene was so shocking that it gave people an illusion. It was as if the entire vast and boundless star field was trembling under this sudden high-frequency buzzing. Boom! Accompanied by a terrifying sound that was sharp enough to tear apart the sky, everyone was temporarily deafened in an instant. Void in front of them, an invisible tidal wave like the sea of stars suddenly leaked out, turning into an invisible force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. In an instant, it enveloped the vast void of hundreds of millions of miles. The 20 roaring beasts, desolate venerables and powerful figures, were all shrouded in it. Chi-la-la, rumble, clear tearing sounds that were as dense as rain resounded everywhere. This vast void of hundreds of millions of miles was instantly torn apart inch by inch. As far as the eyes could see, a large amount of void turbulence shot out. In a few of the larger void cracks, a large amount of void turbulence directly formed a void whirlpool that was like a black hole. Such as, indeed, space beasts below the level of a powerful being, even if they were universe supreme beings, when faced with the impact of the endless storms and tides surging out from such a black hole-like crack in the void, they would be crushed like dry weeds and smashed rotten wood, and they would be instantly reduced to ashes. However, these 20 space beasts were all powerful figures and desolate venerables, and this kind of area of effect attack obviously had its power reduced. It did not fully reflect the Heavenly King Void's 9th stage perfect desolate venerable cultivation base. Thus, even though they were in an extremely sorry state, especially the 10 ferocious beast almighties, bloody scars had appeared on their bodies as they were injured by the boundless spatial turbulence. However, they were merely injured and didn't die because of this. It wasn't even to the extent that they were heavily injured. No, it did not matter. The 4 Heavenly Kings rushed out at the same time, and this wave of attack was only the Heavenly King Void's power. It was far from over, and it was not all. At the same time, Heavenly King Blood Mosquito let out a shocking roar, and the power of the Blood Mosquito War Raja that was integrated into its chest also exploded. The color of the Blood Mosquito War Raja was a dark red color that leaned towards black, like dried blood, giving people a very heavy feeling of oppression. At a glance, there was nothing unusual about it, and it was exactly the same as the other 3 War Raja. However, in fact, the core node of the smallest 9th circle inside the mouth of the horn was different from the other thousands of honeycomb nodes. The front half of this core node was densely filled with extremely sharp alloy spikes. At a glance, this core node was like a huge alloy porcupine. Straight, although the core node with a diameter of 3,000 meters was only covered with alloy spikes on the side facing the mouth of the horn, the number of them was extremely shocking. They were too densely packed, and the total number was over 100 billion. Moreover, the hardness of these alloy spikes was extremely shocking, over 100,000 meters in diameter, several times that of the main dragon bone material of the Starry Sky Fortress. This was because these alloy spikes were all made from some kind of special mineral or crystal. Each of the alloy spikes was 1,000 feet long. If they were thrown out like spears, under a certain degree, they would be able to pierce through battleships, even fortresses, and Starry Sky Fortresses. It was precisely the forging system that tailored it according to a certain characteristic of the Mosquito clan. It could be said that the blood mosquito battle claws were definitely the only battle claws among the 4 great battle claws that could produce physical attacks, not just energy attacks. Roar. Xiao, xiao, xiao. In the next moment, the blood mosquito heavenly king rushed out, raised its head, and roared. Before it finished, the intense high-frequency vibrating sound of a mosquito beast flapping its wings came from its chest. Ding, looking over, countless densely packed tiny holes like a honeycomb appeared, emitting a low buzzing sound, causing the entire void to tremble slightly, as if there was some kind of resonance. This kind of high-frequency vibration power was clearly restrained. It gathered together and gathered from the honeycomb nodes to the core node of the 9th ring. Otherwise, if it spread out, this large part of the void would have been disturbed to the point of trembling. But, even so, this invisible shockwave, after being amplified by the special shape of the War Raja, had already blown out wrinkles in the void when it left the outer circle of the War Raja with the largest diameter. In the invisible shockwave, there were clearly countless giant alloy spears made of special materials mixed in, and they could even pierce through stars. Now, they were whistling through the sky, and their momentum was simply unstoppable. These alloy spikes were pushed to the extreme by the invisible shockwave. When they shot out, a layer of invisible ripples appeared in the void, and in the blink of an eye, they rushed into the void in front of them in the blink of an eye. Poof. Poof poof poof, muffled popping sounds could be heard instantly. Looking around, in the void tens of billions of miles away, the 20 ferocious beasts and the desolate sovereign had bloody holes appearing on their huge bodies. These bloody holes were made by the countless alloy spears that were shot out in the invisible shockwave. The 10 ferocious beasts and the desolate sovereign were all more than 10 million miles in size. Although these alloy spears were extremely sharp and could even pierce through stars under the powerful invisible shockwave, each spear was only 100 feet thick. For their huge bodies that were more than 10 million miles in size, it was simply not painful or itchy. However, there were too many of these alloy spears. They were so densely packed that they covered the sky and earth. Now that they had pierced through, the 5 ferocious beasts were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Their huge bodies were simply pierced into sieves, and they fell on the spot. However, the Heavenly King Blood Tattoo could only use one wave of such spear attacks in a short period of time because the arrangement of the spears also required time. However, it did not matter. It had only been 2 waves of attacks. Although the Void Heavenly King and the Blood Mosquito Heavenly King had already made their moves, the Time Heavenly King and the Crying Soul Heavenly King had yet to make their moves. This time, when the 4 of them attacked together, they would definitely all make their moves and display the might of the Heavenly Kings. Melt among the 4 battle claws that entered the bodies of the 4 Heavenly Kings, the Void battle claws possessed the power of the Void, the Crying Soul battle claws howled and cried souls, and the Time battle claws were even more terrifying. They could create the tide of time that was related to the universe's time law. The Void battle claws only had 1 void ripple. In addition to the invisible shockwave, the Blood Mosquito battle claws could also move the alloy spears, covering the sky and earth, forming an indestructible physical attack. Reach as for the Crying Soul battle claws, there was only a terrifying cry that could destroy souls. The tide of time triggered by the Time battle claws was a kind of invisible law power. Only when it exploded, there was a slight flash of golden light that represented the passage of time. If it was against mechanical and electronic life forms, the Crying Soul battle claws and the Time battle claws would have the weakest effect. However, if the target was a flesh and blood creature, the situation would instantly reverse. For example, today, after the attack of the Blood Mosquito Heavenly King, one of the 2 Heavenly Kings who had yet to make a move, the Time Heavenly King, finally made a move. Previously, of the 4 great Heavenly Kings, the Void Heavenly King and the Blood Mosquito Heavenly King attacked one after another. After 2 attacks, 5 of the 20 vicious beasts, desolate venerables and powerful beings fell. However, there were still 15 left, and they were merely injured. Now, as the attacks of the Void Heavenly King and the Blood Mosquito Heavenly King came to an end, of the 2 remaining Heavenly Kings, the Time Heavenly King finally made his move. Screech. The Time King let out a thunderous roar, and as he did, the green gold Empress inside the Time War Scroll received the order to unleash a full power attack. Down below in an instant, in the core node of the central domain, where time had passed, the Azure Gold Slime Emperor did not hesitate in the slightest and immediately took action. Within the thousands of beehive nodes, the 1,000 slime kings and the tens of millions of azure gold slimes instantly fully activated the power in their bodies, and an astonishing pressure rapidly condensed. Buzz. A low buzzing sound rang out. Invisible ripples spread out from the green gold jade emperor's body and entered the walls of the core beehive. Standing along the pipes connected to the outer walls, the ripples were instantly transmitted out. In the blink of an eye, the tens of millions of slimes in all the beehive nodes trembled. Their bodies shone with golden light, layer by layer, superimposed on each other and converged together. In a tenth of an instant, the light gold color had turned into a rich golden color, and it was also covered with a faint purple gold color. The golden color turned into purple gold, and it looked completely different from before. Although the purple color was still rather faint, it was clearly visible, representing the change in its power. Countless purple gold lights rushed into the walls of the beehive nodes as if they were intelligent, and then returned along the pipes of the outer walls. From all directions, they rushed toward the core beehive node where the green gold slime emperor was located. While all of this was completed in less than half an instant, the rich purple gold lights that had gathered from the thousands of beehive nodes all converged. Down below, after entering the core beehive node, this core beehive node located in the center of the 9th ring inside the huge mouth of the war scroll suddenly lit up, and a scorching purple gold light exploded. Everything that followed was without suspense. Straight, the core beehive node with a diameter of 3,000 meters completely turned into a purple gold world. Waves of purple gold ripples spread along the war scroll, and in front of the huge mouth of the war scroll, a purple gold fan-shaped ripple was derived. Imitation like a gorgeous purple gold tide, with the shocking roar of the King of Time, it rushed out and pushed forward. Walala, the purple gold tide of time flowed past, and the invisible power of the universe's time law manifested, freezing the 15 ferocious beasts and the desolate sovereign in the void tens of billions of miles away, and they could not struggle at all. Visible to the naked eye, the huge bodies of the 15 ferocious beasts and the desolate sovereign changed in an instant. The purple gold tide flowed through their bodies, and the originally lustrous fur dimmed quickly without any suspense. Light disappeared, and large pieces of fur fell off, floating into the universe's void and turning into flying ash. The power of this strange purple gold tide lasted for 30,000 years. Although the 15 ferocious beasts and the desolate sovereign were extremely powerful, the power of the time law was invisible and intangible, and it affected everything in the dark. On the surface, it looked like they had only been illuminated by a streak of purple gold light, but this instant represented 30,000 years of endless time flowing through their bloodline true bodies. Change. If it was an ordinary ferocious beasts of the starry sky, they would not be able to withstand it at all, and they would turn into decaying ash and withered bones in an instant. Matter. In fact, even the primordial era's great beings could not withstand the passage of 30,000 years on their bodies in an instant. If they were not injured before, it would have been fine. But now, they were already injured, and they were corroded by the power of the time law. Among the 15 ferocious beasts, the last 5 primordial era's great beings withered and died in an instant. Pang, the huge flesh body withered, lost its breath of life, and fell downwards. All of this took a long time to describe, but there were a total of 3 waves of attacks, and they were completed in just 3 breaths. In 3 breaths, all 10 primordial era's great beings were dead, and now, only 10 supreme primordial era's great beings were left. Although they were not dead yet, they were also injured, and in addition to the corrosion of the purple gold tide of time, their condition was extremely bad, as if they were seriously injured. But among the 4 heavenly kings, only 3 heavenly kings had made a move, and there was still 1 heavenly king who had not made a move yet. And this wave of attacks was obviously the last straw to overwhelm the 10 supreme primordial era's great beings. The one who had not made a move yet was Heavenly King Dihun. Following Heavenly King Dihun's purple gold tide of time dissipated quickly, and at this moment, Heavenly King Dihun finally made a move. Screech, a shrill screech rang out, and because of it, the void trembled slightly, giving people a feeling of horror. This was Heavenly King Dihun raising his head and letting out a long howl. The war talisman that had fused into Heavenly King Dihun's body was the Weeping Soul War Talisman. The Weeping Soul Beasts were the Weeping Soul Beasts, and the strength of the Weeping Soul Beast in the Soul Battle Karma was directly related to the life forms of the Weeping Soul Beasts in the Soul Battle Karma. Previously, after being tempered by the Thunderlock spiritual mist, the tens of millions of Weeping Soul beasts in the thousands of beehive nodes in the Weeping Soul Battle Karma had leveled up to Weeping Soul Golden Apes, and among them, there were even 300,000 Weeping Soul Purple Apes. However, that was a long time ago. Now, the tens of millions of Weeping Soul beasts were almost all undying beings, and among them, there were more than 300,000 Universe Masters and more than 30,000 Universe Supremes. At this moment, as Heavenly King Di-Hun raised his head and let out a howl, all the Weeping Soul beasts in the Weeping Soul Battle Karma started to move. In thousands of beehive nodes, tens of millions of Weeping Soul beasts activated the unique Weeping Soul Spirit Ripple of their race. The Spirit Ripple energy gathered in every beehive node and flowed through the special pipes between the nodes to the core node of the core circle, gathering into one. It was so fast that it turned into a sharp howl in the blink of an eye. It sounded like the roar of a raging sea, but also like the sound of nature, spreading out instantly. Heavenly King Weeping Soul threw his head back and let out a long howl. His soul-wrenching howl was filled with the bizarre mental energy of the entire Weeping Soul beast race. At this moment, it howled outwards, causing the entire star region to tremble in the face of this sudden and violent howl. It was so strange that it gave people a feeling that it could tear the sky apart. Before, in the sky, the 10 Supreme Masters of the Primordial Era beasts were shaking violently. Even their minds and consciousnesses were in a trance at this moment, as if their spirit bodies were being pulled out of their bodies by the howl. 1. An invisible tidal wave that was like an ocean in the starry sky enveloped their bodies and directly affected their souls, wreaking havoc on them. Lee. Miserable, the howls were extremely short. In a short moment, the 10 desolate sovereigns were dead. There was no sign of life coming out of their huge bodies. In the blink of an eye, the 20 Supreme Masters of the Primordial Era and Supreme Masters of the Primordial Era brought by the Blood-Winged Tiger and the Blue Eyes Golden Clear Beast were all killed. Everything that happened before seemed to take a long time, but in fact, it happened in 4 or 5 breaths. There was no gap in the 4 waves of attacks of the 4 Heavenly Kings. From the first wave of attacks to the end of the 4th wave of Weeping Soul attack, one wave after another. In the first wave of attacks, the 20 Supreme Masters of the Primordial Era and Supreme Masters of the Primordial Era were completely caught off guard, but it was too late for them to guard against the next wave of attacks. When the first wave of void power of the Heavenly King of the Void was about to end, the second wave of invisible shockwaves from the Heavenly King of the Blood Mosquito came rumbling. Then came the tide of time and the power of Weeping Soul attack. Wave after wave, they were completely overwhelmed. Before the 20 Supreme Masters of the Primordial Era and Supreme Masters of the Primordial Era could react, everything was over. In fact, although the cultivation of the 4 Heavenly Kings was powerful, they were all peaked desolate elders of the 9th step Great Circle, which was half a step into the Heavenly Tao. However, the other 10 beasts were all supreme beings of the Primordial Era. Although there was no desolate supremacy at the peak of the 9th stage, even if the 4 Heavenly Kings joined forces, it was impossible to kill all of them in a short period of time. For example, the 4 Heavenly Kings were not able to kill all of them. Today, such a result could only be said to be a joke. Although the 4 Heavenly Kings were 4 people, the ones that entered the bodies of the 4 mechanical beasts were all a part of Xianxia's electronic consciousness that was divided from the Emperor Beast. But, it could be said that the communication between the 4 Heavenly Kings did not have any hesitation at all. Just saying that their hearts were in sync was not enough to describe it. It was this kind of absolutely perfect cooperation that allowed their attacks to be so sharp. In just 4 or 5 breaths, they had already finished everything, causing the 20 primordial experts and the old monster Huang Zun to be wiped out just like that. In fact, such a result was something that even the 4 Heavenly Kings and the Emperor Beast did not expect before the battle began. It could be said to be a pleasant surprise, absolutely amazing. In the eyes of the Blood-Winged Tiger and the Green-Eyed Beast, there was no need to mention the degree of shock. From their point of view, although the 4 Heavenly Kings were peak desolate supremacies of the 9th stage, there were 10 desolate supremacies among the 20 ferocious beasts they brought. Furthermore, they were basically 7th stage and 8th stage existences. In this way, the 20 space beasts joined forces to attack the 4 Heavenly Kings. Although there was no possibility of killing them, it should not be a problem to suppress them for a short period of time. But, the result was so shocking. The 4 heavenly kings only attacked once, and in a total of 4 waves of attacks, all 20 space beasts were killed in a short period of 4 or 5 breaths. They were completely annihilated, and it was a near-instant annihilation. They were unable to accept it, but there was nothing they could do. Although they were extremely resentful towards the 4 heavenly kings, they were unable to kill them, as they were unable to free themselves from the battle, with their opponents entangling them. As for the blood-winged tiger, he was already entangled with the Emperor Beast, and he did not have the advantage. They were evenly matched. As for the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast, his opponent is naturally Pig Spirit. Both of them are at the 4th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Once the battle begins, it's impossible to have a result in a short period of time. Awoo. When the battle between the 4 heavenly kings ended, the old Pig Spirit was overjoyed. His emotions surged as he raised his head and let out a shocking howl. How dare you invade the magic hall with just that bit of ability? You bunch of trash, you must have been sent by the primeval heaven's eye, right? In his delight, the old Pig Spirit's eyes flashed with contempt. He sized up the green-eyed beast a few times before saying, "That guy isn't a match for you," so he didn't dare to come to the magic hall to cause trouble. Instead, he sent you here to die. How despicable, but that's fine too. That kid Xian didn't allow me to wander around, so you guys didn't enter the forbidden area of the magic hall to die. Since I have nothing better to do, I'll use you guys to practice and loosen up my muscles. I'll just treat you as trash and make use of you. Roar, remember, the one who will torture you, is the pig tyrant of the magic hall. Awoo. Boom. Rumble. After saying that, the old Pig Spirit raised his head and let out a heaven-shaking howl. Without any hesitation, his shoulders shook as his terrifying true body shot out like a gigantic black bolt of lightning. With a raise of his hooves, he smacked the green-eyed beast's forehead. Upon hearing those words, the green-eyed beast nearly spewed out blood from anger. No matter what, he was a heavenly Tao realm expert. Furthermore, he hadn't just entered the realm, but a mid-stage heavenly Tao realm existence. He had lived for countless years. Back in the primordial world war, he already possessed the terrifying cultivation level of a desolate supremacy at the peak of the 9th stage. He was one of the trusted generals under the primeval heaven's eye. That was even then, no existence dared to make such a fuss in front of him. But, now, after countless years of seclusion, he had already stepped into the heavenly Tao realm. Yet, he encountered such a situation. A black-skinned pig that didn't even exist back then actually dared to tell him to make good use of trash, to loosen up his muscles and bones. This was intolerable. Screech, under extreme anger, the green-eyed beast raised his head and let out a terrifying roar, revealing endless anger. Following that, he no longer hesitated. With a flash of his body, he charged straight at the old Pig Spirit. This, however, 2 mid-stage heavenly Tao realm experts at the 4th stage were too powerful. It was the same for their speed. Even lightning couldn't compare to them. Again, in addition, the two were facing each other head-on. The distance between them was negligible. In just a few breaths, the 2 huge figures that were tens of millions of miles in size had already collided in the void. An earth-shattering explosion sounded. In the area where the 2 figures collided, the void within a radius of 10 billion miles directly collapsed, turning into a huge black hole. However, under the influence of the powerful nomological power of the primordial void, it quickly began to repair and mend. The aura was too strong. In the blink of an eye, the void within a radius of 10 billion miles was shrouded in a frenzy of energy. The figures of the old Pig Spirit and the green-eyed beast could no longer be seen as they fell into a state of confusion. Only a series of roars and screeches could be heard from time to time. In the blink of an eye, the battle was in full swing. 2 violent battlefields appeared in the void. The blood-winged tiger and the supreme beast were fighting, while the old Pig Spirit and the green-eyed beast were fighting. The 4 heavenly kings, who had just finished their battle, were now free. Clang, at this moment, in the distant void in front of them, the sound of chains suddenly came. Clang, on this side, the blood-winged tiger and the supreme beast, the old Pig Spirit and the green-eyed beast were fighting in pairs. After the 4 heavenly kings killed the 20 powerful beasts and the desolate sovereign, they were now free. Clang! It was at this moment that the sound of chains covering the sky and covering the earth suddenly rang out from the void in front of them. Looking over, the netherworld furnace that was as huge as a giant star suddenly moved at this moment without warning. First previously, the blood-winged tiger, the green-eyed beast, and the other 22 powerful beasts had arrived. They were originally carrying the netherworld furnace. After their arrival, the 22 beasts rushed out of the netherworld furnace and crossed the void, while the netherworld furnace floated behind them, motionless. But, now, with the death of the 20 powerful beasts and the desolate sovereign, the furnace spirit in the netherworld furnace suddenly reacted. Now, it suddenly moved. The 10,000 rune chains on the outer wall of the furnace wriggled like a giant python in the starry sky. This was clearly the rhythm that it was about to take action. The supreme beast and the old pig spirit were now unable to withdraw at all. The opponent that they were fighting against had the same cultivation level and strength. The battle could not end in a short period of time. Moreover, they had to go all out. Otherwise, once they were careless, they would instantly fall into a disadvantageous position and fall into a passive situation. Although the netherworld furnace was not a real living creature and was only a cauldron that was like a magic treasure, its grade was astonishing. Like the Shinnon cauldron in Yixian's hands, it was a primeval treasure of the era, a top-notch magic treasure of a great world. Moreover, under the nurturing of the primeval heaven's eye, the netherworld furnace had clearly given birth to a furnace spirit. The existence of this furnace spirit was equivalent to giving life to the netherworld furnace, giving it the ability to move on its own initiative. First previously, in the three main dimensions of the starry sky, the primeval heaven's eye had not been officially born. It had always been the netherworld furnace that automatically collected the remains of powerful primeval creatures and refined them into all-evil origin elixir. First, today, although the primeval heaven's eye was still not here, the netherworld furnace was controlled by the furnace spirit. In fact, it was not much different from a true starry sky expert. If it moved, it could fight with anyone. As for its strength, due to the fact that it was a primeval treasure of the era, it naturally could not be too weak. Over the years, under the efforts of the primeval heaven's eye, the netherworld furnace was now equivalent to a heavenly Dao realm expert. It was roughly at the first stage of the heavenly Dao realm, whoosh, whoosh, amidst the earth-shattering sounds of chains, the cauldron of the nether cauldron that was as large as a star immediately moved. It turned into a streak of blood-black light, but it did not charge towards the four heavenly kings. Instead, it charged towards the depths of the demon hall's forbidden grounds. Although its body was massive, its speed was not slow at all. It was faster than lightning, catching the four heavenly kings off guard as it swept past them. In the blink of an eye, it had traversed hundreds of billions of kilometers in the void. At that moment, 500,000 kilometers in front of the netherworld furnace, there was an abandoned planet at the periphery of the magic hall's forbidden grounds. A large number of magic hall subordinates were stationed on this abandoned planet. They were the captive legions of the magic hall's 6 major legions. Captives. The Thundering Legion was formed from the captives of the Blood Wyrm, Battle Lion, and Azure Rock races. And what was stationed on this abandoned planet was only a portion of the captive legion's Azure Rock branch. There were about 20 million of them. Apart from that, there were about 5 million battleships, fortresses, and star fortresses floating in the void around the abandoned planet. Today, as the netherworld cauldron shot forward, it arrived at the edge of the abandoned planet in the blink of an eye. On the surface of the cauldron that was as huge as a planet, those 10,000 giant rune chains that were 1,000,000 kilometers long danced and surged forward like a giant python in the starry sky. Boom. Rumble. Leading the charge were the 5 million battleships, fortresses, and star fortresses in the void around the planet. The netherworld furnace's 10,000 runic chains spanned 500,000 kilometers and were extremely thick. Their toughness was even more shocking. Now, they were like giant pythons in space as they lashed out. In a blink of an eye, a portion of the battleships were reduced to smithereens. A deafening boom resounded as flames surged into the sky amidst the explosions. The Azure Rock race experts inside the battleships did not even have a chance to escape as they died on the spot. This was only the beginning. The netherworld furnace didn't stop there. It rushed into the cauldron that was as large as a star, and the 10,000 rune chains were crazily waving. Every time they swept, a large number of battleships would explode into a huge fireball. Shoo! Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh. Such a shocking scene caused a huge commotion. It naturally alarmed the 20 million Azure Rock race captives on the abandoned planet. Against the netherworld furnace that had reached the first stage of the heavenly Tao realm, there was no way they could put up any resistance. With the netherworld furnace approaching, it was already not bad that they did not faint from fright. Countless silhouettes rushed out of the huge abandoned planet, fleeing in all directions. This, although the abandoned planet was massive, it was only about the same size as the netherworld furnace. Now, the netherworld furnace was only brandishing the 10,000 runic chains on the surface of the cauldron. If it were to crash into the abandoned planet, it would instantly shatter the planet. The terrifying impact would destroy everything. None of the 20 million Azure Rock race captives would be able to survive. This, the reason why they all rushed out from the planet and fled in all directions, was because they thought of such a possibility. But, unfortunately, their so-called extreme was clearly a joke to the netherworld furnace that had combat strength comparable to the first stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Human, there were too many of them. It was impossible to pursue them one by one. The netherworld furnace had no intention of doing so. To it, these 20 million Azure Rock race experts were not very strong. They could only be stationed on an abandoned planet at the periphery of the Magic Hall's forbidden zone. They were just a bunch of ants. And they were ants among ants. At that moment, an extremely deep buzzing sound suddenly sounded. An extremely terrifying suction force was emitted from within the netherworld furnace. The suction force was invisible, but it spread out in an instant. It acted on the large number of Xian Rock clan captives who were rushing out from the abandoned planet. In an instant, it caused their fleeing figures to stop abruptly in the void. Tight, then, they were pulled back in the void by this invisible suction force that was so terrifying that they were completely unable to resist. In just a short breath of time, over 1 million figures had fallen into the mouth of the netherworld cauldron and were directly devoured. Kacha! Kacha! Immediately following that, the grinding sounds of grinding stones could be heard from within the netherworld furnace. What was happening inside was clearly indescribable. Roar! Roar! Ruthless, ruthless, everything happened in the span of 2 to 3 breaths. The 4 heavenly kings turned around and saw such a tragic scene. They were instantly enraged. They raised their heads and roared. Without hesitation, they shot toward the netherworld cauldron in front of them at the same time. Everything happened too quickly. Caught off guard, the netherworld furnace soared into the sky and reached the edge of an abandoned planet in the blink of an eye. It destroyed a large number of battleships stationed in the void outside the planet. All the captives of the Green Rock clan who escaped the planet were sucked into the cauldron. There were tens of millions of them. Moreover, as these tens of millions of experts of the Green Rock clan were sucked into the cauldron, the netherworld furnace immediately emitted a terrifying cracking sound. This was the sound of the grinding stone in the cauldron starting to grind the flesh and blood into paste. Such a scene, just imagining it was enough to make one's head explode with anger. It was absolutely unbearable. Roar! Roar! Ruthless, ruthless, everything happened in the span of 2 to 3 breaths. The 4 heavenly kings were completely unable to react. Now that he turned around and saw such a tragic scene, he was instantly enraged. He raised his head and roared. Without hesitation, he shook his shoulders and shot toward the netherworld cauldron in front of him at the same time. This time, they did not activate the Battle Hage's power in their chests because their target was different from before. The netherworld furnace was not made of flesh and blood. Whether it was the tide of time, the weeping soul ripples, or the shockwaves formed by the power of the void, they did not have much effect on it. Only the invisible shockwaves of the blood mosquito Battle Hage mixed with the alloy spikes might be effective. However, the netherworld furnace itself was made of some kind of extremely strong metal. It did not have flesh and blood. Even if these alloy spikes could penetrate the netherworld furnace, it would not be of much use. Therefore, the 4 heavenly kings rushed out this time and only surrounded the netherworld furnace from 4 different directions. Then, when they got close, they immediately punched out an existence that was like a magic treasure made of some kind of extremely strong metal. Only by destroying it with absolute power could they solve the problem. Walala. The netherworld furnace had a spirit. Facing the encirclement of the 4 heavenly kings, its figure paused for a moment, but it did not show the slightest fear. The 10,000 million miles long rune chains on the outer wall of the cauldron like a giant python in the starry sky waved in an instant, splitting into 4 groups and attacking the 4 heavenly kings. Although it wasn't a true cosmos expert, it had already given birth to a cauldron spirit. Therefore, it had the ability to attack autonomously. Furthermore, its combat strength wasn't weak. It could basically match an existence at the first stage of the heavenly Tao realm. For although the combined forces of the great heavenly kings similarly had the ability to fight a first-stage heavenly Tao realm expert head-on, their true cultivation realm had yet to reach the heavenly Tao realm. They were only peak desolate supremacy at the 9th stage of the perfection realm, which was only at the half-step heavenly Tao realm. The netherworld furnace had split the 10,000 rune chains on the outer wall of the cauldron into 4 groups, attacking the 4 heavenly kings separately. Its goal was clearly to separate the 4 heavenly kings so that it could defeat them one by one in the shortest amount of time. Otherwise, once the 4 heavenly kings joined forces, they would have the ability to fight a first-stage heavenly Tao realm expert head-on. If both sides were to continue fighting, it would be very difficult to see a decisive result in this battle in a short period of time. Roar. Boom. Walala. Su Heavenly King Kong raised his head and roared. With a wave of his right arm, a huge fist like a meteor blasted out. In the blink of an eye, it broke hundreds of the more than 2,000 blood-black rune chains, but that was all it could do. The remaining 2,000 or so rune chains were like spiritual pythons in an instant. As they coiled nimbly, they tightly wrapped around the huge figure of the void heavenly king in just a short breath. At a glance, it was simply like a dumpling, too tight. Roar, Kachacha. Su Heavenly King Kong was unwilling to give up. He raised his head and let out a shocking roar. The power in his body was pushed to the limit as he struggled crazily in the void. Even more so as for the void battle talisman on his chest, it was emitting a blazing light at this moment. This was clearly a sign that the void battle talisman's power was being activated. Under their combined strength, a third of the 2,000+ black rune chains that tightly wrapped around his body were instantly broken. But even so, there were still more than 1,000 rune chains that wrapped around the void heavenly king's incomparably huge body. It seemed that he had already used all his strength. The last 1,000 or so rune chains that were still wrapped around his body were unlikely to be able to break free. A similar scene was playing out on Heavenly King Blood Mosquito, Heavenly King Time, and Heavenly King Crying Soul. The 10,000 rune chains on the outer walls of the netherworld cauldron were all incomparably thick and solid, reaching a length of 1,000,000 zhang. Moreover, they were as agile as space serpents. Now, facing the 4 heavenly kings who were rumbling towards them, these 10,000 rune chains were divided into 4 and completely wrapped around the 4 heavenly kings. Only just a small number of runic chains was enough for the 4 great heavenly kings to directly break free. However, with over 2,000 chains entangled together, they were truly too sturdy. Even if they used all of their strength, and even used the kinetic energy of the battle claws that had been fused into their bodies, they were only able to break apart a third of the chains. It was almost meaningless. Because after breaking off a third of the rune chains, their situation was the same as before. Their movements were restricted and they were wrapped like dumplings. The two sides competed with each other, and this scene continued for the time it took for half an incense stick to burn. During this period of time, the runic chains that wrapped around the bodies of the 4 great heavenly kings would occasionally emit cracking sounds, but it was only a small number, and it was unable to turn the situation around. Gradually, the 4 heavenly kings started to feel a little tired after struggling with all their strength. And in the other 2 battlefields in the void, the Emperor Beast was fighting with the Blood-Winged Tiger, and the Old Pig was fighting with the Blue-Eyed Golden-Eyed Beast. The 2 sides fighting in these 2 battlefields were evenly matched, and it was impossible to have a result in a short time. So therefore, the 4 heavenly kings couldn't count on the Emperor Beast and the Old Pig. Front in the depths of the forbidden grounds of the Devil Hall, numerous abandoned stars were filled with numerous experts of the Devil Hall. There was no lack of experts from the primordial era amongst them. For example, the 7 gorgeous cultivators had already stepped into the primordial exalt realm. But even they, who had the strongest cultivation, were only second-order desolate supremacies. They were only at the initial stage of this realm. Against the netherworld furnace, which had the combat strength of a first-order Heavenly Tao realm expert, they were clearly unable to shake it. Furthermore, the 7 gorgeous cultivators were still in seclusion. They probably didn't know the situation in the outside world and that the 4 heavenly kings were in danger. Whoosh, walala, at this moment, after feeling the 4 great heavenly kings' struggling strength gradually weaken, the netherworld furnace finally made a new move. Its rune chain slowly retracted and lifted up. This was clearly the rhythm of throwing the 4 great heavenly kings' entangled bodies into the furnace. Boom. Rumble, the situation was extremely dangerous. It could be said that it was a matter of life and death. At this moment, there was a shocking explosion high in the void. A thick tribulation cloud that covered tens of millions of miles suddenly appeared. This was clearly a heavenly Tao lightning tribulation. Furthermore, the aura it emitted was extremely powerful. It was definitely not an ordinary heavenly Tao realm expert. It seemed to have mutated. Whoosh, walala, as the 4 heavenly kings' struggle gradually weakened, the netherworld furnace made a new move. Its rune chain slowly shrank and lifted. This was clearly the rhythm of throwing the 4 heavenly kings' entangled bodies into the furnace. Although the 4 heavenly kings weren't life forms of flesh and blood, but electronic and mechanical life forms, their massive bodies were modified time and time again. They used a large number of materials from the remains of ancient life forms. Even more furthermore, the 4 races of kinetic energy that fused into the 4 heavenly kings' bodies were rather extraordinary as well. This included the various top-grade cosmic metals used in the 4 heavenly kings' bodies, as well as some other special materials. The netherworld furnace could absorb all of them. To it, these were also the best resources. If it were to throw the 4 heavenly kings into the huge furnace, they would instantly perish under the crushing pressure of the millstone. Boom. Rumble, at this moment, the situation could be said to be extremely dangerous. It was definitely a 1 in a million situation. And it was also at this moment that a turning point appeared. Void high in the sky, there was a shocking explosion. A thick tribulation cloud that covered tens of millions of miles suddenly appeared. This was clearly a heavenly Tao lightning tribulation. Furthermore, the aura it emitted was extremely powerful. It was definitely not an ordinary heavenly Tao realm expert. It seemed to have mutated, at this moment, and in the forbidden grounds of the magic hall, the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation suddenly appeared. The only possibility was that the treasured devouring body had successfully broken through. As for the mutation of the heavenly tribulation, it seemed to be expected. What sort of existence was the treasured devouring body? In terms of monstrous talent, it far exceeded Yi Xian's actual body. It would be strange if his heavenly Tao lightning tribulation did not mutate. Matter in fact, it was indeed so. As the terrifying tribulation cloud appeared high in the sky and churned, in the depths of the forbidden grounds of the magic hall, a star instantly exploded, pung, with a deafening boom, the entire planet was blasted into pieces. Countless pieces of rubble flew everywhere. A figure shot out from the rubble like a shooting star. His speed was extremely fast, and he headed straight for the outskirts of the forbidden grounds of the Devil Hall, which was also where the battle was taking place. This figure was none other than the treasured devouring body. His body did not seem eye-catching, being that of an ordinary human expert. He was completely incomparable to the massive astral beasts that spanned tens of millions of kilometers. However, the cultivation aura that emanated from his body was extremely astounding. Such as today, having just broken through and stepped into the heavenly Tao realm, his cultivation level was naturally only at the first stage of the heavenly Tao realm. But for some reason, when they turned around and saw the treasured devouring body, even the 3rd stage heavenly Tao realm sanguine-winged tiger and the 4th stage heavenly Tao realm jade-eyed golden-eyed beast felt a sense of trepidation. Birthday felt an extremely strong sense of dread. Heaven's Tao realm experts were already at the pinnacle of life's natural order. Their divine perception was extremely sharp. For the 2 of them to have such feelings towards the treasured devouring body was enough to show how powerful he was. Matter in fact, it was indeed so. The treasured devouring body was extraordinary. His body was formed from the connate devouring crystal, and his bloodline was purer than a connate ferocious beast. It was close to that of a chaos fiend celestial. Samash was absolutely invincible under his realm. Even more so as for that, even though he was only at the first stage of the heavenly Tao realm, he could still easily suppress existences at the third or fourth stage of the heavenly Tao realm. And it was precisely because of such a heaven-defying bloodline that the treasured devouring body was so confident all these years. He roamed the outside world alone to temper himself and grow. However, he never relied on any cardinal treasures or powerful divine powers. Against any enemy, he only relied on pure strength and the instinct of the treasured devouring body to fight. On this point, even Yi Xian could only sigh at his inferiority. There was no way he could compare. Roar. At that moment, as his figure shot over like a shooting star, he arrived in the void where the battle was taking place in the periphery of the forbidden grounds of the magic hall. The treasured devouring body raised his head and roared as he charged straight for the netherworld cauldron. Boom! Rumble, far up in the sky, the black tribulation cloud that had gathered out of thin air had already spanned 5 billion kilometers. The vast expanse of sky was enveloped by the tumultuous tribulation cloud as though doomsday had arrived. Even the void was trembling as a result. Typical heavenly Tao lightning tribulations would definitely not have such terrifying might. This was a mutated heavenly Tao lightning tribulation. Typical mid-stage heavenly Tao realm existences would lose a layer of skin if they encountered it. In fact, that was indeed the case. When the sanguine-winged tiger and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast sensed the surging tribulation lightning above their heads, they were no longer calm. They seemed to want to escape, but they were held back by the arch-beast and the pig demon. Compared to the two of them, the arch-beast and the pig demon could also be injured by the tribulation lightning. However, the pig demon's skin was tough, while the arch-beast had an alloy combat body made of special metals. In comparison, it clearly had the advantage. For example, today, they had forcefully left the sanguine-winged tiger and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast behind. It was clear that they wanted to use their injuries to exchange for their deaths. Boom! Crash, Kacha, in a blink of an eye, the treasured devouring body appeared in front of the netherworld cauldron. Without any hesitation, he punched the netherworld cauldron. Although the netherworld cauldron had combat strength at the first stage of the heavenly Tao realm, the treasured devouring body was no ordinary heavenly Tao realm expert. This punch instantly caused the netherworld cauldron to tremble. It was completely no match for the treasured devouring body. The strength of the punch left it alarmed as though it was being crushed. Hua, the clanking sounds of chains rang out. Half of the thousands of rune chains that had originally bound the 4 heavenly kings were instantly broken. The 4 heavenly kings had escaped and did not continue to fight. They simply did not dare to linger here. Bihi's cultivation base was only at the great perfection of the 9th stage of desolate supremacy, which was half a step into the heavenly Tao. This kind of cultivation base could not even withstand the ordinary heavenly Tao lightning tribulation, let alone the devouring treasure body, which was so powerful that it made people tremble in fear. They immediately retreated to the depths of the forbidden zone in the magic hall. They avoided the tribulation clouds that enveloped a region of 5 billion kilometers and watched from afar. Crash, the sound of chains rang out as the netherworld cauldron emitted an intense blood-red light. All the runic chains that were previously broken instantly reconnected under the illumination of this light. They looked exactly the same as before. The only difference was that the blood-red runic patterns on the 10,000 runic chains seemed to be dimmer than before. Netherworld, the cauldron's 10,000 chains and the massive cauldron's inner and outer walls had a large number of obscure runic patterns. These runic patterns represented the power of its domain. For example, the runic patterns on the 10,000 chains had dimmed significantly. Some of the runic patterns were so dim that they were nearly invisible, as though they had been extinguished. It clearly represented that the netherworld cauldron's power had been damaged. It was the same as when a cosmos expert was injured. It was afraid. As the broken chains reconnected, the netherworld cauldron's massive cauldron body suddenly trembled as it attempted to shoot into the distance. It was clearly trying to avoid the treasure devouring body. It was too afraid of him. Crash. Lock. The sound of chains rang out as the netherworld cauldron emitted an intense blood-red light. All the runic chains that were previously broken instantly reconnected under the illumination of this light. Immediately following that, the netherworld cauldron's massive cauldron body suddenly trembled as it attempted to shoot into the distance. It was clearly trying to avoid the treasure devouring body. It was too afraid of him. If Xian were to see such a scene, he would probably be shocked speechless. For example, today, Xian was already a powerful existence at the 8th level of the heavenly Tao realm. If he were to punch out, his strength would definitely exceed the treasured devouring body, which was only at the 1st level of the heavenly Tao realm. For example, although the treasured devouring body was monstrous, no matter how monstrous it was, its combat strength was only equivalent to the 4th level of the heavenly Tao realm. But in fact, if Xian were here, the result of his punch would definitely be different. At the very least, the netherworld cauldron would definitely not become so fearful just from the might of that punch, to the point of wanting to retreat immediately. Or Su Tianji's heavenly Tao lightning tribulation was probably one of the factors that made it fearful. After all, this was a mutated heavenly Tao lightning tribulation. Its might was not to be underestimated. But this reason was still somewhat far-fetched because the netherworld cauldron was not like other starry sky experts. Although it had already given birth to a cauldron spirit and had its own consciousness, its body was still just a cauldron that resembled a magic treasure. Furthermore, it was forged from a special kind of extremely strong metal. Like the Shennon cauldron, it was a primordial treasure of the era. Although this heavenly Tao lightning tribulation was terrifying and its mutated might was even stronger, to an existence like it, it was definitely less of a threat than a living creature of flesh and blood. Clearly, it was not enough to make the netherworld cauldron want to escape immediately. If unsurprisingly, the reason why the netherworld cauldron was so fearful should be related to the treasured devouring body. The treasured devouring body did not have any powerful abilities, nor did it have any treasures accompanying it. Its devouring bloodline was its strongest means. Netherworld the cauldron had given birth to a cauldron spirit, and its cultivation level had already reached the 1st stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Its divine perception was extremely sharp. It was fine if it did not come into contact with the cauldron previously, but when the treasured devouring body's punch landed on the cauldron's wall, both parties had intimate contact without any obstruction. It was enough for the netherworld cauldron to keenly grasp something from the punch. Unfortunately, although it realized the danger and wanted to escape, what kind of existence was the treasured devouring body? Its fighting spirit was shocking, and even Xian was inferior to it. It naturally could not let the enemy in front of it leave. Boom. Rumble, Kacha. At this time, the churning tribulation clouds high in the sky had become even more violent. Amidst the shocking rumbling of thunder, a crisp sound that made one's heart tremble resounded. Within the terrifying tribulation clouds that covered a distance of 10 billion miles, a blood-colored lightning finally struck down. With a diameter of 50 million miles, it was terrifyingly thick. The invisible aura of destruction that emanated from it caused even heavenly Tao realm existences to change their expressions. Good, only one such blood-colored lightning bolt struck down, and it was locked onto the treasured devouring body. It did not strike where the blood-winged tiger and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast were fighting. This made the two old fellows secretly heave a sigh of relief. Although it was a mutated heavenly Tao lightning tribulation, the treasured devouring body did not take it to heart. He had a body that was formed from the purest innate devouring origin crystal. The power of his bloodline was too powerful, and he could even devour the power of lightning, turning it into resources to boost his cultivation. But, this time, he clearly didn't plan to directly rush into the sky and enter the tribulation lightning to devour the power of the lightning. Turn around glancing at the sky, the treasured devouring body's shoulders shook, and his entire body instantly shot up, charging towards the mouth of the cauldron. Look, this posture clearly indicated that he was going to enter the interior of the netherworld cauldron. If that was really the case, once he entered the interior of the netherworld cauldron, no matter where the netherworld cauldron fled, the tribulation lightning from the tribulation clouds that shrouded the sky would definitely lock onto the netherworld cauldron and chase after it. The netherworld cauldron might not be afraid of this, but it was extremely afraid of the treasured devouring body. At the thought of the treasured devouring body entering its cauldron, the cauldron spirit sensed it, and the entire cauldron that was as huge as a star trembled slightly. Immediately after, as the treasured devouring body shot towards the mouth of the cauldron, a blood-colored light screen immediately appeared at the mouth of the cauldron, sealing the entire mouth of the cauldron. This was clearly condensed by the power of the netherworld cauldron's domain, and its purpose was to block the treasured devouring body outside, preventing him from entering the cauldron. Whoosh, just as the blood-colored light shield appeared, the devouring treasured body arrived. The moment it touched the blood-colored light shield, its body suddenly froze. However, immediately after, there was a dazzling seven-colored light radiating from the devouring treasured body's body. This is when the layer of blood-red light encountered this layer of dazzling rainbow light. It was as if ice and snow had encountered the scorching sun. In an instant, a large hole was melted into it. The treasured devouring physique that had just stopped abruptly entered the netherworld cauldron through the big hole and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Crack. Boom. Rumble, walala. In the next moment, the blood-red lightning bolt finally struck down from the sky. Although the netherworld cauldron was like a giant star, the diameter of this blood-red lightning bolt was 50 million miles, almost the same size as the netherworld cauldron. An incomparably large bolt of blood-colored lightning instantly enveloped the entire netherworld cauldron. A thunderous roar shook the heavens, and the cauldron spirit could feel it. Under this level of tribulation lightning, the entire cauldron began to tremble violently. The 10,000 rune chains on the cauldron crazily danced, and the clanking sounds entered one's ears. This was only the first bolt of tribulation lightning. There were a total of 9 heavenly Tao tribulations, and everything in front of them was clearly just the beginning. After a short 3 breaths of time, the boundless sea of lightning finally dissipated. The main body of the netherworld cauldron was unscathed, but the talisman markings on the 10,000 chains on the outside of the cauldron had clearly dimmed a little. All of the chains drooped down, giving off a feeling of powerlessness. It was clear that they had suffered some damage from the terrifying might of the tribulation lightning. At this moment, the netherworld cauldron spirit was definitely on the verge of collapse. Today he was just too unlucky. He was fine earlier, but in the blink of an eye, a heavenly Tao realm expert with a special bloodline forcefully barged into the cauldron. Furthermore, the other party had just broken through and was undergoing his heavenly Tao lightning tribulation. And because of this fellow's special bloodline, his heavenly Tao lightning tribulation was also extraordinary. It had already mutated, and now that this person was hiding in the cauldron, it was clear that he couldn't escape. He had to brace himself and help him endure the 9 waves of mutated heavenly Tao lightning tribulation from beginning to end. Boom. Rumble. Crack. It was also at this moment that the shocking sound of thunder rang out once again in the sky. Accompanied by the extremely clear sound of ripping silk, the second bolt of tribulation lightning finally struck down. In the forbidden area of the palace, the battle between the blood-winged tiger and the arch-beast, the old pig spirit and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast was still ongoing. High above their heads, the tribulation clouds that enveloped the void for billions of miles were still churning violently, emitting a terrifying pressure that made one shudder. Boom. Rumble. Crack. It was also at this moment that the shocking sound of thunder rang out once again in the sky. Accompanied by the extremely clear sound of ripping silk, the second bolt of tribulation lightning finally struck down. Walala. The netherworld cauldron. The cauldron was struggling, and the runic chains outside the cauldron's walls were waving crazily. Its body was originally like a giant star, but now, it was rapidly shrinking. When the second bolt of tribulation lightning struck down, the nether cauldron, which was as large as a star, had already shrunk to a circumference of only 100,000 feet. However, it still could not escape the lock of the tribulation lightning. The blood-red tribulation lightning fiercely smashed onto the walls of the cauldron, causing the entire cauldron to tremble violently once again. However, it was still fine. After all, it was a primordial treasure of the era, forged from some kind of mysterious and powerful metal. Moreover, the existence that personally forged it was the will of the heavenly Tao of a large world, so its strength could be imagined. Crack. At the same time, inside the nether cauldron, after entering the cauldron, the devouring treasured body's shoulders shook and directly arrived in front of the huge millstone inside the nether cauldron. Just now, the nether cauldron's divine might had sucked in all 20 million Azure Rock clan captives on an abandoned planet. Immediately after, the sound of the millstone rotating could be heard from inside the cauldron. This time, when the devouring treasured body entered the cauldron, the bone-chilling sound had already disappeared and could no longer be heard. After all, it was only 20 million Azure Rock clan captives with low cultivation bases. In a short period of time, they had been ground into bloody paste by the huge millstone inside the cauldron. Look, seeing all this, a cold light flashed in the devouring treasured body's eyes. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and touched the huge millstone. The moment his fingertips touched it, from the center of his palm, there was clearly a blazing light shining. What was strange was that when the blazing light on the devouring treasured body's palm lit up, the huge millstone also suddenly lit up with a blood-red light. As if attracted, the two lights instantly merged together. The aura of this blood-red light was extremely strange. It had the aura of Xianxia's bloodline, and also the aura of the headless infant corpse. However, it was extremely obscure and deeply hidden, covered by an extremely dense aura of fierce beasts. Also only Xianxia's original body or the devouring treasured body could sense it. Even the nether cauldron was deceived. Otherwise, it would not have allowed this blood-red light to exist in the core of the cauldron. All of this was thanks to the headless infant corpse. When Xian entered the depths of the origin of all evil star area in the first universe of the three main dimensions of the starry sky, he gained the trust of the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise. With the help of the primordial porcupine, he sent a drop of essence blood to the nether cauldron. In this way, he gained the nether cauldron's approval, which allowed him to enter the depths of the origin of all evil star area without being affected by the pressure of the nether cauldron. Clang, the nether cauldron's ferocious face had not yet appeared when it accepted the drop of essence blood and recognized Xian's identity as the primordial little demon ape, the descendant of the origin of all evil ancient wild beast. Exactly, in the drop of essence blood that was sent to the nether cauldron, the headless infant corpse was mixed with a wisp of the heavenly ways power. However, it was extremely obscure and was covered by the strong aura of the primordial demon ape. It was hidden from the nether cauldron and was not detected by it. This was a backup plan left by the headless infant corpse in the nether cauldron. Xian knew about this, and the devouring treasured body, as his avatar, naturally knew about it as well. For example, when the devouring treasured body entered the nether cauldron's body and reached out to touch the huge millstone inside the nether cauldron, the drop of essence blood was activated. The backup plan left by the headless infant corpse in the blood was fully activated. Coupled with the unique power of the devouring treasured body's devouring bloodline, at this moment, from the center of the devouring treasured body's palm, a wisp of blood-red light instantly burst out and entered the outer wall of the millstone that the palm touched, and immediately spread out in all directions. Buzz, at this moment, a strange buzzing sound rang out. As the blood-red light from the devouring treasured body's palm spread out rapidly, the originally dense and obscure runes on the huge millstone were instantly shaken. From near to far, these runes quickly dimmed. The speed was too fast. In just a breath, some of the obscure runes around the devouring treasured body's palm had gone from dimming to disappearing, directly disappearing. This huge flesh millstone was the core of the nether cauldron. The obscure runes on the millstone represented the consciousness of the cauldron spirit that was born in the nether cauldron. For example, the devouring treasured body used the arrangement left behind by the headless infant corpse to display its unique devouring bloodline to the extreme. It was currently devouring these obscure runes, which was equivalent to devouring the consciousness of the cauldron spirit. Once all of this was over, the spirit refinement of the nether cauldron would disappear, or it would be completely refined by the devouring treasured body. At that time, the nether cauldron would no longer belong to the primeval heaven's eye, and would be taken away by the devouring treasured body. This, the direct refinement of the nether cauldron from the inside, was extremely thorough, to the extent that there was no possibility of reversal. From then on, the nether cauldron to the devouring treasured body was like the farmer god's cauldron to the Xian. With a thought, it would be as easy as controlling an arm, and it would be difficult to separate. Walala, screech. The nether cauldron spirit naturally sensed everything that was happening inside the nether cauldron. At this moment, it was truly panicking. The 10,000 rune chains outside the cauldron's walls suddenly waved even more crazily. The nether cauldron, there was even a sky-shaking screech coming from inside its body. This was the cauldron spirit's shriek. It realized that the crisis of destruction had arrived. In reality, the nether cauldron was not too afraid of the devouring treasured body's heavenly tribulation lightning. Even if the devouring treasured body entered the cauldron's body and forcefully pulled the nether cauldron to bear the lightning for it. However, it was originally an era's most precious treasure of the desolate era. It was not a living creature of flesh and blood, but was forged from some kind of mysterious and powerful metal. Although the heavenly tribulation lightning could slightly damage the nether cauldron, it could not harm its foundation. It would be able to recover in a short period of time. But, everything that was happening inside the nether cauldron was different. The huge millstone was densely covered with countless cryptic runes. They were the embodiment of the cauldron spirit's consciousness. Right now, they were being rapidly devoured, as if the cauldron spirit was being refined. But, once this process was completed, although the cauldron spirit would still exist, it would no longer be the current cauldron spirit. It would be as if it had been reborn, and the devouring treasured body's divine soul and aura would change owners. Unfortunately, although the cauldron spirit resisted all of this and was unwilling to appear in the end, it clearly could not do anything. It could not stop the devouring treasured body from proceeding. Boom! Rumble, Kacha! High up in the void, the sky-shaking rumble of thunder resounded once again. Within the terrifying tribulation clouds that covered 10 billion li of the void, another blood-red bolt of lightning struck down. It was 50 million li in diameter, and in an instant, it completely submerged the nether cauldron that was only a million li wide. Kacha! At this moment, with the devouring treasured body refining it from the inside and the heavenly tribulation lightning crushing it from the outside, the nether cauldron spirit once again let out a sky-shaking screech, revealing endless despair. Kacha! At this moment, the nether cauldron spirit once again let out a sky-shaking screech, revealing endless despair. Its situation was too critical. It had never succeeded before. Now, with the devouring treasured body refining it from the inside and the heavenly tribulation lightning crushing it from the outside, it would not be able to hold on for long. Boom! Rumble, Kacha! High up in the sky, the thunderous roar resounded once again. Another blood-red bolt of lightning struck down from the terrifying tribulation clouds that covered an area of 10 billion kilometers. It was 50 million kilometers in diameter, and it instantly struck down. The netherworld furnace, which was now only 1 million kilometers in diameter, was once again completely engulfed. Heavens, there were a total of 9 waves of tribulation lightning, and this was already the 7th one. Although the netherworld furnace was not damaged by the tribulation lightning, the furnace spirit had to go all out in the face of such terrifying power. Otherwise, the furnace body could be damaged. This was its main body, and it absolutely could not allow such a situation to happen. In fact, everything that happened inside the furnace body was more serious, but it involved the furnace spirit's main body, so it had no way to resist. Thus today, on the huge millstone inside the furnace body, more than half of the countless dense and obscure runes that originally covered it had been obliterated. This was the core of the netherworld furnace, and as more than half of the runes were obliterated, the power of the netherworld furnace would be greatly affected. At this moment, there was no longer the sound of chains rattling in the air. Netherworld, the 10,000 rune chains on the exterior of the furnace were all dangling powerlessly. The 10,000 Zhonglong chains were all dangling downwards, and the runes on the chains had already completely dimmed. Like dead vines, they merely swayed slightly under the impact of the invisible force in the air. Boom! Kacha! The clouds rolled, and the 8th bolt of tribulation lightning struck down, completely submerging the netherworld furnace in an instant. At first, the furnace body was still shaking violently, but then, as if something had happened to it, it suddenly paused, and there was no more movement. At this moment, the obscure runes on the huge millstone inside the furnace body were completely devoured, and not a single one was left. This meant that the furnace spirit of the netherworld furnace had been taken away from the main body of the netherworld furnace, and had been swallowed into the treasured body of Devour to begin refining. This refining process had actually started when the first rune was devoured. Now, as the last rune disappeared, the countless runes refined by the treasured body of Devour were completely completed. An incomparably deep buzzing sound rang out, and the eyes of the treasured body of Devour burst out with a blazing light. A ray of light shot out from between his eyebrows, and in the blink of an eye, it entered the huge millstone in front of him and disappeared. Rumble. In the next moment, the netherworld furnace that was motionless like a dead object suddenly started to shake. An expanse of blood-red light suddenly appeared on the enormous millstone within the furnace, and it swiftly split apart to derive boundless obscure talisman markings. Everything happened too quickly. In just a short moment, the smooth outer wall of the millstone, without a single obscure seal pattern, was covered by countless blood-colored seal patterns in an instant. At first glance, it seemed to be no different from before the devouring treasured body devoured it. But in fact, if one took a closer look, they would find that the countless blood-colored runes that appeared around the outer wall of the millstone were completely different from before. All of them had new changes. They were more ancient and profound. The heavenly Tao realm's cultivation aura did not change, but what emanated was clearly the soul and bloodline aura of the devouring treasure body. Walala, buzz, amidst the low humming sounds, the 10,000 rune chains hanging down powerlessly like dead vines on the outer walls of the netherworld furnace instantly blossomed with boundless golden light. The countless runes densely covered on the chains seemed to have come alive, and instantly became lively. The 10,000 rune chains seemed to welcome a new life at this moment. They completed a transformation and once again waved around like a giant python in the starry sky. From this moment onwards, the netherworld furnace was still the netherworld furnace. Its cultivation strength was comparable to a level 1 heavenly Tao, and its original power had not changed. Instead, because of the integration of the unique bloodline power of the devouring treasured body, it became stronger and obtained new abilities. At the same time, from this moment onwards, the netherworld furnace was no longer the netherworld furnace of the past. It no longer had anything to do with the primeval heaven's eye. Just like how Xian refined the Shenong cauldron, it was completely refined from the inside out, and could no longer be separated from the devouring treasured body. Boom! Rumble, high in the sky, the mutated tribulation clouds that covered billions of miles of the void began to churn restlessly again. This was the rhythm of the last wave of lightning tribulation. That was, even if it was an ordinary heavenly Tao lightning tribulation, the last wave of tribulation lightning would definitely be the strongest. For this mutated heavenly Tao lightning tribulation, the situation was not only the same, but it was obviously even more intense. The final 9th wave of tribulation lightning would instantly extract all the lightning power in the vast tribulation clouds that covered billions of miles of the void and turn it into a single wave of tribulation lightning, and strike down. Whoosh! At this moment, a faint air-breaking sound came from the mouth of the reborn netherworld furnace, and a figure shot out from the furnace. It was the devouring treasured body. Without hesitation, with a wave of his hand, the huge netherworld furnace turned into a blood-black light in an instant, and entered the devouring treasured body's glabella and was absorbed into his body. First, the netherworld furnace was still an enemy, so it was natural to lead the lightning to strike it. But now, it was different. The netherworld furnace had been refined and became the life treasure of the devouring treasured body, so there was naturally no need for that. In fact, this last wave of tribulation lightning with the most terrifying power had another use for the devouring treasured body. With this thought in mind, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he immediately looked at the blood-winged tiger that was entangled with the arch-beast. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast was at the 4th level of the heavenly Tao realm, and had already stepped into the mid-stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Although the last wave of tribulation lightning was the strongest, it was basically impossible to kill it with just one wave of tribulation lightning. However, the blood-winged tiger was different. He was only at the 3rd level of the heavenly Tao realm. Although there was only a difference of 1 level between the 3rd and 4th level, the 3rd level was still considered the early stage of the heavenly Tao realm. The mid-stage and early stage were two completely different concepts. If this final 9th wave of tribulation lightning was an ordinary heavenly Tao lightning tribulation, it would probably be unable to wipe it out. But now, it was a mutated heavenly Tao lightning tribulation, and the arch-beast that was devouring the treasured body would instantly strike when the tribulation lightning struck down. Instantly killing the blood-winged tiger was a foregone conclusion. Rumble, Kacha. The next moment, the sound of thunder boomed, and it was extremely agitated. At the end of the rumbling, the tribulation cloud that enveloped the void for 10 billion miles instantly disappeared. And high in the void, a blood-colored tribulation lightning bolt that was over 50 million miles in diameter had already struck down. Swoosh! With a cold glint in his eyes, the treasured body of Devouring immediately activated the power in his body and teleported. When he appeared again, he was already on the back of the blood-winged tiger. Swoosh! A weak sound of the air being torn apart was heard. With a cold glint in his eyes, the treasured body of Devouring immediately activated the power in his body and teleported. In the blink of an eye, when his figure appeared again, he was already on the back of the blood-winged tiger. Rumble, Kacha. At the same time, the sound of thunder boomed, and it was extremely agitated. Boom! At the end of the rumbling sound, the entire tribulation cloud that covered an area of 10 billion kilometers instantly disappeared. High up in the sky, a blood-red bolt of tribulation lightning that was more than 100 million kilometers in diameter came crashing down from the sky. Roar, too shameless, sensing the arrival of danger, the blood-winged tiger's body trembled violently. At the same time as it raised its head and roared, an extremely shrill divine sense sound was transmitted, resounding throughout the entire star field. Without any hesitation, he wanted to activate the power in his body and teleport away. This was a mutated heavenly Tao thunder tribulation, and it was the last wave of the 9 waves of tribulation lightning that was the most powerful. Now, the blood-colored tribulation lightning bolt that was crashing down from the sky above was over 50 million miles in diameter. Even though he was in existence at the 3rd level of the heavenly Tao realm, and not someone who had just entered the heavenly Tao realm, facing such a terrifying tribulation lightning, although he would not die, he would definitely be severely injured on the spot and would no longer have the strength to fight. If that was the case, not to mention the treasured body of Devouring, just the Emperor Beast would be able to completely finish him off with a single punch. He didn't want to die, and he didn't want to die in such a way to help others withstand the lightning. Therefore, teleporting away and escaping the aura of this terrifying tribulation lightning was the only choice. There was no need to think about it. Unfortunately, although his reaction was fast, he was still one step too slow. Devour, the treasured body of Devouring was also Yi Xian's doppelganger, and the Emperor Beast was also Yi Xian's electronic doppelganger. They were all doppelgangers, so there was no problem of communication between their consciousnesses. At such a close distance, whatever the treasured body of Devouring was thinking was what the Emperor Beast was thinking. Their thoughts were completely synchronized. So, therefore, the two's cooperation was flawless. Just as the blood-winged tiger activated the power in his body and was about to teleport away, the treasured body of Devouring and the Emperor Beast moved at the same time. Boom, the Emperor Beast was the most direct. With a flash of coldness in his eyes, he raised his right arm that was like a giant pillar that could hold up the sky and directly attacked the blood-winged tiger. At that moment, the treasured body of Devouring was standing on the blood-winged tiger's back. His movements were extremely strange. He also raised his right hand, but instead of punching, he spread his fingers and pressed them on the skin on the blood-winged tiger's back. A blood-red light gushed out from the treasured body of Devouring's palm and entered the blood-winged tiger's body. Instantly, his body shook violently as if his soul had been fixed. His consciousness immediately fell into chaos. Although, however, this kind of confusion only lasted for a moment. The blood-winged tiger's eyes quickly regained their clarity, but it was already too late. In an instant, it was enough for the blood-red tribulation lightning to strike down from the sky. Then, this blood-red light that entered the blood-winged tiger's body not only caused its consciousness to be temporarily confused, but at the same time, the treasured body of Devouring also transferred its own aura over. Swish, at the same time, the treasured body of Devouring had already activated the power in his body and teleported away. And, the blood-red lightning that came crashing down from the sky directly smashed into the blood-winged tiger's head. His skull exploded, and a dazzling golden light bloomed from inside. However, he was not dead yet. He was only seriously injured and lost his fighting strength. Rumble, bam. It was also at this moment that the Emperor Beast's right arm, which was like a giant pillar that could hold up the sky, reached out and punched the blood-winged tiger in the face. Amidst a shocking explosion, the blood-winged tiger's head instantly exploded, and its entire body was completely blown into a cloud of blood under this terrifying force that was so majestic that it made one tremble in fear. Swish, hundreds of millions of miles away, a faint sound of breaking through the air rang out. The treasured body of Devouring appeared and turned to look. Seeing that the blood-winged tiger had fallen and the lightning had dissipated, his heart relaxed and he immediately waved his hand. An invisible majestic force surged out, enveloping the majestic blood mist that had exploded from the blood-winged tiger's body. In an instant, it turned into a ray of blood light and entered the treasured body of Devouring's body. Previously, Yi Xian already had 15 heavenly law blood essences in his hands. Now that he had killed the blood-winged tiger, he had obtained another one. In the future, once the treasured body of Devouring gave this unrefined blood bead to Yi Xian, he would have 16 heavenly law blood essences in his hands. Clang, however, now that the treasured body of Devouring had obtained the netherworld furnace and completely refined it, the netherworld furnace was of the same grade as the Shenong cauldron. It was also a primordial treasure of the era. Although there was no Shenong 9-colored flame in the netherworld furnace, there was a flesh and blood millstone. Even if it could not refine the blood bead formed by the explosion of the blood-winged tiger's body into a more pure vicious beast blood essence. However, the treasured body of Devouring could activate the flesh and blood millstone in the netherworld furnace, but it could refine it into an existence similar to the all-evil origin liquid, but its grade and medicinal effects were even more astonishing. Therefore, the heavenly law blood bead formed by the explosion of the blood-winged tiger's body might not be handed over to Yixian. He would use it wherever he needed it. On this side, everything had come to an end. The mutated heavenly law tribulation of the treasured body of Devouring had dissipated, the netherworld furnace had been refined, and even the blood-winged tiger had been killed. As for the 20 vicious beasts and the desolate sovereign, they had long been killed by the 4 heavenly kings. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in fact, it all happened in a short period of time. Far away, the battle between the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast and the pig demon was still hundreds of billions of kilometers away. Their cultivation levels were equal, with both of them being powerful existences at the 4th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. In a battle at this level, any carelessness would instantly result in a disadvantageous situation. Therefore, ever since the battle began, the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast had focused all its attention on the pig demon. It did not care about anything else, nor did it have the time to care about anything else. Now, with the fall of the blood-winged beast, especially the roar of unwillingness before he was killed, the old pig spirit and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast in the void hundreds of millions of miles away, who were concentrating all their attention on the fierce battle, immediately noticed the situation of the battle here. Awoo, with just a probe with his perception, the pig demon understood everything. He raised his head and let out a shocking roar. It was filled with joy and smugness. While the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast turned around and saw that all the battles in the void had come to an end. Not only did the 20 ferocious beast mighty figures and desolate supremacy all perish, even the blood-winged beast was the same. Even the netherworld furnace was gone. Such a result was unexpected to him. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast trembled and let out a roar filled with endless horror. Devour the treasured devouring body and the emperor beast exchanged a look. Without any hesitation, they shook their shoulders and turned into 2 beams of light, shooting forward. This was clearly the rhythm of joining forces with the pig demon to kill the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast. Screech. In a short period of time, the blood-winged beast had died and the netherworld furnace had disappeared. Such a result was unexpected to the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast. His body trembled as he raised his head and let out a roar filled with endless horror. Seeing this scene, the treasured devouring body and the emperor beast exchanged a look. Without any hesitation, they shook their shoulders and turned into 2 beams of light, shooting forward. Look, this posture was clearly the rhythm of joining forces with the pig demon to kill the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast. In such a dangerous situation, the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast couldn't handle it alone. If there were no accidents, the final result of its death was almost certain. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast's cultivation level was at the 4th level of the heavenly Tao realm. While among the 3 experts who were about to surround him, the pig demon was in existence at the 4th level of the heavenly Tao realm. Previously, he had been evenly matched with the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast and was not the slightest bit weaker. In addition, although the treasured devouring body had just broken through to the 1st level of the heavenly Tao realm, his true combat strength was also comparable to the 4th level of the heavenly Tao realm. In addition to the Emperor Beast, although it was only at the 2nd level of the heavenly Tao realm, it could fight a 3rd level heavenly Tao head-on without being at a disadvantage. With the 3 of them joining forces and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast having lost all will to fight, the result was obvious. In fact, the situation he was facing now was clearly far from this crisis. Whoosh! Whoosh! Walala! His figure transformed into 2 beams of light that shot out. The treasured devouring body's eyes flashed coldly as he waved his hand. A few moments later, at the same time, a blood-black beam shot out from the treasured devouring body's hand and expanded with the wind. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a blood-black cauldron as huge as a star. It was the netherworld furnace. Netherworld furnace? That's impossible. How did you refine it? The netherworld cauldron flew across the sky, blocking the right side of the void. In the other three directions, the old pig spirit, the emperor beast, and the devouring treasured body were all in place. In an instant, the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast, who was surrounded from all sides, cried out in alarm. Previously, when he didn't see the netherworld furnace, he thought that it had temporarily left the place. Now that he suddenly saw it being summoned by the treasured devouring body, he finally realized what had happened. Although the netherworld furnace's furnace spirit's combat strength was only comparable to the first stage of the heavenly Tao realm, it was a primordial treasure at the level of an era. It was forged with a mysterious and powerful metal, and it was personally forged by the primeval Heaven's Eye. Ordinary heavenly Tao realm experts, even those at the late stage of the heavenly Tao realm at the 7th or 8th stage, as long as their cultivation level wasn't stronger than the primeval Heaven's Eye, it was impossible for them to erase the primeval Heaven's Eye's brand and forcibly refine the netherworld furnace. However, everything was in front of him. Although the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast couldn't figure out how the treasured devouring body did it, the facts in front of him couldn't be ignored. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the expression on his face changed drastically again. His body trembled violently as his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Only just facing the pig demon, the treasured devouring body, and the emperor beast was already extremely worrisome. There was basically no chance of survival. If now, with the addition of the strange netherworld furnace, it was like adding oil to the fire, adding frost to snow, facing such a situation, he naturally couldn't have any desire to fight. No, with some hesitation, a dark glint flashed in his eyes. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast immediately pushed the strength in his body to the limits. He was about to immediately teleport and escape. Although he didn't know if he could succeed under such circumstances, he had to at least give it a try. Walala. A deep buzzing sound rang out, accompanied by the clattering of chains that shook the heavens. At this moment, the netherworld cauldron moved. The entire cauldron that was as huge as a star trembled slightly. The 10,000 rune chains on the cauldron's exterior instantly soared into the sky, interweaving into a mysterious pattern in the air. An invisible pressure spread out, forming some kind of mysterious domain that sealed off the void within a radius of 100 billion miles. Only just the sealing force formed by the netherworld cauldron's domain was clearly unable to stop the forced teleportation of a mid-stage heavenly Tao realm expert. But at that moment, pig spirit, the devouring treasure body, and the empyrean beast's suppressive auras emanated, augmenting the sealing force in a formless manner. Instantly, it reinforced the sealing force, making it impregnable. Roar! The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast roared at the sky. His voice was extremely shrill and filled with endless indignation. He had tried using all his strength, but the void within 100 billion kilometers was completely sealed. Unless his cultivation level reached the late stage of the heavenly Tao realm's 7th stage, there was no way he could tear apart the invisible sealing force. In other words, he was now completely trapped. Teleportation was ineffective, so there was no way for him to escape. No matter what happened next, he could only grit his teeth and endure it. As for whether he could withstand it, that was another matter. Roar, awoo! At that moment, the emperor beast and the pig demon moved. They raised their heads and roared as they charged at the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast. Emperor Beast the Beast continued punching out with his right arm that was like a pillar that held up the sky. The void along the way rapidly collapsed. It was obvious how terrifying his strength was. Swish! At the same time, the huge mantis wings on its back slowly flapped, causing ripples to appear in the air as a dazzling sharpness spread out invisibly. The old pig spirit was still the same as before. His 60 million miles long body stood up like a human, and his pair of huge black hooves were waving in the air. He looked so agile that it was hard to tell which of his hooves was the real attack. The devouring treasured body did not stop. With a flash of cold light in his eyes, his entire body disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already beside the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast. The latter's body was too huge. Like the pig demon, it was 60 million kilometers long. Compared to it, the devouring treasured body's human form was insignificant. It was clearly the difference between a star and a speck of dust. It was too inconspicuous. Here at this time, his figure silently appeared, and the aura in his body was completely concealed. The place where he suddenly appeared was in the jade-eyed golden-eyed beast's blind spot, so the moment he appeared, he was not discovered by the other party at all. While at this critical moment, the devouring treasured body's eyes seemed to flash with a faint light. He clenched his right hand into a fist and lightly punched below the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast's left rib. In an instant, the devouring treasured body's right fist burst out with a blazing blood light. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast finally sensed his position, but it was too late. The former's right fist burst out with a blazing blood light directly entered his body. It was unknown what kind of strange power was unleashed, but the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast's originally extremely clear huge eyes fell into confusion in an instant. Boom! Boom! Bang! At this moment, a loud noise shook the sky. The Emperor Beast's fist directly smashed into the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast's back. The sound of bones cracking rang out, causing him to open his mouth and spit out a rain of arrows. Blood splattered in the void. As the devouring treasured body made his move, he quietly punched below the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast's left rib. The blazing blood light burst out of his right fist directly entered the former's body. It was unknown what kind of strange power this blazing blood light had unleashed. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast's originally extremely clear huge eyes fell into confusion in an instant. Boom! 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 A loud explosion suddenly erupted in the sky. The Emperor Beast's fist directly smashed into the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast's back. The sound of bones cracking rang out, causing him to open his mouth and spit out a rain of arrows. Blood splattered in the void. He did not die. He didn't fall, but his attacks didn't end there either. Bang! 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 Crack! Crack! Without waiting for the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast to regain his senses, the pig spirit, who was walking on two legs, used his huge black hooves to strike his head. It wasn't just one strike, but one strike after another. It was like the beating of a drum. The pig spirit was clearly ruthless. His huge black hooves were the toughest part of his body. Now that they were being waved around like the wind, it was impossible to see their shadows. It was a dazzling sight. It directly increased the strength of his hooves, and when he struck down in a concentrated manner, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast's head cracked open as a dazzling light bloomed from within. After all, he was a powerful existence at the heavenly Tao realm. His sea of consciousness was like a blazing sun, blinding and dazzling. Whoosh! 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 Amidst the clanging of the chains that covered the sky and earth, the enormous netherworld cauldron that was like a star swung the 10,000 rune chains on the outer walls of the cauldron down from the sky. It was like a giant seal that fiercely smashed onto the back of the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast's head. Whoosh! If it was in its peak condition, it would have been fine. But now, the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast was on the verge of death. Its entire head was cracked, and a corner of its blazing knowledge sea was exposed. Its consciousness had long since fallen into chaos. How could it have the consciousness to mobilize the energy in its body to defend itself? Whoosh! With a single blow, an earth-shattering boom rang out. Without any suspense, the huge body of the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast, which was 50 to 60 million miles long, instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist that spread out. Whoosh! 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 The monarch beast and the treasured devourer body turned around and charged toward the green-eyed golden-eyed beast. It had only been less than 10 breaths since the green-eyed golden-eyed beast's body exploded into a cloud of blood mist and was compressed into a blood bead by the treasured devourer body. Whoosh! 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 Division. Other than that, there was also the primordial supreme treasure, the netherworld furnace, the 20 great beasts, and the desolate sovereign. Now, this small elite team from the primordial forbidden grounds had been completely annihilated without exception. It could be said that they had been completely annihilated, and it was an extremely miserable sight. Originally, the netherworld cauldron was a supreme treasure of the primordial era personally crafted by the primeval heaven's eye. So the primeval heaven's eye should have sensed something when the runes on the huge millstone inside the cauldron were devoured and refined. But in reality, that wasn't the case. Otherwise, he would have torn through space and descended here a long time ago. Now that the battle was over, the fact that the primeval heaven's eye had yet to appear could only mean one thing. The fact that the primeval heaven's eye was completely oblivious to the fact that the netherworld furnace had been taken away meant that it was impossible for it to know what had happened in the forbidden area of the magic hall. Son of, on one hand, it was because the primeval heaven's eye was too far away from this place. But more importantly, it was because the treasured body of Devour had a strange method of devouring the countless runes on the huge millstone inside the netherworld furnace. It was related to the unique bloodline of the treasured body of Devour. In addition, the headless infant corpse had taken the opportunity to leave a blood-colored brand inside the netherworld furnace to conceal the secrets of heaven. Naturally, it had successfully escaped the detection of the primeval Heaven's Eye. Otherwise, no matter how far away he was from the forbidden area of the magic hall, once he sensed that the netherworld furnace was being refined, the primeval Heaven's Eye would definitely rush over in a rage. As such, if he arrived at the forbidden area of the magic hall before the treasured body of Devour succeeded, the former's refinement process would be affected. Whether or not it would succeed in the end was really a different matter altogether. All of these were just ifs. In the face of established facts, the so-called ifs would always be pale and powerless. All of these were impossible to exist. The truth in front of him was that everything had come to an end. The invasion of the forbidden area of the Great Desolation had ended tragically. The primeval Heaven's Eye's plan to surround the netherworld furnace and attack the reinforcements had also completely failed. Oh, a bunch of useless chickens and pottery dogs dare to behave atrociously in the forbidden area of the magic hall? Don't they know that the magic hall's pig tyrant is here? They're really courting death. At this moment, as the battle ended, the old pig tyrant raised his head and let out an earth-shattering howl. It was filled with boundless arrogance and disdain. The entire forbidden area of the magic hall could hear it clearly. At this moment, no one knew what the countless experts of the 6 great armies and the large number of abandoned stars in the demon hall's forbidden grounds were thinking. However, after devouring the precious bodies and the emperor beasts, including the 20 ferocious beast almighties and the desolate sovereign, the 4 great heavenly kings who were watching the battle from afar in the void seemed to be too lazy to care. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a faint sound of breaking through the air rang out. The 4 great heavenly kings moved at the same time. Their incomparably huge bodies transformed into 4 faint rays of light. In the blink of an eye, they shot over and entered the body of the Emperor Beast. The Emperor Beast didn't stop for a moment. It immediately shrunk its body and with a shake of its shoulders, it entered the giant planet that it was previously guarding. Until, with the treasured body of Devour, a faint light flashed in its eyes. With a wave of its hand, it kept the netherworld furnace into its body. After that, it directly returned to the cavern star in Xianxia, where the Black Palace was located. In a few abandoned planets slightly further away, a fleet of battleships sailed over. They arrived at the void near the planet that was previously destroyed by the netherworld furnace and cleaned up the wreckage of the battleships that were floating in the void. 1. Everything unfolded in an orderly manner. The entire forbidden area of the magic hall had regained its previous tranquility. It was as if everything that happened just now had never happened. In the vast dark void in front of the right bank of the Milky Way, Xiao. A faint sound of breaking through the air rang out, and a ray of light shot out, streaking across the dark void. After a short while, it stopped abruptly hundreds of billions of miles away, and Yixian's figure appeared. In the void not far away, a source nest star could be seen. This was the target of Yixian's arrival this time. Here. After approaching the source nest star, Yixian waved his hand, and 2 rays of light shot out. This time, the figures of Shi and the black-robed desolate sovereign appeared. Counting the time, it had been half a year since he last left the forbidden area of the magic hall. During this half a year, Yixian had not stopped, rushing between the source nest stars that he had encountered and marked with interstellar coordinates. This time, he had brought out nearly 100 of his subordinates, but now, half a year had passed, and more than 30 of his subordinates had successfully entered the source hive stars one after another, stealing the heavens. Every time Lion Wanjin gnawed out a small hole in the invisible barrier of a nesting planet, there would be a rumbling sound of thunder coming from the dark void within 100 billion miles of the nesting planet, and each time it was louder than the previous one, it would be louder and louder. But, until now, there were still no other unforeseen events. He was already familiar with the road, so there was no need for him to waste his breath. After his figure appeared, Yixian suddenly waved his hand. A ray of light shot out, rushing towards the source nest star in front of him. An incomparably deep buzzing sound rang out, and this ray of light shot out, abruptly stopping 10 million miles above the source nest star that was hundreds of millions of miles away. Gaze. The familiar scene in the line appeared again. It was a layer of hazy barrier that was about 1,000 feet long. Shirwanjin's eyes flashed with anticipation, and with a shake of his shoulders, his entire body instantly turned into a ray of light and shot out. When he arrived in front of this barrier membrane, he first took a deep breath, and then as if he was eating, he bent down and gnawed on it. This time, it only took an hour and a half to finish. A small hole was gnawed out of the barrier membrane in front of him, and an incomparably pure energy aura was emitted from it. How is it? Are you confident? Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light as he turned to look at the black-robed desolate sovereign. Basically, the chaos demon gods born from the source hive star all have blazing and powerful qi and blood. Astral ferocious beasts are more suitable. This was clearly a reminder to the black-robed desolate supremacy that he was a remnant of the primordial era. Compared to the ferocious beasts of the starry skies, his flesh and blood did not have an advantage. It was best to consider carefully, or once heaven stealing failed, the final outcome would be unpredictable. This is a great opportunity, and I am willing to risk my life for it. I hope we can meet again in the future. Xiao. The black-robed desolate sovereign was already prepared. When he heard this, a dim light flashed in his eyes. When the voice of the divine sense was transmitted, his figure had already shot out. In the blink of an eye, he entered the small hole and disappeared into the source hive star. Buzz, a low humming sound sounded at the same time. As the black-robed desolate supremacy rushed in, the fingernail-sized hole that had just appeared instantly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was instantly restored to its original state. Boom. Rumble, 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 almost at the same moment, at the end of the dark void in the extreme distance, as expected, there was a muffled sound of thunder. It lasted for about 3 breaths, and then it strangely stopped again. Hung. 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 Although there was no so-called will of the heavenly Tao in the Meng void, its level was still far above that of the great desolate world. This, not only did Yi Xian steal the heavens once or twice, it was fine. For example, when he first sent Shui Ben, Mosquito Butcher, and the Emperor's Seal Thunder Spirit into a source hive star 3 times, there was no abnormal reaction. But later on, when he did the same thing many times, the power of the primordial void's operation law had a reaction, and the rumbling sound of thunder was actually the power of the primordial void's operation law, carrying out a kind of warning. However, perhaps because he had heard too much recently, not only did Yi Xian not have any reaction, but even Shirwanjin had a look of indifference. His eyes even revealed a look of satisfaction and enjoyment. In the past half a year, he had gnawed on more than 30 source hive stars, close to 40. Although he only gnawed on a bit the size of a soybean each time, they were all the purest primordial chaos power of different attributes. Short in just half a year, Shirwanjin's cultivation had already broken through, smoothly stepping into the first level of the heavenly Tao realm. 10 days ago, under Yi Xian's protection, he had successfully passed his heavenly Tao lightning tribulation. Such a terrifying speed was absolutely unimaginable in the past. It was all because he had gnawed on the invisible barrier of the source hive stars in the past half a year. Therefore, Shirwanjin was already very happy with this matter. Swish, with a wave of his hand, Yi Xian kept Shirwanjin into his body, and then rushed to the next source hive star without stopping. In an instant, he disappeared into the dark void at the end of his vision. Similarly, on the right bank of the Milky Way, in a dark void about 500 billion kilometers away from the edge of the Magic Hall's forbidden grounds, 2 figures walked out of the void and appeared. The 2 figures were none other than Longjing and Primeval Heaven's Eye, who had transformed into the form of an elder. They had rushed to the right bank from the left bank of the Milky Way 2 days ago, but they did not approach the Magic Hall's forbidden grounds. Instead, they lay in wait in the void 500 billion kilometers away, waiting for news of the Magic Hall's forbidden grounds to arrive. Hung the desolate Heaven Path's green-eyed eyes plan was to surround the enemy and attack the reinforcements. This, from his point of view, with the blood-winged tiger, the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast, and the netherworld cauldron leading the 20 ferocious beasts and the desolate supremacy, the desolate wilderness forbidden grounds, which only had a desolate supremacy at the peak of the 9th stage, was definitely not their match. The moment this elite team from the desolate wilderness forbidden grounds arrived at the Magic Hall's forbidden grounds, they instantly crushed them, causing the entire magic hall's forbidden grounds to fall into complete chaos. Once the news came out, they would lay in wait in the parallel void and pay close attention to everything here, guarding the main path, and waiting for the master of the magic hall, Xianxia, to return in a hurry. Then, one in the light and one in the dark, they would set up an ambush to capture and kill. However, after arriving here, they had waited for 2 full days, but there was still no news from the forbidden grounds of the magic hall 500 billion kilometers away in the void. It was as if nothing unexpected had happened. Calculating the time, the blood-winged tiger and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast should have arrived at the magic hall's forbidden grounds 4 or 5 days ago, and they had already entered the inner void of the magic hall's forbidden grounds for a few days. No matter what, this should not be the case. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, even the green-robed elder transformed by primeval heavens, I had a hint of suspicion in his eyes. And, not far away, the red-robed elder transformed by Longjing furrowed his brows. At this time, he finally could not help but turn to Tiandao's green eye and say in a muffled voice, "Fellow Daoist green eye, that elite team of yours seems to be a little unreliable." After waiting for 2 full days, there was no movement in the forbidden grounds of the demon hall 500 billion kilometers away. Even the green-robed old man, who was the incarnation of the primordial heavenly Dao's green eyes, had a suspicious look in his eyes. Thus, not far away, the red-robed elder transformed by Longjing furrowed his brows. At this time, he finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He turned to look at heavenly Dao's green eyes and said with dissatisfaction in his tone, "Fellow Daoist green eyes, that elite team of yours doesn't seem to be very reliable. They must have encountered something on the way here, and were unexpectedly delayed." A hint of embarrassment appeared on Primeval Heaven's Eye's face as he casually replied. In his opinion, this was obviously the only explanation. From the forbidden grounds in the middle section of the left bank of the Milky Way had to first rush to the end of the left bank of the Milky Way and circle to the right bank of the Milky Way through the endless dark void before heading to the forbidden grounds of the Magic Hall. However, even if a heavenly Dao realm existence were to rush over at full speed, it would still take about a month or so. In addition, along the way, one would need to pass through many forbidden grounds and remnant star regions. The left bank of the Milky Way was fine, but all the forbidden grounds and remnant star regions on the right bank of the Milky Way were incomparable to the left bank. However, any forbidden ground or remnant star region on the left bank of the Milky Way was definitely not simple. Including Primeval Heaven's Eye, which had a total of 11 heavenly Dao realm existences presiding over it, none of them could be ranked in the top 10. They could only be ranked in the 40s or 50s. From this, it could be seen, under such circumstances, it was understandable that the sanguine-winged tiger and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast would encounter some accidents along the way as they rushed over from the middle section of the left bank of the Milky Way. However, Primeval Heavens, I was not worried about their safety. After all, the forbidden grounds were not weak. Furthermore, the Netherworld Cauldron was an extraordinary primordial treasure. If they were no match for it, it was not a problem for them to tear through the void and escape with the sanguine-winged tiger and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast. As for the possibility that they had arrived at the Magic Hall's forbidden ground 500 billion kilometers away, Primeval Heavens, I had never considered it. Even Longjing did not think so. This was because it was absolutely impossible. With the Netherworld Cauldron, the sanguine-winged tiger, and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast around, if they had already arrived at the Magic Hall's forbidden ground, there would definitely be chaos there. How could it be so calm? But then again, since the sanguine-winged tiger and company had been delayed along the way, it was hard to tell if they would be able to rush over in a short period of time. As such, they naturally could not wait foolishly like they had for the past 2 days. Then, why not turn around and head to the Magic Hall's forbidden ground and make a move personally? However, that would only cause the master of the Magic Hall, Xianxia, to be vigilant. Rather than that, it was better to go in the dark and search for traces of him in the endless dark void in front of the right bank. If it was any other time, this would naturally be impossible. The dark void in front of the right bank was too vast. Blindly searching without any clues or guidance was simply asking for trouble. However, in fact, this was not a problem at all. Because as long as the master of the Magic Hall, Xianxia, made a move to steal the heavens, the nearby void would definitely rumble with the sound of thunder. This was a warning from the primordial chaos. For primeval heavens Ian Long Jing, this kind of rumbling thunder that appeared out of nowhere was also a guide to roughly determine the location of the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian. After making the decision, primeval heavens Ian Long Jing did not hesitate any longer. They immediately set off, shooting towards the endless dark void in front of the right bank of the Milky Way. The two of them had transformed into the form of survivors. Their bodies were very small, and even their cultivation auras were concealed, making them extremely inconspicuous. First it was agreed that they would go in the dark and in the light. This way, if they were to find the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, it would be easier for them to lower their guard. Therefore, at this moment, not only did the dragon whale conceal the aura in its body, it even concealed its figure. He was a powerful existence at the 8th level of the heavenly Dao realm, and he wasn't far from the peak of the 9th level of the heavenly Dao realm. If he deliberately concealed his figure and restrained his aura, even Yi Xian wouldn't be able to detect it if he didn't carefully investigate. As for primeval heaven's eye, he only concealed his cultivation aura to prevent it from spreading and being detected by the other party from too far away. The entire primordial chaos void was just too vast. The Milky Way stellar domain only occupied a corner of the primordial chaos void. Even though Longjing and primeval heavens eye were powerful existences at the 8th level of the heavenly Dao realm, they were extremely fast and had been constantly searching. It could be said that they did not stop for a moment. After more than half a month, they still weren't able to find Yi Xian's whereabouts. They didn't even hear the rumbling of thunder in the air. Clearly, it was because they were too far away from Yi Xian. This was because, according to accurate intelligence, Yi Xian would send a subordinate to a nesting planet every 3 to 5 days. Although primeval heavens Ai and Longjing did not know how Yi Xian found a nesting planet every 3 to 5 days, they were certain that Yi Xian would not stop so easily. In fact, over the past half a month, they had been searching aimlessly. They had encountered 2 or 3 nesting planets in the vast and endless dark void. However, as they did not have Yi Xian's means, they were unable to break through the invisible barrier that enveloped the nesting planets. It could be said that it was useless even if they encountered it. Therefore, they ignored it completely. Rumble. Just as the two of them were getting impatient, a rumbling thunder suddenly sounded from the void on their right. It wasn't loud, indicating that it was still extremely far away. However, at the very least, it meant that Yi Xian was in that direction. The green eyes of the primordial heavenly Dao and the eyes of the dragon whale burst forth with light. Their minds shook, and they didn't hesitate any longer. They instantly pushed the power in their bodies to the limit, and with one bright and one dark, they rushed in the direction of the rumbling sound. Black in the dark void, a single source nest star stood silently in the void. Distance about 5 billion kilometers away from the nesting planet, a figure could be seen. It was none other than Yi Xian. He had just arrived. At that moment, he suddenly waved his hand and shot out a beam of light towards the nesting planet in front of him. Next, in an instant, there was a low buzzing sound, and a hazy barrier of about 1,000 meters appeared above the nesting planet 10 billion kilometers away. Lion Wanjin's entire figure instantly turned into a beam of light and blasted away. He reached the barrier and leaned down to bite it. A small hole was gnawed out of the barrier in front of him, and the energy within it was incomparably pure. Immediately after, a ray of light shot out from Yi Xian's side and disappeared into the depths of the source nest star. Rumble. A thunderous sound immediately came from the end of the dark void on the right. Yi Xian didn't intend to pay attention to it at first. However, this time, he seemed to have sensed something suddenly. A faint light flashed in his eyes as he exclaimed softly. He subconsciously turned to the dark void behind him. Xiao. As Yi Xian turned around, a faint sound of breaking through the air could be heard from the extreme distance of the dark void behind him. The figure of a remnant expert wearing a green robe appeared, and he was currently rushing over to this side with extreme speed. This remnant powerhouse was very unfamiliar. Yi Xian had never seen him before, but the cultivation aura emitted from his body was not weak. Like Yi Xian, he had reached the 8th level of the Heavenly Path realm. He was not far from the peak of the 9th level of the Heavenly Path realm. No, for some reason, the moment he saw this person from afar, Yi Xian felt a sense of foreboding in his heart. He felt like he had encountered a lifelong enemy. Under suspicion, he took a deep look at the other party, then he no longer hesitated. He directly activated the perfect vibration of mental power secret technique, channeled the power in his body, and teleported away. If he teleported directly, there would definitely be fluctuations in the void. Unless Xian activated the interstellar coordinate jumping ability attached to the system in his body, this remnant powerhouse of the 8th level, who had the same cultivation strength as him, would definitely be able to follow the void fluctuations caused by the teleportation and find his whereabouts. But now, he first activated the perfect vibration of mental power secret technique to hide his body and all his aura. Then, after he flew away, he quietly teleported away. Naturally, there was no trace to follow. Orsusho was stronger than him. He had reached the peak of the 9th level of the Heavenly Path realm. He could more or less catch a trace of it, but this remnant powerhouse of the 8th level, who had the same cultivation strength as him, was absolutely impossible. Therefore, Yi Xian did not take this matter to heart at all. After leaving quietly, he rushed to the next source nest star marked with the interstellar coordinates in his memory, Xiao, Roar. After a while, a ray of light shot over. It was Primeval Heaven's Eye. As soon as his figure appeared, he immediately raised his head and let out a shocking roar. After more than half a month, he finally found the other party with great difficulty. He even saw Yi Xian's figure in the distance in the void, but in the end, he still let the other party escape again. And, moreover, not a single trace was left behind in the void, so there was simply no way to trace it. Next, it was likely that it could only be like before, like a headless fly, searching everywhere in this vast and boundless dark void. Boom! In extreme anger, the unwilling Primeval Heaven's Eye suddenly waved his hand and punched toward the source nest star in front of him. Within this source nest, it was obvious that Yi Xian had just sent a subordinate under his command and had already successfully stolen the heavens. If he could destroy it, he could at least solve the problem of the heart's eye. Buzz. With the violent power of his punch, there was an incomparably low buzzing sound in front of him, and a layer of translucent membrane barrier appeared. It seemed thin, but under the bombardment of his terrifying punch, not even the slightest ripple was aroused. Damn it! It's too tough. It's condensed from the laws of the primordial chaos. My full-strength punch was unable to shake it in the slightest. How did that damnable bastard send his subordinates in? With such a result, the corner of the eyes of the green-robed expert transformed by Primeval Heaven's Eye twitched, and he roared in exasperation. He was originally the will of the heavenly way of a large world. He had no emotions, was high above, and looked down on all living beings. Basically, there would not be such a moment of anger. However, things were different now. The untainted wilderness world had long been swallowed up by the endless turbulence of the void. He was no longer the so-called incarnation of the heavenly Tao of a large world. In this primordial chaos void, he was merely an even more powerful starry sky expert. This change in state of mind had imperceptibly made his temperament more humane, and he was no longer as cold and arrogant as the heavenly way of the heavenly way. Of course, encountering Yi Xian, a supreme evildoer who gave people a headache, and suffering in the hands of him time and time again was also one of the reasons. You can't blast it open. At this time, although the figure of Long Jing did not appear, and his aura was not obvious, but his voice was heard, but the scene just now at least proves that the information is true. That guy does have the mysterious means to send his subordinates into the source nest star. Moreover, since we have found him just now, then we only need to search in the surroundings. His next target is definitely nearby, and it is impossible for him to ignore what is close at hand. What we need to do is to get as close as possible before he escapes next time. Only then can you find an opportunity to attack and restrain him so that he can't leave. As for the rest, leave it to me to wait for the right opportunity. When he spoke up to hear, Long Jing's voice paused for a moment, and then he spoke once more. His tone clearly revealed a wisp of gratification. Moreover, even though he escaped this time, based on his reaction when he turned around and saw you from afar, he clearly didn't recognize you. This is a pleasant surprise. Why don't you think about it carefully and see if there is any value in using it? Yes, that guy did not recognize me just now. Reminded by Long Jing, Primeval Heaven's Eye immediately reacted, and frowned as he muttered softly, this is indeed something that can be used. Soon, he seemed to have made a decision. Without hesitation, his figure flashed, and he immediately rushed to the dark void in the distance to the left. Dragon Long Jing's figure did not appear, and his aura was not obvious either, but he was like a shadow, following primeval heaven's eye closely. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. More than 100 days and nights, to the experts of the starry sky, especially to the late stage of the heavenly path realm like primeval heaven's eye and Long Jing, who were not far from the peak of the heavenly path great perfection of the ninth stage. It was no different from the blink of an eye. But that was only normal. Until, over the past year, be it primeval heaven's eye or Long Jing, they had a feeling of physical and mental exhaustion. Over the past year, they had not stopped for a moment, and had been running for their lives in the vast and endless dark void in front of the right bank of the Milky Way, since they first saw Xianxia a year ago from a distance of billions of miles in the distant void. They had gritted their teeth and persevered, searching everywhere. After careful calculation, they had seen Xianxia 6 times, both near and far. Until they did not see him, but heard the rumbling of thunder. They rushed over but missed the number of times, as many as a dozen times, but even so, primeval heaven's eye still failed to find an opportunity to take action. The closest they had been to Xianxia was 400 billion kilometers away. Although as a powerful existence at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, they could deliver a punch from such a great distance, it was clearly meaningless. This matter in fact, the subsequent few times, primeval heaven's eye had transmitted a voice transmission from a great distance away, expressing its goodwill, hoping to have a chat with Xianxia. However, the other party did not buy it. This matter, under such circumstances, it was even worse for them to suddenly take action before they even met at close range. If they had known that this would happen, they would not have begun. But now, after a year of torment, they were truly unwilling to give up. All they could do was grit their teeth and persevere. Phew. In the dark void, the sound of air tearing sounded as a figure came from afar and came to an abrupt halt. Before 5 billion kilometers away, there was a source nest planet that stood silently in the void. This planet was Xianxia's next target. More than half a year had passed since he first encountered the azure-robed elder with an extremely suspicious background. Over this period of time, Xianxia had exchanged glances with the other party from a great distance. There were even 2 times when the azure-robed elder, whose cultivation level was extraordinary and had reached the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm at the same time as Xianxia at his peak combat strength, took the initiative to transmit a voice transmission while approaching. He expressed his goodwill, hoping to keep Xianxia for a chat. But, strangely, every time he saw the other party, Xianxia would immediately feel a sense of alarm. Furthermore, he had an extremely unpleasant feeling towards the other party, to the point of revulsion. It was precisely because of this that he did not stop at all. He completely ignored the other party and shot a cold glance at him before immediately activating his psyche mystic technique, perfect oscillation. He concealed his body and all his aura before leaving. For more than half a year, he had been traveling through the endless dark void in front of the right bank of the Milky Way without stopping. Every time he arrived at a source nest planet that he had previously marked with an interstellar coordinate, he would send one of his subordinates into the planet to begin heaven pilfering. From the very beginning, Xianxia had sent quite a number of subordinates into the source nest planets. They included the Empyrean Seal Lightning Spirit, Mosquito Butcher, Shui Ben, Elephant Fox Ferret, Ing Tai, Li Mosquito, Flying Centipede, and Old Freak Silver G. There was also the Primordial Porcupine, Primordial Hairy Tortoise, Azure Ox, Yu Linglong, Howling Moon Mastiff, Long Xiong, the Black-Robed Desolate Sovereign, Mingjiu, the Three-Clawed Wyrm, as well as Lang Gang Lai, Ji Jinghong, Jin Haoyan, Jiao Ritian, Medusa, and Lion Badeo. Finally, there were dozens of ancient powerhouses from the Ferocious Beast Army and the Blood Dragon Clan, Green Rock Clan, and Battle Lion Clan. The total number of people was 98. Now, in the first half a year, plus the half a year after meeting the old man in green robe, a total of more than a year had passed. Among these 98 people, all of them had been sent into the source nest planets by him. The only one who was still in the space of the Shenong treasure cauldron in his body was the only ancient powerhouse from the Battle Lion clan. To send this ancient powerhouse from the Battle Lion clan to the source nest planet 10 billion miles away in the void ahead to carry out heaven pilfering. Xianxia's operation this time could be considered to have been completed successfully. In more than a year's time, including the original Shui Ben, the original Mosquito Butcher, and the Thunder Spirit of the Emperor's Seal, the number of subordinates that Xian sent to the origin nest star had reached 98. Matter in fact, if his power clone and the Mad Mosquito Emperor's true body that entered a source nest planet before him to carry out heaven pilfering, the number of existences that Xian's camp had entered the source nest planet to breed had reached 100. Entire in the boundless primordial chaos void, there were only 3,000 chaos demon gods born in this era. Xian's camp could occupy 100 of them, which was 1/30th of them. This was already an extremely shocking number. Even when he thought about it, he felt a sense of trepidation. Although he didn't use the heavenly Tao to calculate the limit of heaven pilfering like the primeval heaven's eye, but the number of 98 was already extremely sensitive. 99 was the limit, and Xian had vaguely guessed it. Matter therefore, after this attack, Xian would not continue to take risks. In fact, in the past month or so, every time he sent a subordinate into a source nest planet to carry out heaven pilfering, the thunderous roar of the primordial chaos void would sound like a warning, and it was indeed stronger than before. This kind of situation did not allow him to continue. Whoosh! As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Xian suddenly waved his hand, and a ray of light shot out and rushed towards the source nest planet in front of him. Then, an incomparably low buzzing sound rang out, and a hazy barrier of about 1,000 feet appeared in the sky above the source nest planet 10 billion miles away. Just like before, Xianxia immediately transformed into a ray of light and shot over, crouching down in front of the barrier. Very quickly. Soon, a small hole was gnawed out of the barrier in front of him, and a terrifying energy aura was emitted from it. The mighty figure of the battle lion race, who had been waiting beside Xian, instantly transformed into a ray of light and shot over. Scuttle after entering the source nest planet, he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Rumble, as expected, as soon as all of this was completed, the sound of thunder immediately came from the end of the dark void in the distance. Xian's heart tightened. After confirming that there were no other changes besides the sound of thunder, his heart that was in his throat slowly calmed down. This is the last time. If you continue doing this, something will definitely happen. Turning to look at Xianxia beside him, Xian immediately stared at him when he saw that Xianxia still seemed unsatisfied. Then, he waved his hand and stored him into the Shinong cauldron. This fellow had gnawed at a bean-sized barrier from 98 source nest planets. This was the purest power of the primordial chaos laws. Over the past year, he had advanced from the desolate supremacy realm to the heavenly Tao realm. His harvest was already heaven-defying. After doing all of this, just as Xian was about to leave, he suddenly sensed something. A dark glint flashed in his eyes as he subconsciously turned to look at the dark void behind him. At the end of his line of sight, a figure was approaching. It was none other than the suspicious azure-robed expert who had been chasing after him for more than half a year. Fellow Daoist, please wait. I have no ill intentions. I have something to discuss. At this moment, the azure-robed elder clearly saw Xian's figure. As though worried that he would immediately escape, he sent a voice transmission as he flew over. Fellow Yi? Xian's heart skipped a beat, and an idea flashed through his mind. If it was in the primitive world, there would be many people who knew his true name. However, in this expanse of the primordial world, the outside world merely knew of the ferocious and renowned Starry Sky ferocious ape. This human's identity as a remnant expert was fake, and was caused by an incarnation. This at the next moment, Xian's eyes swept over the green robe on the other side, and he suddenly understood. Although he had a rough guess, he did not show it on his face. Just like before, he glanced at the other side coldly, and then hid his figure, restrained his aura, and turned around to leave. Originally, Xian didn't plan to attack again, but now, he changed his mind. He had already attacked 98 times, and if nothing unexpected happened, 99 should be the limit. In other words, the next time he stole from the heavens, the power of the laws and the primordial chaos void would definitely react. If so, it would be exactly what he wanted, and he could let the old thing behind him take the thunder. He just did not know if the punishment of the chaos void would be able to directly wipe out the incarnation of the will of the heavenly way. These thoughts flashed through his mind, and Xian's heart instantly palpitated with excitement. This was clearly the rhythm of burying the heavens. 9 was the limit. Previously, Xianxia had already attacked 98 times. Therefore, if he attacked again, there would definitely be a new change in the power of laws circulating in the Grand Mist Void. If there were no accidents, it would most likely be a heavenly punishment like the lightning tribulation. After guessing that the green-robed old man who had been chasing him for half a year was most likely the incarnation of the primeval Heaven's Eye, Xian suddenly had a bold plan in his heart. That was to use the power of the Chaos Void to send the primeval Heaven's Eye to the Western Paradise like burying the heavens. He did not know whether it would succeed, and there was no way to predict it, but there were no benefits and no harm in this matter, so it was completely worth a try. Dang, however, it wasn't completely without risk. Although Xian didn't directly steal from the heavens and gnaw off all of the invisible barriers that enveloped the 98 nests, it was the lion 1,000 gold that was the size of a bean. But according to Xian's estimation, if the power of the Chaos Void really sent down a heavenly punishment, it would definitely not just lock onto Xianxia. It was very likely that it would lock onto a large area of the void, and all the living beings in this area would be wiped out. Therefore, all Xian needed to do was ensure that the green-robed expert that the great desolate heavenly Tao had transformed into entered the heavenly punishment region. According to his estimations, this heavenly punishment region should be within 100 billion kilometers. Now, there was a problem. How to ensure the safety of Xianxia and himself? However, the heavenly punishment zone was bound to be locked down by the primordial chaos nomological forces. If not, what was the point of a heavenly Tao realm expert teleporting away in a short distance of 500 million kilometers? Teleportation was definitely impossible in the heavenly punishment area, but it was still unknown if the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to Xian's system could be activated successfully. If it could be activated, it would naturally be perfect. After the heavenly punishment was activated, he could wave his hand and store Xianxia into the farmer god cauldron's internal space before escaping, leaving primeval Heaven's Eye to withstand the lightning alone. Even if that old thing did not die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. But if the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to Xian's system could not be activated, it would be a little troublesome. Xian pondered for a long time before finally deciding to take the risk. After all, he still had the farmer god cauldron. If he really could not leave, he could just take refuge in the farmer god cauldron. Furthermore, primeval Heaven's Eye was the same as his current peak combat strength. He was only at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Xian had the farmer god cauldron's protection and the Rai seal. Even in a head-on battle against the heavenly punishment, he had the advantage over primeval Heaven's Eye. Besides, he had a strong intuition that this was definitely the best opportunity to cheat the primordial heavenly Tao of the primordial world. Furthermore, the interstellar coordinate jumping ability of the system in his body should not disappoint him. Most of the time, he acted based on his intuition. If he was afraid of the slightest thing, how could he be considered a starry sky expert? What was the point of searching for the supreme great Tao? Brain with these thoughts flashing through his mind, Xian instantly made his final decision. Therefore, after activating the perfect oscillation mystic technique and concealing his body and aura, Xian did not teleport far away. Instead, he silently lay in wait not far away. Xian knew the locations of the nearby nests, but what he needed to confirm now was which direction primeval Heaven's Eye would choose to continue his pursuit. After confirming, Xian would rush over in advance. Then, when he was sure that the other party was approaching, he would let Xianxia take that final bite. Soon, primeval Heaven's Eye was close. When he looked around and saw that Xian was nowhere to be seen, he immediately flew into a rage. After a while, he seemed to calm down. His eyes flickered with a green light as his expression kept changing. He seemed to be transmitting his voice via divine perception. Did he have a helper? Hiding in the dark? Xian's heart stirred as he instantly sneered. No, after a long time, the green-robed old man set off again, shooting toward the right. Tens of billions of kilometers away in this direction, there was indeed a nest star. Xian calculated the time it would take for primeval Heaven's Eye to arrive there. Without hesitation, he immediately teleported again and again, rushing toward the nest star with all his might. Whoosh! After arriving, he directly waved his hand and summoned Xianxia from the space inside the Xianxia cauldron. Xianxia turned into a ray of light and appeared in front of the nest star. Didn't you say it was over? This is the 99th time. Didn't you say that it was very likely that heaven's punishment would descend? When he saw the nest star in front of him, Xianxia was stunned. A look of astonishment appeared on his face, and he looked puzzled. Indeed, it is very likely that heaven's punishment will descend, but this time, what we want is for heaven's punishment to descend. Xian nodded and continued, however, this time, you might have to work a little harder. Keep biting, but you have to bite slowly. Don't bite through the last bite until the target is within 100 billion kilometers. Listen to my instructions and bite through the last bite. After that, he roughly explained that the primeval heavens I would arrive soon and that he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to trap that old thing. One hearing that the primeval heavens I could be attracted, Xianxia's eyes instantly lit up. Although, he said that he was also in danger, but with Yi Xian here, he was completely fearless. Not to mention, this time, not only was it very likely that he would be able to trap the primeval heaven's eye, but at the same time, he could also gnaw on another piece of the invisible barrier that was the size of a soybean. This was of great significance to him. Previously, it was said that 99 was the limit. Including this time, he had eaten 99 soybeans. Each one was condensed from a different law of the primordial chaos. With these 99 soybeans, he would be able to completely refine them after he returned to seclusion. He would definitely be able to improve his lightning poison tribulation physique to another level. Swish, after making up his mind, he immediately took action. Xianxia immediately rushed over to the nesting star in front of him. As an invisible barrier with a radius of 1,000 feet appeared, he immediately gnawed on it, but he didn't intend to bite through it directly. While, he stopped when there was only one bite left, and waited for it to recover a little before continuing, always maintaining a level where he could bite through it in one bite. This time, it was indeed difficult for him, because the primeval heavens I did not arrive until 2.5 hours later, and Xianxia was dawdling for 2 more hours. What? He actually directly gnawed on it with his teeth? Where did this guy come from? Where did he get such good teeth? Billions of miles away, the primeval heavens I suddenly saw this scene and was stunned for a moment before exclaiming softly. Then, without hesitation, he rushed forward, and in just a few breaths, he had already entered the range of 100 billion miles. Following closely behind, the hidden Longjing also did the same. In the next moment, Xianxia took the last bite. Rumble, an earth-shattering rumble sounded. Primeval Heaven was angry. What? He actually directly gnawed on it with his teeth? Where did this guy come from? Where did he get such good teeth? Hundreds of millions of miles away, a beam of light shot over. It was none other than the primeval heaven's eye. When he suddenly saw this scene, his expression froze for a moment before he cried out involuntarily. His voice was filled with shock and horror that couldn't be dispelled. Of course, there was also a pleasant surprise. He never expected that the reason why Yi Xian was able to send his subordinates into the nests one by one was using such a jaw-dropping method. This existence at the first level of the heavenly Tao realm truly had good teeth. He could even gnaw through the invisible barrier of the nests formed by the pure laws of the primeval heaven's void. This was truly heaven-defying. There was really no one else like him. Therefore, he was pleasantly surprised because he had hit the jackpot this time. Previously, he would rush over after hearing the rumbling thunder, but Yi Xian had already completed stealing the heavens and would immediately escape before he could approach. This time, it was different. It should be a coincidence that he was able to find a dead rat. Before Yi Xian and his subordinates, who had heaven-defying teeth, were able to complete their task, they had unexpectedly met them. Brain. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, the primeval heavens I instantly realized that this was the best opportunity. If he missed it, there would definitely not be another one. Following that, he didn't think too much about it. Without any hesitation, he immediately launched an extremely fast approach. In just a few seconds, he had already entered the range of 50 billion kilometers. Following closely behind, the hidden Longjing did the same. It was also at this moment that a cold glint flashed in Yi Xian's eyes as he secretly gave the order. Xianxia was surprised as he immediately took the last bite. Rumble. A low rumble sounded. A deep buzzing sound sounded, followed by an earth-shattering boom. This time, it wasn't far away, but right above the source hive star. Yi Xian was enlightened. He knew that he had guessed correctly. This was the 99th time he and Shi had attacked. Therefore, with this final bite, a tiny hole was bitten through the invisible barrier that enveloped the primordial chaos star. Primordial chaos was finally enraged, accompanied by buzzing and rumbling sounds. An invisible mystic force instantly enveloped the void. Within a 500-kilometer radius, the void forces were in chaos. This was a sign that teleportation could no longer be used. Roar! At that moment, the Longjing, who had been hiding and converging his aura, appeared from the void under the influence of this invisible force. He had already manifested his bloodline true body, so when he appeared now, he was in his true form. The Longjing was 25 million kilometers in size. The cultivation aura emanating from its body was at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. A water elemental Khanate realm beast? You are, the Longjing on the left bank? Xian had already come into contact with so many Khanate realm beasts. He could count the number of beasts he had killed on his fingers. Naturally, he could instantly identify the Longjing's identity as a water elemental Khanate realm beast from the aura emanating from its body. Furthermore, with the Longjing revealing his true form, Xian was taken aback for a moment before he immediately figured out his origins and background. He was only short of the water essence origins in his second collection of the 5 elemental herbs. Previously, Xian knew that there was a water elemental Khanate realm beast in the Longjing forbidden zone on the left bank. However, as the other party's cultivation level was too high, Xian wasn't confident of killing it in one strike. Therefore, he temporarily put the matter aside and planned on finding trouble with the Longjing in the future. However, he never expected to encounter the other party here today. Furthermore, the Longjing had long colluded with Primeval Heaven's Eye. One of them was in the open while the other was in the shadows. Both of them were in no way weaker than Xian at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. I think this Longjing definitely has some special bloodline divine ability. It's clearly trying to capture and kill Xian. It's no wonder it's been so reluctant to part with him for half a year. Whoosh! As these thoughts flashed through his mind, a cold glint flashed in Xian's eyes. Without another word, he waved his hand and stored Shi into the Shenong treasure cauldron space. Instantly, as Shi loosened his mouth, the soybean-sized hole in the 1,000-foot-long barrier above the nesting planet immediately healed under the influence of the primordial chaos void laws. But, the rumbling thunder and buzzing sound in the void did not disappear. The primordial chaos void's heavenly punishment had already been activated, so it was impossible for it to stop there. Without any hesitation, Xian immediately activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the system in his body. To his great surprise, it was successfully activated this time. Fellow Taoists, enjoy it slowly. I will be leaving first. Whoosh! Xian turned to look at the green eyes of the primordial heavenly Tao and the dragon whale that were rumbling towards him. The corners of his mouth curved into an extremely playful and mocking smile. Whoosh! At the same time, a different buzzing sound rang out. His entire body instantly condensed into a point, and with a flash, it disappeared with a sharp sound. It was no longer visible, and not a single trace was left behind. There was no trace at all. What? This is impossible. At this scene, the figure of the primeval Heaven's Eye, who had rushed 20 billion miles away, stopped abruptly. A pair of green eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He exclaimed, "The void is clearly sealed, and there is no way to teleport at all. What kind of divine ability is this? To think that he could still withdraw and flee. Fellow Taoist Green Eye, don't you think you're a little too much for making one accident after another?" The Longjing was also dumbfounded. His face was as gloomy as water, and he was extremely dissatisfied in his heart. He said bluntly, "It seems that I've really been blind this time. You're just like that elite team of yours. Both of you are unreliable." Boom. Rumble. Just as the Longjing finished speaking, the continuous rumbling of thunder in the sky suddenly became louder. Looking up, there was clearly not a single bit of tribulation cloud, but the sound of thunder could be heard everywhere. In the dark, there was a formless and terrifying destructive force that condensed above the two of them. Its power was so strong and majestic that even the late-stage 8th stage primeval Heaven's Eye and the Longjing immediately felt their scalps go numb and their hearts skip a beat. The desolate heaven past green eye immediately appeared and turned into a huge green eye that was as large as a star. His eyes flashed as he looked at the Long Jing, and the voice of his divine sense sounded, "Fellow Taoist Long Jing, I'm afraid we're really going to be screwed this time. It's clearly not the 99th time yet, but the primordial heavenly punishment has come early. Let's just leave it to fate." After saying that, the huge green eye that was like a star instantly shot to the left. It was clear that he had abandoned the dragon whale and wanted to take advantage of the fact that the heavenly punishment had yet to descend to see if he could escape this situation. Seeing this scene, the Long Jing was so angry that his body trembled. He roared like thunder, "Damn old thing, too shameless, really unreliable, fellow Taoist Long Jing, I'm afraid we're really going to be screwed this time. It's clearly not the 99th time yet, but the primordial heavenly punishment has come early. Let's just leave it to fate." Looking at the Long Jing on the side, as soon as the huge green eye spoke, its figure flickered and blasted to the left. It was clearly abandoning the Long Jing and trying to see if they could escape before the primordial heavenly punishment came. At this moment, his heart was on the verge of breaking down. He had originally calculated that it would be the worst-case scenario, but according to the information he had gathered in the past half a year, Xianxia had only stolen the heavens 70 times. There were still more than 20 chances left. Otherwise, he and the Long Jing didn't need to continue the chase, because it was useless even if they caught up. However, although his calculation was correct, the information he had was not very reliable. The error was as high as 20 times. Of these 20 times, 3 of them were used to help Shui Ben, the mosquito butcher, and the lightning emperor's seal to steal the heavens. However, there were still 20 or so errors, which were completed at the edge of the dark void in front of the right bank of the primordial void. Because it was too far away, even if the rumbling of thunder could be heard, no one could hear it, so it was missed. Thus it was too late to say anything now. The culprit, Xianxia, had already left, leaving him and the Long Jing to carry the lightning. The primeval heavens, I definitely wouldn't do such a thing. Now was not the time to vent his anger. Although the void had been sealed and he couldn't use teleportation, according to his estimates, this sealed void should only be around 100 to 200 billion kilometers. Only if he could rush out of this area before the primordial heavenly punishment and teleport away, he should be able to escape this calamity. Although he knew that his chances were slim. After all, the primordial heavenly punishment was not easy to fool. However, since the primordial heavenly punishment had yet to descend, he couldn't just wait here, could he? While as soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and rushed to the left on his own. He had calculated in his heart that there would be a higher chance of success if they split up. However, in the eyes of the Long Jing, this action was not very pleasing. Look, when he saw that the primeval heavens I didn't say anything, he immediately turned around and fled. The Long Jing was so angry that his body trembled. He roared like thunder, "Damned old thing, you're too shameless. None of you in the primordial heavenly punishment are reliable." He was really angry. When the primeval heavens I had found him, they had talked about it well. The plan could be said to be very thorough. Furthermore, the primeval heavens I had said that he only needed to hide in the dark and wait for an opportunity to make a move. Until on the surface, he would fight with the master of the magic hall, Xianxia, to create an opportunity. This could be said to be awe-inspiring righteousness. If not, the Long Jing would not have nodded so easily and agreed to join forces with an unfamiliar expert of the same level. However, but what happened next was obviously not the case. No. Whether it was the incarnation of the will of the heavenly Tao, the primeval heaven's eye, or his subordinates, in short, this group of people who came out of the primordial heavenly punishment world were all unreliable. First, after arriving at the forbidden area of the magic hall, he waited and waited, but the so-called elite team that he had arranged did not appear. There was simply no one who could drag a bottle of oil into the basket for such a big matter. Then, he followed the primeval heaven's eye and wandered in the dark void in front of the right bank of the Milky Way like a headless fly for more than half a year. It was not easy for him to finally catch the master of the magic hall at a close distance and have a chance to make a move. However, in the end, the result was that he accidentally fell into a trap and was tricked by others. And the responsibility for this result was obviously all on the head of the primeval heaven's eye. He had been paying attention to this matter all along. From the time he found the Long Jing, he had been paying close attention to the strange movements in the dark void in front of the right bank of the Milky Way and recorded them one by one. He even used the heavenly Tao divination secret technique to make a deduction and came up with a 99% result, but now, according to his deduction and all the information he had before and after the operation, the heavenly punishment of the primordial heavenly punishment world was clearly far from descending. There were at least 20 chances to steal the heavens, but all of this had already happened. Whether the result of the 99% result was wrong or the information collected before and after the operation was wrong, all of this was the responsibility of the primeval heaven's eye. Now that they were out of the great dualoozy, it was naturally his responsibility. However, this guy poked the great dualoozy. Not only did he not say a single word of apology, he actually turned around and fled. This was clearly the rhythm of leaving himself behind to take the thunder and buy some time for him. How could it be just unreliable? It's simply shameless. Roar. Green's eye, you old fogey, for today's matter. This supremacy is not done with you. These thoughts flashed through Longjing's mind as he felt his chest tighten. He was so angry that he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he also knew that now wasn't the time to delve into all of this. Danger was about to descend, so it was best to escape first. Anger as he roared, he immediately turned around and fled in the opposite direction. He had made up his mind to be the same as the green eyes of the way of the heavens in the untainted land. As long as he rushed out of this invisible sealed area of 100 to 200 billion kilometers, he could instantly teleport away and escape this calamity. But, a distance of 1 to 200 billion kilometers was just a matter of 2 to 3 seconds for heavenly Tao realm experts, especially terrifying existences at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. What he and the primeval heavens I were competing for was the time difference. Whoever escaped first would be able to successfully restrain the primordial chaos void's heavenly punishment. As such, the chances of escaping this calamity would be much higher. No, needless to say, the two old fogies' cultivation levels were indeed extraordinary. Furthermore, with a life and death crisis looming, they no longer held back. The energy in their bodies was pushed to the limit, and in less than a second, they had already rushed to the edge of the sealed void. At this speed, they only needed half a second to rush out of the sealed void. When that happened, they could immediately teleport away. Even the primordial chaos void's heavenly punishment couldn't keep chasing after them. Unfortunately, many things were just a hair's breadth away from happening. The two of them were indeed very fast, and they had indeed seen the opportunity very early. However, they ultimately failed to fight for that last half a second. Boom! Rumble, a-woo, just as the two of them reached the edge of the sealed void and were about to cross it, the heavenly punishment of the primordial void finally descended. At that moment, the sound of thunder shook the heavens, but there was no tribulation cloud in the sky, nor was there a single thunderbolt, nor was there a single bolt of tribulation lightning. Everything was like an illusion. It didn't seem to exist on the surface, but in fact, there were two invisible and terrifying forces that instantly blasted the primeval heavens I and Longjing, who were fleeing in different directions. Ching in an instant, the two old fellows were charred on the outside and tender on the inside. Their shrill cries shook the heavens. Boom! Rumble, a-woo, at that moment, accompanied by the thunderous roar, although there was no tribulation cloud in the sky, no thunderbolt, and no bolt of tribulation lightning, there was an extremely terrifying force descending, just as the green eye of the heavenly Tao of the untainted land and the dragon whale rushed to the edge of the sealed void and was about to cross the boundary. The heavenly punishment of the primordial void had finally descended. Everything in front of him looked like an illusion, as if nothing existed on the surface. But in fact, there were two invisible terrifying forces. In an instant, they fiercely bombarded the two old fellows who were fleeing in different directions. In an instant, their huge bodies were charred on the outside and tender on the inside. Shrill and miserable howls entered the ears of the two old fellows. It was too tragic. It was just one strike, and there wasn't even any thunderbolt or tribulation lightning, but the primeval heavens I and Longjing were already half dead. The cultivation aura that emanated from their bodies instantly dropped by half. This was clearly a sign that they were seriously injured. It was indeed the heavenly punishment of the primordial void. It was invisible, but its power was extremely terrifying. Even the mutated heavenly Tao lightning tribulation from the devouring treasure body was far from this power. This, the heavenly punishment's power, had most likely risen to a higher level. It was a power above the heavenly Tao realm. If not, it wouldn't have been able to reduce the primeval heavens I and Longjing to such a state with just one strike. He knew that they were all late-stage existences at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. They were not far from the peak heavenly Tao realm at the 9th stage of perfection. Roar. Screech. As this wave of heavenly punishment fell, the primeval heavens I and the dragon whale finally rushed out of the edge of the sealed void with the help of this terrifying force. After feeling that the void around them suddenly loosened, the two old men's eyes instantly burst out with surprise. Without the slightest hesitation, they raised their heads and let out a shocking roar and a ruthless howl. In an instant, they fully activated the power that had fallen into decline in their bodies. He, they were really scared now. That attack just now came out of nowhere and there was no way to dodge it. Namely, no matter how powerful the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation was, one could at least see the trajectory of the lightning bolts and tribulation lightning bolts. At the very least, one could sense the terrifying power crashing down. However, the primordial heavenly punishment that had struck them did not leave a single trace behind. They did not sense anything at all before it struck them. They merely felt as if they had been locked onto by a mysterious force. Furthermore, what was even more serious was that the heavenly punishment's power was just too terrifying. Only after it struck them did they truly sense its might. It was definitely a terrifying force that exceeded the heavenly Tao realm. Although it was shocking, on careful thought, it was to be expected. The primordial chaos void's level far exceeded great worlds like the primordial wilderness. The heavenly Tao wills of existences like the primordial wilderness great world were instantly reduced to the level of ordinary heavenly Tao realm experts in the primordial chaos void. Compared to other cosmos experts, they were only slightly stronger in terms of cultivation level. Just this point alone was enough to tell the difference between them. As such, the strongest heavenly Tao realm forces of such great worlds would naturally fall to the pinnacle of the pyramid in the primordial chaos void. Although they were still powerful and left others looking up to them, they were definitely no longer at the strongest level. While, at present, the heavenly punishment that the primordial chaos void had sent down was most likely at the pinnacle of the primordial chaos void's power level. It was at least a full realm stronger than the heavenly Tao realm, or even more. Even the primeval heavens I and dragon whale had no idea what this realm was. However, there was one thing they knew. If another wave of similar heavenly punishment powers were to come, they would definitely be heavily injured and on the brink of death. They might even lose the chance to escape and could only stay there and struggle. If another 2 waves were to come, the third wave of heavenly punishment's power would descend upon them. Without any suspense, they would immediately perish on the spot. Phew! With fear, the 2 of them activated teleportation in an instant while fully activating the power in their bodies. Accompanied by 2 extremely weak sounds of breaking through the air, the green vertical eye that was as huge as a star and the dragon whale that was as big as it turned into fine light in the blink of an eye and disappeared on the spot. Boom! Rumble! Just as the 2 of them left, the rumbling sound of thunder rang out in the void again. Part 1. The second wave of heavenly punishment descended. It was still formless, without any lightning or tribulation. However, the void where the primeval heavens I and dragon whale were standing collapsed into a black hole. Immediately after, under the influence of the primordial chaos void's laws, it quickly repaired itself. Thus, fortunately, the 2 old fellows had escaped quickly. Otherwise, the second wave of heavenly punishment's power would clearly be stronger than the first wave. Their previous estimate of being able to withstand 3 waves of heavenly punishment's power was clearly wrong. Looking at the second wave of heavenly punishment's power, if it struck them, it would be enough to kill them on the spot. They would not have the chance to see the third wave of heavenly punishment's power descend. Very quickly, soon, as the aura of living beings in the void disappeared completely, the rumbling thunder in the void also stopped. This was clearly the rhythm of the dissipation of the heavenly punishment. After all, the primordial chaos void was not like the primordial world and the other great worlds, where the will of the heavenly Tao had a concrete incarnation. Therefore, after not being able to sense the aura of living beings in the targeted area, the so-called heavenly punishment instantly stopped. Xiao, in the distance to the right, in the dark void a trillion miles away, a faint sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, and a huge green vertical eye like a star appeared in an instant. It was the primeval heaven's eye. In his current state of serious injury, a distance of a trillion miles in the void was already the limit of his teleportation with all his strength. Here, as soon as his figure appeared, the primeval heaven's eye immediately extended the power of his divine sense behind him. After confirming that there were no other abnormalities, and that the invisible heavenly punishment of the primordial chaos void had not locked onto him, he let out a long sigh of relief, and the heart that was in his throat instantly fell back. Damn it, this time I was almost killed by him. After confirming that he was out of danger, a cold light flashed in the huge vertical eye's eyes, and great hatred immediately surged into his heart. A low murmur sounded, revealing endless resentment and monstrous resentment. Not only did I waste half a year without any results, I even offended a Longjing of the same cultivation level as me. It's really a double loss. This matter is definitely not over yet. With that last sentence, he no longer hesitated and instantly tore open a crack in the void. His figure flashed, and he rushed into it, disappearing from sight. No matter how much he hated him, he couldn't go to the forbidden area of the magic hall to find trouble with Yixian. The most important thing now was to return to the forbidden area of the great desolate land and recover from his serious injuries. Xiao, in another direction, in the void a trillion miles away, a faint sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, breaking the silence of the void. The Longjing's huge body that was like a star instantly appeared. Roar! As soon as he appeared, the Longjing raised his head and let out a shocking roar, revealing endless grief and indignation. Phase compared to the primeval heaven's eye, the resentment in his heart was even stronger. Apart from the master of the magic hall, Yixian, he also had a strong resentment in his heart towards the primeval heaven's eye that couldn't be dispelled. But, now was obviously not the time to take revenge. The power of the Hongmeng heavenly punishment just now was too terrifying. In just a moment, he was seriously injured. Now that his cultivation level had dropped by nearly half, he had to immediately rush back to his nest to treat his injuries. Until after the master of the magic hall, Yixian, and that shameless primeval heaven's eye, recovered from their injuries, he had plenty of time and opportunity to find trouble with them. By unexpectedly, the two of them had a forbidden area under their command. Even if the monk could escape, the temple couldn't escape. Hiss, all this flashed through his mind, and the Longjing didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately tore open a crack in the void, stepped into it, and rushed towards the right bank of the Milky Way. Until, after reaching the right bank, he still had to rush to the end of the right section of the right bank. From the end of the right bank, he had to go around the endless dark area to the left bank of the Milky Way, and then go to the Longjing forbidden area, which was located at the intersection of the middle and right sections of the left bank. Until the journey was extremely long. Even if he was in peak condition, he would need about a month or so. Now that he was reborn, he was afraid that he would need more than 2 months. He really couldn't delay any longer. Whoosh, whoosh, with a flash of light, Yixian's figure instantly appeared in the void. This time, he activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the system in his body. The interstellar coordinate jump point wasn't the base camp of the source nest star, but near the source nest star that nurtured his strongest doppelganger. Until, this source nest star nurtured Yixian's doppelganger. At the same time, this source nest star was also the most powerful demon god among the 3,000 chaos demon gods nurtured by the Hongmeng void for the opening of the next era. Yixian had recently returned to the source nest star's base camp several times. Everything was normal, so he wasn't worried. However, this source nest star that nurtured his strongest doppelganger hadn't appeared for a long time. He took advantage of this opportunity to come and take a look. The interstellar coordinate jump point that he imprinted here wasn't far from the source nest star. After the jump was completed, Yixian circled the source nest star once. After confirming that there was no abnormality, he immediately felt relieved. Without hesitation, he immediately tore through the void and rushed to the forbidden area of the magic hall on the left bank of the right bank. This time, the primeval heavens I brought all the creatures of the entire chaos world into the Hongmeng void. The forbidden area of the chaos world was located on the left bank of the Milky Way. Yi Xian had already been there twice. If there was no other reason, the primeval heavens I naturally wouldn't come from the left bank to the right bank. After all, there was a Milky Way star field that couldn't be directly crossed between them. It was too far to go from the ends of the Milky Way star field to the right bank. But now that he had come to the right bank, he must have known the location of the forbidden area of the magic hall. First, when the Hongmeng heavenly punishment descended, Yi Xian immediately activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the system in his body and left that place. Naturally, he didn't know what happened after that. Although it was said that the Hongmeng Void's heavenly punishment was definitely extraordinary, he still had a feeling that this time, whether it was the primeval heaven's eye or the dragon whale that joined forces with him, it was unlikely that they would directly fall under the Hongmeng heavenly punishment. At most, they would be seriously injured. Under this situation, these two old fellows were in a rage. Coupled with the fact that they knew the location of the forbidden area of the magic hall, Yi Xian was really worried that they would fly into a rage out of humiliation and drag their seriously injured bodies to the forbidden area of the magic hall to take revenge. Therefore, Yi Xian had to rush back as soon as possible. As long as he was around and the two old fellows were seriously injured, they could just fight. Yi Xian was completely unafraid. Similarly, they were on the right bank. It wasn't too far from the source hive planet that nurtured his strongest avatar to the forbidden area of the magic hall. But even so, Yi Xian took 7 days to reach the edge of the forbidden area of the magic hall despite rushing at full speed. In front, the space and the surroundings was completely silent. There didn't seem to be any unforeseen events, causing Yi Xian's heart, which was in his throat, to instantly return to normal. Swoosh! Rumble. After entering the forbidden area of the magic hall, there was the sound of something tearing through the air ahead. There was even the rumbling of thunder. Pig Spirit, the devouring treasure body, and the Empyrean beast had all rushed over. The three of them were the 3 heavenly Dao realm experts that presided over the forbidden area of the magic hall. Naturally, they were the first to sense Yi Xian's arrival. They have actually broken through. The Empyrean beast's cultivation level was still at the 2nd stage of the heavenly Dao realm. Yi Xian was not surprised. To reach the 3rd stage of the heavenly Dao realm was clearly not something he could achieve in less than 2 years. However, after nearly 2 years, Pig Spirit and the devouring treasure body, who were only at the perfected desolate supremacy 9th stage back then, now had the combat strength of the heavenly Dao realm. It left him rather gratified. The devouring treasure body was fine since he was only at the 1st stage of the heavenly Dao realm. Even if his combat strength was heaven-defying, allowing him to match a 4th stage heavenly Dao, his own cultivation level had only broken through by 1 stage. However, Pig Spirit was previously at the perfected desolate supremacy 9th stage, but now, he had reached the 4th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. It was clearly an increase of 4 minor stages. It left Yi Xian somewhat flabbergasted. However, he quickly came to a realization. From the looks of it, the old fellow must have figured out the final 3 transformations of the Fiend Pig's 9 transformations bloodline divine power. Together with his cultivation level breaking through, his overall combat strength had increased by 4 minor stages. But in fact, his own realm was the same as Yi Xian's. He was still at the desolate supremacy realm and had yet to enter the true heavenly Dao realm. Phew! With a wave of his hand, a beam of light shot out and instantly transformed into Shi Wanjin's figure. The cultivation aura that emanated from his body was that of a 1st stage heavenly Dao realm warrior. Ao Wu, what's the situation? This fellow was only at the early stage desolate supremacy 2 years ago. Why is he now at the 1st stage heavenly Dao realm? Pig Spirit's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. As though he had been agitated, he raised his head and let out a long howl. His face was filled with displeasure. In 2 years, his overall combat strength had increased by 4 minor stages. He was originally feeling smug about it, but he never expected Shi Wanjin to increase by nearly an entire realm. It was truly a huge blow to him. Hurry up and enter seclusion. Refine all the 99 candies you previously devoured. Xian completely ignored Pig Spirit as he exhorted Shi Wanjin. Perhaps, after you completely refine them, your cultivation level and strength will increase explosively once again. He did not plan on leaving Shi Wanjin behind. He was going to be the fourth Heavenly Dao Realm expert to preside over the Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone while Yi Xian was not around. Shi Wanjin did not speak further. He was indeed in urgent need of seclusion, so he immediately turned and entered the depths of the Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone. He found an abandoned planet and began his seclusion. Ao Wu, what candies are so powerful? Eating 99 of them allowed him to break through a major realm? After Shi Wanjin left, Pig Spirit let out a long howl and immediately came in front of Yi Xian. He said with a bashful face, "Boss, this pig is gluttonous. This pig wants to eat candies too." Ao Wu, what candies are so powerful? Eating 99 of them allowed him to break through a major realm? Seeing Shi Wanjin's departing back, Pig Spirit let out a long howl and immediately came in front of Yi Xian. Clearly he was extremely excited as saliva nearly flowed out from the sides of his long beak. He begged Yi Xian with a bashful face, "Boss, this pig is gluttonous. This pig wants to eat candies too." There was really no one else like him. The old fellow's peak combat strength was already at the fourth stage of the Heavenly Dao realm, but he still had such a look on his face. It really made Yi Xian blush. He could not be bothered with him and directly rolled his eyes. "Oh?" Looking at the treasured devouring body, Yi Xian instantly understood everything that had happened in the Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone more than half a year ago. His expression instantly turned gloomy as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. "The primeval heavens, I actually sent the netherworld cauldron and 2 Heavenly Dao realm existences. The treasured devouring body and Empyrean beast were his devouring avatar and electronic avatar to begin with." There was no need to elaborate on the details and final outcome. Just a thought was enough for Yi Xian to understand everything. "That's good too. Who knows if that's what fortune means?" As he muttered softly, a cold light flashed in his eyes again. "However, there is a saying that goes, it is impolite not to reciprocate. My Devil Hall's forbidden area is not a place that anyone can casually come and take a stroll. There are some things that you have to pay the price for doing." At that moment, Yi Xian made a decision. While the primeval heavens I and Long Jing were heavily injured by the primordial chaos heavenly punishment, he would make a trip to the primordial chaos forbidden zone and Long Jing forbidden zone. There was no reason for him to suffer in silence after being schemed against by those 2 old fogies. The final outcome was another matter, but at the very least, such motives definitely required an eye for an eye. This was a firm stance. Otherwise, others would think that he was a pushover. Resolution. After making up his mind, he didn't hesitate any longer. After exhorting a few words to Pig Spirit, he immediately rushed out of the Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone and headed straight for the endless dark void at the end of the left bank of the Milky Way. Then, he circled around and headed for the left bank of the Milky Way. There were 2 targets. The Primordial Chaos Forbidden Zone was located in the middle of the left bank, while the Longjing Forbidden Zone was located at the intersection between the middle and right bank. Li Xian circled from the left bank of the right bank to the left bank. The first place he arrived at was the Primordial Chaos Forbidden Zone, but he didn't plan on going there first. Even if he passed by, he wouldn't stop. His target was the Longjing Forbidden Zone, which was further away. After all, the Longjing was a connate ferocious beast of the water attribute. The dragon pearl in its body was the only thing missing among the 5 elemental medicinal catalysts that Yi Xian had collected for the second time. Thus therefore, he would first head to the Longjing Forbidden Zone, kill the Longjing, and retrieve the dragon pearl in its body. After that, he would rush to the Primordial Chaos Forbidden Zone. Considering that the 2 old fellows would need time to return, Yi Xian wasn't in a hurry. He leisurely traveled forward. After 2.5 months, he finally arrived at the Longjing Forbidden Zone, which was located at the intersection between the middle and right bank of the left bank. Without hesitation, a cold light flashed in his eyes. His body instantly transformed into a beam of light and rushed into the Longjing Forbidden Zone. Roar, roar, roar. Roar. There was naturally more than one Heavenly Dao Realm expert in the Longjing Forbidden Zone. Just as Yi Xian's figure entered the star domain, there was an earth-shattering roar and roar in the void in front of him. 11 powerful auras of Heavenly Dao Realm experts soared into the sky and rushed toward him at the first moment. The leader was none other than the strongest expert in the Longjing Forbidden Zone, the 8th level Heavenly Dao Realm Longjing. "It's you? Master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian? How dare you come to my forbidden area of the Dragon Whale by yourself? Are you tired of living? Look. When it came to Yixian, the fury in the dragon whale's heart was aroused. It instantly emitted the sound of its divine sense, and the entire dragon whale forbidden area was clearly visible. It revealed a sense of pleasant surprise that was so dense that it couldn't be dispersed. In his opinion, Yixian coming alone was clearly like a lamb in a tiger's den. Walala, Yixian didn't pay attention to him at all. As Nianji's figure disappeared, the sound of water splashing could be heard from the space where he originally stood. His figure collapsed, turning into a sea of blood that spread out and enveloped a corner of the universe. Roar, roar, roar. At the same time, as his body collapsed and turned into a sea of blood that spread out and enveloped a corner of the void of the universe, the three great demon bodies of the ancient ape demon rose from the sea of blood in an instant. They expanded with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, they reached a size of 60 million kilometers. They were the body of flesh and blood, the body of bones, and the body of black fog. Corpse. The body of bones had no flesh and blood. It was just a purplish-gold skeleton that exuded an endless ferocious aura. It was extremely ferocious, although the body of black fog was also in the form of a violent ape, its body was covered in black fog. Even its pair of eyes were merely two purple lights, which made it look extremely strange. Everything happened too quickly. In the blink of an eye, the three sea of blood avatars had already condensed, catching everyone off guard. Furthermore, the cultivation auras that emanated from their bodies were all at the 8th level of the heavenly Tao realm. They were none other than the three powerful late-stage heavenly Tao. Phew, at this moment, the 11 heavenly Tao beasts of the Longjing Forbidden Zone had already charged within 100 billion kilometers. The fastest was the Longjing, which was within 100 billion kilometers. A cold glint flashed in its eyes as a 9-colored beam of light flashed from the black fog avatar's glabella. As it expanded with the wind, it instantly transformed into a boundless 9-colored sea of flames. Phew, walala, the wind howled as the 9-colored sea of flames moved extremely quickly. In the blink of an eye, it circled around and extended behind the Longjing, transforming into a gigantic fireball with a diameter of 100 billion kilometers. It enveloped the Longjing's body, making it invisible. Longjing. After all, the Longjing did not know much about Yixian. It was completely unprepared for such a move. Caught off guard, it was instantly trapped. With some hesitation, the moment the 9-colored fireball condensed, Yixian's three sea of blood avatars had already charged into the fireball. They no longer cared about the situation outside, rushing into the ball of flames. Before the Longjing could regain his senses, the eyes of the skeleton burst out with an incomparably blazing purple-gold light, and a strange aura spread out like a raging river. He suddenly raised his left arm, the empty left palm shone with golden light as a golden bow in the form of energy appeared in his left hand. It was simple and ferocious. Clench, in the middle of the palm was a two-headed strange beast. The beast's mouth was facing up and down, biting down on the legs of two humanoid creatures. The two strange beasts opened their mouths wide and seemed to be roaring. A bowstring that was obviously formed by countless fine golden threads was connected to the two wide mouths of the two humanoid creatures. This was the most powerful ability that shook the untainted land, the heaven-falling bow. In addition, the hands of the body of flesh and blood suddenly flipped, and two beams of light shot out. Its left hand held one of the legs of the Shinnon cauldron, like a huge seal that flipped the heavens, and its right hand held the big-headed black rod that was transformed from the Shinnon medicinal pestle. The fog avatar directly hid in the void, waiting for an opportunity to move. This was clearly the rhythm of the three avatars moving together to trap and kill the Longjing. End of chapter 51:10. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.